The June breeze carried the smoky aroma of grilled skewers as it slipped through the plastic awning of the street-side. Chen Zhuo sat on a plastic stool, the beer in front of him already drained to the bottom. Opposite him sat Lung Jing with ear-length short hair and a bare face, dressed in a white t-shirt, her foot resting against an empty crate of beer bottles. Lung Jing finally spoke, impatience edging her tone. "So what the hell are you actually trying to say? You dragged me out this late at night just to watch you drink in sullen silence." Chen Zhuo took a deep breath. The words he wanted to say rolled in his throat 3 times before he finally decided to be blunt. "Our class is having a reunion the week after next." He paused. "Could you pretend to be my girlfriend? If you can't, just forget I said anything." Lung Jing's chopsticks paused midair as she lifted her eyelids to look at him. "Chen Zhuo, you can't still be hung up on that, right? Planning to turn a fake act into something real." She popped a slice of cucumber into her mouth and chewed twice. "That childhood engagement was nothing more than drunken nonsense between my old man and yours. Besides, I already have a girlfriend." "Oh," he said. She replied. The two of them sat facing each other in silence for a while the raucous shouting from a finger-guessing game at the next table grated on the ears. "So what's going on with you lately?" Lung Jing suddenly asked. "I saw something going around in your class group chat." Chen Zhuo's face turned ashen in an instant. The story was long and every part of it made him want to crawl into a crack in the ground. He was a flop of an online novelist, writing since his freshman year of college for 3 years, yet his highest subscription count had never broken 1,000. Writing novels had originally been his secret, but somehow a guy calling himself Che Xing took screenshots of his chapters and posted them in the class group chat. If it had been an ordinary story, it might have been fine. The problem was that Chen Zhuo wrote urban harem fiction, and he had a rather unfortunate writing habit. He liked to use the names of people around him. Every pretty female classmate in his year, without exception, had been written into his book. And because he wrote the kind of online fiction tinged with erotica, as the plot developed, those female characters began seducing the male protagonist one after another. Some depictions were so explicit that, thinking back on them now, he felt an almost uncontrollable urge to slap himself twice. The class promptly exploded. Some of the girls he had written into the story felt disgusted and cursed him as a pervert. During lectures, they sat far away from him, as if terrified he would write them into his book again. What was worse were a few reckless male classmates who spammed the group chat asking, "If we send you 3 powering up for love gifts, can you let your bros guest star in an episode?" These days, Chen Zhuo could barely lift his head in class. After listening, the corner of Lung Jing's mouth twitched. "You had it coming. Why didn't you just change their names?" "I just got used to writing that way." "You really had it coming. So what does asking me to pretend to be your girlfriend have to do with any?" Sensing a glimmer of hope, Chen Zhuo immediately tried to ingratiate himself. "Jing, it's because you're so Think about it. If the girls in our class see that I have such a gorgeous girlfriend, they'll just assume I'm terrible at coming up with names, not that I had any real designs on them." A shudder of goosebumps broke out along Lung Jing's arms. "Don't call me Jing, that's disgusting. Brother Jing, Lord Jing, have a heart, I'm begging you here." Chen Zhuo put on an utterly pitiful expression. "Why don't you ask Xiao Rou to pretend to be your girlfriend?" At the mention of that, Chen Zhuo hurriedly waved his hands. "Rower is my real sister. What kind of brother would ask his own little sister to pretend to be his girlfriend?" "No." Halfway through his sentence, a blinding flash went off in his mind. A cold, emotionless, synthesized electronic voice exploded in his head. "Ding! Gold shovel red beauty bonding system successfully bound. Detecting the host's most recent social contact target. Locking onto target. Lock confirmed. Bonded target Lung Jing. Bond type classmate lesbian. The system has been forcibly bound. Unbinding and changing targets are impossible. Wish you a pleasant conquest." Chen Zhuo went rigid. He stared at Lung Jing, who was poking at peanuts with her chopsticks, and only one thought echoed in his mind. "Are you fucking kidding me?" System interface initialized. The host may now view it through focused thought. Instinctively, Chen Zhuo silently thought the word view, and a translucent panel floated into his vision. Host Chen Zhuo. Current bonds. Classmate, 13, inactive. Lesbian, 11, I activated. Lesbian bond activated effect. Gain 1 Xia Nation yuan per minute. Chen Zhuo froze for a moment, then rapidly did the math in his head. 1 yuan per minute, 60 per hour. That was 1,440 per day. Right now, he exhausted himself cranking out 10,000 words a day, and his daily manuscript fee was only 30 yuan. In other words, from now on, he could do nothing and still earn 43,200 yuan a month. Just as he was spacing out, another system prompt sounded. System missions generating. Please choose one of the following 3 missions to complete. Mission 1, obtain Lung Jing's intimate clothing. Reward 100,000 yuan. Mission 2, obtain a kiss from Lung Jing. Reward 100,000 yuan. Mission 3, take Lung Jing to a hotel room. Reward 100,000 yuan. Note: no new missions will refresh until a current mission is completed. The host is urged to pursue the conquest actively. After reading, Chen Zhuo felt his blood pressure soar to a level that could be written up in medical journals. Obtain Lung Jing's intimate clothing. Obtain a kiss from Lung Jing. Take Lung Jing to a hotel room. Was this damned shovel system severely brain damaged? Shouldn't it be something like a lucky star stacking defeats while catching a scapegoat to harvest instead? Leaving aside that Lung Jing was his childhood friend he'd grown up with, even if you retreated 10,000 steps, she had just said she had a girlfriend. She was a lesbian. Trying to conquer a lesbian and drag her to a hotel. What kind of hell difficulty opening was this? And the problem was if he didn't complete a mission, no new ones would refresh. What's wrong with you? Lung Jing frowned at him. You look like a ghost. Jing, if I were poisoned right now and needed you to come with me too. The words a hotel rolled around on his tongue several times, but in the end he still couldn't say them. To go with you where? Nothing. I just wanted to ask, Jing, are we good bros or not? Lung Jing raised a glass of beer and clinked it against his. Of course we are. Cautiously Chen Zhuo asked, since we're good brothers, look at me. I'm this miserable right now. Could you maybe give me a little kiss? Chen Zhuo, are you fucking sick in the head? I think the girls in your class are right. You really are a pervert. Chen Zhuo, you damn dog system. Then, Jing then. If that really won't work, could you give me a pair of your socks? The sip of beer Lung Jing had just taken sprayed straight out. What the hell do you want them for? Wiping her mouth, she cursed, I thought I was twisted enough already, but I didn't expect you to be even more of a freak than I am. After speaking, Lung Jing stood up. I'm leaving first, my girlfriend is still waiting for me. Chen Zhuo looked up at her. The dim yellow light of the food stall fell over Lung Jing. Her face, long accustomed to showing little expression, appeared somewhat cold in the shifting light and shadow, yet her features were undeniably beautiful. A high nose bridge, a jawline as clean and sharp as if carved by a blade. A pity she was into women. And now she was a woman he had to strategically conquer. Even getting a pair of socks was this difficult. A sudden violent urge surged up in Chen Zhuo. He wanted to dig that damned shovel of a system out of his head and smash it to pieces under his feet. Lung Jing turned and walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped. She looked back at Chen Zhuo. In that single glance lay hesitation, struggle, and a faint trace of something else. Something so vague and elusive that Chen Zhuo could not be sure he wasn't imagining it. Lung Jing walked back, slipped her foot out of her shoe, bent down, and pulled off one sock, then casually tossed it onto the table in front of Chen Zhuo. It was a white cotton sock, still warm from her body. Here, take it, she said, her tone full of impatience. Chen Zhuo stared at the sock, his mind going completely blank for 3 full seconds. A crisp chime rang out in his mind. The system announced that the first mission was complete and that he had obtained a piece of Lung Jing's intimate clothing with a reward of 10,000 yuan already credited. At the same time, his phone vibrated. Without even looking, he knew another 10,000 yuan had just appeared in his bank account. Jing, you're wonderful, he exclaimed. He wanted to rush over and give her a big hug. Enough. Lung Jing quickly raised a hand to block him. Let's get this straight first. Do not use that for anything disgusting. I sweated quite a bit during the day. If you end up with some kind of infection, I'm not taking responsibility. With that, Lung Jing turned and walked away. Not long after, Chen Zhuo heard a dull thud in the distance. Lung Jing had run into a lamppost. Jing, are you okay? Do you want me to walk you back? Get lost. I'd never let a pervert like you walk me anywhere. Head lowered and hand over her face, Lung Jing continued forward, muttering under her breath. I must be out of my mind today. Forget it, that bastard really is miserable enough as it is, and there's not much I can do to help anyway. I should find time to mention it to Xiao Rou, she thought. The idea that Chen Zhuo might have some particular fetish sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. Back at the stall, Chen Zhuo lowered his gaze to the white cotton sock on the table, suddenly feeling that this night was so absurd it barely seemed real. He was a web novelist who had conceived countless outrageous plot devices, yet he had never imagined that one day his own life would become more ridiculous than anything he had ever written. He had begun with a catastrophic opening. His task was to pursue a childhood playmate who now treated him like a brother. And the very first mission, which had seemed impossible, had somehow been completed by pure accident. Chen Zhuo picked up the sock and waved it lightly before his eyes. There was indeed a bit of a smell. Without taking the time to dwell on it, he stuffed it casually into his pocket. Under the streetlights, Lung Jing's back grew smaller and smaller until she turned into an alley and vanished. Standing at the entrance of the food stall, Chen Zhuo suddenly thought of a question. Why had Lung Jing agreed to give him her sock? Could it be that I've gotten more handsome lately? Or is it because of the system binding? Chen Zhuo pondered for a long while, but still could not figure it out. Forget it, no point overthinking. Boss, the bill. The owner walked over, glanced at the skewers still untouched on the table, and said, handsome guy, it comes to 223. I'll make it 220 for you. Chen Zhuo paid readily. After all, he now had a full 10,000 in his account. Handsome guy, do you want these leftovers packed to go? The owner asked. Thinking of a recent video he had seen online of an overseas student, Chen Zhuo pulled the same exaggerated face. I'm not eating the rest. Feed it to the dogs. As he stepped out of the stall, the night wind, thick with a wave of lingering heat, rushed against his face. Chen Zhuo took out his phone for a look. It was 11 o'clock. The dormitory building would already be locked. Unless he could fly, going back now would only earn him a mop strike from the dorm supervisor. Laughing to the sky, I stride out the door. Turn right, and there's Jianming, he muttered to himself, twisting an old verse as he walked along the road for about 10 minutes. Ahead, the flickering neon sign of Jianming Internet Cafe shimmered in and out in the darkness. In this university district where glossy cyber cafes charging hefty hourly rates were everywhere, an internet cafe offering an entire night for 12 yuan had become a rare sight. After logging in at the front desk, he walked straight to the seat in the farthest corner. He knew the spot well. For 3 years of university, countless all-nighters spent rushing drafts had been passed in that very chair. A long night like this can't go by without a couple of tense, thrilling rounds of Delta, he said half to himself. Fingers flying, Chen Zhuo typed in his account and password, logged in, grabbed a standard loadout, and dove into the public matchmaking queue with ferocious enthusiasm. Muzzle flashes flickered across the screen while footsteps pounded in his headphones from every direction. Chen Zhuo stared intently at the display, fingers clattering on the keyboard in a rapid staccato rhythm. Time trickled by second after second. Midnight soon arrived. Just then, at the extraction point, Chen Zhuo ambushed and eliminated a knife-wielding player. Humming a lute song under his breath as he happily stripped the enemy's gear, a familiar system chime suddenly exploded in his mind, drowning out the game. The system announced that new missions were being generated and asked him to choose one from 3 options. The first mission was to spend 50,000 yuan in cash with a reward of 100,000 yuan. The second mission was to study in the library for a full week, no less than 4 hours each day, with a reward of 100,000 yuan. The third mission was to work out for a full week, no less than 1 hour each day, with the same reward of 100,000 yuan. Chen Zhuo's fingers froze over the keyboard, and on the screen his character was blown to pieces by a stray rocket from who knew where. Where the hell did that dog of a rocket user come from, he swore, but he had no time to care. He stared at the 3 missions, his mind racing through the calculations. Both the second and third missions would take a full week to complete, and each rewarded 100,000. Broken down, that was only about 14,000 a day. And the first mission, spend 50,000 and receive 100,000 in return, a net profit of 50,000. Once completed, a new mission would refresh the very next day, far more efficient than the other 2. It was a bargain. An unbelievably good bargain. There was only one problem. Chen Zhuo opened his mobile banking app and checked his balance, 10242 yuan. 10,000 and change. Together with the 120 yuan he had just withdrawn from the bond panel. Each minute of the Lala bond, earning him 1 yuan, and about 2 hours having passed since binding. It added up to just over 10,300. He was still 40,000 short. Chen Zhuo ground his teeth. Waiting to accumulate that much through daily bond income alone would take over a month. Far too slow to be worthwhile. That left him with only one path. Online loans. The mere thought gave him a headache. Back when he had just entered university, his younger sister Chen Zhuo had suggested their parents get him a credit card. She immediately put 200 yuan on it, and then deliberately let the payment go overdue for a full month before settling it. When he asked her why, Chen Zhuo had replied, "I'm worried you'll get tricked by some bad girl in college, end up being her doormat, and even take out online loans to buy her gifts." She had also told him that if he started dating while in university, he should let the family know so they could increase his living. This semester, he had been pursuing a girl in his class for 3 months. He had been on the verge of success when the matter of his web novel had been dug up and exposed. Fortunately, nearly 3 years have passed, and after more than half an hour of maneuvering, Chen Zhuo borrowed 12,000 across 4 platforms, averaging about 3,000 from each. Looking at the remaining deficit of about 25,000, Chen Zhuo opened the Chiezi Writer Assistant. Last month, this new book was adapted into a comic drama, earning a copyright fee of 10,000, which he had been reluctant to cash out, planning to wait until his sister got into university to treat her to a full fruit bucket. Now was just the right time to use it. The copyright fee was deposited alongside last month's manuscript payment, totaling 11,400. After taxes, he was left with 9,800, still short by 15,000. Finally, gritting his teeth, Chen Zhuo borrowed 15,000 from 3 Yama loans, getting a total of 15,000 in hand, but he would have to repay 24,000 in a month, which felt quite harsh. However, Chen Zhuo was in a hurry to complete system tasks and couldn't afford to think too much. Time was money. He looked at the series of numbers resting in his account, feeling as complicated as if a bottle of mixed flavors had been overturned. Spending 50,000 would yield a reward of 100,000. It sounded wonderful, but that 50,000 was borrowed. What if the system's reward of 100,000? Forget it, I won't think about it. Take it step by step. This knife skin looks good, let's get one. This skin from Weilong is also decent, let's draw. What does it matter what I buy? Time passed unknowingly. When Chen Zhuo turned off the computer and walked out of the internet cafe, the sky was already tinged with the first light of dawn. Returning to the dormitory, it was exactly 7 in the morning. The dorm was a 4-person room, and the other 3 roommates were still sound asleep. The snoring came in waves, with some grinding their teeth and others mumbling in their dreams, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Chen Zhuo stood by the bed, his gaze slowly sweeping over the 3. Zhang Lei, a gaming addict, spent all his time either playing games or ordering takeout, with a social circle as narrow as a crack. It shouldn't be him. Lu Yang, the one above him, a student council member, was well-connected and familiar with everyone in class. He was the most suspicious. Wang Hao, the one below him, a top student, spent all his time in the library. He seemed indifferent to the world, but the quieter a dog is, the more vicious it becomes when it bites. Chen Zhuo sighed. The pen name for his novel was only shared with his sister Chen Zhuo Lung Jing and these 3 roommates. First, his sister was ruled out. Though Lung Jing had a sharp tongue, she wouldn't resort to such actions. That left just these 3. The one called Cheyu Chexing must be one of their alternate accounts. Why report oneself? Chen Zhuo felt it was likely out of jealousy. Didn't he only sell a copyright? Moreover, he treated them to a meal the moment he got the money, averaging 100 per person. Oh, wasn't that enough sincerity? As for being unseemly, thinking of this made Chen Zhuo feel a chill in his heart. He had initially wanted to take a nap, but now he was completely wide awake. Forget it. Chen Zhuo quietly packed his things and slung his bag over his shoulder as he stepped out. If his roommates found out he had suddenly become rich or that he had a system, he would undoubtedly be invited for tea. Could he avoid it? According to the task requirements, he needed to spend 50,000, and he planned to rent an apartment. Also to buy some daily necessities. The campus in the early morning was very quiet, with the shadows of the phoenix trees stretching long. As Chen Zhuo walked along the shaded path, his phone suddenly vibrated. He looked down to see a WeChat message. The avatar belonged to an anime character named Nangong Wenya. Bro, are you coming home for the summer vacation? Looking at his avatar of Nangong Wentian, Chen Zhuo couldn't help but smile slightly. Just as he was about to reply, he caught a glimpse of the other party is typing, displayed above the message box. Then another message came. You better come back. I miss you so much. Chen Zhuo suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring at the screen, his fingers hovering over the keyboard without coming down. A gust of wind blew and the leaves of the phoenix trees rustled, as if someone was whispering. Before Chen Zhuo had time to type a reply, the other party's call came in directly. 2 words bounced on the screen. Ruer. He pressed the answer button. Hello. Brother, did you see the message I just sent you? The voice on the other end was as clear as a mountain stream carrying a girlish innocence. I saw it. Then why didn't you reply to me? There was a hint of grievance in her tone. Isn't it because you called right after I didn't have time to reply? Chen Zhuo's tone was a bit helpless, but his lips involuntarily curved upward. Oh. Chen Rujia elongated her tone, seemingly reluctantly accepting this explanation, then quickly changed the subject. Brother, are you coming back for the summer vacation? We agreed before that after your college entrance exam, you would take me out to play. You haven't forgotten, right? Chen Zhuo thought for a moment. Recently there had been too much going on, and he almost forgot about it. His sister's college entrance exam was a big deal. He had promised to take her to the seaside after she finished. We'll come back after your exam. Brother, you're so good. Chen Rujia's voice clearly brightened up, and through the phone one could imagine the way her eyes curved with a smile. All right, if there's nothing else, I will hang up now. Chen Zhuo was feeling very sleepy, his eyelids already battling. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Brother, have you encountered any issues lately? Chen Rujia's voice suddenly dropped. You're starting to be impatient with me. No, you're lying. You used to tell me everything. I heard from Jingjing Jia that. Chen Zhuo. Brother, it's not a big deal. Chen Rujia's voice returned to its soft tone, even carrying a hint of. Chen Zhuo couldn't quite say what it was. If you write a female lead in the future, you can include Ruer. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. He tightened his grip on the phone slightly. Include Ruer. Write her into that kind of harem. All right, stop rambling. He quickly shook off that thought, trying to sound as casual as possible. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. Ooh, study hard and aim for a good university. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Okay. Chen Rujia obediently responded, her voice as docile as a gentle rabbit. Then I'll hang up. Brother, bye-bye. Chen Zhuo hung up the phone and put his phone in his pocket. The morning breeze blew through the phoenix trees, causing several leaves to swirl down. He stood in place, feeling that something about the conversation earlier was off. When Chen Rujia mentioned writing her into the book, her tone was too natural. Moreover, would Lung Jing really take the initiative to talk to Ruer about these things? Lung Jing was sharp-tongued, but had a strong sense of boundaries. Unless Ruer was the one asking. But why would Ruer ask? Chen Zhuo shook his head, trying to dismiss the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He was just too tired, and his brain had started to wander. His sister was only 18 and about to take her college entrance exam. How could she possibly be involved in these matters? It was impossible. On the other side, Chen Rujia hung up the phone, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. The light was faint, so faint that even if someone stood in front of her, they might not catch it. She lowered her eyes, staring at the screen where the words "call" ended, appeared, her fingertip gently caressing the edge of the screen. The room was very quiet. Chen Rujia sat quietly for a moment, then suddenly curved her lips, picked up her phone again, and dialed another number. The phone rang 3 times before connecting. Hello, Sister Jingjing. A somewhat muffled voice came from the other end, clearly still half asleep. Is it Xiao Rou? What's up? Thank you for telling me that my brother was bullied by the girls in his class. Chen Rujia's voice was sweet, as if wrapped in honey. Lung Jing turned over in bed, her mind still foggy from a hangover. Did she tell Chen Rujia that? She tried to recall. Yesterday, she had finished drinking with Chen Zhuo at a roadside stall, then went to find her girlfriend. They drank until midnight, and she couldn't remember what they talked about. Forget it, that's not important. It's okay, Xiao Rou, it's nothing. Lung Jing yawned. Sorry for bothering you, sister. Chen Rujia's voice remained gentle. My brother is a bit naive. There are so many bad girls out there, and I worry he might be deceived. Upon hearing this, Lung Jing couldn't help but twitch her lips. Chen Zhuo naive. That pervert who wrote harem stories with all the girls in the class included naive. She had flipped through that book too. It was as if he had to showcase all kinds of skills. However, she couldn't be bothered with that, and casually replied, Don't worry, Xiao Rou, will keep an eye on him for you. Just as she finished speaking, Lung Jing suddenly remembered something. The incident last night, where Chen Zhuo insisted on asking her for socks. Should she tell Ruer? After hesitating for 2 seconds, she spoke up. Xiao Ro, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? It's. Lung Jing stammered. It was a bit hard to bring up. What is it? Yesterday your brother was acting weird and insisted on asking me for a pair of socks. There was a moment of silence on the other end. So you gave them to him? Chen Rujia's tone suddenly changed, becoming very soft. Lung Jing didn't pay much attention and continued to explain. He insisted on it. I saw he looked quite upset, and you know about his issues with the girls in class, so I just. He insisted, and you just gave them to him. Chen Rujia repeated her pace, slowing down each word, articulated clearly. Lung Jing finally sensed something was off and quickly added, it's not important. The key point is, he even wanted me to pretend to be his girlfriend. There was silence on the other end. But don't worry, I refused without a second thought. I told him you would be a better fit. Lung Jing continued. What did he say? Chen Rujia's voice returned to normal. What did he say? He didn't agree. Oh, there was a pause of 2 seconds on the other end. Chen Rujia didn't pursue the topic further, but shifted the conversation. Sister Jingjing, I saw the photos you posted on your moments. Is that your new girlfriend? So beautiful. Lung Jing instantly perked up. I think so too. But compared to you, Xiao Ro, she's still far behind. Your looks and your aura, my girlfriend really can't compare. From the other end of the phone, Chen Rujia let out a light laugh, sweet, like melted sugar. All right, Sister Jingjing, I won't keep you any longer. We'll chat again when we have time. Bye-bye. The call ended. Lung Jing tucked her phone under her pillow and turned over, continuing to sleep. Meanwhile, in a room over 100 kilometers away, Chen Rujia still held her phone, maintaining the position as if the call had just ended, completely motionless. The curtains in the room were drawn tightly, blocking out the sunlight, with only a small lamp at the head of the bed casting a warm orange glow, illuminating her profile in soft light and shadow. She stared at the screen where Lung Jing's nickname was displayed, and the glimmer in her eyes surfaced again. Chen Rujia slowly placed her phone beside the bed and picked up a picture frame from the nightstand. The frame contained an old photograph depicting a little boy holding the hand of a girl with twin ponytails, both of them smiling with their eyes crescent-shaped. She gently traced the boy's face in the photo with her fingertip. Brother. Her voice was soft like a sigh or a whisper. There are so many bad girls out there, why can't you understand? She pressed the frame against her chest and closed her eyes. The room returned to silence. The countless names on the wall under the dim light silently observed all of this like countless pairs of cold eyes. Outside the window, the sky brightened, and in a corner a secret was just beginning to reveal its icy surface. After hanging up, Chen Zhuo stood by the roadside for a while. He felt completely exhausted, like a walking corpse. Even his walk felt like he was floating. He took out his phone to search for nearby hotels. By habit, he dismissed the ordinary single rooms, which were priced similarly to esports rooms. Oh, why not choose one where he could play games? He chose a place called Luo Ku Esports Hotel, located on a commercial street near the university town. It was still early morning, and the streets were deserted, with only a few breakfast stalls steaming. The steamer of a bun shop was lifted, releasing the mixed aroma of meat, filling, and dough. Chen Zhuo's stomach growled. He hesitated for half a second, but ultimately chose to sleep first. It was more urgent to sleep than to starve. The facade of Luo Ku Esports Hotel was not large, with a glass door displaying signs of esports room, high-speed fiber 3080 graphics card. Pushing the door open, the front desk was small, and the air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. The receptionist was slumped over the counter, resting her head on her arms, breathing evenly with a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth. Chen Zhuo gently tapped the desk. Beauty. No response. Beauty. Still no response. Beauty. The receptionist suddenly lifted her head, her eyes not fully open, instinctively wiping the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, looking at him in confusion. Book a room. Chen Zhuo suppressed a smile. Do you have any available single rooms? The receptionist, still dazed, turned to the computer screen, clicked a few times with the mouse, and yawned. There's one left. If I check in now, will I check out tomorrow or today? Although Chen Zhuo knew the answer, he still wanted to confirm. After spending the night at an internet cafe, checking into an esports hotel to check out the next day was a bargain, essentially paying for 1 day, but staying nearly 2. He often did this. The receptionist checked the time and the system, saying, you can check out before 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The procedures were quickly completed. After swiping his ID, paying the deposit, he received the room card. Chen Zhuo entered the room, not even bothering to take a shower, and threw himself directly onto the bed. The mattress was moderately soft, and the quilt had a hint of disinfectant smell. 3 seconds later, his breathing became steady. When he woke up again, it was already 2 in the afternoon. A pile of messages stacked on the phone screen, with jokes from the class group, notifications from public accounts, and 2 unread messages from Lung Jing. Lung Jing, did you drug me yesterday? Lung Jing, why do I feel like I'm possessed? Chen Zhuo chuckled. He quickly took a photo of the hotel and sent it over. Chen Zhuo, if I had drugged you, I would have brought you here. Lung Jing, damn, are you serious? Lung Jing, I told Xiao Ro about this. Chen Zhuo. Lung Jing, about you asking me for socks yesterday. Chen Zhuo. Lung Jing. You bastard. Lung Jing, by the way, you didn't do anything inappropriate with my socks. Chen Zhuo, how could that be? Why would I be interested in your stinky socks? Lung Jing, did you smell them? Chen Zhuo, I didn't. Impossible. Don't talk nonsense. Lung Jing, then how do you know they have a smell? You can't tell unless you sniff closely. Chen Zhuo, if you don't believe me, I'll give them back to you. Lung Jing, don't. Who knows what dirty stuff is on them? Chen Zhuo. Lung Jing, I'm going to tell Xiao Ro you're a big Chen Zhuo every day telling Roer everything. Is Chen Rujia your dad? Lung Jing screenshot taken smiling Chen Zhuo's sister Jing, I was wrong, please forgive me. Lung Jing link. Tickets for Wang Xingling's concert. Lung Jing 2 tickets, just in the stands, don't pretend to be poor. I know you just sold a copyright. Chen Zhuo got it, I'll buy them in a bit. Chen Zhuo opened the link. The stand tickets were 480 each with several tiers at 680, 880, and 1080, while the inner area tickets were 1680 each. Chen Zhuo selected 2 inner area tickets. At that moment a system notification sounded. Ding. The host will receive a cashback for the consumption of the bound object. The current cashback rate is 1-1. Congratulations, the host has received 3360 Xia country yuan. Then the 3360 Chen Zhuo had just spent returned intact. Chen Zhuo opened the task system panel, and the task completion status showed 4510500000. Chen Zhuo calculated, he spent 1,000 on the game, 150 on an esports hotel, and just now spent 3,360 on concert tickets for Lung Jing. This meant he didn't need to borrow money at all. He could directly complete the task by swiping Lung Jing's account. Damn, Chen Zhuo cursed, but soon felt relieved. If he really spent 50,000 on Lung Jing at once, not to mention how she would think of him, even his sister Chen Rujia would ignore him for a long time after finding out. I'm not a sycophant, I'm a battle wolf. He charged his phone and quickly washed up in the bathroom. Damn, so annoying, I got handsome again. Chen Zhuo was in a good mood. After leaving the hotel, he didn't rush to eat, but directly opened the phone map to search for a nearby real estate agency. The agency was small, sandwiched between a milk tea shop and a nail salon with a sign that read Anjia Real Estate, focus on University Town rentals. The glass window was filled with listings with information about whole rentals, shared rentals, apartments, and residences, all colorful A4 papers layered upon each other. Pushing the door open, the air conditioning was strong, and a cool breeze hit him. Welcome. A girl stood up from behind her desk, smiling as she approached. Hello, are you looking for a whole rental or a shared rental? Chen Zhuo took a glance at her. She seemed to be in her early 20s with a low ponytail, light makeup, delicate and pleasant features, wearing a white shirt and black suit pants and flat shoes, looking neat and tidy. She had that kind of appearance that would make you take a second look if you saw her on the street. I want to rent a whole apartment, Chen Zhuo said. Is it a residential or an apartment? The girl asked while pulling out an information registration form from the desk to record. Chen Zhuo thought for a moment. To be honest, he personally preferred loft apartments. During college, he watched a lot of renovation videos and always thought about saving money to buy a smaller loft after graduation with a bedroom upstairs and a gaming area downstairs. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Are there any good apartments? Yes, there are, the girl nodded. What's your budget? Around 3,000 for monthly rent, for 3,000. The girl looked down and flipped through the housing book in her hand, her finger gliding over rows of listings before finally stopping at one. Yes, take a look at this one. Buyua Mansion, a furnished loft with a total of 65 square meters upstairs and downstairs, fully furnished with appliances. Just move in with your luggage. The landlord had just finished renovating not long ago and originally intended to live there, but later had to move away for work, so it has been vacant. The monthly rent is 3,200, but I can talk to the landlord for you. 3,000 shouldn't be a problem. Chen Zhuo felt a bit tempted. Does it have a bathtub? Yes, it does. Can you take me to see it? Of course, this apartment is quite close to here, just a 10-minute walk. The girl smiled as she picked up the keychain from the desk and took out a work badge from the drawer to hang around her neck. The two exited the door and walked north along the commercial street. The sun was already slanting to the west, and the sunlight was warm instead of the harsh midday glare. More people filled the street, with students carrying takeout back to their dorms, aunts pushing strollers for a walk, and several teenagers on skateboards whizzing past them. You're a student from Hanyang University, right? The girl initiated the conversation. Chen Zhuo nodded. Yeah, I'm in my 3rd year. What a coincidence, I'm also from Hanyang. The girl smiled. But I'm in my 4th year this year in the internship period, so I came here to work for now. Hello, senior sister, Chen Zhuo casually greeted. No, calling me senior makes me sound so old. The girl waved her hand. My name is Su Wanqing, just call me Su Wanqing. Chen Zhuo repeated. Your name sounds like the heroine of a novel. Su Wanqing chuckled. What you said makes it sound like you often read novels. Chen Zhuo's mouth twitched slightly. You can't say he actually writes often. My name is Chen Zhuo, he briefly introduced. Chen Zhuo, calm and composed. Su Wanqing repeated, nodding. Nice name, simple and easy to remember. The two continued walking along the sidewalk. Passing by a milk tea shop, Su Wanqing suddenly turned her head to look at him, hesitated for a moment before finally asking, by the way, Chen Zhuo, are you renting this place? To live with a girlfriend? Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Live with a girlfriend? No. Su Wanqing said. Oh, and didn't pursue the question further. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, a gray and white apartment building came into view. The building was not tall, with a total of 11 floors, its exterior adorned with large floor-to-ceiling windows framed by dark gray metallic lines, giving it a clean and crisp appearance. Downstairs there was a row of shops along the street, including a convenience store, a fruit shop, and a dry cleaner, all lined up creating a strong sense of daily life. Here it is, the Buyue Mansion. Su Wanqing pointed at the building. This area is considered one of the newer apartments near the university town. Many students who rented here later didn't want to move out. She swiped the access card, leading Chen Zhuo into the lobby. The lobby was not large, but was thoughtfully decorated with an abstract painting on one wall, a few potted plants in the corners, and the faint scent of aromatherapy wafting in the air. There were 2 elevators with warm reminders from the property management and guidelines for garbage classification posted on the wall. You don't need to swipe a card for the elevator, but the downstairs access is separate. They'll give you the access card later. As Su Wanqing pressed the elevator button, she continued to introduce. The elevator goes up to the 8th floor. When they reached the 8th floor, Su Wanqing led Chen Zhuo to the door of room 802 and entered the password. The door opened. The first thing that caught the eye was the living room. The decor leaned towards modern minimalism, with the walls painted in light gray artistic paint, and the floor adorned with light wooden herringbone tiles slightly yielding underfoot. What attracted Chen Zhuo the most was the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, through which sunlight poured in, illuminating the entire space with a bright and transparent glow. The loft-style living area extended upward, with the second floor designated as the bedroom, featuring an iron railing and a staircase in natural wood color, making the entire layout of the loft clear at a glance. Downstairs are the living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Upstairs is the bedroom. Su Wanqing stepped aside to let Chen Zhuo in, following closely behind as she began to introduce. The sofa is newly purchased by the landlord and hasn't been sat on much, yet you can smell the scent of new furniture. Chen Zhuo indeed detected it, a faint scent of wood and fabric which was not unpleasant. The kitchen was on the left side at the entrance, featuring an open design with white cabinets and a black quartz countertop, fully equipped with cooking appliances, an exhaust hood, and a microwave. Su Wanqing opened the fridge for him to see. The fridge is also new. Look, it's still empty inside. The bathroom, upon entering, immediately revealed a large bathtub. The white ceramic bathtub with smooth curves was set against the wall, topped with a movable showerhead. Noticing his gaze, Su Wanqing smiled and said, "This bathtub is newly installed." The landlord originally had a shower room, but later thought that young renters might prefer a bath, so it was replaced with this one. Look at this faucet. The switch feels particularly nice to use. Chen Zhuo reached out to try it, and it was indeed smooth. That's basically it for downstairs. Shall we go upstairs to? Chen Zhuo nodded and followed Su Wanqing up the stairs to the second floor. The upstairs featured an open bedroom with a large 1.8-meter bed positioned in the center, the headboard upholstered in gray leather, still covered with protective film. The mattress is also new. If you don't mind, you can move in directly today. Opposite the bed was a wall-sized wardrobe designed with sliding doors divided into hanging and folding sections, providing ample space. Next to the wardrobe was a desk with a hole left for cable management for the monitor, which was an unexpected delight for Chen Zhuo, who often needed to write. No, what was he writing? He now had a system, no need to write anything, it was all about gaming. There was also a small window on the second floor which opened to reveal a small river behind the apartment, the surface shimmering, occasionally interrupted by water birds flying by. Standing by the window, Chen Zhuo took a deep breath. He was quite satisfied. This apartment was 1,000 times better than the dormitory. There were no roommates shaking the bed at midnight, no stinky socks thrown around, and no splattered urine from roommates in the bathroom. How do you feel, Junior? Su Wanqing leaned against the stair railing, tilting her head to look at him. It's pretty good. Chen Zhuo turned his head. How much is it? The monthly rent is 3,200, but as I mentioned earlier, I can talk to the landlord for you. Su Wanqing took out her phone. Junior, how do you plan to pay? Quarterly or monthly? Chen Zhuo thought for a moment and asked, can I pay annually? Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening slightly. Of course you can. However, most of our clients are students, and there are very few annual payments. Honestly, most students can't afford that much money at once. She paused, her tone laced with curiosity. If you want to pay annually, I can negotiate with the landlord. There's usually more room for bargaining with annual payments than with quarterly ones. Su Xuejia, please talk to the landlord and see how much we can negotiate for annual payment, Chen Zhuo said. Su Wanqing nodded, took her phone, and walked to the window on the first floor, dialing the landlord's number. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Su Wanqing hung up the phone and returned with a slight victorious smile on her face. We've negotiated it. She said for annual payment, it would be 2,900 a month. The landlord mentioned that if he wasn't out of town and didn't want to deal with this, he definitely wouldn't rent it for that price. 2,900 per month. That was 300 less than the original price, totaling 3,600 for the year. Although not much, it was enough for several nice meals. Chen Zhuo calculated it in his mind again. Annual rent, 2,934,800 yuan. Brokerage fee, 1 month's rent, 2,900 yuan. Deposit, 1 month's rent, 2,900 yuan. Total 3,4,800, 2,900, 2,940,600 yuan. 40,600 yuan. Just 4,890 away from 50,000. All right, Chen Zhuo said decisively. Let's go back to the office to handle the paperwork. Su Wanqing clearly didn't expect the deal to be signed so quickly, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. Okay, Junior, shall we go back now? The two of them hardly spoke on the way back. Chen Zhuo was calculating how to spend the remaining 4890. As long as he spent it, all the 12 o'clock task would refresh again. Back at the office, the paperwork went smoothly. The contract was a standard template, and Su Wanqing pointed out the key terms one by one. After confirming there were no mistakes, Chen Zhuo signed and swiped his card on the POS machine. Junior, here is the downstairs access card and 2 spare keys. Su Wanqing handed over a transparent bag containing the access card and keys. I'll send you the password on WeChat later. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Okay, thank you, Xuejia. No trouble at all. Su Wanqing smiled, revealing a row of neat teeth. If you find it comfortable living here, please help introduce a few classmates to me later. Chen Zhuo nodded, taking the door keys and access card, and exited the real estate agency. He didn't rush back, but instead went to a nearby supermarket. He still needed to spend 4890 to complete the task, and he had to do it within the day. Pushing the shopping cart, Chen Zhuo wandered around the supermarket over and over again. Daily necessities: bed sheets, duvet covers, slippers, bath towels. These are essentials costing just over 1,000. Toiletries, toothbrush, toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo. Another expense, not much, around 300. Then came kitchen-related items: pots, bowls, dish soap, rags, and a trash can. Although he wasn't very good at cooking, what if one day he wanted to make instant noodles? Another few hundred spent. The shopping cart gradually filled up with items. Chen Zhuo stood in front of the shelf, glancing at the remaining budget, realizing he was still short by about 2,000. He thought for a moment, then started adding some unnecessary but desired items to the cart. Snacks. All kinds of snacks. Chips, chocolates, nuts, jerky, jelly. The shopping cart was packed to the brim. Then came the beverages. Red wine, not expensive, around 100 a bottle. Chen Zhuo didn't know much about wine. It was purely for mixing with Sprite. A bottle of red wine could last him a week. In the end, the items in the shopping cart formed a small mountain. The cashier scanned the items until her hand ached, and finally a number flashed on the screen: 5012. Adding what he spent earlier, it just exceeded 50,000. Fortunately, he bought concert tickets for Lung Jing earlier, which gave him a refund of 3,360. Otherwise, he would have been out of money. Chen Zhuo pulled out his phone and completed the payment. The next moment, a crisp system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Task 1 completed. Spent 5,000 in cash. Reward 1,000 yuan has been credited. Chen Zhuo looked at the extra 100,000 in his bank account, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. This system, though unorthodox, indeed has its merits. Just as he was happily calculating his earnings, another system prompt rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing 2 tasks. System upgraded to level 2. New feature unlocked: system scan. Scan function description: the host can scan targets of the opposite gender to obtain basic information and bond attributes. Note: only individuals with a beauty score of 80 or above can trigger bonds. Current beauty slots 12. Each system upgrade increases 1 beauty slot. Chen Zhuo was taken aback for a moment, then blurted out, "Isn't this similar to the population in Jinshan? The more people there are, the more bonds can be established. The host can understand it this way." "So how do you use the system scan?" Chen Zhuo asked. The host can directly scan the target visually or scan a photo of the target. After scanning, the target's appearance, body shape, profession, personality, and other information will be displayed along with the bond effects that can be activated. Photos can also be used. Yes, indeed. Chen Zhuo immediately thought of something. He pulled out his phone and opened his moments. Lung Jing posted a group photo yesterday featuring her and her girlfriend. In the photo, Lung Jing still had a cold expression. The girl beside her wore a pink hoodie and looked harmless. Chen Zhuo aimed at that girl and silently chanted scan. A translucent panel floated before his eyes. Name: Su Yuning. Attribute: gray, age 20, height 162 cm, weight 48 kg, beauty score 80, body shape 87, bond factory girl, slut, special 19. Chen Zhuo stared at the special 19 field, furrowing his brows. Immediately the system popped up another line: would you like to view bond attributes? View. Chen Zhuo chose. Factory girl bond activation effect: screw tightening speed increased by 30. Slut bond activation effect: charm increased by 20. After reading, Chen Zhuo's brows furrowed even tighter. To be honest, he had no disdain for factory girls. Every profession has its value, and tightening screws is also a skill. But the problem is, personality: slut. Special 19. The combination of these 2 fields felt very off. Looking again at Lung Jing's scan result, he pulled up Lung Jing's photo and scanned it again. Name: Lung Jing. Attribute: purple, age 21, height 168 cm, beauty score 85, body shape 81, bond student, lesbian, special 0, special 0. Chen Zhuo stared at these 2 numbers, one being 0, the other 19, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. An unsettling premonition crept over him. Lung Jing's girlfriend, Su Yuning. Personality: slut, special value 19, profession: factory girl. The combination of these 3 pieces of information pointed to a certain possibility. Could it be that Lung Jing was deceived? Chen Zhuo stood at the supermarket entrance, and the items he bought were already being delivered to his home. He wanted to call Lung Jing immediately. But then he wondered if he was overthinking it. What if that special didn't mean what he thought? He hesitated for 3 seconds. Chen Zhuo decided to go back and tidy up the apartment first. After all, even if he called Lung Jing right now, considering her personality, it was highly likely she would reply, "Why is it any of your business?" Then hang up. The next time she saw him, she would call him a pervert. Chen Zhuo sighed and headed toward Buyue Mansion. Behind him, the phone screen lit up. It was a message from Su Wanqing Jr. The room password is 080216. Enjoy your stay, added a little sun emoji at the end. Chen Zhuo replied with 2 words, using one hand, got it. His thoughts returned. Lung Jing, you better not be a fool. Upon returning to the apartment, he lay on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and began to deal with pressing matters. He opened the 4 online loan apps he had borrowed from yesterday and proceeded to repay each one. Although repaying early, the interest remained unchanged. He meticulously paid off each loan, taking screenshots of every platform's borrowing contract, repayment records, and interest details. Then he opened the reporting platform of the National Financial Supervisory Administration, uploaded the screenshots from these 4 platforms one by one, and attached the reporting reason: issuing high-interest loans to college students suspected of violations. Thinking of taking advantage of me, Chen Zhuo? Impossible. After finishing all this, Chen Zhuo tossed his phone aside, leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and started scrolling through short videos. The algorithm clearly knew him well. After just a few scrolls, the homepage was filled with suggestive videos. Black stockings, white shorts, yoga pants. Each one was more outrageous than the last. Chen Zhuo watched with great interest, a smile naturally forming on his lips. One that resembled a professional writer looking for inspiration in the short video section. Just as he was watching a video of someone in a JK uniform dancing, the doorbell rang. Chen Zhuo put away his phone and got up to open the door. At the door stood a woman holding a large cleaning bag, followed by a little girl. The woman appeared to be about 27 or 28, her hair tied in a low ponytail, wearing a faded dark blue coat and old sneakers that were somewhat worn but very clean. Her features were delicate, her skin pale, and there was an indescribable weariness in her eyes. The little girl appeared to be about 4 or 5 years old, with 2 small pigtails, and her big round eyes resembled 2 black grapes. She wore a flowery dress that was slightly wrinkled but very clean. However, her overall appearance seemed a bit too thin, and the contours of her collarbone and wrists were clearly visible. "Hello, boss," the woman greeted softly. Chen Zhuo glanced at her, and then at the little girl beside her, unable to resist asking, "Who is this?" The woman hurriedly explained, her tone filled with apology. "Boss, I'm really sorry. She is my daughter. I'm not at ease leaving her alone at home, so." As she spoke, her pace slowed, seemingly worried that this reason might upset the young man before her. Chen Zhuo waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, come in." The woman breathed a sigh of relief, bent down to take out 2 pairs of shoe covers from her cleaning bag, put them on herself first, and then carefully helped her daughter put them on, ensuring both pairs were snugly fitted before leading her daughter over the threshold. "Chengzi, you stay right here at the door and don't touch anything, okay?" the woman instructed, looking down. Little Chengzi obediently nodded, placing her hands neatly at her sides like a tiny telephone pole. Chen Zhuo glanced at her, suddenly feeling a bit uncomfortable. "It's fine, I'll let her sit on the sofa. Standing here looks odd." The woman hesitated for a moment, looking at her daughter, and then at Chen Zhuo's expression, before cautiously picking up little Chengzi and placing her on the sofa, ensuring to cushion her fall with her hand. "Boss, where should I start?" The woman turned around, already back in her professional demeanor. Chen Zhuo led her on a tour around the apartment, pointing as he walked. "The whole house needs to be cleaned with a focus on the bathtub and toilet. Those 2 areas need disinfection. Also, please wipe down the kitchen countertop and the range hood. Ooh, I see there's a layer of dust on them." "Don't worry, boss, I promise to clean it thoroughly." The woman took out her tools from the cleaning bag and quickly began to don them. Hairnet, gloves, and apron, without leaving anything out. Chen Zhuo watched from the side and suddenly remembered something. "By the way, do you offer any other services?" The woman's movement suddenly froze. She stepped back a couple of paces, her expression turning wary as her voice shifted. "Boss, I'm not." Chen Zhuo was taken aback for a moment, then realized she had misunderstood something, and he tapped his forehead helplessly, explaining, "You misunderstood my meaning. I just rented this place today, bought some daily necessities, and the sheets and covers haven't been washed yet, and the kitchen utensils also need cleaning and arranging. If you take this job, I can pay extra." The woman's face instantly flushed, turning red from the neck to the tips of her ears. "Boss, I'm sorry, but it's my..." She stammered, gripping the strap of her cleaning bag tightly. "I'll take this job. Aren't you going to ask about the price?" Chen Zhuo was a bit surprised. The woman lowered her head, her voice small. "This job won't take much time. I'll take it for the pay." Chen Zhuo looked at her and didn't say much more. "All right, let's get to work." The woman nodded, taking out her tools one by one from the cleaning bag, folding the cloth into neat squares and arranging the cleaning agents in order. Brushes, squeegees, rubber gloves, each item had its designated place. She started with the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Chen Zhuo stood at the stairway watching for a while. The woman's movements weren't fast, but every detail was attended to meticulously. The corners of the bedside table needed to be wiped thoroughly with a cloth, and the sliding door track of the wardrobe had to be dusted with a small brush. She was a diligent person. Chen Zhuo turned and went downstairs. Little Chengzi was still sitting on the sofa, her hands resting on her knees, obediently still, though her eyes wandered restlessly, surveying the unfamiliar room. Chen Zhuo walked over and sat down at the other end of the sofa. Little Chengzi turned her head to look at him, blinking her eyes, her long lashes fluttering. "What's your name?" Chen Zhuo tried to make his voice sound softer. My name is Wang Yicheng, the little girl replied in a soft voice, clearly enunciating. My nickname is Chengzi, and I'm 5 years old this year. Chengzi, what a lovely name, Chen Zhuo said with a smile, nodding. Why aren't you in kindergarten? Mom says I can go straight to primary school next year. Chen Zhuo's heart sank again. What about your dad, he asked. Little Chengzi's expression didn't change, her voice still soft. Mom says dad has gone to a very far place. Chen Zhuo didn't continue to ask. Most likely it was that kind of situation where a woman married not long ago, her husband died, leaving a widow with an orphan tormented by a wicked mother-in-law. The living room fell silent for a while. Only the faint sound of the woman upstairs wiping the stairs with a cloth could be heard. Chen Zhuo felt that sitting idle was not good, so he picked up the remote control and turned on the TV, switching to the cartoon channel. The screen happened to be airing Bunny Bears, where Bald Chong was being chased by Bear Big and Bear 2 through the forest. Little Chengzi's eyes lit up instantly, but her body remained obediently seated, only her little feet unconsciously swaying gently. If you want to watch, then go ahead. Little Chengzi glanced at him, then looked at her mother upstairs, who was wiping the handrail of the stairs. Once her mother nodded from above, she finally relaxed, curling her little bottom into the sofa and seriously watching the cartoon. Upstairs, the woman gripped the handrail, her cloth tightening a bit in her hand. She looked down at the scene below, a young boy lounging on the sofa, the TV showing cartoons, and her daughter sitting beside him, her bright eyes fixed on the screen, finally showing the expression appropriate for her age. The woman took a deep breath, unconsciously tightening her grip, wiping the handrail with more force. After about half an hour, Chen Zhuo heard a faint sound coming from beside him. Gurgle. Although the sound was not loud, it was still clearly discernible over the background noise of the cartoon. Little Chengzi looked down at her belly, shyly covering it with her small hands, her face flushed and her ears turning red. Chen Zhuo said nothing but stood up and walked to the entrance, rummaging through the stack of bags delivered from the supermarket, pulling out a few packets of snacks, potato chips, small biscuits, and a pack of jelly. He returned with the snacks and handed them to little Chengzi. She didn't reach for them, but lifted her head to look at her mother up. Boss, sorry, we don't eat snacks, she said, her voice laced with a cautious dignity. Chen Zhuo ignored her, squatting down to stuff the snacks into Xiao Chengzi's hands, not lifting his head, as he said, it's fine for adults to be hungry, but not for children. The woman's lips moved, but in the end she couldn't bring herself to utter a word of refusal. She draped the cloth over the armrest and slowly walked down the stairs to stand in front of Chen Zhuo. Boss, once the work is done, you don't need to pay extra. These snacks, she paused, can be considered as payment. Chen Zhuo had already reached Xiao Chengzi's side, squatting down to help her unwrap the potato chip, packaging his movements as natural as if he had done it countless times before. A deal is a deal. He said the work will be done and payment will be made. I also have a little sister, who I can't bear to see this. The woman looked at him, her eyes suddenly turning a bit red. She quickly lowered her head, wiping the corner of her eye with the edge of her apron, then lifted her head, her voice a bit tense. Chengzi, quickly, thank uncle. Thank you, uncle. Xiao Chengzi obediently said, her small hand already pinching a piece of potato chip, hesitating whether to put it in her mouth. Chen Zhuo reached out to gently brush aside the stray hair from her forehead, smiling as he said, just call me brother. If you call me uncle, it'll feel old. Xiao Chengzi tilted her head to look at him, then glanced at her mother, and then crisply called out brother. Chen Zhuo nodded in satisfaction, turning back to pull out a bottle of milk from the bag, twisting off the cap and handing it over. Drink up, eat while you watch. Xiao Chengzi took the milk, hugging the bottle and sipping it slowly, her eyes returning to the television screen. The potato chips crunched loudly as she ate like a little hamster, covering her mouth with her hand halfway through, afraid to make noise and disturb others. On the stairs, the woman stood there, gripping the cloth in her hand, staring for a long while before turning to go back upstairs, her footsteps lighter than before. The woman leaned against the window, gazing at the shimmering little river below, taking a deep breath. Then she turned around and began to carefully clean the already cleaned floor-to-ceiling window, her movements even more meticulous than before. After cleaning the kitchen and bathroom, she efficiently took out the new sheets and duvet Chen Zhuo had bought and put them into the washing machine. While the washing machine hummed, she squatted in the bathroom, neatly arranging the toiletries one by one. The toothbrush was placed in the cup, the shampoo and body wash lined up on the shower shelf, their labels all facing this. Then it was the kitchen. She boiled a large kettle of water, sanitizing the newly bought pots, pans, and dishes. The dishes drained and were stacked neatly according to size. The spatula and soup ladle hung on the hooks beside the stove, and even the spice jars were refilled and labeled. After finishing these, the washing machine just happened to emit a beep sound. The woman shook out the clean sheets and duvet, hanging them on the balcony drying rack, each corner tugged taut. Boss, everything is done. She walked into the living room, her hands unconsciously clasped in front of her. Chen Zhuo glanced up at her, then looked down at the time on his phone. It was 7:30 in the evening. He had ordered 2 hours of housekeeping service, but they had worked for nearly 4 hours. Give me the payment code. Chen Zhuo pulled out his phone from his pocket. The woman quickly waved her hand, saying, no need, no need. Thank you for helping me watch the child and even feeding him. Chen Zhuo looked at her, his tone flat but uncompromising. Give it to me, otherwise it'll leave a bad review. The woman's lips moved, hesitating for a few seconds before she finally pulled out the payment code from her phone. Chen Zhuo scanned it, entering 200 yuan in the amount field. The platform's payment had already been made through the app, 198 yuan, and she would probably only get about 60 yuan. This 200 yuan was extra. The woman's phone vibrated, and when she looked down, her eyes widened in surprise. Boss, this is too much. Her voice changed in urgency, her fingers hovering over the screen. All right, stop pushing it back and forth. Chen Zhuo tucked his phone back into his pocket, changing the subject. By the way, can you cook? He meant no harm. He just felt that since she was a single mother, helping her a bit was a good thing. The woman was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. I can. Then come over tomorrow at noon. Help me make the bed, and cook a meal, wash the dishes before you leave. Okay. The woman didn't say much more. Aren't you going to ask about the money? Chen Zhuo chuckled. The woman looked down, her voice small. What I received today was extra, so no need for tomorrow. Chen Zhuo found it a bit amusing. He felt like she was being unreasonable. They were so poor that the child couldn't go to preschool, yet she was still being polite and principled. All right, he stood up, nodding towards Xiao Qingzi. Xiao Qingzi is hungry, you should take her home first. The woman then realized it was getting late, and quickly nodded. Okay, thank you so much today. She turned to her daughter, who was engrossed in the sofa. Qingzi, we should go. Xiao Qingzi jumped down from the sofa and obediently walked to her mother's side. She turned around, looking up at Chen Zhuo with her little face, her big eyes sparkling under the lights. Thank you, brother. Her voice was still soft and sweet. Good girl. Chen Zhuo squatted down to her level. Qingzi, see you, brother, see you tomorrow. Xiao Qingzi waved, her small hand being led out the door by her mother. The door closed, and the sound of their footsteps faded down the hallway, finally disappearing towards the elevator. The apartment suddenly fell silent. Chen Zhuo leaned back on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and glanced at the bank balance. From being broke last night. No, not broke, he still had 10,000, until now. After several transactions back and forth, the balance finally settled at 66832 yuan. Over 60,000. Chen Zhuo stared at this number for 3 seconds, a smile slowly creeping onto his lips. He stood up, stretched lazily, changed his shoes, and stepped out the door. The commercial street beneath the apartment was particularly lively at night, with the smoky aroma of barbecue, long lines at the milk tea shop, and the loudspeakers at the skewer shop intertwining into a vibrant scene of human life. Chen Zhuo devoured a bowl of beef noodles at a small restaurant, adding half a pound of beef, feeling completely satisfied. After finishing the noodles, he didn't return to the apartment. The sheets and duvet were still hanging, and the bed wasn't made so he wouldn't be able to sleep. He went straight back to the esports hotel. Swiping open the door, he turned on the computer and logged into Delta. After all, what boy doesn't enjoy playing Delta? Time flew by in the cycle of fierce attacks, running knives, running knives, running knives. Fierce attacks, running knives, running knives, running knives. Without realizing it, it was already midnight. On the computer screen, his character was crouched behind a container, holding a G18. Just as he spotted someone, Chen Zhuo's finger on the left mouse button suddenly loosened, as that familiar prompt sound echoed in his mind once more. The system task is refreshing. Please choose one of the following 3 tasks to complete. Task 1. Obtain the intimate clothing of 3 members of the opposite gender with blue attributes or above. Reward 100,000 yuan. Task 2. Obtain 3 kisses from members of the opposite gender with blue attributes or above. Reward 100,000 yuan. Task 3. Engage in friendly exchanges with 3 members of the opposite gender with blue attributes or above. Reward 100,000 yuan. Chen Zhuo was frozen in his gaming chair. He stared at the 3 tasks, his pupils trembling for a full 5 seconds. System, you bastard. He cursed inwardly. Are these tasks getting more absurd by the minute? The system is malfunctioning. Even the system fell silent. Chen Zhuo imagined himself stealing. Cough. How could a scholar say stealing, borrowing? The image of borrowing his roommate's stinky socks flashed in his mind. He nearly vomited his dinner. Forget it, it's better to think of a way from the fragrant and soft girls. Wait. Blue attributes. Chen Zhuo suddenly thought of something and reopened the previous scanning records. Sure enough, he had not noticed before that there was a color distinction in the attribute column. On Lung Jing's panel, there was a small purple mark next to her name. Name Lung Jing. Attribute purple. Age 21 years. Height 168 centimeters. Appearance 85 points. Figure 81 points. Bond student lesbian. Special 0. Purple. On Su Yuning's panel, the mark was gray. Name Su Yuning. Attribute gray. Age 20 years. Height 162 centimeters. Weight 48 kilograms. Appearance 80 points. Figure 87 points. Bond factory girl scumbag. Special 19. Gray. A flash of inspiration struck Chen Zhuo's mind. In the game Jin Chan Chan, the pieces have costs and qualities. 1 cost cards are gray, 2 cost cards are green, 3 cost cards are blue, 4 cost cards are purple, and 5 cost cards are gold. Lung Jing is purple, equivalent to a 4 cost card. Su Yuning is gray, equivalent to a 1 cost card. The blue attributes required in the tasks are equivalent to a 3 cost card. This means he needs to find 3 girls with 3 cost or higher quality cards and figure out a way. Chen Zhuo's this task, no matter how he looked at it, seemed to push him further down a perverse path. However, the system's tasks must be completed. The question is how to find these girls with blue attributes or above. He can't just randomly grab people on the street for scanning right. Camping at the bottom of the dormitory building. That would truly be perverse. Chen Zhuo thought for a moment and came up with a curved rescue plan. He picked up his phone and room card, left the gaming hotel, and hailed a taxi by the roadside. "Driver, take me to a fun place," Chen Zhuo said, pretending to be experienced. The taxi driver glanced at him. A young man in his early 20s wearing a hoodie and jeans, clearly a college student. The driver's eyebrows furrowed slightly, wondering if students nowadays are so good at playing. However, he didn't ask much. As a night shift taxi driver, he preferred picking up fares to places like KTV. Not to mention the tips, he could immediately get the next fare after dropping him off. All right. The car merged into the flow of traffic under the night sky, heading towards a certain direction in the city. On the way, the driver glanced at Chen Zhuo through the rearview mirror and asked, "Boss, what kind of place are you looking to play at?" Chen Zhuo was a bit confused. How would he know the difference? He had only heard readers in the comments section mention it before. He figured just asking the taxi driver would suffice. But the problem is, Chen Zhuo touched the 6,000 yuan in his pocket, imagining what would happen if he couldn't afford to pay at the end. He felt a chill run down his back and quickly erased that image from his mind. If it really happened, he felt he would likely become an orphan with living parents. Driver Chen Zhuo asked tentatively, "What are the prices like for these places you mentioned?" "There are ones for 150, 200, 250. The prices vary and the play styles are different." The driver spoke casually, as if listing different grades of gasoline at the gas station. 150, 200, 250. Chen Zhuo was stunned. So cheap. He quickly ran through the numbers in his bank account and felt a surge of confidence. "Then let's go to the 250 venue." Chen Zhuo said, his tone carrying a sense of boldness. The driver fell silent, a knowing smile on his lips as he turned the steering wheel and veered into a street lit by neon lights. About 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a brightly lit building. The golden sign read, "D How Inter." Several suited doormen stood at the entrance, the red carpet extending all the way to the edge of the road. Chen Zhuo paid the fare, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open to enter. Upon entering, he was greeted by a magnificent lobby, crystal chandeliers dazzling his eyes. The receptionist, dressed in a cheongsam, wore a professional and warm smile. "Good evening, sir. How many guests?" "One." The receptionist's expression remained unchanged, clearly accustomed to guests coming alone to sing, as the building was famous for the song, "Going to Steal Happiness Alone." Soon someone led him into a private room. The room was spacious, with a sofa that could seat more than 10 people. A fruit platter and several small dishes were neatly arranged on the coffee table, and a microphone lay quietly on the table, covered with a disposable protective sleeve. The manager was a woman in her 30s with exquisite makeup and a perfectly timed smile. "Boss, would you like to see the girls?" Chen Zhuo nodded. The manager said something into the intercom, and in less than 2 minutes a line of girls filed in. Chen Zhuo glanced at them, his expression somewhat complicated. How should he put it? The quality of the girls at this 250 venue was indeed commensurate with the price, yet it seemed to be quite a distance from being very beautiful. Chen Zhuo tried hard to keep a straight face and secretly activated the system scan. Appearance, 67 points. Does not meet the triggering conditions. Appearance, 59 points. Does not meet the triggering conditions. Appearance, 71 points. Does not meet the triggering conditions. One prompt after another floated past his eyes, and not a single one scored over 80 points. Change to another. Chen Zhuo took a sip of water. The second batch entered. Still no good. The third batch. Finally, one scored over 80 points, a gray attribute, a one-cost card. Chen Zhuo started to grasp a little. This attribute is likely not only related to appearance, but also tied to a person's character, temperament, or something else. In a place like this, finding a girl with an above blue attribute is probably as difficult as searching for a Michelin 3-star restaurant in a street food market. "Boss, this is our last batch here." The head waiter's smile remained professional, but his tone carried a hint of "You've had enough." Chen Zhuo glanced at the row of girls in front of him and thought that since he was already here, he couldn't just leave empty-handed. He pointed to 2 girls in JK uniforms and said, "Just those 2. Not for any other reason, but mainly because their uniforms looked of good quality, I swear." The 2 girls smiled and walked over, sitting down on either side of him. The girl on the left peeled an orange for him, while the one on the right poured him some wine. Chen Zhuo picked up the microphone and chose a song, "Friends Wine." And then he really sang for 3 hours. With the girl on the left feeding him fruit, and the girl on the right pouring wine, he sang earnestly one song after another, from Sunshine Rainbow, Little White Horse, to Borrowing 500 Years from Heaven Again. The 2 girls exchanged glances, both seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. This silly guy is really here to... Out of professional ethics, the girl on the left advised, "Brother, stop singing. Why not touch a little?" When the time was up, Chen Zhuo remained unmoved, standing up on time to settle the bill and leave. Looking at the bill, it was 1,900. Wasn't it 250? Did that damn driver trick me? "Boss, that 250 is the fee for one girl for an hour. With 2 girls, that's 3 hours each plus a 400. Chen Zhuo, isn't this bullying, honest people? If I had known, I would have touched a little. He hailed a cab back to the esports hotel, still pondering that task as he lay on the bed. The task was to obtain intimate clothing from 3 girls with an above blue attribute. Where could he get that? There's a professional core course tomorrow afternoon. Oh, I should check in class. Looking at the time, it was already 4 in the morning. He tossed and turned for a while, thinking about the task, finally deciding to stop thinking about it. After all, there was no deadline for the task, so why rush? Plus, he had money in his pocket now, so there was no need to panic. Before sleeping, he placed an order online for fresh groceries, choosing some ribs, chicken, bullfrog eggs, and a few vegetables along with some cherries and strawberries. He selected a delivery time of 11 in the morning with the address set to the Platinum Mansion. Then he sent a WeChat message to the housekeeper sharing the room password and adding, "The groceries will arrive at 11. Ooh, please come early to help tidy up and prepare lunch." The message was barely sent when the other party replied, "Okay, Mr. Chen." Chen Zhuo was momentarily stunned by the quick reply, then stuffed his phone under the pillow, closed his eyes, and within 3 seconds he was completely unaware. When he woke up again, sunlight had already squeezed through the curtain's gap, casting a long light streak on the white duvet. Chen Zhuo glanced at his phone. It was 12:03. He sat up dazed for a moment, his mind feeling as if it had been. The consequence of shouting for 3 hours at KTV last night was that his throat was a bit sore and speaking came with a smoky flavor. After a quick wash-up, he checked out and walked along the road toward Platinum Mansion. All the while he was pondering that task, obtaining intimate clothing from 3 girls with an above blue attribute. Where could he find such items? He couldn't just set up a stall under the girls' dormitory holding a sign that says high price for original flavor, could he? If he really did that, combined with the content of the previous novel he wrote, he felt he'd be nailed to the pillar of perversion. Lost in thought, he arrived at the apartment building. He swiped the access card, entered the elevator, pressed the button for the 8th floor, and entered the password. When the door opened, a waft of vegetable aroma drifted down the corridor. The rich scent of braised dishes was wrapped in a hint of spiciness, along with the sweet and sour aroma of tomato soup mingling together and invading his nostrils, causing involuntary salivation. The first thing that caught his eye was a little girl named Xiao Qingzi. She stood in front of the dining table, hands gripping the edge, chin resting on the table, her large eyes fixed intently on the dishes, utterly still. On the table was braised pork ribs, the sauce perfectly reduced, each rib glistening with a shiny sheen. Spicy chicken was piled on a white plate with red peppers and peppercorns scattered among them, the fragrance hitting him squarely. Tomato meatball soup was served in a deep bowl, the broth clear and bright, with meatballs floating on the surface looking quite appetizing. The dry pot bullfrog was in a small iron pot resting on a bed of onions and green peppers still sizzling with heat. Lastly, there was a stir-fried vegetable dish, bright green, placed at the edge of the table. 5 dishes and 1 soup filled the table to the brim. Xiao Qingzi was nearly drooling with a shiny trail of saliva at the corner of her mouth, completely unaware as all her attention was focused on that plate of ribs. "Qingzi." A woman quickly walked out from the kitchen, spatula in hand, and seeing her daughter in that state, a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. Xiao Qingzi was jolted back to reality by the call, quickly retracting her hand, turning to glance at her mother, then stealing a look at Chen Zhuo, her little head drooping. Only then did Chen Zhuo notice the woman's appearance today. She had changed into a new outfit, no longer wearing the faded dark blue coat from yesterday, but a light gray knitted cardigan loosely draped over her frame with a white undershirt underneath. Her hair was not tied in a ponytail, but fell loosely over her shoulders, the ends naturally curved. To be honest, she hadn't deliberately dressed up, with no makeup on her face, just a natural look, her skin fair, her brows lightly shaped, and her lips in a natural pink shade. But for some reason, she looked much more pleasant than yesterday. Perhaps the fatigue from the previous day had faded a bit and her expression had relaxed, making her eyes appear particularly bright. Wang Xingya contact for copyright issues. Chen Zhuo instinctively activated the system scan. A semi-transparent panel floated before his eyes. Name: Wang Xingya, attribute: purple, age 25 years, height 164 centimeters, appearance 83 points, figure 86 points, bond wise, heart special 0 purple. Another forecast card. Chen Zhuo felt a slight stir in his heart. Lung Jing is purple, Wang Xingya is also purple. 2 purple cards in the game of Jinshan Jin 1 could only level up a forecast card in the congratulations and prosperity mode. Chen Zhuo also noticed that Wang Xingya had only 1 bond-wise heart. Previously, Lung Jing had 2 bonds, student and Lala, whereas Wang Xingya had only a single bond. According to the rules of Jinshan Jin, pieces with single bonds often have stronger bond effects. Chen Zhuo silently muttered in his heart, "Check the bond effect." A line of text appeared on the panel: Wisdom Heart Bond Activation Effect, recovery speed increased by 100. Chen Zhuo stared at this line of text, his pupils slightly trembling. Recovery speed doubled. What does that mean? If it takes others 100 days to heal, you would be fine in 50 days. If others take 3 days to recover from staying up late, you can just sleep once and fully revive. If others fill in the blank, you fill in the blank. Isn't that equivalent to a golden opportunity? Definitely a must for opening a harem, Chen Zhuo thought to himself. After all, which man doesn't want to have a harem? Then Chen Zhuo's gaze towards Wang Xingya unintentionally carried a hint of fervor. That was pure admiration for attribute values, but it was interpreted differently by others. Wang Xingya instinctively took half a step back under that gaze, her hand unconsciously tightening around the spatula, her voice a bit tense. "Mr. Chen, the meal is ready." Chen Zhuo then realized, his mind racing for half a second, and the expression on his face naturally shifted to one of gentle nostalgia. I'm sorry, he smiled and waved his hand. "In that brief moment, I thought you looked like my elder sister." Wang Xingya did not respond to this remark. She turned to her daughter, who was still staring blankly at the ribs, her tone becoming a bit firmer. "Qingzi, Little Cheng Zi jolted back to reality. Seeing her mother's expression, she immediately lowered her head, her small hands clasped behind her back, and her toes fidgeted nervously in her shoes. Chen Zhuo walked to the dining table, pulled out a chair to sit down, glanced at the table full of dishes, and said, "With so many dishes I can't finish them alone, let's eat together." Wang Xinya quickly shook her head, her tone very firm. "No need, mister Chen, we have already eaten." Chen Zhuo looked. "Come on, don't be polite," Chen Zhuo said casually. "With so many dishes I can't finish them alone, throwing them away would be a waste." Wang Xinya's lips moved, seemingly organizing her next refusal. Chen Zhuo did not give her a chance, and added, "Moreover, eating alone is quite boring." Wang Xinya remained silent for 2 seconds, lowered her head, and softly said, "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I thought of making a few more signature dishes without considering the quantity. I didn't mean to blame you." Chen Zhuo picked up the chopsticks. "Having a few more dishes makes it more enjoyable, don't think too much. Come sit down and eat." Wang Xinya hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "I'll get you some rice," she said, turning to head into the kitchen. After serving Chen Zhuo his rice, Wang Xinya walked towards the garbage bin in the kitchen, where several meat packaging boxes were placed. As Wang Xinya bent down to reach for the boxes in the garbage bin, Chen Zhuo's voice came from behind her. "Those plastic containers, let's not even mention whether they can be heated, but they are covered in bacteria from raw meat. Are you really going to use them to serve little Cheng Zi? Aren't you afraid she might get diarrhea?" Wang Xinya's hand froze in midair. She squatted in front of the garbage bin, her back looking as fragile as a piece of paper. Chen Zhuo's tone softened a bit. "All right, use a bowl instead." Wang Xinya squatted there in silence for a while before slowly standing up. "I will make sure to wash and disinfect it for you, Chen Zhuo." She served herself and little Cheng Zi half a bowl of rice each, then walked to the dining table and sat down at the very edge of the chair. Chen Zhuo did not look at her, but turned to little Cheng Zi and said, "Little Cheng Zi, you've been eyeing the ribs for a long time. Go ahead and eat." Little Cheng Zi looked up at her mother, who slightly nodded. Only then did she carefully extend her chopsticks, pick up a piece of rib, and start nibbling on it. Chen Zhuo picked up a piece of spicy chicken and put it in his mouth. The chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the aroma of the peppers was fully released with just the right balance of numbness and spiciness. The taste is quite good," Chen Zhuo praised sincerely. Wang Xinya said nothing, only lowered her head and took small bites of the white rice in her bowl. Her chopsticks barely reached for the dishes. Little Cheng Zi finished a piece of rib, leaving the bone perfectly clean on the table, without a shred of meat left. She licked her lips and glanced at her mother again, but didn't dare to pick up a second piece. Chen Zhuo noticed this and first picked up a piece of rib for little Cheng Zi, then said, "Cheng Zi, get some vegetables for your mother." Little Cheng Zi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously, extending her tiny hand, trembling, as she picked up a piece of rib and carefully placed it into Wang Xinya's bowl. "Mom, eat." Wang Xinya looked at the piece of rib in her bowl, her eyes reddening. She did not look up, but softly said 2 words, "Thank you." These 2 words were meant for little Cheng Zi, but Chen Zhuo knew that in fact they were directed at himself. By the end of the meal, there weren't many dishes left. Little Cheng Zi was still staring at the last 2 pieces of ribs on the plate, but felt too shy to pick them up. Chen Zhuo glanced at the plate and made a strategically intimidating decision. If you can't finish it, he'll throw it in the garbage bin. He lifted the plate, pretending to walk towards the kitchen. Little Cheng Zi's eyes instantly widened, her little face filled with the words, "Please don't." Wang Xinya finally couldn't hold back the corners of her mouth, slightly curling up. That was the first time Chen Zhuo saw her smile. The curve was small, like the spring breeze sweeping across the lake, leaving only a shallow ripple that quickly vanished. The last 2 pieces of ribs were devoured by little Cheng Zi, and the tomato meatball soup was finished to the bottom, with only a few garlic cloves left in the plate of stir-fried vegetables. The fighting power of the 3 was astonishing, and the bowls and plates on the table were practically empty. Little Cheng Zi leaned against the back of the chair, her small hands resting on her round belly, her face displaying a happiness that comes after a satisfying meal. Wang Xinya looked at her daughter like this, a thin layer of light in her eyes, hard to tell if it was comfort or heartache. After finishing the meal, Wang Xinya quickly began to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. Her dishwashing movements were quick, but not careless, rinsing each bowl and plate inside and out twice, then drying them with a clean cloth, turning them upside down on the drying rack, and finally placing them all in the disinfection cabinet. Chen Zhuo did not help, nor did he sit idly downstairs. After handing a plate of washed strawberries to little Cheng Zi, he went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The bedroom was completely different from yesterday. The bed that was still wrapped in plastic yesterday was now covered with clean and tidy sheets and a duvet. The sheets were a light gray color and the duvet was a darker charcoal gray, with the corners carefully tucked under the mattress, perfectly smooth, without a single wrinkle. The pillows were covered with matching pillowcases, and the 2 pillows were placed side by side, leaving just the right amount of space in between. Chen Zhuo pressed his hand on the mattress, catching a whiff of the fresh scent of laundry detergent, faint, yet reminiscent of soap pods mingled with sunlight. Beside the pillow on the bedside table rested a small bunch of gardenias. The white petals had yet to fully unfold, with several buds supported by green leaves tied together with a red cotton thread into a small bouquet, quietly lying on the dark wooden table. Chen Zhuo leaned down to take a sniff. It smelled delightful. It reminded him of the gardenia tree in his grandmother's yard during his childhood, wafting its fragrance in the evening breeze of summer. He didn't know where Wang Xinya had obtained this bunch of flowers. It had been many years since Chen Zhuo had seen anyone selling gardenias. Nevertheless, this woman had put in effort. Chen Zhuo sat down on the edge of the bed, took out his phone, and opened the WeChat conversation with Wang Xinya. He browsed through her moments. There weren't many posts, most were shares of household cleaning tips, and occasionally, there was a photo of a small orange with captions never exceeding 5 words. The latest post was from 3 days ago. It was a picture of the gray sky outside without any caption. Chen Zhuo stared at that post for a moment before backing out. He placed his phone on the bedside table, the scent of gardenias lingering subtly at the tip of his nose. In his mind, he reopened Wang Xinya's system panel, his gaze landing on the column marked Special 0. Special is 0 weight. If she has a child, then there's only one possibility. The little orange is probably not her biological child. A 25-year-old girl with no experience, yet she was caring for a 5-year-old child, and Wang Xinya was willing to take her in to care for her, allowing her to call her mom. Perhaps only someone truly kind-hearted could activate the bond of heart of wisdom. Chen Zhuo lay on the bed staring at the simple ceiling light, replaying these thoughts in his mind. Ultimately, his conclusion was, this Wang Xinya might be a good choice for task completion. But he thought of the little orange's small face and felt a sense of hesitation. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. Chen Zhuo rolled over, burying his face in the pillow, taking a deep breath. The scent of laundry detergent mingled with the fragrance of gardenias, bringing an inexplicable sense of peace. Downstairs, the sound of running water could be heard. It was Wang Xinya washing the stovetop in the kitchen. In the living room, the little orange was tiptoeing, carefully arranging the strawberries on the coffee table. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Chen Zhuo took a brief rest before coming down from the second-floor bedroom. The kitchen and living room had been tidied up thoroughly. The stovetop gleamed as if polished. The stainless steel surface of the range hood was free of any grease, and even the filter in the sink had been cleaned, sitting there spotless. The living room floor had been mopped, still bearing a slight dampness, and the air was filled with a faint scent of lemon clean. Chen Zhuo nodded in satisfaction. This woman certainly had a commendable work ethic, even organizing the remote controls on the coffee table by size. Wang Xinya was at the entrance helping the little orange put on her shoes. Upon seeing him come down, she quickly stood up, her hands unconsciously clasped in front of her, resembling an employee awaiting inspection from a boss. Mr. Chen, everything is ready. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Zhuo pulled out his phone. Please give me the payment code. Wang Xinya opened her mouth, about to say no, but Chen Zhuo's glance silenced her. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she ultimately opened the payment code. Chen Zhuo scanned 200 yuan, causing Wang Xinya's phone to vibrate slightly. She looked down at the number, her brow immediately furrowing. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Zhuo picked up his bag and walked towards the door. All right, no need to push back and forth. I have to hurry to class. By the way, you don't need to come for dinner tonight. I have class in the afternoon and might not be back at a specific time. Okay, Mr. Chen. Wang Xinya gripped her phone, her lips moving a few times before she ultimately swallowed the words too much. The three of them stepped out together. In the elevator, the little orange looked up at Chen Zhuo, suddenly reaching out to tug at the brother. Next time I can help you set the table. Chen Zhuo looked down at her. The little girl's eyes sparkled with earnestness. Sure, Chen Zhuo laughed, ruffling her hair, but you have to arrange everything neatly. I arrange things the neatest. The little orange's chin was slightly lifted, her small face brimming with pride. Wang Xinya stood by watching this scene in silence, only a slight curve at the corner of her lips. Upon exiting the apartment building, Chen Zhuo parted ways with the mother and daughter, walking towards the school under the shade of the sycamore trees. The afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, but thankfully the French sycamore trees on both sides of the road had dense foliage blocking out most of the light, leaving only dappled spots of sunlight on the sidewalk like scattered pieces of gold. Chen Zhuo walked at a leisurely pace, still contemplating the system task. 3 pieces of clothing belonging to girls with blue attributes or above. Blue attributes or above meaning he would need at least 3 credit cards. Lung Jing had a purple attribute, but this ancestor was a lesbian. Forget about obtaining her personal clothing, just sitting at the same table to eat was already a stroke of luck, and she had remarkably given him a pair of socks once. Who knows what kind of story she might concoct if he asked again. Sigh, how could such a beautiful woman end up being a lesbian? I had a childhood friend who I was close with, and even had a— Chen Zhuo's heart screamed. Wang Xinya also had a purple attribute, so he could give it a try. However, he felt it was inappropriate to target a single mother with a child. Besides, she treated him with politeness. Their relationship was purely that of employer and employee. If he rashly asked for socks, he would surely be seen as a pervert and blocked. He had to be smart about this. As for the girls in his class, Chen Zhuo recalled the way those girls looked at him and felt a headache coming on. Never mind, let's not think about it for now. He needed to go to class. Hanjiang University's campus became lively in the afternoon with clusters of students walking together, some carrying milk tea, others clutching textbooks, and a few gliding past on skateboards, causing a flurry of gasps and laughter. As Chen Zhuo entered the teaching building, there were only 5 minutes left before the class bell rang. He quickened his pace and pushed open the door to the lecture hall. The seats in the classroom were sparsely filled with barely half the students present. It was already the second semester of the third year, yet only a minority actually attended classes. The girls were mostly all there sitting in the front rows chattering away. The boys were scattered, only about 8 or 9 huddled at the back of the classroom, each engrossed in their phones. As soon as Chen Zhuo walked into the classroom, the previously noisy chatter abruptly paused. Several gazes turned towards him simultaneously, some curious, some watching with interest, and others waiting to see the drama unfold. Chen Zhuo walked in with an unchanging expression, treating it as if he hadn't seen anything. A sharp female voice came from the front, left its volume just enough for half the classroom to hear. "Isn't this our great writer? What brings you to class?" Chen Zhuo paused, turning his head to look. The speaker was Ma. This girl has a rather artistic name, Xiaolei, sounds like a refined beauty. But reality is often the opposite. Xiaolei's body is far from delicate, more on the ample side. Describing Ma Xiaolei as curvy doesn't even do justice. She weighs at least 140 pounds, like a small tank. Chen Zhuo had no grievances against her. In fact, over 3 years of university, they had spoken fewer than 20 sentences. However, since news of his novel writing surfaced, Ma Xiaolei had become the most proactive in targeting him in class. The reason was simple. Chen Zhuo had written nearly all the beautiful girls in class into his book except for Ma Xiaolei. In her eyes, this was a blatant humiliation. After all, she had the assets. "You'd rather write about those skinny little fairies than about me. Am I not as good looking as—" Chen Zhuo still couldn't comprehend this logic. But now he was too lazy to try. He raised his head, looked at Ma Xiaolei, and spoke in a tone as indifferent, as if commenting on the weather. "Why are you barking like a dog since I didn't write about you?" The classroom fell silent for half a second. Then someone suppressed a laugh as if choking on something. Ma Xiaolei's face instantly turned a pig's liver color, her mouth twitching twice, seemingly taken aback that Chen Zhuo, usually meek in class, would be so assertive today. "You." She suddenly stood up, her chair pushed away by her thigh, making a loud screeching sound. "What's wrong with me?" Chen Zhuo tilted his head, his tone carrying a casual indifference that could ignite anger. "Ma Xiaolei, do you feel your pride is hurt because I didn't write about you? Or do you really want to be included in my book?" Ma Xiaolei's lips trembled a few times before she managed to utter, "Are you disgusting, or what? Who wants to be written into your book? I wouldn't even look at that trash if you offered it to me. Then why are you so anxious?" Chen Zhuo threw his backpack onto the last row seat, speaking lazily. "You're not happy that I wrote about Li Sisi, not happy about Zhao Mingqi, and still not happy about Lin Xiaoyu. No matter who I write about, you're not happy. Those who know might think you're concerned about my casting choices, while those who don't might think—" A few girls in the front row could no longer hold back their laughter. Ma Xiaolei's face turned even redder, deepening to a purplish hue, as if she would smoke any second. "Spare me your self-satisfaction." She pointed at Chen Zhuo, her voice sharp enough to pierce eardrums. "Do you think what you write is anything of value? Vulgar, obscene, disgusting. Do you realize you've tarnished the reputation of the girls in our class with your writing?" Chen Zhuo leaned back against his chair, arms crossed over his chest, his expression even carrying a hint of genuine curiosity. "Then how do you think I should write it? Should I include you too? Let me think." The female lead, Ma Xiaolei, characterized as someone who could crush the male lead the moment she appears. No need for a plot, just standing there would end the story. Ha ha ha. A few boys in the corner completely lost control, laughing so hard they nearly fell out of their seats, making enough noise to turn the heads of the girls in the front row who were chatting. Ma Xiaolei's eyes instantly turned red. Her lips trembled several times, but ultimately, she couldn't squeeze out a word, and abruptly turned around to sit down the chair, emitting a painful groan. "Chen Zhuo, just you wait." With her back to him, her voice carried a hint of sobbing. "I will report you to the counselor." Fine. Chen Zhuo pulled out a textbook from his backpack, opened to the first page, without even lifting his head. "By the way, can you ask the counselor if writing about classmates in a novel is illegal? If it is, just have him call the police directly. There's no need for procedures." Ma Xiaolei's shoulders shook violently a few times before she took out her phone, fingers tapping quickly on the screen. The classroom returned to a buzz of whispered conversations, yet everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between Chen Zhuo and Ma Xiaolei. Chen Zhuo looked down at his textbook, unable to absorb a single word. He didn't actually want to confront Ma Xiaolei. It wasn't worth it. But today he simply didn't want to endure it anymore. In the past, he always walked with his head down in class, pretending not to hear when others talked about him behind his back. When others mocked him face to face, he would just smile and move along. He thought it was better to avoid trouble. After all, it was already the third year, and he thought he could just endure until graduation. But today was different. He now had a system. He felt empowered. Once a person has confidence, their posture naturally straightens. Chen Zhuo turned to the next page of the textbook, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up slightly. He began to feel that although this system was strange, it wasn't as annoying as he thought. Just then the front door of the classroom was pushed open again. A girl walked in. The previously noisy classroom fell momentarily silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button, and everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn towards her. Zhao Mingqi. She wore a creamy white knitted long dress, a thin brown belt cinching her waist, over which she donned a khaki trench coat, and on her feet were deep brown marten boots. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, slightly curled at the ends, shimmering softly in the afternoon light. She wore little makeup, just a light layer of lipstick on her lips, the color somewhere between a mauve and milk tea, complementing her fair complexion beautifully. Zhao Mingqi was stunning, especially her eyes. Small yet deep, like a calm pool of water exuding a faint tenderness when she looked at someone, making it feel as if the whole world faded away, leaving only that person. Chen Zhuo had pursued her for 3 months. To say he was pursuing her wasn't entirely accurate. They had never had a formal confession nor a definite answer, only some vague and ambiguous flirtation. In Chen Zhuo's novel, Zhao Mingqi was the only light in the story. His gaze instinctively followed her. The moment Zhao Mingqi entered the classroom, her eyes habitually scanned the room before landing directly on Chen Zhuo's gaze. In that brief second of eye contact, Chen Zhuo saw many things. He saw hesitation. He saw avoidance. He also saw a strange sense of estrangement. The instant Zhao Mingqi's gaze met his, it seemed to be scalded by something, quickly retreating. Her eyelashes lowered, her eyelids fluttered slightly, then she turned her head as if she hadn't seen him at all and walked straight to the other side of the classroom. She chose the seat in the farthest corner. The seat farthest from Chen Zhuo. Silence hung in the classroom for roughly half a second. Then murmurs erupted anew, louder this time, charged with unmasked excitement. Did you see that? Zhao Mingqi now actively avoids walking near him. Of course she does. Would you dare sit beside him? Who knows what role he'll assign you in his next chapter? Exactly. Maybe he'll turn you into some grotesque caricature. Ha ha ha. I heard Chen Zhuo pursued Zhao Mingqi for 3 whole months and still got nowhere. TSK. Pursued. That's not pursuit. That's groveling. I saw it myself last week in the cafeteria. He fetched her lunch. She ate every bite, said thank you, and walked away without so much as glancing at him again. So he's just a complete sucker. More importantly, Zhao Mingqi already has a new target. Didn't you know? Zhou Yifei, a sophomore whose family owns a corporation. He drives a Mercedes to Campus Park daily in the Northgate lot. I've seen it several times. Suddenly an emoji comes to mind. Which one? Fei Yangyang. Give Shi Yangyang a push from behind. Ha ha ha. Ouch, that stings. Right. Zhou Yifei is tall, strikingly handsome, and relentlessly pursuing Zhao Mingqi. Last week, he delivered a massive bouquet of roses to her dormitory entrance. The entire building came out to watch. Roses? That's nothing. I heard he bought her the latest iPhone outright. She refused it. She turned down 8 or 9,000 yuan. If it were me, I'd have accepted instantly. Maybe she's just stringing him along. Who cares if she is? Anyway, it's still infinitely better than being entangled with Chen Zhuo. Look at Chen Zhuo, scribbling some mediocre novel and acting like a literary celebrity. How much could he possibly earn in a month? Zhou Yifei's family closes a single business deal that would dwarf Chen Zhuo's lifetime earnings from writing. True. You should see the comment section. When readers send a mere 30 yuan gift, Chen Zhuo practically bows and calls them dad. Warning, don't spam. No matter how much you flood the comments, I won't call you dad. My spine is made of steel. Your generosity will vanish like meat buns thrown at a stray dog. Don't you find Chen Zhuo unsettling? He writes whoever he fancies into his stories. And if they ever break up, who knows what vengeful arc he'll craft. He might turn you into a public bus. Ugh, now I've got goosebumps. So isn't it perfectly natural that Zhao Mingqi avoids him? I'd avoid him too. A few boys in the back row weren't actively joining the conversation, but their ears were pricked high, exchanging loaded glances and smirking with that unmistakable leering amusement, as if silently whispering, bro, Chen got anything juicier. Chen Zhuo sat in the last row staring blankly at his textbook. He heard everything, every single word. He didn't look directly at Zhao Mingqi, but from the corner of his eye he caught sight of her milky white silhouette nestled quietly in the corner, like a flower blooming alone on a cliff's edge, stunning, heart-stoppingly beautiful, yet impossibly out of reach. At that moment, a towering figure surged forward from the side. Ma Xiaolei. Clutching her pink notebook like a heavy cruiser, she stormed toward the seat beside Zhao Mingqi and plopped down, her chair groaning in protest. Girls. Ma Xiaolei's voice wasn't loud, but carried clearly across several rows. Did you see Chen Zhuo just now, eh? Wow, absolutely unreal. Classic Zaihongshu opening. Zhao Mingqi said nothing, only flipped through her textbook, her fingers unconsciously tracing small circles along the page's edge. Ma Xiaolei leaned in, lowering her voice. Though even hushed, it still pierced 3 rows forward and back. Listen, I'm telling you, keeping your distance from him is exactly right. He's completely unhinged now, did you know? Today he yelled at me, vile humiliating things. What kind of man insults women like that? Trust me, men like him inevitably become abusers. Zhao Mingqi's fingers paused mid-turn. Ma Xiaolei kept going, her words tumbling out at breakneck speed like a shredder running on double speed. A torrent of noise, summarized essentially as let facts be irrelevant. Please stop, Zhao Mingqi whispered, so softly it was nearly inaudible. But Ma Xiaolei showed no sign of stopping. In fact, she mistook the whisper for encouragement to press on. I'm saying all this for your own good. What possible reason could you have to engage with someone like him? Writing vulgar fiction and naming real girls from our class. What's his intention exactly? Especially how he portrays you. I've seen the screenshots. He calls you his white moonlight. Does he deserve that title? Ma Xiaolei grew more animated, her voice rising half a tone. A penniless novelist. Mediocre looks, 0 wealth, 0 charisma. spending all day locked in his dorm hammering away at his keyboard, churning out drivel even dogs wouldn't deign to read. How can you compare him to Zhou Yifei, a sophomore driving a Mercedes, while Chen Zhuo by graduation likely won't even afford an electric scooter? Even if he saves up later, he'll only ever ride one stuck in traffic. Mengqi, don't be foolish. Once you get entangled with someone like him, there's no escape. Look at his obsession, 3 months, and still no sign of surrender. That's terrifying. One day he'll write you into his book as a scheming, manipulative woman, and you'll have nowhere left to weep. Zhao Mingqi closed her textbook and drew a slow, deep breath. In the afternoon light, her profile looked pale, her lips pressed into a thin, taut line. Xiaolei, I'd like some quiet, please. Ma Xiaolei blinked, mouth half up and poised to speak again. Then, catching Zhao Mengqi's expression, wisely swallowed the rest. Fine, I'll stop. Just remember, you know best what's in your heart. She patted Zhao Mengqi's shoulder, her tone laced with self-righteous pity. She leaned back, the chair groaned once more, and turned her gaze toward Chen Zhuo, wearing the cool, triumphant smirk of a victor who knew without doubt that his time was running out. Chen Zhuo saw that look. He didn't react. His eyes drifted past Ma Xiaolei's round face and settled on Zhao Mengqi's profile. She kept her head bowed. A strand of hair slipped from behind her ear, veiling most of her face. Then abruptly Chen Zhuo remembered something. It had been a month ago, a night near closing time at the library. They'd walked out together beneath the plane trees, their shadows stretching long and slender beneath the street lamps. Zhao Mingqi suddenly stopped, turned to face him. Lamplight spilled into her eyes, like starlight shattered across still water. The breeze was gentle that night. Sycamore leaves rustled softly, as if whispering secrets into their ears. That was the moment Chen Zhuo felt closest to Zhao Mingqi. Close enough that he almost believed he could reach out and touch her. Now he understood it had only ever been an illusion. Chen Zhuo withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and turned the textbook to the next page. He was uncertain of his own feelings. At the podium, the teacher had already entered, starting to adjust the projector in preparation for class. The classroom gradually fell silent, the whispers fading into a humming background noise reminiscent of a swarm of bees buzzing in the distance. After a long while, Chen Zhuo slapped himself on the face. What the hell was I thinking? I am a man with a system. At that moment, he even had the thought that if Zhao Mengqi boldly sat beside him. But alas, there are no ifs. Without the system, Chen Zhuo was just an ordinary guy. Damn, almost turned this into a pure love story. After clearing his thoughts, Chen Zhuo opened the system scanner. Name Zhao Mengqi, attribute blue, age 21, height 167 centimeters, attractiveness 84 points, figure 81 points, bond, student, reality, calculating, girl, special 0, wow, a triple bond. Isn't this the kind used for work or as an accessory in gold, shovel? Would you like to view bond attributes? View. Student bond activation effect, learning ability increased by 50, calculating, girl bond activation effect, IQ increased by 20, reality bond activation effect, mastery of basic financial skills. Chen Zhuo looked closely and found that both the calculating girl and reality bonds could be activated with a single entry, while the student bond needed 3 to activate. Forget it, I'll look later. There are so many people. The beauty's position can be discussed later, it's just an accessory card. The calculating girl and reality bonds were currently of no use to Chen Zhuo, as he needed to bind another student to activate the student bond. Wang Xinya's wise bond was more appealing to him, and today he was indeed quite disappointed with Zhao Mingqi. Fortunately, he had been pining for so long without being usurped by anyone else, which made him feel a bit better. As for socks, it was very likely that it would be hopeless. He could only think of ways to get Leng Jing to make up for this lack. If that failed, he could just throw money at it. After all, spending money on Leng Jing could yield cash back. Even if he couldn't get her into bed, getting a few pairs of socks shouldn't be a problem. Then there was Wang Xinya. Just one more, he needed to think of a way. Soon the class bell rang. A class lasted an hour and a half, with only a 10-minute break in between. Chen Zhuo didn't absorb a single word. His mind felt like a tangled mess, impossible to sort out. Rather than sitting here suffering, it was better to leave early. He shoved the textbook into his backpack, stood up without properly zipping it, and prepared to sneak out the back door. Just then a voice that sent chills down his spine rang out from behind. What's up, great writer? Realizing you're embarrassed and can't stay in the classroom. Chen Zhuo turned around. Ma Xiaolei was leaning back in her chair, arms crossed over her chest, as if supporting something that was naturally sagging under the influence of gravity, with an average density of about 0.95 GCM superscript 3, her chin slightly raised, wearing an expression of, I caught you, didn't I? Chen Zhuo took a deep breath, adjusted the strap of his backpack on his shoulder, and spoke in a tone so calm that it sounded like he was not in an argument. Nothing, I was just thinking of a good plot, and planning to write it down later. What plot? Ma Xiaolei's eyes brightened for a moment, then narrowed again, filled with a malicious curiosity. It wouldn't be another fantasy about a girl in class, you can't have, would it? After she finished speaking, she deliberately glanced at Zhao Mingqi's seat, raising an eyebrow meaningfully. The implication was quite clear. Who else could you be writing about? Isn't it Zhao Mingqi? Too bad she isn't interested in you. Chen Zhuo looked at Ma Xiaolei's somewhat greasy face, and suddenly felt that arguing with someone like her was really pointless. But today he just didn't want to hold back. No, his tone remained calm, even carrying a hint of sincere seriousness. I'm preparing to start a new book writing about a brainless little tank who gets tricked into a telecom scam zone in northern Myanmar complete with four-wheel positioning and all arrangements. The few classmates still in the classroom stopped what they were doing at the same time. Some had their mouths agape, some stared wide-eyed, and others covered their mouths, shaking with suppressed laughter. The phrase little tank was too impactful. Its power was greater than that of four-wheel positioning and all the rest. After all, the girls' dormitory was quite a peculiar place. Some single girls would shout late at night expressing their desire to be dominated by strong women. Ma Xiaolei's face instantly went through a complete transformation from white to red, then from red to purple, changing so rapidly it was like being fast-forwarded. Who are you calling a little tank? She suddenly stood up, her chair sliding back with a loud screech producing a piercing wail. I am voluptuous. Voluptuous, do you understand? Chen Zhuo glanced her up and down like a butcher assessing the Fatolian ratio of a piece of pork belly. Tisk tisk tsk. He shook his head, making two ambiguous clicking sounds, then added a more hurtful remark, still voluptuous. You probably can't even get into a Lanzhou noodle shop. Ma Xiaolei was momentarily stunned, clearly not understanding what does that have to do with Lanzhou noodles. Because the shop entrance says it's halal, ugly people should act less weird and read more. Puffed. A boy in the corner who was drinking water suddenly sprayed it out, splattering the table. He coughed while frantically waving his hands to indicate, I didn't mean to, but tears were already streaming down his face from laughter. Ma Xiaolei's face could no longer be described as red, it was a color close to purple-black. Her lips trembled several times and tears were already welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. Chen Zhuo, you disgusting male. Her voice was sharp enough to almost pierce the ceiling. I'm going to post this on Xiaohongshu. I'm going to call my friends to denounce you. Chen Zhuo gave her a standard eye roll, his eyes turned up, revealing a large area of white, the duration lasting a full 2 seconds, the movement so standard it could be written into a textbook. Then he turned around and walked out of the classroom without looking back. The draft in the corridor greeted him, carrying with it the faint floral scent of March and the distant noise from the playground. Chen Zhuo took a deep breath, as if expelling all the foul air from the classroom just now. Behind him, Ma Xiaolei's hysterical voice echoed, what are you taking pictures of? Don't take pictures. Delete the photos. Then came the jarring sound of chairs scraping against the floor, followed by hurried footsteps. Chen Zhuo did not look. He walked down the corridor toward the staircase, his pace neither fast nor slow, the strap of his backpack bouncing rhythmically against his shoulder. The sunlight streamed in through the corridor window, casting a bright spot on his white t-shirt. He suddenly recalled his first day as a freshman. At that time, he feared nothing and introduced himself in front of the entire class, saying, my dream is to become a platinum writer. At that moment, Zhao Mengxi was sitting by the window in the third row, the sunlight perfectly illuminating her profile. She looked up at him, a slight smile curving her lips. Chen Zhuo always thought that smile was meant for him. In retrospect, perhaps the sunlight was just too splendid that day, as she smiled like that at everyone. He walked down the stairs, pushing open the door of the classroom, building the sunlight outside a bit blinding. Behind him in the classroom, building a gaze followed his figure from behind a window until he turned the corner and disappeared into the shadows of the phoenix trees. A delicate face was reflected on the window glass. Zhao Mengxi stood there, her fingers gripping the edge of the curtain, her knuckles slightly pale. She watched the direction in which Chen Zhuo had vanished, her eyes carrying an indescribable emotion, neither disdain nor dislike, more like guilt. But in the end, she did nothing, merely letting go of the curtain and turning to walk deeper into the classroom, vanishing. And Chen Zhuo returned to the Buyue mansion, tossed his backpack into the hallway, and sank into the sofa, pulling out his phone. He found a screenshot of 2 tickets to Wang Xingling's concert that he had snatched on the app last night. He opened the WeChat chat with Leng Jing and sent the screenshot. The reply came almost instantly. Leng Jing, Zhuge, you're amazing. Such generosity. A long string of exclamation marks followed, and he could feel her astonishment even through the screen. Chen Zhuo's lips curled slightly as he typed, it's nothing. Leng Jing, these are front row seats. 1 ticket cost me a month's living expenses. Chen Zhuo, it's really nothing. Leng Jing, but now I feel a bit embarrassed. Chen Zhuo leaned back on the sofa, adjusting to a more comfortable position, and continued typing, no worries, we're brothers. Leng Jing, good bros for life. Chen Zhuo paused, the corners of his mouth curving wider, typing 3 words. The other side fell silent for about 2 seconds. Leng Jing. Leng Jing. Leng Jing, are you up to some weird Chen Zhuo quickly remedied, typo, I meant for life. The input method is a menace. Leng Jing, I don't believe you. Chen Zhuo quickly changed the subject, by the way, I moved out of the dorm and rented a place myself. Want to come over for dinner? Leng Jing, not coming. She declined swiftly without even a sticker. Chen Zhuo had anticipated this. He opened the takeaway app, found the order page, and took a few screenshots to send. The first image, king crab 3. 5 pounds of freshly killed, priced at $16.88. The second image, Australian lobster 2 pounds, priced at $12.88. The third image, A5 Wagyu 500G, priced at $988. The fourth image, black truffle risotto, priced at $388. There were also some assorted snacks and side dishes. As soon as the screenshots were sent, Leng Jing's message arrived instantly. Leng Jing, wow. Leng Jing, king crab. Aussie lobster. A 5 Wagyu. Leng Jing, Chen Zhuo, are you living large? Did you win the lottery or rob a bank? Chen Zhuo stopped the chatter. Hurry. If you're late, there will be nothing left. He casually sent the location of Buyue Mansion. Upon seeing the location, Lung Jing responded with another string of exclamation marks. Buyue Mansion. Do you know how much the rent is there? Where did you get the money? Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment and replied with a half-truth. I sold a few copyrights. All right, enough chit-chat, just come over. Lung Jing's side showed the other party is typing for a long time and finally sent one word okay. Then she added, wait for me 20 minutes. Chen Zhuo casually tossed his phone onto the sofa, stood up, and stretched. He walked to the hallway, looking down at the pair of slippers placed on the floor. The white sandals were facing outward, neatly arranged side by side, next to the shoe cabinet. Chen Zhuo stared at those sandals for a few seconds, the corners of his mouth, slowly, lifting his eyes, narrowing slightly. Shouldn't he change into slippers upon entering? Once the shoes were off, his feet would be exposed. But if he created some accident like spilling a bit of juice or dripping some oil, wouldn't Lung Jing's socks get dirty? If the socks were dirty, wouldn't she have to take them off? And wouldn't the dirty socks, once removed, not be able to be worn again? Wouldn't it be reasonable for him to help with the dirty socks? The more Chen Zhuo thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was flawless. He even began to simulate the process in his mind. Perfect. I am truly a little genius. Chen Zhuo stood at the hallway, hands on his hips, the curve of his mouth nearly reaching his ears. He even started humming a tune. Such a well-crafted trap surpasses even the heavens. If Liu Bang arrives here, he is doomed. As long as he swims into this layered net. Even if he is Zhang Zifang's strategic wit, how can he escape this disaster from within? The tune from the Peking opera Hong Min Yin twisted and turned in his mouth, yet he sang with great enthusiasm, gesturing in the air, as if he were the one laying the heavenly trap. After a while, the takeaway arrived, and Chen Zhuo placed the dishes on the table. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Chen Zhuo stood up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Lung Jing stood at the entrance. Today she wore a black printed t-shirt and gray cycling pants that accentuated her long straight legs. She wore white sandals without socks, her toenails painted with a layer of clear nail polish that shimmered softly under the. Her short hair was casually tucked behind her ears, her face still wearing that keep your distance expression. Chen Zhuo's gaze uncontrollably drifted down. It landed on those sandals. It fell upon those feet without socks. His heart shattered into 8 pieces at that. Chen Zhuo felt as if he had meticulously prepared a grand performance, set the stage, written the script, rehearsed for 3 months, only to be told right before the show, the audience canceled. Lung Jing regarded him with the look one reserves for a fool, silent and unblinking, for 2 full seconds. Then she bent down, slipped off her sandals, stepped barefoot into her slippers, and strode past him without a glance. Nuts. And he sighed and followed her into the living room. Lung Jing wandered about the apartment, paused before the floor-to-ceiling window to survey the view outside, ascended to the 2nd floor for a casual stroll, then descended, pausing mid-staircase to tap the wrought iron railing with her knuckles, nodding thoughtfully, as if approving its resonance. Not bad at all. You're way better off than I am. And she settled onto the sofa, crossed her legs, and unceremoniously plucked a cherry from the coffee table, popping it into her mouth. How much is rent per month? Chen Zhuo ignored her, and he remained dazed, still reeling from the profound psychological blow delivered by those sandals. I'm talking to you. Lung Jing popped another cherry, spat the pit neatly into her palm, and flicked it into the trash with pinpoint accuracy. 3,000, Chen Zhuo replied, tersely, heading to the dining table to unwrap his takeout. Lung Jing trailed after him, leaning over the table's edge to watch him unpack the dishes, her eyes gleaming like a cat catching the faintest whiff of fish. 3,000. That's outrageous. Chen Zhuo didn't answer. Instead, he opened the box of king crab, the lid lifting to release an intoxicating briny aroma that filled the air. Lung Jing's attention snapped away instantly. Holy, holy, holy. She blurted 3 times in rapid succession, lunging for a crab leg, only to jerk her hand back with a sharp hiss when it burned. She blew on her fingers, then reached again, this time wisely lining her grip with a paper towel. Watching her ravenous, almost feral enthusiasm, Chen Zhuo finally broke into laughter. What's the rush? No one's racing you. I swear, I've only ever seen king crab in videos. Lung Jing snapped off a leg, cracked open the shell, and revealed snow-white meat within. She drew in a deep, reverent breath, her eyes alight with pure, unguarded wonder. Delicious? Chen Zhuo asked. In her mouth stuffed full, she mumbled something unintelligible, clearly meaning, absolutely delicious. He sat across from her, popped open a can of Sprite, poured 2 glasses, and slid one toward her. Lung Jing took a gulp of Sprite, washing down the crab meat, then exhaled slowly, long and deeply. Chen Zhuo, did you actually win the lottery? Told you. I sold the copyright. In your book. Someone actually bought the rights. Her disbelief was written plainly across her face. Last time you claimed you'd sold it for 10,000 yuan, I thought it was a scam. How much this time? They won't even try to lure you to Myanmar, will they? Chen Zhuo lifted a piece of Australian lobster, dipped it into sauce, and bit into it slowly. The flesh was dense and springy, its sweet oceanic richness exploding across his tongue. Relax. If anyone gets scammed, it'll be you first. Lung Jing rolled her eyes and returned to her battle with the king crab. They ate face-to-face, exchanging idle, effortless banter. They drifted from classroom gossip to the new bubble tea shop near campus, from the capricious weather to her girlfriend's latest fighting again. Chen Zhuo arched a brow. She says I'm never fully present when we're together. I'm always staring at my phone. Lung Jing bristled at the memory. I was looking up recipes. I wanted to learn a few dishes to cook for her, and she accused me of brushing her off, saying nothing I made could compare to restaurant food. And was it good? Lung Jing fell silent for a beat. Chen Zhuo burst out laughing. Then mid-law something struck him, suddenly vividly. The system scans notation on Su Yuning's special 19 and the bond tag, toxic girl. Ni's gaze lingered on Lung Jing, words forming then halting, unsaid. What are you doing? Lung Jing shifted under his stare, unnerved. What's with that look? Nothing, Chen Zhuo said at last, and let it go. Given Lung Jing's temperament, blurting out, I think your girlfriend might be trouble, would likely earn him a king crab shell clapped straight onto his head. Better to wait and watch. Oh, by the way, Lung Jing suddenly set down her crab leg, wiped her hands, and pulled out her phone from her pocket. I'm taking pictures for WeChat moments. Time to make everyone jealous. She snapped 7 or 8 shots of the feast laid across the table, selected the one with the most flattering filter, and captioned it with a single character, beautiful. After posting, she dropped her phone face down on the table and resumed eating. Chen Zhuo watched her, and felt quietly that this childhood friend, though a lesbian, though utterly indifferent to him romantically, was as a friend truly exceptional. 1,000-fold better than those classmates who wore masks of warmth while whispering knives behind their backs. And still, she'd occupied one of his ravishing companion slots. Surely guiding her toward heterosexuality wouldn't be unreasonable. Outside, dusk deepened, the city's lights blooming one by one, warm and steady. Inside the apartment, golden light pooled softly. Chen Zhuo raised his glass of Sprite and tapped it gently against hers. Jingyi. In one lifetime. Lung Jing lifted her gaze, her expression sharpening into something dangerously close to, are you trying to die? At the sight of her expression, Chen Zhuo opened his mouth, then swallowed whatever he'd been about to say. Nate originally meant to ask for another pair of socks, but recalling her sandal bare feet ensemble earlier, he realized she wasn't wearing socks at all, let alone anything beneath them, which left underwear. And forget it. Time would tell, and time, alas, was rarely kind. Just then, Chen Zhuo's phone chimed, a video call incoming. And on screen, Nangong Wenya's profile picture appeared. His younger sister Chen Rujia. Chen Zhuo answered casually. The screen lit up, and her delicate, radiant face filled the frame. Chen Rujia wore her hair in a high ponytail today, with wisps of bangs framing her petite, refined feature. She was dressed in a crisp white school shirt and navy blue tie knotted neatly at her throat, the very portrait of a top-tier high school student. Big brother, what are you up to? Her voice was clear, bright, and laced with youthful charm. Having dinner with your senior sister Lung Jing. Chen Zhuo held the phone slightly farther away. Xiaoro. Hearing her name, Lung Jing immediately swallowed her bite of crab and leaned in, her chin nearly resting on Chen Zhuo's shoulder, as she waved enthusiastically at the screen. You're out of class. Chen Rujia nodded, her ponytail swaying gently behind her. Yes. I just finished evening self-study, and am walking home now. Behind her, amber street lamps cast dappled shadows through rustling trees. She was clearly strolling beneath the quiet hush of twilight. Suddenly her eyes narrowed, sharpening with sudden fox-like alertness, as if scenting prey. Big brother. Her voice slowed, deliberate and probing. That meal you're having. It is the same one senior sister Lung Jing just posted on WeChat moments, isn't it? Chen Zhuo instinctively wiped his mouth, leaving streaks of lobster sauce across his cheek and a smear of crab roe at the corner of his lips. That single unconscious gesture was confession enough. Chen Rujia watched his movements, her lips slowly drooping, the corners of her mouth bending downward, her eyebrows raised, her entire face completing a precise expression of innocence within half a second. Brother, her voice lingered, wavering like a neglected puppy. You all secretly ate delicious food behind my... I'm so sad, so wrong. She lowered her head, her voice muffled. Am I no longer your beloved sister? Do you have other sisters outside? How many sisters have you secretly acknowledged behind my back? Chen Zhuo felt his temples begin to throb. It had always been like this since childhood. Chen Rujia's set of innocent combos had been something he had fallen for countless times since he was young, each time transitioning from innocence to accusation, to threat to coquettishness. And every time he would be ensnared. Ruer, Chen Zhuo took a deep breath and began to use the universal formula he had refined over 18 years. Isn't it? Because you are about to take the college entrance exam. He'll try these delicious foods first. After your exam, I'll bring you to eat them, okay? Brother, really? Chen Rujia quickly raised her head, her large eyes no longer holding any tears of grievance, but sparkling with anticipation. The speed of her transformation left Lung Jing dumbfounded beside her. Of course it's true. Then you must keep your word. Chen Rujia's voice returned to that sweet tone, the corners of her mouth curving like a crescent moon. Chen Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief. She stared at the background on the screen for a few seconds, suddenly asking, Brother, where are you? It doesn't look like a dormitory. It's my newly rented apartment, Chen Zhuo replied casually. Apartment. Turn the camera around and let me see. The tone was how to say, like a girlfriend checking whether her boyfriend had hidden other women. Chen Zhuo's mind flickered with this thought, but he quickly extinguished it. What am I thinking? She's my sister. He flipped the camera around holding the phone as he slowly turned in the living room. Hey brother, turn slowly. I can't see anything. Chen Zhuo shouted anxiously from the other end of the line. Okay, I give in, dear Andy. Chen Zhuo slowed down, allowing the camera to scan every corner of the living room. A gray fabric sofa, a light wooden coffee table, the city night view outside, the floor-to-ceiling window already brightening, and the bright stove in the open kitchen with neatly arranged spice jars. Brother, go check the bathroom, Chen Zhuo directed. Chen Zhuo complied, holding the phone as he walked into the bathroom, the camera sweeping over the sink, the mirror, the shower area, finally stopping at the large white bathtub. Wow, there's a bathtub too. Chen Zhuo's voice was filled with envy. Brother, you must be living too well now. It's all right, Chen Zhuo modestly replied. Go upstairs again, let me see the bedroom. Chen Zhuo held the phone as he went upstairs, filming all the way from the stairs to the full view of the bedroom. The large bed adorned with gray bedding, the bedside table, holding a slightly blooming gardenia, and the small window overlooking the river. So beautiful, Chen Zhuo exclaimed, then suddenly smiled, her smile carrying a meaning that Chen Zhuo couldn't comprehend. Brother, you have 2 rooms here. What's wrong? Chen Zhuo didn't see any problem. It's nothing. Chen Zhuo's voice was soft as if she were speaking to herself. Just feel. Quite convenient. After Chen Zhuo took Chen Zhuo on a cloud tour, he finally returned downstairs, sitting back on the sofa, his arm holding the phone, already sore. Are you satisfied now? You're the best, brother. Chen Zhuo smiled at the screen, her eyes crescent-shaped, then suddenly changed the topic lightly, as if commenting on the nice weather. Brother, we only have 2 days until the college entrance exam. After the exam, I'll come to Jiangsheng to find you. No way. Chen Zhuo's response was almost reflexive. How could he pursue girls with her around? Why not? Chen Zhuo immediately switched to a "if you dare refuse me, I will cry" expression, her eyes instantly reddening, the speed faster than a professional actress. Chen Zhuo. He was speechless by her why. Okay, you can come. Chen Zhuo ultimately chose to compromise, his tone a mix of helplessness, indulgence, and a sense of resignation, as if thinking, did I owe you in my past life? You're the best, brother. Chen Zhuo's smile blossomed again, radiant like a summer sunflower. Chen Zhuo rubbed his forehead. All right, I'm hanging up. Be safe on the road, and do well on the exam. Bye, brother. Bye, Jingjing, sister. After hanging up, Chen Zhuo let out a long breath, throwing the phone onto the sofa, his whole body slumping down as if deflated. Lung Jing was sitting opposite him, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Chen Zhuo was all too familiar with that look. Every time Lung Jing was plotting something, she had this expression. Jingyi, what are you doing? Chen Zhuo looked at her warily. Lung Jing put down the crab leg in her hand, leaned in a little closer, and whispered, Isn't there 2 bedrooms here? When Xiao Rou comes, can I stay with you? Chen Zhuo's pupils dilated suddenly. No way. Absolutely not. He waved his hand emphatically. I only have 1 sister, you can't prey on her. Lung Jing pouted. How am I preying on her? I just want to stay with Xiao Rou for a few days, we're close. That's exactly why I disagree. Chen Zhuo argued justly. He had almost agreed. Really almost. Just think about it, if Lung Jing moved in, he could use her to earn money, just like he had just received reimbursement for that meal. And besides, proximity is advantageous for completing tasks. Today a pair of socks, tomorrow a kiss, the day after. Never mind, I dare not think further. I fear there might be bloodshed. But just as he was about to nod, an alarm bell rang in his mind. Lung Jing was a lesbian. Chen Lang had to secure his territory. He couldn't lose his sister and spend money. This risk was not worth taking. Oh, then farewell. Seeing his firm stance, Lung Jing didn't persist, popping the last piece of beef into her mouth, standing up, wiping her hands, slipping on her sandals, and heading for the door. Lung Jing, you bastard. Chen Zhuo looked at the table full of leftovers and takeout boxes, shouting angrily, take the trash down. La 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 la. Lung Jing had already reached the door, turning around to make a face at him, sticking her tongue out, her eyes rolling upward. Then she opened the door and disappeared down the hallway. Chen Zhuo sat on the sofa listening to the fading footsteps in the corridor, his mind a blank. He stood up after 3 seconds of silence and began to tidy up the table. The shells of the king crab, the Australian lobster, the empty plate from the beef, and used paper towels. Chen Zhuo collected the trash piece by piece into a bag, growing more furious with each thought. Damn it, you cold Jing, eating my food and drinking my drinks, yet you can't even help me throw out the trash. He tied up the trash bag, walked to the balcony, and watched as Jing's figure disappeared into the shadows of the trees under the streetlight, shaking his fist at the air. Once I take you home, I'll beat you 8 times a day. After saying this, he paused for a moment. Wait, why would I take her home? Isn't that inviting a wolf into the house? Chen Zhuo shook his head and turned back inside, closing the door to the balcony. The apartment fell silent. Chen Zhuo stood in the kitchen, washing dishes, the foam soaping up in his palms, infused with the scent of lemon cleaner. Suddenly, he recalled Chen Zhuo's actions today. Something felt off, very off. Chen Zhuo slowed his movements. Ruer. Wouldn't. No. He shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He placed the washed dishes on the drying rack, dried his hands, returned to the living room, and sat down on the sofa. It was a message from Chen Zhuo. Brother, are you feeling down today? Chen Zhuo was taken aback and replied with a question mark, not really, what's up? It's nothing. Just feels like you have something on your mind. He thought for a moment and ultimately sent just a goodnight sticker. He couldn't possibly tell Chen Zhuo that he still needed to deal with 3 pairs of socks. Chen Zhuo didn't reply. Outside, the night was thick as ink and the city's lights blurred into a sea of glow in the distance. Chen Zhuo lay on the sofa staring at the ceiling, starting to think about how to complete the system task. After a while, he was still tossing and turning on the sofa, contemplating for quite some time. The system task hung there with no progress on obtaining even one piece of intimate clothing from a girl with blue attributes or above. After thinking it over, Chen Zhuo came up with an idea. He opened a second-hand trading platform on his phone and clicked on post. Wanted a pair of socks. Requirements: high attractiveness, must include a personal photo. Purchase price, 5,000 yuan. Why set it at 5,000? As long as he saw the photo, he could judge whether it met the requirements. As for fraud, wouldn't that just be a form of scamming? After editing this message, Chen Zhuo stared at the screen for 3 seconds, his thumb hovering over the post button, hesitated. But then he thought, this is a second-hand platform. At worst, he could just cancel his account after using it. Chen Zhuo gritted his teeth and pressed post. He placed his phone on the coffee table, leaned back on the sofa, and stared blankly at the ceiling. He closed his eyes, and his mind began to race. While he was thinking, his phone vibrated. Chen Zhuo opened his eyes, picked up the phone, and opened the second-hand platform. The notification bar was filled with message alerts. He eagerly clicked in, and then his expression shifted from anticipation to confusion, from confusion to numbness, and then to a faint sense of resignation that said, I knew it. The comments section was full of insults directed at him. Are you sick? Spending 5,000 on a pair of socks? Bro, I reported this. It's definitely perverse. Suggesting the poster see a psychologist. Seriously. Is there a possibility this is a new type of scam? 5. I suspect this is some sort of code. Those who understand should message me. Chen Zhuo scrolled through the comments one by one, his expression as calm as if he were reviewing a report unrelated to himself. Not all the comments were insults. A few were even cursing his parents. Chen Zhuo put his phone down and sighed. He was all too familiar with being insulted. Back when he wrote novels, there wasn't a day without controversy in the comments. Some criticized his poor writing, some called his plot shallow, some complained about his slow updates, and some berated him for daring to write with such skill. At first, he would feel upset hiding under the covers at midnight, reading through comments until 3 or 4 in the morning, then going to class the next day with dark circles under his eyes. Later, he became numb to it. Eventually, he mastered the spiritual victory method of a queue, thinking that being criticized meant he was being read, and if he was being read, there was traffic. If there was traffic, there was money. Making money isn't shameful. Now, in order to complete the task, it was the same. Chen Zhuo took a deep breath and opened the private message list. The private messages were much livelier than the comments section, with dozens of unread messages. He went through them one by one, his mood fluctuating like a roller coaster. The first message came with a photo. Chen Zhuo opened the large image, looked at it for 2 seconds, and expressionlessly closed it. A catfish. The girl in the photo looked like some internet celebrity from a book with a filter so thick it could scrape off a layer of putty. He replied, thanks, but not suitable. The second message was another catfish. The third message was still a catfish. The fourth. The moment Chen Zhuo opened the photo, he sprang up from the sofa. It wasn't a surprise, it was a shock. The photo was of a woman who looked to be in her 40s, wearing a pair of black stockings, her legs draped over the sofa with the caption, Little brother, 5,000 right. If you want it, 4,000 will do. Chen Zhuo stared at the photo, feeling his psychological defenses crumbling at a... He silently marked this private message as read, then turned off the phone screen, closed his eyes, and took 3 deep breaths in the darkness. Putting all hope on a second-hand platform seems unrealistic, he muttered to himself, his voice carrying a sense of weariness from having been beaten down by life. Chen Zhuo picked up his phone again and opened the chat with Jing. He took a deep breath. He inhaled again. Since I've already asked once, why back down now? He encouraged himself in his mind. Chen Zhuo, Jing, are you home? Jing replied almost instantly, I'm home. Thank you for the treat tonight. The king crab was truly amazing. Chen Zhuo stared at the screen, his finger hovering over the keyboard for a long time. How should he say it? Jing, can you give me another pair of socks? It sounded so direct, like a pervert. Jing, I lost the last pair of socks you gave me. Could you give me another one? What am I even doing? Comrade Jing, due to the requirements of the system task, please assist me in completing the following operation. Forget it, let's just say it directly. Chen Zhuo took a final deep breath of courage and typed out, Jing, could you give me another pair? After sending it, he flipped his phone screen down on the coffee table, his heart racing as if he had just run 800 meters. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The phone remained still. Chen Zhuo waited a minute, unable to resist flipping his phone over to check. Read, but no reply. Chen Zhuo's heart sank. It's over, she must be angry. Lung Jing is usually carefree, but when she falls silent, that's when something is truly wrong. Chen Zhuo leaned against the sofa, beginning to regret why he was so impatient. Half an hour later, Chen Zhuo had silently repeated to himself the resolution of never bringing up socks with Lung Jing again 17 times when his phone finally buzzed. He reflexively grabbed his phone. Lung Jing, I'll send it to you in 3 days. Chen Zhuo stared at the message, stunned for... Why send it? Is she embarrassed to do it face to face? Could Lung Jing actually be shy? And 3 days later. This was not like her style, she was always so fiery. Or does she need time to prepare? And then 3 days without changing. Forget it, I won't ask. Chen Zhuo muttered to himself, setting his phone aside. The next day, when Chen Zhuo woke up, sunlight had already seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on the white comforter. He checked his phone, it was 10:30. Not long after washing up and heading downstairs, the doorbell rang. He opened the door to find Wang Xinya and Xiao Chengzi standing at the entrance. Wang Xinya was dressed in a light blue cotton shirt and dark denim shorts, revealing a pair of fair legs, her hair tied in a low ponytail. Xiao Chengzi wore a yellow floral dress, her hair styled into 2 little pigtails, and on her feet were white little leather shoes, making her look like a small orange just picked from a tree. Hello, Mr. Chen, Wang Xinya greeted with a slight nod, her voice unconsciously dropping a few octaves. Hello, big brother. Xiao Chengzi chirped, her voice bright and clear like the first bird call of spring. Chen Zhuo stepped aside to let them in, casually closing the door behind them. At the entrance were 2 pairs of guest slippers, 1 adult pair in light gray and 1 children's pair with a pink rabbit pattern. These were bought online by Chen Zhuo specifically yesterday. Please change your shoes. Chen Zhuo pointed to the slippers on the floor. Wang Xinya glanced down at her sports shoes and hesitated. Mr. Chen, we brought shoe covers. Those will damage the floor, Chen Zhuo replied casually, but with an undeniable certainty. The tread of sports shoes can trap small stones which will scratch the floor. This floor is quite expensive. A scratch would require a hefty compensation. This statement was half true. The floor was indeed not cheap, but it wasn't as delicate as he claimed. He was simply using a seemingly reasonable excuse. Wang Xinya hesitated for 2 seconds before bending down to untie her sports shoes. She removed her shoes, revealing a pair of white short socks. The socks were clean with a delicate lace trim, the fabric thin and sheer, allowing a hint of her toes outline to show. She slipped her foot into the gray slippers, the white socks contrasting against the dark slipper surface. Xiao Qingzi mimicked her mother, kicking off her little leather shoes to reveal socks adorned with strawberry patterns, then stepping into the pink rabbit slippers. She looked down satisfied as she wiggled her toes, the rabbit ears shaking along with them. Big brother, my slippers have Do you like them? Yes. Xiao Qingzi's eyes curved into crescent shapes. Chen Zhuo smiled, saying nothing more, and turned to walk into the kitchen. Wang Xinyao followed him in, skillfully retrieving ingredients from the fridge. Today's lunch menu had already been agreed upon yesterday: steamed sea-based sweet and sour ribs, tomato scrambled eggs, and seaweed egg drop soup. There weren't many dishes, but they were all Chen Zhuo's favorites. Wang Xinyao tied on an apron and began to prepare the Xiao Qingzi moved a small stool to sit at the kitchen door, holding a coloring book that Chen Zhuo had bought for her yesterday, diligently coloring a little rabbit. Everything felt just like yesterday, except for the little secret scheme in Chen Zhuo's heart. He stood in the living room pretending to scroll through his phone while keeping a watchful eye on the kitchen. Wang Xinyao was busy at the stove, her back in the apron looking slim and delicate, her ponytail swaying gently behind her. She occasionally lowered her head to check the heat, sometimes wiping the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Chen Zhuo was waiting for an opportunity. He paced around the living room twice before deciding to set up an ambush near the dining table. At 11:40, the dishes were gradually being served. The steamed sea base was drizzled with hot oil, and the scallions and ginger sizzled softly in the oil. The sweet and sour ribs were rich in sauce, each rib coated in a glossy sugar glaze. The tomato scrambled eggs were silky smooth, with the tomatoes' tanginess perfectly balanced. After Wang Xinyao brought the last dish, the seaweed egg drop soup, she turned to call Xiao Qingzi to wash her hands. Now's my chance. Chen Zhuo held the half-drunk cup of milk, pretending to turn around to grab something, intentionally tripping over the table leg. Leaning forward, he swung his arm, letting the milk cup slip from his hand, tracing a white parabolic arc in the air. The milky liquid landed perfectly on Wang Xinya's foot. Ah! Wang Xinyao let out a short exclamation, instinctively stepping back. But it was already too late. The milk ran down her calf, soaking her white short socks, the fabric becoming semi-transparent and clinging to her foot and ankle. Chen Zhuo's expression of panic was quite convincing, his brows furrowed, mouth slightly open, and his eyes filled with regret. I'm really sorry. He quickly apologized. I'm so clumsy. I'll grab some paper towels. It's fine, Mr. Chen, I'll clean it up. Wang Xinyao squatted down, reaching for the paper towels on the table, her actions devoid of any blame, rather imbued with an apology of, I'm sorry for the trouble. Wait. Chen Zhuo stopped her. Wang Xinyao looked up at him, somewhat puzzled. Your socks are soaked in milk. Chen Zhuo pointed at her feet. Better take them off to avoid making a mess. Milk gets sticky when it dries, and stepping on the floor will make it hard to clean. This reason was reasonable, logically sound, and flawless. Wang Xinyao responded with an oh, not thinking much of it, as she bent down, her right hand grasping the edge of the dining table for balance, while her left hand reached down to roll down the sock. The white sock slipped off her foot bit by bit, revealing her fair instep and rounded toes. Her feet were beautiful, with smooth skin, neatly trimmed nails, and a clean natural pink, without nail polish. Chen Zhuo consciously averted his gaze, pretending to study the patterns on the dining table. Wang Xinyao took off both socks, clenching them in her hand, standing up to find a bag to take them home for washing. Wait. Chen Zhuo quickly spoke, grabbing a paper bag from the nearby shoe cabinet, inside of which was a brand new pair of women's socks, pink, with lace, originally prepared for Lung Jing yesterday. Were these? Just throw the dirty ones away. Wang Xingya looked at the new pair of socks and then down at her bare feet, shaking her head. It's fine, mister. Chen, these can be washed and worn again. I'll just scrub them with soap when I get home. What are you wearing? Do you know that the bacterial count on women's feet is 6 times that of men's? Wang Xingya was taken aback, her face slightly flushed as she asked softly, is that true? Absolutely, I've checked the data, and milk provides the protein necessary for bacterial growth. Chen Zhuo said this without a change in expression, and it was milk that I spilled, so I should compensate you with a pair. If you don't wear them, I won't feel right. Wang Xingya stared at the pink lace stockings Chen Zhuo handed her, pausing in silence. She was probably wondering why he had even prepared socks. But that thought only flickered briefly. In the end, she accepted the paper bag, softly saying, thank you, mister. Chen tossed the socks into the trash can and then turned to the bathroom to change her socks. Chen Zhuo leaned against the dining table, letting out a long breath. The first pair was done. He silently added a notch to the task progress bar in his mind. 2 more pairs to go. 3 days ago, he was just a struggling writer who hadn't even held a girl's hand. 3 days later, he was already putting in a lot of effort just to complete the system task. If this system keeps going like this, he'll be in trouble sooner or later, Chen Zhuo muttered. Brother, dinner's ready. Mom says the fish will be bad if it gets cold. Coming. At the dining table, Wang Xingya had changed into the pink lace stockings, her feet clad in gray slippers, the lace peeking out from the gaps. Little Orange had already taken her seat, the bowl in front of her filled with rice chopsticks in hand, eagerly watching the steamed base on the table, but not touching her chopsticks, as she waited for Chen Zhuo. When Chen Zhuo sat down, Little Orange finally received the permission to start eating. She jabbed her chopsticks into the softest part of the fish's belly and carefully placed it in Chen Zhuo's bowl. You eat first, brother. Chen Zhuo looked at the piece of fish in his bowl, then at Little Orange's bright, sparkling eyes, and suddenly felt what he had done earlier was somewhat inhumane. But he quickly forgave himself. Making money wasn't shameful. After sending Wang Xingya and Little Orange, the mother and daughter, away, Chen Zhuo closed the door and stood in the entrance for 2 seconds. Then he dashed to the trash can at a speed he himself hadn't expected. The white socks lay quietly at the bottom of the trash. He took a deep breath and reached in to pick them up. They were already half dry. Chen Zhuo stood up with the socks, his mind raced. To wash or not to wash? If he washed them and the system didn't recognize them as worn, then all his efforts would have been in vain. But if he didn't wash them, the milk on the socks would smell bad over time, and they might even grow mold. Chen Zhuo thought for a moment and made a compromise decision to blow dry them. Not washing, just using the hairdryer to dry them. He took the socks into the bathroom, rummaged through the cabinet under the sink for the hairdryer, plugged it, and laid the socks on the sink, turned on the hot air, and began blowing them dry. It took about 5 minutes. During those 5 minutes, he looked at his face in the mirror and suddenly felt like a chemist conducting experiments in a lab. No chemist wouldn't study such things. He felt more like, never mind, he thought. After confirming there was no remaining moisture, he took them upstairs. He opened the drawer of his desk and placed them in the innermost corner. The drawer, which had been empty before, now felt very out of place. Chen Zhuo stared at it for 2 seconds before closing the drawer. He silently updated the task progress in his mind. 1/3 done. Next was Lung Jing's pair, which should take another 2 days. Chen Zhuo closed the drawer, lay back on the bed, his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling and starting to worry. Only 1 pair left. What should he do? Zhao Minqi. The thought of her made Chen Zhuo's heart twitch slightly. He didn't want to seek her out. The only other girl he knew seemed to be Ruer. No, what the hell was he thinking? It was all the fault of this perverted system that had led him astray. Chen Zhuo rolled over in bed, burying his face in the pillow and letting out a muffled groan of despair. Forget it, he suddenly sat up. First, I need to get a computer. As for the task, it'll work itself out in time. He changed his clothes and stepped out. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing University, in a girls' dormitory building. One is Jiangxing University and the other is Hanjing University. In a 4-person room with no classes in the afternoon, 3 people were huddled in their beds, scrolling through their phones. In the upper bunk by the window, Guojia was lounging with her legs crossed against the headboard, the light from her phone screen illuminating her face, her expression one of excitement, as if she had discovered a new continent. Sisters, she lowered her voice. Guess what I just found out? Zhang Xian in the opposite upper bunk poked her head out from behind the curtain, her hair in a messy tangle, a lollipop in her mouth. What did you find? Look. Guojia raised her phone, showing a screenshot of a post from a second-hand trading platform that was asking to buy socks. There's actually a big fool willing to spend 5,000 yuan on a pair. Don't you think that's ridiculous? 5,000 yuan. Gao Yin in the adjacent bed leaned over to take a look at the screen, squinting at the content. For a pair of socks. Yes, for a pair. My goodness. But that's 5,000 yuan. The person can't be that foolish. Spending that much on socks must have a reason behind it. Guojia nodded. Right, they even specified in the post that they want photos. Photos? What kind of photos? Selfies, what else? Guojia made a face. You. Gao Yin scrunched her nose in disdain, revealing a look of disgust. That clearly shows there are ulterior motives. However, Guojia shifted her tone. Even with such demands, 5,000 yuan for a pair doesn't seem too unreasonable, does it? Gao Yin glanced at her, the corner of her mouth curling slightly. Come on, they must have requirements. Do you think you can just take a random photo and get 5,000 yuan for it? Dream on. True. Guo Jie sighed and put her phone down. Just then the dormitory door was pushed open. A girl walked in. She was wearing a white t-shirt, but there were several noticeable grease stains on the left sleeve and chest, likely from the kitchen when frying food. She wore a pair of deep blue jeans, the cuffs slightly faded, and ordinary white canvas shoes that were tightly laced, though the fabric had begun to yellow. Her name was Jiang Yu. A freshman majoring in Chinese language and literature, she shared a dorm room with Guo Jie, Gao Yin, and Zheng Xian. Jiang Yu's looks were not on the same level as the other three in the dorm. It wasn't a difference of each has their own merits, but rather a glaring gap that was hard to ignore. Her features were so exquisite they seemed almost unreal, with delicate willow-shaped eyebrows, deep-set eyes, a high nose, and lips that were neither thick nor thin, naturally tinted with a lovely pink hue that required no lipstick to look beautiful. Her skin was so luminous it appeared to glow, not the kind that comes from powder, but a porcelain white that radiated from within, possessing a slight translucence. Her figure was also impeccable, standing at 165 centimeters with perfect proportions, a slim waist and long legs. Even wearing that stained t-shirt and faded jeans, her inherent elegance could not be concealed. She carried a canvas bag filled with a few books and a lunchbox. Guo Jie was the first to speak. Yaya is back. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, placing the canvas bag on her desk with a gentle motion, careful not to make any noise that might disturb her roommate. Gao Yin sat up from her bed, saying, by the way, Yaya, we just paid 400 yuan for the electricity bill today, so it's 100 each. You can just give it to me, WeChat or cash works. Jiang Yu paused for a brief moment, almost unnoticeable, but her fingers tightened slightly around the strap of the... She nodded okay. Then she turned around, pulling a small wallet from her jeans pocket, that kind of canvas foldable wallet that costs only a few yuan from a street stall, with the corners already worn out. She opened the wallet, revealing a neatly stacked pile of change. 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, with the largest denomination being a 50. She counted 151, 22 tens, and 2 fives. In total it amounted to 100. She handed the money to Gao Yin, who glanced at the crumpled pile of change, and then back at Jiang Yu's face. Yeah, you gave me all your money. Hey, do you still have enough for meals? Jiang Yu nodded, her voice soft, but clear. I do. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Yu's face for 2 seconds before shifting away, filled with an indistinct sense of... Guo Jie picked up her phone and exchanged a look with Gao Yin. Gao Yin understood, instantly cleared her throat, and spoke in a very casual tone. Yeah, we saw an interesting purchasing request on that platform today. Jiang Yu was busy taking books out of the canvas bag and did not look up. What request? Someone is willing to pay 5,000 yuan for a pair of socks. Jiang Yu's hand paused. 5,000 yuan. For a pair of socks. She turned to look at Guo Jie, her expression one of pure unadulterated confusion. What? 5,000 yuan. Just to buy a pair of socks. Yes, you heard me right. Guo Jie turned her phone screen towards Jiang, was showing her the purchasing post. Look, it's verified. 5,000 yuan for a pair. Jiang Yu stared at the words on the screen, her brow slightly furrowed. 5,000 yuan. She worked part-time in the cafeteria, earning 15 yuan an hour, working 4 hours a day. Without any days off, she would only make 1,800 a month. 5,000 yuan was nearly 3 months' salary for her. Did you sell it? Jiang Yu asked. Guo Jie and Gao Yin exchanged glances and laughed simultaneously. Gao Yin waved her hand dismissively. Who do we think we are? Look at the requirements. High attractiveness must include a personal photo. It's clear they only want a stunning beauty. Someone like us wouldn't be considered. Guo Jie chimed in. Exactly, the 3 of us together wouldn't qualify. But I think you're quite suitable, yeah. If you sent a photo, wouldn't they rush to buy? Jiang Yu's brow furrowed even tighter. She remained silent, turned around, took a clean shirt from the wardrobe, and walked into the bathroom. The moment the door closed, Guo Jie shot a knowing look at Gao Yin. Gao Yin picked up her phone, opened the second-hand platform, copied the link to the purchasing post, and sent it to Jiang Yu via. Then she called out toward the bathroom. Yeah, I sent you the link. You can check it when you have time, or it might be useful. The sound of the faucet turning on came from the bathroom, drowning out any possible response. Gao Yin and Guo Jie exchanged glances and returned to their respective places. Before long, Jiang Yu emerged from the bathroom, changed into a clean white t-shirt, having redone her hair into a ponytail that sat a bit higher than before, looking much fresher overall. Her face showed no discernible expression, as she neither expressed interest in the link nor any aversion, simply saying thank you in a bland tone as she picked up her canvas bag and left. The sound of the bathroom door closing was very soft, and her footsteps gradually faded down the corridor. The dormitory fell silent for a few seconds. Then Gao Yin leaned back in her chair, arms crossed over her chest, a smile that was hard to define as either mocking or disdainful curling at the corners of her mouth. She glanced at the ground, as if spitting out something. Dirty country bumpkin pretending to be pure. Guo Jie nodded. People like that are just the same. The poorer they are, the more they pretend. What are they pretending for? Gao Yan's voice took on a sharp tone. I tell you, I can't stand girls like that. Look at her face. Do you really believe she doesn't know how beautiful she is? She's well aware. She uses that face as capital to dangle in front of those rich second-generation kids waiting for them to offer a higher price. Right, Guo Jie agreed. So many rich second-generation guys chase after her at school. Yet she turns her nose up at them, preferring to work part-time in the cafeteria, coming home smelling like oil and smoke every day. What does she gain from it? Isn't it just to create that pure and untainted persona? At that moment, Zheng Xian, who had been silent, poked her head out from behind the bed curtain, a lollipop still in her mouth, hesitating slightly, before saying softly, "Let's not speak ill of Yaya. I think she's really nice and so pretty." Gao Yin turned to her, giving her a look that said, "You're still too young," her tone, laced with condescension. "What good is being pretty? This society considers being poor a sin." Guojia agreed exactly. Look at her shoes, they're practically falling apart, yet she still wears them. She can't even afford a new pair, and she still pretends to be aloof. Gao Yin grew more animated, her voice escalating as she disregarded the roommate, still sleeping. "Just thinking about it makes me angry. She comes back from the cafeteria every day, and the smell of oil on her is disgusting. Our dorm is already small, and when she sits down the whole room reeks. Don't you all feel it?" Guojia wrinkled her nose as if that smell lingered at the tip of her nose. "It really is a bit much." Gao Yin glanced at the link she had sent on her phone, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. "Do you think she'll contact that person?" Guojia pondered for a moment and said, "Of course. It's 5,000 yuan. How much can she earn in a month working herself to the bone? Just wait and see, she will eventually." She paused and spoke the latter part with a firm tone, "Become a plaything of those rich guys. Those who are pitiful must have their own faults." Gao Yin shrugged, as if that conversation was merely an insignificant interlude in her daily life. Zheng Xian glanced at Gao Yin, then at Guojia, opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing and withdrew her head behind the bed curtain. Not long after leaving the dormitory building, Jiang Yu's phone rang. She pulled the phone out of her pocket, which she had bought with her summer job earnings after the college entrance examination, for 300 yuan, a second-hand model. "Hello, Grandpa Village Chief, what's up?" Jiang Yu's voice was not loud, but very clear. On the other end of the line came an elderly voice, thick with dialect, speaking rapidly, tinged with urgency. "Yu Yue, your mother fell while chopping wood on the mountain." Jiang Yu's steps came to an abrupt halt. She stood on the sidewalk as her classmates strolled by in groups, some chatting and laughing, others on the phone, and a few zooming past on skateboards. But in an instant, all those sounds faded into the distance, becoming a blurred background, as if separated by a thick layer of glass. Her hand gripping the phone trembled slightly, yet her voice was surprisingly calm. "Grandpa Village Chief, my mother is She's fine, she's fine," the village chief hurriedly reassured her. "It's just that her leg is fractured. She fell halfway down the mountain. We pulled together some money to take your mother to the county hospital, and the surgery fee has already been paid, so you don't need to worry." Hearing the words, "the surgery fee has already been paid," Jiang Yu's eyes instantly turned red. She understood what the village chief meant by a few families pooled together money. That money was contributed by a few households in the village, 300 from one, 500 from another. Her mother lived alone on the mountain, while the remaining villagers were mostly elderly, none were wealthy, and it must have taken a lot of frugality to gather the surgery fee. "Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief." Jiang Yu's voice quivered, but she suppressed her emotions, biting her lip. "I will repay you as soon as I can." "Yu Yue, the reason I called is not to rush you to repay the money." The village chief's tone softened, imbued with the special concern of an elder. "I just wanted to let you know that your mother needs to rest. The doctor said she won't be able to get out of bed for at least 3 months. Focus on your studies. The other matters will be taken care of by your second aunt and the others." "Grandpa Village Chief, I will come back immediately." "You girl, why are you panicking?" The village chief's voice rose significantly. "Aren't you about to take your exams? Your second aunt is with your mother in the hospital these days. Just wait until you finish your exams before coming back. If you run back now, not only will your mother scold you, but I will too." Jiang Yu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her throat felt blocked, as if something was lodged in it, and she couldn't utter a single word. "Did you hear me?" the village chief asked again, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I heard you." Jiang Yu's voice was muffled, as if it were coming from beneath the water. "Good, focus on your exams, and don't overthink it. We'll handle the family matters." The call ended. Jiang Yu stood on the sidewalk, maintaining the position as if the call had just ended, the phone still pressed against her ear, as if she were waiting for something. Then the tears began to flow. Silent, they trickled down from her eyes, running down her cheeks, landing on her collar and her hand. She did not wipe them away, standing there as the tears fell soundlessly. Occasionally passers-by would glance at her, seeing a beautiful girl crying by the roadside. Some showed sympathy, while others displayed curiosity, but no one stopped to ask her what was wrong. This is how the world is. Everyone has their own little mess to deal with, and no one is obligated to stop and help others clean up. Jiang Yu slowly lowered her phone and wiped her face with the back of her hand. She took a deep breath, then another, gradually suppressing the surging emotions within her. She just wanted to study hard, earn money, and then bring her mother out of that mountain valley to live in the big city. Her mother had suffered too much in this life, becoming a widow at a young age, raising her child alone, farming, chopping wood, feeding pigs. She had done all kinds of dirty and exhausting work. By the age of 50, her hair had turned mostly gray. She just wanted her mother to live a good life in the future. Why was it so difficult? At that moment, a thought popped into her mind. What if she just stopped studying? With school starting in September, tuition fees had to be paid again, which amounted to several thousand yuan. Her original plan was to find a part-time job during the summer, whether in a factory or serving dishes in a restaurant, to save 5 or 6,000 yuan over 2 months combined with last month's part-time earnings in the cafeteria to barely cover the tuition. But now that her mother had fallen, she had to go back to take care of her, and the plan to work was dashed. What about tuition? What about living expenses? What about her mother's medical expenses? Jiang Yu stood still, feeling for the first time that the sky of this city was very low, pressing down on her so much that she couldn't breathe. Forget it, she lowered her head, looking at her worn-out canvas, shoes, her voice as light as a falling leaf. It's all. She resumed her steps, walking towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria was on the first floor, while Jiang Yu's workstation was on the third floor, a place serving home-style dishes. The owner, surnamed Zhou, was in her 30s, slightly plump with dimples when she smiled, and had always been very kind to Jiang Yu. Because Jiang Yu worked diligently, without slacking off, while other part-timers played on their phones, Jiang Yu cleaned tables, mopped the floor, washed vegetables, and chopped ingredients, always busy with tasks single-handedly capable of doing the work of two. Moreover, ever since Jiang Yu joined, the business at their stall had noticeably improved. This was not Sister Zhou's illusion. Many boys came specifically to the third floor to dine, just to catch a glimpse of that part-timer, who looked like a star. Sister Zhou was well aware, but did not address it directly. During payday, she would sometimes slip Jiang Yu an extra 50 or 100 yuan, calling it a bonus. When Jiang Yu walked into the cafeteria, the afternoon rush had just passed, and there weren't many people. Sister Zhou was sitting behind the cash register, scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing Jiang Yu enter, she smiled and greeted her. Yue, is that you? Aren't you off work already? Sister Zhou. Jiang Yu walked to the cash register, her hands unconsciously twisting together. I need to talk to you about something. Sister Zhou noticed her unusual expression, put her phone down, shifted aside, and patted the chair next to her. Sit down and talk. Jiang Yu didn't sit, as she stood there, and explained that her mother had fallen and fractured her leg, and she needed to go back to take care of her. Sister Zhou, I might not be able to work this semester, nor during the summer. Can you settle my pay in advance? Sister Zhou listened in silence for 2 seconds, then stood up and walked behind the cash register, pulling open a drawer to take out an envelope. Without counting, she grabbed a handful of money from the drawer and stuffed it into the envelope, hesitated for a moment, then added a few more bills before handing the envelope to Jiang Yu. Here is 2,200, Sister Zhou said. Your salary from last month plus this month's totals 1,007. The extra 500 is a little gift from me. You've worked hard these past few months. Jiang Yu took the envelope, her fingers gripping the edge tightly, her knuckles turning white. Sister Zhou, this is too much. Too much. Sister Zhou waved her hand, her tone as hearty as a big sister. You need to take care of your mom. You'll need money on the road, and when you get home. As a student, how much can you have? Just take it, don't be polite with me. Jiang Yu looked at Sister Zhou's eyes, which curved into crescent shapes when she smiled, and felt her throat tighten. She bowed deeply, almost to a 90-degree angle. Thank you, Sister Zhou. All right, go on. Sister Zhou patted her shoulder and added, once you're settled, feel free to come back whenever. They'll save a spot for you here. Jiang Yu nodded, stuffed the envelope into the compartment of her canvas bag, and turned to leave the cafeteria. Once outside the cafeteria, she didn't return to her dormitory, but walked to a corner beside the cafeteria where there was an ATM set up by the school for the convenience of students. She took the money out of the envelope and counted it 2,200 correct. Then she pulled out her worn canvas wallet from her pocket, opened it, and found less than 200 inside. That was the remaining living expenses for this month. She kept the 200, took out the full 2,200, deposited it into her bank card, and transferred some to Grandpa Village Head. After the transfer, she had less than 200 in cash left and 500 in her bank account, which was set aside. This was all her possessions. Jiang Yu leaned against the wall next to the ATM and looked up at the sky. The day was fading, the clouds in the west painted orange by the setting sun layered like an oil painting. A few birds flew across the sky, forming a V shape as they headed south. She suddenly missed home. She longed to return to that mountain valley, to that old adobe house, to her mother's side. But what would happen when she returned? The remaining 700 or so yuan wouldn't last long. She couldn't keep borrowing money from Grandpa Village Head. He had already helped her too much. In her daze, her gaze accidentally swept over her phone screen. The screen was still unlocked, lingering on a link sent by Gao Yin. Wanted a pair of socks worn by a girl. Price 5,000 yuan. Jiang Yu's gaze froze on those numbers. 5,000 yuan. She stared at those 3 words for a long time, a voice in her head saying, "Are you crazy?" But another voice, softer and quieter, yet very clear, said, "But a pair of socks could replace 3 months of your salary." She was not someone without principles. On the contrary, she had always believed that she had principles. She would rather work in the cafeteria wearing a faded old t-shirt than sit in a sports car wearing brand-name clothes. But now, Jiang Yu looked at the purchase post on her phone screen and suddenly felt something shift within her. She thought of her mother, recalled Grandpa Village Head's aged voice, and remembered the 500 yuan Sister Zhou had stuffed into the envelope. She also remembered one thing. Last year, she was accepted into college, the first university student in the village in decades. The village head set off firecrackers at the village entrance. The villagers pooled money to buy her a suitcase and backpack, and when she boarded the bus, everyone in the village came out to see her off. At that time, she stood on the old minibus looking at the villagers outside the window, making a vow in her heart that she would definitely rise to prominence, earn money, and ensure that those who helped her lived well. But now, Jiang Yu turned off her phone screen. But she didn't delete that link. She shouldered her canvas bag again and headed towards the dormitory. Her footsteps were much slower than before. Each step felt like walking on cotton, soft and without strength. Back at the dormitory, she stood at the door, took a deep breath, then pushed the door open. Immediately, a rush of cold air hit her. The air conditioning in the dorm was still running. Every month, she had to cover about 80 yuan for electricity, but she hardly needed the air conditioning and spent very little time in the dorm. For the sake of so-called fitting in, she had never minded the 80 yuan electricity bill, which was enough for her to eat for a week. Gao Yin and Guojia were still in their respective spots. Zhang Xin's curtain was drawn tightly, and it was unclear whether she was sleeping or doing something else. Yu Yu is back. Gao Yin looked up at her gaze lingering on Jiang Yu's face for 2 seconds, as if Jiang Yu nodded, said nothing more, went to her desk, put down her canvas bag, then sat down and opened a notebook. She flipped to the first page, picked up a pen, and wrote a line on the blank paper. Have I resigned to my fate? Her pen tip paused over the question mark, the ink spreading into a small round dot on the paper. She stared at those 4 words for a long time. Finally, Jiang Yu made up her mind. If it's just a pair of socks. After all, 5,000 yuan was enough for her tuition. As for anything else, that was out of the question. She clicked on that link. After hesitating for a moment, she sent a private message to the buyer. Jiang Yu, hello, may I ask, is it just the socks you want? No other requests, right? Chen Zhuo was lying on the sofa while a technician upstairs was installing a computer, and he happened to see this message. Jiang Yu's message was quite special, worded cautiously with a sense of careful probing. He noticed it. He edited a message and sent it back. Chen Zhuo, yes, no other requests. But I need you to send a photo first so I can see if it meets the requirements. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Jiang Yu, what if you're just tricking me for a photo? Chen Zhuo, then you can report me. If my account gets banned for violating rules, you would only lose a photo. More silence followed. Jiang Yu, why can I wear a mask? Chen Zhuo thought for a moment. Even beauty filters could be detected, let alone a mask. Chen Zhuo, sure. Upon seeing this reply, Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. She rummaged through a drawer and found a white mask which she used when working in the cafeteria. She took the mask and walked into the bathroom, adjusting it in front of the mirror so that only her eyes were visible. She raised her phone and took a photo of herself. No beauty filters, no filters at all, and even the lighting wasn't great. But she still sent it. Soon Chen Zhuo received the photo. It was slightly blurred and low resolution. Taken with a front-facing camera, though she wore a mask, Chen Zhuo could still discern her striking beauty from the contours of her brow and eyes, sharp, well-defined features, large luminous eyes, no makeup, no digital enhancement, natural unadorned allure. Yet his apprehension centered on what lay beneath that mask. What if reality shattered the illusion? Chen Zhuo activated the system scan. A burst of golden light erupted from his phone screen. Not ordinary gold, but radiant, iridescent, shimmering with ethereal brilliance. It resembled the dazzling visual effect reserved for legendary tier draws, so intense it nearly blinded him. Jiang Yu. Name Jiang Yu. Rank orange. Age 19. Height 165 centimeters. Appearance 90,100. Physique 84,100. Bonds Lucky Star student. Special traits none. Chen Zhuo stared at the glowing orange label. His pupils contracted in stunned disbelief for a full 3 seconds. What the? He sprang upright from the sofa. Orange above purple. This was actually a 5-cost card. View bond attributes. Yes. Student bond effect, learning capacity increased by 50. Lucky Star bond effect grants 1 gift package. Rewards escalate daily, capped at 100 days. The package may be claimed anytime. Upon claiming, it resets. Chen Zhuo's eyes widened like bronze bells. What the? He shouted it 3 times, voice so loud the computer technician upstairs poked his head out and asked, boss, everything all right down there? All good. Please carry on. Chen Zhuo fixed his gaze on the Lucky Star bond, mind racing. Wasn't this identical to the Fortunate Star synergy from Teamfight Tactics? The longer the reward accumulates, the greater its value. Capped at 100 days. What magnitude of boon would await at the century mark? Hesitation, even for a second, would be an insult to this bond. Rational thought had long fled Chen Zhuo. He tuned out reason entirely. This was Fortunate Star, and he would ride it to glory. System, bind Jiang Yu now. Jiang Yu bound successfully. Bond update in progress. Current bonds. Lucky Star 11. Rara 11. Student 23. Lucky Star gift package generating. Progress 1,100. Open now. No. Chen Zhuo blurted 3 emphatic denials, terrified his trembling finger might accidentally tap the wrong option. Claiming it now would likely yield mere pocket change. Utterly disastrous. This bond demanded nurturing. Fertilized over 100 days, cultivated until time itself grew ancient, until even the system regretted ever designing such a synergy. Just then Jiang Yu's message arrived again. Jiang Yu, is this acceptable? Chen Zhuo took a slow, steadying breath, striving to regain composure. Chen Zhuo, no problem. I see we're in the same city. Can we meet for the exchange now? Jiang Yu, could you arrange a courier pickup? Chen Zhuo, no. I must verify personally that it's truly yours. Silence followed. Jiang Yu stared at those 4 words, biting her lower lip. Verify personally. They stirred an uneasy ripple within her, yet she paused, reconsidering. After all, someone paying 5,000 yuan for a pair of socks had every right to inspect them face-to-face. She typed her reply. Jiang Yu agreed. Let's choose a meeting place. Chen Zhuo where? Jiang Yu hesitated briefly, then entered a location. Jiang Yu South Gate of Kahua University. Chen Zhuo understood. I'll arrive in 40 minutes. Chen Zhuo murmured to himself, gazing at the message. So she's a top scholar from Kahua University. No wonder she's an orange tier card. He tidied himself before the mirror, smoothing his hair, flashing a grin to check for stray food particles between his teeth. Then he called up the stairs. Foreman, I've transferred your payment. Once you finish the installation, just leave at your convenience. Understood, boss. Chen Zhuo grabbed his phone and stepped out. Meanwhile, across town, at Jiangxing University, Jiang Yu stared at the same message, biting her lip once more. She had no intention of revealing she attended Jiangxing University, though geographically adjacent Jiangxing and Kahua universities shared an unspoken student code. When misconduct occurred off-campus, Jiangxing students claimed affiliation with Kahua, and vice versa. In truth, each cohort knew the other's campus better than their own. Jiang Yu slipped her phone into her pocket and stood before her dormitory's full-length mirror. She let her hair fall loose over her shoulders, framing both cheeks like soft, dark curtains. From her closet, she retrieved a black baseball cap, the kind she wore while working part-time in the cafeteria, its wide brim designed to keep stray hairs from falling into meals. Before the mirror, she donned her mask and tugged the cap low. Perfect. Then she entered the restroom, bent at the waist, and peeled off her socks. The white ankle socks, still warm from her skin, slid free. She hesitated, then pulled a black plastic bag from her pocket and sealed the socks inside with a tight final knot. Emerging, she performed one last check. Mask secure, cap, low plastic-wrapped bundle hidden deep within the inner compartment of her canvas tote. She drew a deep breath and opened the dormitory door. Before it fully clicked shut, a voice echoed behind her. Jiang Yu offered no rebuttal, not because she was indifferent, but because she knew argument was futile. In their eyes, poverty rendered every act inherently flawed. Refuse a wealthy heir's advances, and you were pretentiously aloof. Accept, and you were instantly branded a seller of flesh. To be poor was to breathe in error. Descending the staircase, Jiang Yu wrestled inwardly. It's only a pair of socks, she told herself. Nothing else. 5,000 yuan. At 15 yuan per hour in the cafeteria, 4 hours daily, it represented nearly 3 months' wages. With that sum, her September tuition would be secured. She wouldn't need to beg Grandpa Village Chief for another loan. Just a pair of socks. Not a sale of her body. Not something shameful or unspeakable. Stepping out the dormitory gate, a summer night breeze swept over her. Warm, humid, redolent of early summer's quiet intensity. From Jiangxing University to Kahua University's South Gate, the bus ride took 30 minutes. Though the two campuses lay only 2 kilometers apart, as the crow flies, circuitous routes extended the actual distance beyond 6 kilometers. While waiting at the bus stop, Jiang Yu withdrew her phone and reread the purchase post. The poster's avatar was a generic landscape photograph. The username, an indecipherable string of characters. The profile, barren. No posts, no history. A newly minted anonymous account. She had no idea who waited on the other side, a greasy middle-aged man. A reclusive, unsettling loner. Or simply another ordinary young person, like herself. No matter who it was, she had prepared herself mentally. She had drawn a line for herself. She would only sell socks. If the other party made any request that made her uncomfortable, she would turn and leave. 5,000 yuan was worth a try, but not worth selling herself. The bus arrived. Jiang Yu boarded, sitting by the window in the last row, hugging her canvas bag tightly and pushing her hat down a bit further. The cityscape outside the window flew by with neon lights, billboards, a continuous flow of vehicles, and scattered pedestrians. This city was vast, capable of accommodating the dreams of tens of millions, yet small enough that even a poor student had nowhere to stay. She leaned against the cold glass of the window, which slightly calmed her chaotic thoughts. 40 minutes later, the bus stopped at the South Gate of Kahua University. Jiang Yu got off the bus. The South Gate of Kahua University was a narrow road lined with ginkgo trees, their leaves still green in this season, glowing softly under the streetlights. Across the South Gate was a snack street filled with barbecues, spicy hot pots, milk tea, and fried chicken, bustling with activity and noise. Jiang Yu stood on the steps of the South Gate and sent a message to the buyer. I'm here at the steps of the South Gate. The other party replied instantly, I'm here too, coming over right away. Jiang Yu tightened her grip on the canvas bag. She silently encouraged herself, it's fine, it's just a transaction, cash for goods, and then I'll leave. Then she raised her head and began to observe the people passing by. Not far away, a young man was walking towards her. He wasn't very tall, about 1 meter 80, neither fat nor thin, walking at a pace that was neither fast nor slow, exuding a lazy and relaxed vibe. His facial features were not very clear from this distance, but overall he did not resemble the sleazy buyers she had imagined. He looked nothing like a wealthy person, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that he was walking in her direction, and upon seeing her, he noticeably quickened his. Jiang Yu's heart began to race. Chen Zhuo's heart was also racing, but not out of nervousness. It was because a $5 bill was walking towards him. After leaving his apartment, he took a taxi and arrived at the south gate of Kahua University in 20 minutes. After getting out of the car, he scanned the area from across the street and quickly locked his gaze on the girl on the steps. She was dressed very ordinarily in a white t-shirt and dark blue jeans with a pair of canvas shoes. Her hair was down, wearing a black baseball cap with the brim pulled low and a mask covering her face, wrapping herself up tightly. Yet even so, Chen Zhuo spotted her among the crowd at a glance, especially since the system scan was activated. She was glowing with golden light. Chen Zhuo quickened his pace, crossed the street, and walked up to her. "Hello," he spoke first, his voice not loud, trying to keep the tone casual. "It's me." Jiang Yu looked at him, remaining silent. She was assessing him. Not like a bad person, but also not like a good person. Are you the one buying?" Jiang Yu's voice came from behind the mask, muffled. Yes, Chen Zhuo nodded, unable to help but laugh. "Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person. Bad people always say they aren't bad people," Jiang Yu replied. Chen Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, then laughed wider. "If you're worried, we can conduct the transaction right here under this streetlight, surrounded by people. If I make a move, you can just shout for help, okay? WeChat or Alipay?" "WeChat, please." Chen Zhuo took out his phone. "Open WeChat, I'll scan you." The moment the payment success notification popped up, she took out the black plastic bag from her pocket and handed it over. Chen Zhuo heard the system notification in his mind. Ding. The host receives a cashback for the purchase made for the binding target. Current cashback ratio 1:1. Congratulations, the host receives 5,000 Summer Kingdom yuan. Chen Zhuo tore open the bag and took a glance inside. It contained a pair of white short socks neatly folded. But he still opened the system. Ding. Detected intimate clothing X1. Confirmation valid. When the words confirmation valid popped up, Chen Zhuo let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Task progress, 23. Only one pair left. But he didn't show any unusual expression on his face, calmly folding the plastic bag and putting it in his pocket, then looking up at Jiang Yu and saying, "Okay, thanks." Jiang Yu stood under the streetlight, watching him put her socks into his pocket, feeling a complex emotion surging within. 5,000 yuan. A pair of old socks worn for half a year. She didn't know what this person would use her socks for, nor did she. The only thing she needed to know was that this transaction was over. "Then I'm leaving." Jiang Yu turned around, ready to go. "Wait a moment," Chen Zhuo called out to her. Jiang Yu's heart jumped, her body instinctively tensed, and her hand unconsciously gripped the strap of her canvas bag. "Is there anything else?" Chen Zhuo scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "You're a student at Kahua University, right?" Jiang Yu didn't answer, but a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." Chen Zhuo quickly waved his hand. "I'm not trying to investigate anything about you. I just wanted to say, how about we add each other on WeChat?" Jiang Yu looked at him, her eyes complicated. "Why?" "Because I might need to buy from you again later." Jiang Yu's face flushed slightly. After all, being told in person by a male that he would want to buy from her again was indeed a bit embarrassing. Jiang Yu remained silent and opened her WeChat QR code. After all, 5,000 yuan could indeed help alleviate her family's current predicament. After successfully adding him as a friend, she turned around and walked toward the bus stop. After taking a few steps, she stopped again. Without turning back, she stood there with her back to him, the streetlight casting a long shadow of her onto the ground at Chen Zhuo's feet. "Thank you," she said softly. Although it was a transaction, she knew she had the advantage. Then she continued, walking her pace much quicker than before. Chen Zhuo stood still, watching her figure gradually disappear into the night. The canvas bag swayed beside her, and the brim of her cap cast a small shadow under the streetlight, obscuring most of her face. But he could see her silhouette. A bus arrived, blocking his view. Soon after, the bus drove away. That slender silhouette had already vanished in the direction of the bus stop. Chen Zhuo took out his phone and sent Jiang Yu a message. "If you plan to have more transactions, you can find me. After all, what if the system issued similar tasks later? Jiang Yu here could be the best option for completing this task without spending her own money, as the system would foot the bill." Moreover, Chen Zhuo also noticed that this girl came from a poor family. After all, she was his lucky star. On the bus, Jiang Yu leaned against the window, and the screen of her phone lit up for a moment. She opened the message and stared at it for a long time. The cityscape outside the window rushed past her eyes, and the flickering neon lights reflected in her gaze like shattered stars scattered all around. Finally, she typed a few words: "Thank you." After sending the message, she put her phone into her canvas bag and took out her. Inside the wallet, there wasn't much money left, just a few crumpled coins adding up to less than 200 yuan. She opened her mobile banking app and glanced at her balance. With the additional 5,000 yuan from earlier, she had a total of 5,500 left in her card. Enough for tuition. Enough for her to hold on for a while longer. Jiang Yu closed the wallet tightly in her hand. The wind from outside the window rushed in, blowing her hair and the few strands beneath her hat. Suddenly, she felt a slight sting at the tip of her nose. It wasn't sadness. It was an indescribable and complex emotion, like something was lodged in her throat, unable to swallow or spit out. The bus stopped at Jiangxing University, and Jiang Yu got off, walking towards the dormitory. When she reached the bottom of the dormitory building, she looked up at the window of her room. The light was still on. She stood downstairs for a while, then took a deep breath and stepped into the dormitory. Upon returning to her room, Gao Yin and Guo Jia both glanced over at her. Guo Jia looked her up and down, a knowing smile on her lips. "Oh, you're back." Jiang Yu ignored her walk to her desk, put down the canvas bag, sat down, and opened a book. She couldn't read a single word, but she pretended to be reading, because pretending to read was much easier than pretending not to hear their idle chatter. Gao Yin and Guo Jie exchanged glances, sharing a look that said, "See, I told you so," before each returned to their own focus. The dormitory fell silent again. Only the sound of pages turning and a pop song from a distant dormitory. Jiang Yu sat at her desk staring at the words on the page. They crawled like ants across the paper, failing to form any coherent phrases. Her phone resting on the edge of the desk lit up briefly. She picked it up to take a look. It was the boy who bought socks messaging her. "Have you reached the dorm?" Jiang Yu looked at the message. Her finger hovered over the keyboard for a moment. Then she typed 2 words, "Yes." After sending it, she placed her phone back on the desk and closed the book. Turning off the lights, she lay down on her bed, pulling the blanket to her chin, curling up like a wounded little animal. The moonlight outside seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a thin white line on the ceiling. Jiang Yu closed her eyes and silently told herself, "You are not for sale. You are just selling a pair of socks." She repeated this phrase in her mind many times like a kind of incantation. After saying it repeatedly, she seemed to truly believe it. Returning to the Buyue mansion, Chen Zhuo was in high spirits. He even forgot to change his shoes when he entered, leaving several footprints in the living room with his sneakers. After a few steps, he realized, chuckled to himself, and went back to change into slippers. The task was complete. The Lucky Star gift pack would arrive in 100 days. An orange bond. A super gift pack that upgraded every day. Chen Zhuo sat on the sofa, legs crossed, already envisioning the scene 100 days later. 3 crowns. 3-star 5 cost. No matter what the reward was, just the phrase upgrading every day was enough to make him dream. He slouched on the sofa for a while, feeling a rush of energy, but not knowing where to direct it, so he decided to take a bath. He hadn't used the large bathtub in Buyue Mansion since it was bought. Today was different. Task progress 23. Lung Jing's socks were already on the way. Jiang Yu was bound, and the Lucky Star was being nurtured. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Chen Zhuo turned the faucet of the bathtub to the maximum. Hot water gushed out, and the bathroom quickly filled with a thick white mist. He poured some shower gel into the water, rubbed it a bit. The air was filled with the scent of lavender. He took off his clothes and slipped into the bathtub. The moment the hot water enveloped his chest, he let out a long sigh from deep within his soul. Comfortable. The bathtub truly was the pinnacle of modern civilization. He leaned against the edge of the bathtub, both hands resting on either side, gazing at the mist above. His mind began to calculate those numbers. After a long while, Chen Zhuo buried his face in the hot water, blowing several bubbles, and when he surfaced, his hair was damp and clung to his forehead. After the bath, he changed into dry clothes and went upstairs. The computer had already been set up. The installation technician sent him a message when he left saying the system was installed and ready for use. Chen Zhuo walked to his desk, his eyes sparkling at the brand new computer. The case had a sea view, 4 sides of tempered glass, and the RGB fans inside radiated colorful light, resembling a miniature crystal palace. The water cooling head was round with a small screen displaying the CPU temperature. The graphics card was an RTX 5060 Ti, with a silver-black metal shell thick like a brick, heavy in hand, giving a solid feeling of this money was well spent. The processor was an i7-14700F. The motherboard was Z790, with all 4 memory slots filled, totaling 64 gigabytes, and the solid-state drive was 2 terabytes, with an 850W gold-rated fully modular power supply. Chen Zhuo pressed the power button, and within 10 seconds he was on the desktop, so fast he didn't even have time to count. He downloaded Delta, and the internet speed was flying. It would finish downloading in about 20 minutes. Chen Zhuo put on his headphones, logged into his account, and equipped an 80,000 already set, starting a fierce attack tonight. In the darkness, the system panel quietly hovered in his consciousness. Lucky Star gift pack progress 2,100. 2 days later, Chen Zhuo was awakened by the doorbell. Groggily, he glanced at his phone. It was 10:30 in the morning. Having played Delta until 3 in the morning last night, his mind was still a jumble. The doorbell rang again, and he shuffled downstairs in his slippers, yawning as he walked. Opening the door, he found a delivery man from SF Express standing outside, holding a package the size of a document envelope. "Mr. Chenwright, please sign for this." Chen Zhuo took the package, glanced at the sender's information, which had been crossed out, assuming it was Lung Jing being shy. Chen Zhuo signed, closed the door, and sat on the sofa with the package, taking a deep breath before opening it. Inside was a brown paper envelope with 3 words written in black ink: "For the pervert." Chen Zhuo looked at these 3 words, his mouth twitching slightly. He opened the envelope and poured its contents onto the sofa. A pair of socks tumbled out. They were white, made of cotton. A small strawberry pattern was printed on the side of the socks with a red fruit and green leaves, looking somewhat childish and not quite matching Lung Jing's style. Chen Zhuo picked up the socks and examined them from different angles. This pair was smaller than the one Lung Jing had given him before. The size was wrong. Lung Jing's feet were not much smaller than his, but this pair was clearly a size smaller, more like. He didn't have time to think further. A crisp system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Task 1 completed. Obtain 3 pieces of clothing from the opposite gender with blue attributes or higher. Reward 1000 yuan, already credited. Chen Zhuo stared at the words already credited on the virtual panel, his mouth slowly curling into a grin. He opened his mobile banking app and glanced at his balance. He had spent 11000 yuan on his computer, leaving him with over 55000. Adding this 10000, 15320 yuan in total. Chen Zhuo stared at that string of numbers, feeling his heartbeat quicken to 120 beats per minute. 15300. He had never seen so much money in his life. This feeling was 100 times more exhilarating than when he first received his manuscript payment. As he reveled in the joy of sudden wealth, the system notification sounded again. Ding. The host has completed 3 tasks and successfully unlocked Hexdeck. Chen Zhuo shot up from the sofa. What the heck? His eyes widened. I thought something was missing. It turns out Hexdeck is indispensable for the golden shovel, just as pasta must be mixed with 42 grade concrete. He had always felt something was lacking in this system. It turned out Hexdeck was unlocked later. Chen Zhuo excitedly rubbed his hands together, his palms turning red like a lottery player waiting for the results. Hexdeck quality is being generated. Hexdeck quality ranges from low to high silver gold prism. He clasped his hands together, muttering, prism, 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 prism. Ding. Prism grade. Chen Zhuo suddenly opened his eyes, giving himself a mental thumbs up. Prism grade, the highest quality. Although he didn't know how powerful the prism grade Hexdeck was, the term prism sounded. Please choose one of the following 3 Hexdecks to obtain birthday gift. Each time you level up, you can receive level 1, 1 million Xia country yuan. Upgraded experience required for each upgrade is reduced by 30. Hedge fund receive 1 million Xia country yuan, earning 10 interest daily with a daily interest cap of 100 yuan. Chen Zhuo leaned back on the sofa, staring at the 3 Hexdeck options, his mind racing with calculations. The beauty position corresponds to the population. The population is related to levels. Higher levels can bind more people. He was currently at level 2, having bound Leng Jing and Jiang Yu. Both beauty positions were already full. To bind Wang Xinya, he needed to level up to 3. Leveling up requires completing tasks. The number of tasks increases with the level. To level up from 2 to 3 requires completing 3 tasks. From 3 to 4 requires 4 tasks, and so on. If the maximum level of the system is 10, then from level 2 to level 10, he would need to complete a total of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 52 tasks. If he chose upgraded, the experience needed would be reduced by 30, so he would only need to complete about 36 tasks. That saves him 16 tasks. Each task has rewards, and he wasn't sure if there would still be tasks available after reaching maximum level. If he completed 16 tasks less, that would mean missing out on quite a few rewards. However, by choosing upgraded, he could level up faster, unlock beauty positions quicker, and activate more connections. In the long run, the benefits were immeasurable. Chen Zhuo set this option aside and began calculating the birthday gift. He was currently at level 2. Using level 10 as the maximum during his journey to level up to 10, he could obtain rewards of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1 million, 45 million. 45 million. Chen Zhuo's breath caught for a second when he saw this number. 45 million. That would be enough for him to buy a nice villa in Jiangxing, get a car, and put the rest in the bank to earn interest. He wouldn't have to work for the rest of his life. He began calculating the hedge fund again. Receiving 1 million Xia country yuan was the principal. The daily interest of 10 mint, earning 100 a day. However, the daily interest cap was 100, meaning as long as he kept 1 million principal untouched, he would earn a fixed 100 every day. In a year, that's 36. 5 million. Not much less than 45 million. Interest is received daily. 100 a day is cash in hand. But how long would it take to reach level 10 through tasks? A year. 2 years. Longer. He needed to complete 3 tasks to level up from 2 to 3. Each task would take at least a day or 2 more or less. It's hard to say. The subsequent tasks would only get harder. The likelihood of reaching level 10 within a year was slim. Moreover, the reward for the birthday gift is given only when he reaches that level, meaning that if he gets stuck at a certain level for a long time, he wouldn't see that money. The hedge fund was different. Once chosen, 1 million would be credited immediately, and starting the next day, he would earn 100 daily, providing not only operating funds, but also stable daily returns. Regardless of whether he completed tasks or leveled up, he would receive 100 every day without fail. Chen Zhuo first ruled out the birthday gift. The returns were too low. Next, a scale appeared in Chen Zhuo's mind with quick leveling on the left and 100 a day on the right. The scale wobbled a few times. He mentally calculated these numbers 3 times over. His high school math knowledge proved useful at this moment, not in complex functions or geometry, but in the simplest calculation of investment return rates. Ultimately, the scale tipped sharply to the right. The hedge fund was like a chicken that starts laying eggs today. Tomorrow he could eat the eggs. I choose the hedge fund. Chen Zhuo made his decision. Ding. Hexdeck activated. Hedge fund. 1 million Xia country yuan has been credited. Current balance 1153200 yuan. Daily interest 10000 yuan. Interest will be automatically settled at midnight every day. Chen Zhuo stared at the long string of numbers in his bank card balance, counting them once. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. 7 digits. 1,153,200 yuan. Leaning back on the sofa, he gazed at the ceiling, suddenly feeling that the light fixture above was 10 times brighter than usual. No, it wasn't the light that was brighter. It was his world that had brightened. Just then his phone vibrated. Chen Zhuo picked up the phone and saw a message from Lung Jing. Lung Jing, did you receive it? Chen Zhuo received it. Thanks Jing, you'll treat you to a meal another day. Lung Jing, no need to treat me to a meal. I want to ask you something, and you must answer truthfully. Chen Zhuo, go ahead. Lung Jing, you've been buying me concert tickets, renting apartments, and treating me to lavish meals lately. Do you still have money? Chen Zhuo was taken aback for a moment and replied with a question mark. Lung Jing, if you're short on money, just tell me. Although I don't have much, I can help you borrow some. Don't touch those random things. Chen Zhuo stared at the message. A wave of indescribable warmth surged in his heart. This Lung Jing, though her words were sharp as a knife, was more reliable than anyone when it came to matters. Chen Zhuo, don't worry Jing, I am not short on money. I recently made a fortune selling copyrights, several million, you know. Lung Jing, he. Lung Jing, are you kidding me? Chen Zhuo, really? Believe it or not. Lung Jing, alright, great author, you go ahead. I'm going to class now. Chen Zhuo set his phone aside, stood up from the sofa, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was the commercial street below the Bue mansion, bathed in the bright midday sun. People were walking by, including young mothers pushing strollers, students running back with takeout, and young couples lining up outside a milk tea shop. Everything seemed ordinary. Yet the world before him felt different from yesterday. The colors were more vibrant, the sounds clearer, and even the air tasted sweeter. Chen Zhuo stood by the window, arms wide open like a bird ready to take flight. 100,000 a day. His phone vibrated again. This time it was a message from Wang Xinya. Mr. Chen Qingzi and I have arrived. We're downstairs. Chen Zhuo put away his phone and turned to walk towards the door. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped and looked down at the pair of strawberry-patterned socks on the coffee table. He picked up the socks, went upstairs, and placed them in the desk drawer alongside those of Wang Xinya and Jiang Yu. At the moment he closed the drawer, Chen Zhuo glanced at the 3 pairs of neatly arranged socks inside. 3 pairs of socks, 3 people, 3 bonds. And from today onwards his life was about to take off. When the doorbell rang, Chen Zhuo was leaning back on the sofa, a lingering smile from the 1,115,000 still on his lips. He went to open the door. Wang Xinya and little Qingzi were standing at the entrance. Wang Xinya was wearing a light blue cotton and linen shirt today, with her sleeves rolled up to her forearms, and a pair of dark gray wide-leg pants, while her feet were in those same sneakers. Her hair was down, cascading over her shoulders, slightly curled at the ends, giving her a softer look than a few days ago. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, brother. Little Qingzi shouted, tilting her face up. Today she had 2 small braids tied with pink rubber bands that swayed as she walked. Chen Zhuo stepped aside to let them in and closed the door. The gray slippers and pink bunny slippers at the entrance were neatly arranged, just like yesterday, toes facing outwards placed on either side. Wang Xinya bent down to change her shoes, and little Qingzi followed suit, the 2 figures, one big and one small, forming 2 gentle arcs at the entrance. After changing shoes, Wang Xinya straightened up and habitually scanned the living room. The living room was a bit messy. There were several snack bags and 2 empty soda cans scattered on the coffee table. The cushions on the sofa were askew, and there were a few unknown crumbs on the floor. Chen Zhuo noticed her gaze and felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. I've been busy these past 2 days and haven't had time to... Wang Xinya shook her head, indicating that it was her responsibility. Her gaze continued to wander around the living room before stopping on the trash can. The trash can was in the corner near the kitchen door, usually not very noticeable. But when Wang Xinya's gaze fell upon it, it clearly paused for a moment. The trash bag on the can was the one she had brought last time. She remembered this trash bag. It was the one she had brought from her own, but now that trash bag was still securely fitted on the trash can, containing only a few snack bags and soda cans. There were no socks. Wang Xinya stared at the trash bag for 2 seconds. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be? No way, no way. She almost immediately extinguished the thought in her mind. Mr. Chen is a good person. He buys snacks for little Qingzi, pays her such a high salary, and has never looked at her with an uncomfortable gaze. When he looked at her, and Qingzi, his eyes were clean. It must have been that she forgot to take the trash out that day. The trash can smelled of spilled milk, and Mr. Chen disliked the odor, so he must have thrown the socks elsewhere. Yes, it must be that way. As for why the socks were discarded while the trash bag remained, Wang Xinya did not think further. Some things, the more you think about them, the worse it becomes. She withdrew her gaze, walked to the kitchen door, and said to Chen Zhuo, who was sitting down on the sofa, Mr. Chen will cook first and clean up after I'm done. Does that work for you? Chen Zhuo leaned back on the sofa, casually picking up the remote. I'm fine with whatever you decide. He turned to look at little Qingzi, who was tiptoeing to peek at the coffee table, patting the spot beside him. Qingzi, come on, let's go watch cartoons on the sofa. Yay. Little Qingzi instantly brightened up, running around the coffee table, kicking off her slippers, and climbing onto the sofa, sitting beside Chen Zhuo. Her small hands were neatly placed on her knees, but her little feet swung back and forth at the edge of the sofa, betraying her inner excitement. Chen Zhuo turned on the television and tuned in to the cartoon channel. The screen was showing Paw Patrol with 6 puppies lined up, shouting slogans, ready to set off for a rescue. Little Qingzi's eyes lit up, immediately leaning forward, her chin almost resting on the coffee table. Chen Zhuo dug out a pack of teddy bear cookies from the drawer under the coffee table, opened it, and placed it in front of her. Little Qingzi looked at the cookies, then at Chen Zhuo, and then towards the kitchen. Go ahead, Mom won't mind. Chen Zhuo stuffed a piece into her hand. Little Qingzi popped the cookie into her mouth, chewing it slowly, her eyes fixed on the television screen. When she got to the third piece, she suddenly stopped, took out a whole teddy bear cookie from the bag, and held it out to Chen Zhuo. Brother should eat too. Chen Zhuo was taken aback for a moment, looking down at that small hand, holding a teddy bear-shaped cookie. The bear's expression seemed to smile. Thank you, Qingzi. He took the cookie and popped it into his mouth. Little Qingzi smiled with satisfaction, revealing 2 big front teeth that were missing. In the kitchen, Wang Xinya was handling the ingredients, her movements steady and unhurried, as the knife rhythmically struck the cutting board with a steady thud. As she continued to chop, she unconsciously tilted her head and glanced through the glass sliding door of the kitchen towards the living room. On the sofa, Chen Zhuo leaned against the cushion, one hand resting on the armrest, while Xiao Qingzi sat beside him, holding a bottle of yogurt with both hands, sipping it slowly, eyes glued to the television. The sunlight outside poured in through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a warm light on the floor. Wang Xinya stared at the scene, and the knife in her hand paused. That scene was truly beautiful. So beautiful that it momentarily made her feel as if this were not her workplace, but an ordinary, complete home. For a moment, she almost felt that the young man sitting on the sofa, the one smiling as he handed cookies to Xiao Qingzi, was. Wang Xinya suddenly averted her gaze, lowered her head, and continued to chop the vegetables. The sound of the knife hitting the cutting board quickened again, thud, 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 as if trying to drive away any inappropriate thoughts. She took a deep breath, refocusing on the ingredients in her hands. Cooking was just cooking. She was here to work. For lunch, Wang Xinya prepared 4 dishes and a soup as usual. After the meal, she tidied up the kitchen, washed the dishes, wiped the stove, and mopped the kitchen floor. Having completed these tasks, she went upstairs. Chen Zhuo's bedroom needed cleaning. The bed sheets had been used for 3 days and needed to be changed. Wang Xinya found clean bed sheets and duvet covers from the cupboard. She pulled down the old bed sheet from the bed, shook it out, folded it neatly to the side, and then laid down the new sheet. After making the bed, she carried the dirty bed sheet downstairs, stuffed it into the washing machine, added detergent, and pressed the start button. The washing machine buzzed to life. She stood on the balcony for a while, waiting for it to finish. Once done, she took out each piece, unfolded it, shook it out, and hung it on the drying rack. The edges of the bed sheet aligned with the duvet cover, and even the distances between the hangers were roughly equal. Each task was done with utmost care. Chen Zhuo watched Wang Xinya hanging clothes on the balcony. Her movements were neither hurried nor slow. She picked up an item, shook it out, hung it up, smoothed out the wrinkles, and then moved on to the next. Sunlight streamed in from outside, falling on her profile. A thin sheen of sweat glistened at her temple in the light. He noticed that after finishing hanging the clothes, she bent down and tugged at one corner of the bedsheet she had hung earlier, adjusting it to hang straighter. This woman, working with such diligence, could not simply be described as serious. It was a meticulousness almost ingrained in her bones. In that moment, Chen Zhuo's fondness for Wang Xinya increased by several percentage points. By 4 o'clock, the entire house was spotless. The floor had been mopped 3 times, the first time wet, the second time dry, and the third time wiped down with a cloth, ensuring every corner was clean. All the snack bags on the coffee table were cleared away, the remote controllers were arranged in order of size, and even the sofa cushions had been fluffed and neatly arranged, each at a similar angle. The second floor was even more immaculate, with everything on the desk neatly organized, the dust between the keyboard keys cleaned out, and not a single fingerprint on the monitor screen. Chen Zhuo took 2 bottles of water from the fridge, handing one to Wang Xinya and opening one for himself. Wang Xinya accepted the water but did not open it, simply holding it in her hand as she sat down on the sofa, maintaining the same posture as before. Xiao Qingzi had already fallen asleep on the sofa, curled up among the cushions with crumbs from cookies at the corner of her mouth, her breathing even and long. Chen Zhuo glanced at Xiao Qingzi, then looked at Wang Xinya and sat down across from her. How do you feel about working here recently? Wang Xinya was slightly taken aback, unsure why he suddenly asked this, but she still replied, honestly, pretty good, Mr. Chen. You are the best person I've ever met. Her tone was sincere, devoid of flattery. How much can you earn at the housekeeping company each month? Wang Xinya lowered her head, hesitating for a moment. I can earn around 3,000. Her voice trailed off at the end. 3,000. In a big city like Jiangxing, what does 3,000 mean? Renting a single room costs 1,000, and even if you economize on food, it would still be about 1,000. The remaining money has to support 2 people along with various unexpected expenses. With this kind of housekeeping, the agency takes a cut, and every penny that actually reaches her hands is earned with great difficulty. Chen Zhuo leaned back in his chair, looking at her, and casually said, why don't you come work here from now on? Wang Xinya looked up, her eyes filled with clear astonishment. Oh, what I mean is to work full-time for me, Chen Zhuo explained. I will pay you 6,000 a month. Wang Xinya was stunned for a full 2 seconds, then quickly shook her head. Mr. Chen, that's not necessary. It's not a big place here. I can just come daily to cook and clean. My sister might come to live here in a while. Chen Zhuo interrupted her. Wang Xinya fell silent. Chen Zhuo continued, his pace steady, as if stating a decision already made. You know, they say there are 2 rooms, but in reality, there's no proper separation. The sound insulation isn't good either, and it won't be convenient when my sister comes. So I plan to rent another apartment, and with 2 apartments you might not be able to manage a part-time job. Having 2 apartments means cooking, cleaning, and changing bed sheets. Doing the same tasks again is certainly not something that can be completed in just 2 hours. Wang Xinya lowered her head in thought, then looked up at the sleeping Xiao Qingzi on the sofa. Xiao Qingzi turned over murmuring something, then fell back into a deep sleep. She saw the peaceful expression on her daughter's face, one that only appeared when she felt secure. Then she looked at Chen Zhuo. Summoning courage from an unknown source, she nodded slightly. All right. But the salary doesn't have to be that high. Chen Zhuo turned to look at her, smiling with a hint of helplessness. All right, don't refuse anymore. He set down his cup, his tone becoming more serious. Soon Xiao Qingzi will be starting elementary school. It's best to find her a preparatory class during the summer to help her catch up, but don't let her fall behind when school starts. Do you think elementary school now is the same as when we were kids? Pinyin, arithmetic, English. Don't you need to prepare in advance for any of these? Wang Xinya's lips moved, wanting to say something, but was rendered speechless by this line of reasoning. She indeed had not thought about preparatory classes. Not that she didn't want to, but because she dared not. The cost of such classes could easily reach 2,000 or 3,000, which she couldn't afford. But if she had 6,000 income each month, Wang Xinya's eyes turned slightly red. She quickly lowered her head, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, and when she raised her head again, her face had already regained its calm expression. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Zhuo waved his hand and stood up, stretching lazily. All right, let's head back early today. Same time tomorrow. Wang Xinya also stood up, walked to the sofa, and gently patted Xiao Qingzi's shoulder. Qingzi, wake up, it's time to go. Xiao Qingzi groggily opened her eyes, looked at her mother, then around the environment, and finally spotted Chen Zhuo, revealing a sleepy, soft smile. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Qingzi, see you tomorrow. Wang Xinya held Xiao Qingzi's hand and walked to the entrance, changing her shoes and opening the door. As she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Chen Zhuo. Mr. Chen, you're welcome. The door closed. Xiao Qingzi's voice echoed in the empty corridor, her sweet voice ringing out. Mom, brother is really nice, I like him a lot. Mom, do you like brother? Mom, can you let brother be my dad? Chen Zhuo stood at the entrance, listening to the voices of the mother and daughter gradually fading away. After Wang Xinya and her daughter left the apartment, fell quiet again. Chen Zhuo sat on the sofa for a while, went upstairs, and opened his computer. He began a fierce attack. After 5 consecutive failed withdrawals, Chen Zhuo stared at the computer screen, silent for a long time. He turned twice in his chair and suddenly remembered something he had seen in a short video before. The Delta could be escorted. Though I am not a genius youth, I have money. If I can't be a genius youth, I can be a wealthy young master. Chen Zhuo is not lacking money now. Every day 100,000 in interest, though it only arrives after midnight. But with over 1 million lying in my account, I feel quite confident. The girls on the escort platform look more beautiful than the last, their avatars so finely edited that they seem cut out from magazine covers, their descriptions increasingly enticing. Pretty and sweet-voiced, knows how to be coy, and will carry your bags. Wherever the boss points, Ilgo won't cry or fuss if I die. Can be sweet or salty, whatever the boss says goes. Offline escorts can fly nationwide. As Chen Zhuo was about to place an order, a system prompt suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! New environment detected. New environment. What new N? Before he could react, the next prompt followed. 200 million star coins gifted has been credited, please check. Chen Zhuo jumped up from his gaming chair. What the hell? He quickly opened the personal center of the escort platform, and the balance displayed a shocking 2,000 star coins. 2 million star coins. He had roughly understood the recharge ratio of this platform, about 2:3, so 2 million star coins converted to Xia country currency would be around 300,000. 300,000. The system just gave that away. Chen Zhuo stared at the balance number, a smile beginning to uncontrollably rise at the corners of his mouth. What more is there to say? Attack hard. He was now genuinely wealthy, with real money lying in his account and virtual coins resting in the platform. Double the wealth, double the joy. He began to filter through the escorts on the platform, eventually spotting 2 that were quite decent. After some hesitation, he selected both. His current economic strength did not allow for choices. Adults never make choices, they want everything. The first one, ID named Little Monster Understudy with a Knife, had a Lala-style avatar, big eyes and twin tails. Her description read, Little Peach is waiting for the boss online, beautiful, sweet-voiced, good-tempered, knows how to compliment and coax. If the boss dies, he'll take the blame. If the boss kills me, shout 6. Price 158 star coinshare, which translates to about 240 Xia country dollars per hour. The second ID named Wind Riding in the Evening Rain had an avatar of a girl wearing a mask, only her eyes visible, looking cool. Her description had only one line, top secret KD 4.0, no chatting, no coyness, only killing. Price the same as Peach, 158 star coins hour. Chen Zhuo did not use the system to scam them. According to the rules of the Jianghu, Senior Zhou was focused on wealth while playing Zhou, not on lust. Games are games, life is life, they cannot be mixed. He first placed an order for 3 hours for each. After payment, the star coin balance dropped from 2 million to just over 1.99 million. Not long after, a friend request came. Little Monster Understudy with a Knife requested to add as a friend with a note, boss, boss, boss. It's Little Peach, Chen Zhuo clicked to agree. The next second a game invite was sent. He clicked and loaded and entered the team formation interface. Hello boss, a sweet and adorable girl's voice came through the headphones soft like freshly made cotton candy. I'm the escort you ordered, just call me Little Peach. Chen Zhuo's eardrums quivered slightly at the sweetness of her voice. Alright Little Peach. Wow, Little Peach let out an exaggerated gasp. Boss, your voice is so magnetic, it sounds so good. Chen Zhuo's lips twitched. Magnetic. He knew his own voice well enough. But it was always nice to be complimented. Just average. Boss, should we start now? Little Peach asked. There's another escort on the way. Little Peach's pitch rose by 8 degrees. Boss, you actually ordered 2 escorts, that's impressive. Little Peach met a big boss today. Just then the second person entered the team. ID was Wind Riding in the Evening Rain. Hello boss. Wind Riding's voice was not as enthusiastic as Little Peach's faintly. I'm Wind Riding, top secret KD-40. Top secret KD-40. Boss, are you really that powerful to have ordered a Demon King escort? You really have strength. Boss, what map are we playing? Little Peach asked. Chen Zhuo thought for a moment. Since he had ordered 2 escorts, he wouldn't play a normal map. Let's play the Top Secret Aerospace, the highest difficulty map in the Delta, the richest in resources, the fiercest enemies, the quickest deaths, but the most satisfying to play. Okay. Wind Riding only replied with one word. You 2 play shield dogs. Chen Zhuo said. There was silence in the voice chat for 2 seconds. Little Peach was the first to speak, her voice carrying a hint of grievance. Boss, can I not play such a silly operator? Can I use Xiaowen to set up something good for you? No. You 2 will play shield dogs. Shield dogs are the nickname players give to the operator named Deep Blue. This operator carries a shield that can almost block the entire body, has poor mobility, and the only use is to stand in front to absorb damage and lure enemies to shoot. But Chen Zhuo had his own strategy. Wind Riding said little and directly selected Deep Blue in the operator selection interface. Although Little Peach reluctantly murmured a few times, she still chose Deep Blue. Boss, how do we engage? Muyu asked, her tone as calm and detached as ever. You 2 lure enemies toward us, Chen Zhuo said, opening the armory. He equipped a fully modified M7, donned a 5-piece armor set, then loaded 4 magazines of golden-tipped rounds. Just eliminate them. I'll handle the rest. Roger that. Muyu replied. Alright. Boss calls the shots, Tao Tao added. The match loaded. All 3 landed at West Campus. Just adjacent lay the core zone's cluster of buildings where sporadic gunfire echoed faintly. Tao Tao asked, Boss, shall we rush straight into the core zone? Or do you have another plan? Chen Zhuo opened the map and glanced briefly. Let's advance through the dormitory area first, to familiarize ourselves. Got it. Muyu surged ahead, Tao Tao followed closely behind, and Chen Zhuo brought up the rear, cradling his fully modified M7, index finger resting lightly on the left mouse button, ready to fire at a moment's notice. After roughly 30 seconds, Muyu suddenly halted. Boss, second floor window movement. Chen Zhuo followed her gaze, and indeed caught a fleeting shadow dart across the second floor window. Can you draw him out? Muyu didn't answer. Instead, she advanced a few paces with her shield raised, swaying subtly left and right. The shadow reappeared at the window, a sniper rifle extended, but its wielder held his fire. Muyu edged forward once more, deliberately exposing one shoulder. Bang! The bullet struck her shield in a shower of sparks. She didn't flinch, only stepped forward again. From the second floor window, a Wei Long emerged halfway from cover, swapping his sniper for an assault rifle, clearly underestimating the shield user and preparing to descend for the kill. Boss, he's coming down. Even as Muyu spoke, the Wei Long vaulted out the window and activated his jetpack. That instant, Chen Zhuo snapped his crosshair onto the descending figure and fired. The M7 roared. 4 golden rounds struck true. The Wei Long's health bar vanished in a flash. Without hesitation, Chen Zhuo rushed forward and delivered 2 finishing shots to the fallen Wei Long. Brilliant. Tao Tao cheered over voice comms. Boss, what flawless aim. Muyu remained silent, pressing onward, her gaze sweeping every window, every corner. Chen Zhuo crouched to loot the body. The Wei Long's inventory overflowed, an AWM sniper rifle, a fully modified Zhilong assault rifle, ample ammunition, medical supplies, and Red Deer armor repair kits, packed tight. Chen Zhuo stuffed everything portable into his Tian backpack. Boss, the central control node has been taken. Should we push into the core zone now? Let's bait first. Let the core zone fight burn a little longer. We'll head toward the assembly room instead. The trio advanced further, emerging onto a wide, open expanse. Contact! Tao Tao cried sharply. Boss, left side behind the crates. It's Luna. She's taking painkillers. Tao Tao, lure him out. On it. She darted to the crate's flank, deliberately exposing herself, just long enough for Luna's lightning arrow to strike. The lightning arrow forced Tao Tao into the open. Luna mistook her for a lone novice and charged from behind the shipping container, her August chattering against Tao Tao's shield, a metallic storm of ping. Then, Tao Tao launched her grappling hook, yanking Luna off balance. In the same breath, she lunged forward and slammed into her, toppling her to the ground. Chen Zhuo was swept in from the flank, his M7's red dot locking onto Luna's head. 3 precise shots. Luna collapsed instantly. Chen Zhuo moved in to finish her, then gleefully began. Luna's gear lacked the Weilong's opulence, but her inventory held a graphics card. Chen Zhuo extracted all remaining bullets and stowed both the card and ammo securely in his safe box. You're absolutely amazing, boss. Tao Tao cooed voice syrupy sweet. You executed that lure flawlessly. Really, truly. Her voice lit up instantly. Then, could boss please give Tao Tao a 5-star review? We'll discuss ratings after the match. The core zone fight should be wrapping up. Let's move there now. Mu Yu scoped the core zone direction. Its defenders were already crossing the central control bridge. Boss, pressure incoming. 6B squad full roster, from Blue Lab. Chen Zhuo secured his backpack and rose, just as a gunshot cracked the air. Watch for the sniper. Before Tao Tao could finish, Chen Zhuo dropped. One shot, one headshot. AWM. What the hell was that? Chen Zhuo stared blankly at his screen. Caution, this squad is a sweep team. Don't move, boss. I'll drag you. Tao Tao raised her shield and sprinted toward him. Halfway there, gunfire erupted behind her. Wooming. Too late. Tao Tao's health bar plummeted from full to 0 in half a second. She crumpled. I got ambushed. Tao Tao wailed over comms. Boss, I'm so sorry. Chen Zhuo stared at the screen, 2 fallen allies lying side by side. Now only Mu Yu remained. After eliminating Tao Tao, Wooming didn't immediately rush her. Instead, he swiftly retreated into cover. The distant AWM sniper remained poised, rifle steady. Mu Yu refused frontal engagement. First, she inserted a hearing enhancement needle, then skirted low along the wall, circling silently until she reached Wooming's blind flank. The M14 barked. Wooming's health bar vanished instantly. First kill. But the gunshot betrayed her position. The sniper instantly pivoted his barrel, yet Mu Yu had already vacated her prior location. She hadn't paused, not even for a breath, after the kill. The sniper's round struck the building's outer wall. Mu Yu darted through interior corridors, then vaulted out a window on the opposite side, landing unseen behind the sniper's own structure. The M14 sang again. Second kill. Only one enemy remained. Mu Yu closed in Hedon. Before he could react, she erased him. Top Secret Aerospace Division, 1 versus 3. Opponents were elite assault squad members, and yet with both teammates down, Mu Yu single-handedly turned certain defeat into total annihilation. Chen Zhuo and Tao Tao were revived. The loot naturally belonged solely to Chen Zhuo. Once sated, they scavenged whatever scraps remained. Wah! Mu Yu, you're incredible. Tao Tao gushed over comms, awestruck. Mu Yu said nothing. 3 hours, neither short nor long. After the first match, Chen Zhuo remarked, Mu Yu, you play to your strengths. She simply replied, understood, and in the next round drew her signature Weilong. Thereafter, Chen Zhuo experienced firsthand the terror of the Demon King's guardian. Mu Yu's Weilong moved like a precision-engineered killing apparatus. Tiger crouch and jetpacks seamlessly chained. Enemies fell before they registered motion. Every ability deployed with millisecond perfect timing. Though Tao Tao's skill couldn't rival Mu Yu's, she still surpassed Chen Zhuo's. She switched to her favored Maxioan. Mu Yu hunted Tao Tao, called targets, and Chen Zhuo looted. Yes, looted. Each round ended with piles of loot boxes, each overflowing with gold tier and crimson tier gear. Yet he collected them with unfeigned delight. Per match, he earned no less than several million half coins. Mu Yu brought mastery. Tao Tao brought emotional resonance. Chen Zhuo brought joy. This unbreakable triad, unexpectedly harmonious. 3 hours passed swiftly amidst the echoes of Boss, you are amazing. Boss, you are strong. And boss, this bag is so generous. After finishing the last round, Chen Zhuo glanced at the time and realized he had exceeded the limit by 8 minutes. Tao Tao's voice came through the headphones, tinged with reluctance. Boss, time's up. I really don't want to part ways with you. Would you like to extend the session? Her tone lingered as if she was being coy. Chen Zhuo looked at the time in the bottom right corner of his computer screen. 2352. Midnight was approaching and the tasks were about to refresh. Maybe next time, he replied. Oh, Tao Tao's voice immediately dropped, but soon rose again. Then can you give me a 5-star rating, boss? Please, please. Before she could finish, a click sounded in the voice chat as Chen Zhuo had already exited. On the other, in a certain apartment building inside a princess-themed room adorned with pink decorations. The room was small, but every corner revealed the owner's unwavering pursuit of a youthful heart. Pink curtains, pink bed linens, a pink desk, and the walls plastered with various Lolita-style posters and postcards. The wardrobe was half open, showcasing several colorful Lolita dresses with layers of lace and ruffles spilling out like blooming flowers. Tao Duo sat in a pink gaming chair dressed in a white and pink Lolita dress, the hem puffing out like her legs were clad in white lace-trimmed knee-high socks and her feet were in pink slippers adorned with bows, which she was stomping on the floor in frustration. Scumbag. Tao Duo ripped off her headphones and slammed them onto the desk, her lips pouting like they could hang a bottle of oil. You promised me a 5-star rating, and I even gave him an extra 8 minutes. Oomph. She turned her chair to face her best friend on the bed, who was watching a show on her tablet, her expression of grievance resembling someone who had been wronged by the entire world. Tang Guier peeked over the tablet, noticing Tao Duo's sulky demeanor. She smiled, set the tablet aside, and sat up to comfort her. Come on, Duo, it's just a review. What's the big deal? Maybe he just forgot. Just remind him next time, and it'll be fine. Tang Tang, you don't understand. Duo's voice took on a whiny tone though no tears fell. I charge over 200 for an hour of companionship, which is basically the top tier on the platform. Originally, there were few people who would choose me. Without good reviews, there's no exposure. Without exposure, I won't get any orders. She counted on her fingers, feeling increasingly aggrieved. No orders mean no money, and without money, how will I pay next month's rent? What about the gothic dress I love the most? I've had my eye on it for a long time, and it's been in my favorites for 3 months. I was just waiting to save enough money to place the order. Suddenly, Duo's phone vibrated. Duo looked down and saw a notification from the gaming platform. User doesn't love homework, has gifted you 10 cupids, click to view details. Duo's eyes widened like saucers. She almost reflexively clicked to enter, and the moment she saw the gift record, she froze, her mouth forming an O shape, her eyes wide as saucers. What happened? Tang Guo was startled by her expression and leaned over to glance at her phone screen. What are cupids? Are they expensive? Expensive. Duo's voice shot up an octave as she jumped out of her chair, nearly losing her balance. Tang, take away that R. Cupids are the most expensive gifts on our platform, costing 199 star coins each. 10 of them equal 1,990 star coins, which is roughly, she quickly calculated in her mind, almost 3,000. 3,000. Just for a gift. Tang Guo was also shocked. The point is, Duo held her phone up to Tang Guo, pointing at the ID of the gift giver. Doesn't love homework, that's the scumbag I just dealt with. The same guy who promised me a good review, but ran away. Tang Guo looked at the ID, then at Duo's face, which shifted from grievance to shock to ecstasy in rapid succession, unable to hold back her laughter. So you just called him a scumbag? Duo finally realized her contradiction. Her face flushed slightly, but she soon straightened her chest and declared, he may be a scumbag for playing with my feelings, but he's a wealthy scumbag. These two things aren't contradictory. She hugged her phone and sat back down, starting to tally up. The platform takes a 10 cut. For 10 cupids, I will receive about 2,700. Plus the 3-hour session charging 240 per hour, I'll take home just under 201 per hour, totaling over 600 for 3 hours. The more she calculated, the brighter her eyes became, finally arriving at a number that made her heart soar. I earned almost 3,000 tonight for 3 hours. Duo hugged Tang Guo tightly and planted a kiss on her cheek. Tang. My dress has a chance now. Tang Guo recoiled from the kiss, wiping the saliva off her face with a look of disdain. Alright, I get it. Right. Duo released. Tang Guo opened the chat with Chen Zhuo and held her phone in both hands, seriously crafting a message. Duo, boss. I received your gift. Tao is super happy. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss. May the boss live a long life. The boss will make a fortune. After writing, she reviewed it and felt it lacked enthusiasm, so she added a long string of exclamation marks and a few heart emojis before satisfactorily hitting send. On the other side, in a rented room. The room was very small, about 10 square meters, containing just a bed, a table, and a simple wardrobe, leaving no extra space. The curtains were gray, providing excellent light blocking, tightly drawn so that not a sliver of outside light seeped in. On the table stood a computer of average configuration. Beside the monitor, a cup of cold boiled water and half-eaten bread. Xiaomu sat in front of the computer, the screen's glow illuminating her face, revealing her cold contours. She wore a black t-shirt, and her hair was casually tied in a low ponytail with a few strands falling beside her ears. She had no makeup on. Her bare face was clean, with very fair skin, almost translucent under the screen's light. Just as she took off her headphones and placed them on the table, her phone vibrated. Notification: user doesn't love homework, has gifted you 10 cupids. Xiaomu gazed at the notification, her breath catching faintly. Her expression remained composed. Only a subtle lift of her brow and a fleeting glint of surprise in her eyes betrayed her inner astonishment. She then opened Chen Zhuo's chat window, paused in thought, and typed 2 characters, thank you. After sending them, she stared at the words for a second. Too terse, too distant. Yet no warmer alternative came to mind. She was not like Tao. No coquettish charm, no playful affectation. To utter something like boss, I'm so happy, would feel less like flattery and more like self-annihilation. In the end, she sent it as written, then set her phone aside and took a bite of the bread on her desk. It had grown dry and crumbled faintly on her tongue, flavorless and dull. As she chewed, her gaze drifted to her personal profile on the companion gaming platform level 6. The higher the rank, the lower the platform's commission. Commission rates were tiered: 30 for levels 110, 20 for levels 11, 20, and 15 for levels 21, 29. At level 6, she bore a 30 cut, meaning that Chen Zhuo's hourly order of 158 star coins left her with roughly 110 star coins, equivalent to approximately 165 Xiaowu yuan. Adding the 10 cupids, her total take-home hovered near 2,500. A pittance compared to her professional days, but necessity brooked no protest. Just last month, she had still been hailed across the scene as the FPS prodigy. She began competing at 15, claimed her first provincial championship at 16, caught the eye of a professional team at 17, and officially debuted as a pro player at 18. Her reflexes were uncanny, her aim preternaturally precise. Her training match performances often left male teammates stunned into silence. Her portrait once graced the cover of gaming magazines beneath a headline proclaiming, "A prodigy emerges," who said girls can't outshine boys. Back then, tactical boards lined the training room walls, sponsor-provided peripherals adorned every desk, and her teammates called her rain god. Things had seemed unassailable until that dinner. The team sponsor, a man in his 40s named Mr. Zhuo, drank heavily that night. His face flushed, his gaze growing increasingly unmoored. He approached Xiao Muyu with his wineglass, appraising her from head to toe, as though inspecting a commodity. "Little you," he slurred, his tongue thick with alcohol, "I've always admired you. So beautiful, and so brilliant at games. Truly rare." Xiao Muyu held her glass in silence. "We plan to increase our sponsorship significantly this summer, to elevate you as the hottest esports star in the league." But he leaned closer, his breath warm and sour against her skin. "I've long wondered, what does an esports prodigy taste like?" The table fell utterly silent. Chopsticks froze midair. All eyes converged upon her. Some curious, some anxious, others indifferent, already returning to their meals. The team manager offered 2 hollow chuckles, attempting to deflect. Xiao Muyu rose, without screaming, without tears, without slamming the door. She simply lifted the half-finished glass of red wine before her, raised it steadily, and poured its contents, drop by drop, without spill or tremor, directly onto Mr. Zhuo's face. The wine streamed down his temples, over his forehead, and nose, dripping from his chin onto his expensive white shirt, a violent spreading stain of crimson. The dinner ended. 3 days later, Xiao Muyu's gaming account was permanently banned for using cheating software. The news detonated across the industry, forums, social media feeds, short video platforms, all flooded with speculation and vitriol. Some claimed she'd always cheated, others dismissed her prodigy image as pure fabrication, many declared she deserved it. She replied with a post. She uploaded every available recording, training matches, official tournaments, live offline events, proving beyond doubt she had never used cheats. She wrote a long, meticulous essay laying bare the entire chronology, the dinner, the proposition, every word spoken, every gesture made. No one believed her. Not a single comment acknowledged her truth. Instead, the replies read, "Girls are just bad. Cheating and lying won't change that. Looks pretty. That's enough. Why bother playing professionally? LOL. Anyone actually believe girls can outplay boys at games?" People embraced only what they wished to believe. A prodigy. A joke. How could a girl possibly surpass boys at games and be stunningly beautiful to boot? Such a notion defied their worldview, so it must be false. Prejudice is a mountain no soul can scale. She could not climb it, so she stopped trying. Xiao Muyu swallowed the last morsel of bread, drank a mouthful of cold water, and closed the companion gaming platform. Her gaze settled on a small object beside her monitor, a miniature championship trophy, silver no larger than her palm, the MVP award from her first provincial victory. A fine layer of dust coated its surface. She stared at it motionless for a long while, then wiped it clean with a tissue and placed it back exactly where it belonged. Boyu Mansion. Midnight. Precisely on the hour, the system chime erupted in her mind. Ding. System quest. Please select one of the following 2 quests to complete. Quest 1, spend 1 million yuan. Reward 1. Quest 2, earn 1 million yuan. Reward 5 million yuan. Chen Zhuo stared at the options, blinked slowly, then exhaled, a long measured breath of profound relief. He was grateful. Grateful he had not impulsively chosen birthday gift or upgrade yesterday during his Hextech selection, but instead picked hedge fund. Had he chosen either of the others, the arithmetic would have been grim. He mentally dissected both options. Excluding the 1 million yuan seed capital gifted by the hedge fund, his personal funds totaled barely 15000 yuan. That left a yawning gap of 85000 yuan. Lung Jing's rally bond yielded 1 yuan per minute, 4320 yuan monthly. To accumulate 1 million would require nearly 20 months. Alternatively, could he monetize Lung Jing or Jiang Yu through cashback schemes? Even if they agreed, the time and emotional toll rendered it an inefficient bargain. Without the hedge fund, these quests would have stalled him indefinitely. Now, however, everything shifted. Indeed, he murmured, economic tier Hextech is the true universal solvent. From now on, Hextech selections demand far greater deliberation. His eyes returned to the interface, and he began calculating anew. Quest 1, spend 1 million yuan. Reward 1 million yuan. Return rate 100. Time horizon theoretically achievable within a single day. Net yield 1 million. Task 2, earn 1 million with a reward of 5 million. The return rate is 500, but earning this 1 million requires time, relying on the interest from the hedge fund, which earns 100,000 daily, needing 10 days. Averaged out over the days, the earnings amount to 500,000. I choose task 1. Chen Zhuo decided, shutting down the panel, turning over and closing his eyes. What was in his mind was no longer the task, but where to spend money tomorrow. The next day, when Chen Zhuo stepped out, the sunlight had already illuminated the entire commercial street. Today he wore a black shirt unbuttoned with a white t-shirt underneath, dark casual pants, and white sneakers on his feet. After all, the place he was heading to today was a real estate agency. The Buyua mansion was not far from that agency, but only took a few minutes to walk there. Chen Zhuo walked along the shade of the parasol trees, his steps noticeably lighter than usual, with a bank card containing 125,000 in his pocket. With the 10,000 interest received at dawn, his total assets now amounted to 125,320. 125,000. He unconsciously touched his pocket while walking, confirming that the bank card was still. Though the card wouldn't sprout legs and run away, he made this motion several times consciously, as if it were an instinctive reaction to confirm that he was not dreaming. The glass door of Anjiao Real Estate was still that same glass door, and the housing information posted at the entrance was still those colorful A4 papers. When Chen Zhuo pushed the door open, the wind chime on the door rang out, the crisp sound echoing in the not-so-large store. As soon as he entered, his footsteps paused. There were people inside. Two of them, a man and a woman, stood with their backs to the door, looking at the housing information on the wall. Chen Zhuo was very familiar with the girl's back. Zhao Mingqi, the boy standing next to her, was also someone Chen Zhuo recognized. Not just recognized, one could say he was aware of him. Zhou Yifei. In his second year of college from a family in the building materials business, he drove a Mercedes C-Class to school, parked in the North Gate parking lot, stood at over 180, had a decent appearance, dressed well, exuding a vibe of my family is rich. It was said he pursued Zhao Mingqi quite fiercely. From this distance, Zhou Yifei was leaning his head to the side, saying something to Zhao Mingqi, who slightly nodded her face, showing little expression. Chen Zhuo averted his gaze and stepped inside. Zhou Yifei saw him first. Noticing someone had entered out of the corner of his eye, he turned his head to look, and his facial expression underwent a complete transformation from indifference to recognition, and then from recognition to disdain, within a fraction of a second. Oh, he elongated the last syllable, a semblance of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Isn't this the great writer? What brings you here? Can't stand being at school or in your dorm anymore. Planning to find someone to share a rental. Zhao Mingqi stiffened slightly upon hearing his voice. She did not turn around. Chen Zhuo walked past her, not diverting his gaze by an inch. He said to Zhou Yifei in a tone as flat as reciting a text, "None of your business." Then he walked straight in, leaving Zhou Yifei and Zhao Mingqi behind. Zhou Yifei's smile froze for half a second, his lips twitching slightly. He did not explode, but there was an added layer of gloominess in his eyes. Zhao Mingqi's reaction was even more subtle. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, her fingers unconsciously curled, her gaze shifting from the housing information on the wall to Chen Zhuo's retreating figure. That back looked a bit more solid than 3 months ago. It wasn't that he had gained weight, but rather that the entire aura he projected felt different. Previously, when Chen Zhuo walked, his shoulders were slightly hunched, as if he was reluctant to occupy too much space, always wanting to shrink himself. But just now, as he walked past her, his shoulders were open, his back straight, and his steps carried a confidence he had never shown. Zhao Mingqi's gaze followed for a moment, then returned. Zhou Yifei noticed the slight shift in Zhao Mingqi's gaze, and his expression darkened a few more shades. He turned back, watching the direction in which Chen Zhuo walked, and his lips curling downwards as he muttered, "What bad luck. How about we switch to another agency, Mingqi? This place is filled with people looking for shared rentals. It's all a mess. I know there's another agency nearby that specializes in whole rentals. Their housing quality is much better. Shall I take you to have a look?" Zhao Mingqi shook her head, saying, "Let's stick with this one. I heard from classmates that the listings here are quite good." Zhou Yifei opened his mouth to persuade further, but seeing Zhao Mingqi had already stepped inside, he had to swallow the words at the tip of his tongue and followed her in. Chen Zhuo was already familiar with the layout of the store from his last visit. The reception was at the entrance, several workstations lined the walls, and at the back were 2 small round tables and a few chairs for client meetings. Su Wanqing was sitting at one of the workstations, sorting through documents. She looked up upon seeing Chen Zhuo, her eyes brightening as she stood and waved at him. "Junior, have a seat here." Chen Zhuo walked over and sat down in the chair opposite Su Wanqing. Today, Su Wanqing wore a white chiffon shirt, black suit pants, her hair tied into a low ponytail, and small pearl earrings on her ears, looking even more refined than the last time they met. "So, Junior, what brings you here today?" Su Wanqing picked up the notebook on the table, turning to a new page. "Renewal. Or is there a problem with the house?" "Neither." Chen Zhuo leaned back in his chair, speaking casually. "Senior sister, do you have any houses for sale?" Su Wanqing's pen paused briefly on the paper. She looked up at Chen Zhuo, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. "Yes, of course. What type are you looking for, Junior? Residential or apartment? What size do you need? What's your budget?" Before Chen Zhuo could answer, a bland voice came from behind. "Just blowing smoke. Coming here for a shared rental and pretending to buy a house." Zhou Yifei and Zhao Mingqi also walked in. Zhou Yifei's voice was not loud, but just enough for the people in the front rows to hear. He didn't even look at Chen Zhuo while saying this, but was turned to the side, speaking to Zhao Mingqi, as if talking to himself, yet controlling the volume, so that every word was clear. Zhao Mingqi did not respond. Or rather, she didn't know what to say. Su Wanqing's gaze glanced over Chen Zhuo's shoulder, looking at Zhou Yifei, then at Chen Zhuo. She did not ask, "What is your relationship with those two?" Instead, she casually stated, "Junior Chen already rented a place from us a few days ago. A loft in Buyue Mansion on an annual payment basis." Zhou Yifei scoffed. Isn't that still renting? What's the big deal?" At this moment, Chen Zhuo turned his head to look at Zhou Yifei. His expression was calm, even carrying a hint of nonchalance, as if he were watching a clown perform. Oh, Chen Zhuo drawled his tone, unhurried. So, Brother Zhou, you've come to buy a property. Zhou Yifei choked on the words, his expression flickering faintly. He adjusted his collar and raised his voice slightly, puffed. Houses in a place like this. I wouldn't even glance at them. My family lives in Suhubei, right in the CBD. This rural spot. Oh, Chen Zhuo cut him off, his voice as still and depthless as stagnant water. So you're not here to buy after all. Then please refrain from barking and disturbing others' business. The air in the office fell abruptly silent. A few employees at nearby workstations stole glances toward them before quickly bowing their heads again, pretending they'd heard nothing. The receptionist by the entrance paused mid-tap on her keyboard. The corner of her mouth twitched faintly. Zhou Yifei's face flushed deep crimson. He opened his mouth, to retort perhaps, but Zhao Mingqi stood beside him. He couldn't afford to lose composure here. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, he suppressed the surge of anger. Su Wanqing stepped in just then. She called out toward the back of the office. Annie, stop scrolling your phone. Come greet these two students. A young woman rose from a rear workstation. Dressed in the same uniform as Su Wanqing, she wore her hair in a neat bun and round-framed glasses perched on her cherubic face, like a gentle, approachable girl sprung straight from a manga. She still clutched her phone, its screen clearly displaying a short video app. As she stood, she swiftly locked it. Coming. Annie trotted over, offering Zhou Yifei and Zhao Mingqi a polished professional smile. Hello, students. Are you looking for a rental? Whole unit or shared accommodation? Zhou Yifei glanced sidelong at Chen Zhuo, his voice laced with quiet, unspoken affluence. Whole unit. Could you recommend something decent? Annie nodded and flipped open her property ledger. And what's your approximate budget? Zhou Yifei hesitated. His monthly allowance hovered just above 10,000 yuan. Oh, after daily expenses, he could allocate roughly 3,000 toward rent. That sum was no small amount near campus. Many students paid only around 1,000 each for shared rentals. 3,000 per month. Zhou Yifei declared, chin lifted ever so slightly, his gaze darting pointedly toward Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo didn't look at him. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Zhuo tapped his fingers twice against his knee, then turned to Su Wanqing. Senior sister, I've decided. I'll take the loft. Requirements. Preferably fully furnished, newly renovated, and not too low a floor. As for budget, he paused, mentally recalculating the figure. Between 1 million and 15 million yuan, he said. Zhou Yifei chuckled beside him, a soft, brittle sound sharp with disdain. 1 million to 15 million. Zhou Yifei echoed, his tone exaggerated, almost theatrical, as if reciting a punchline. Down to the last yuan. Do you even know how much 1 million is? Have you ever laid eyes on it? This time, even Zhao Mingqi frowned. Her gaze lingered briefly on Zhou Yifei's face, then shifted, calm measured, to Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo's expression remained utterly unchanged. Not a flicker of reaction, not even a tightening of his lips. A faint, inscrutable smile played at the corners of his mouth, distant, unfamiliar. He didn't deign to respond to Zhou Yifei, not even a glance backward. Merely a clown leaping about on a stage. And Zhao Mingqi, nothing more than a 3-cost card. He hadn't even secured his beauty slot, yet Wang Xinye was still awaiting binding. He had no time to spare for trifling over where a 3-cost card chose to stand. It was like playing teamfight tactics. If you're running a level 9 meta composition, would you truly care which players are holding onto their 3-cost units? Junior brother, Su Wanqing opened her property ledger, her finger tracing down rows of listings before settling on one page. The exact unit you described? We happen to have it. Coincidentally, it's also in the Buyue mansion. Chen Zhuo arched a brow. Which floor? 9th floor. Su Wanqing tapped the page lightly. 2 levels, 96 square meters per floor, totaling 192 square meters. Fully renovated, originally intended as a wedding home. The landlord spared no effort in the interior design. Later, financial strain hit. Their company faced cash flow issues, so they reluctantly let it go. They purchased it when prices stood at 13,000 yuan per square meter. Renovations alone cost over 300,000 yuan. The current asking price is 1.24 million yuan. Is the renovation included? Chen Zhuo asked. Su Wanqing smiled and nodded. Yes, renovation included at no extra charge. 1.24 million yuan. A 192 square meter loft, fully renovated, located in Buyue Mansion. In today's market, that price wasn't especially cheap, but neither was it steep. And the 30,000 yuan renovation was effectively complimentary. Do you have 3D renderings? Chen Zhuo asked. Su Wanqing picked up a tablet from the desk, unlocked it, scrolled through several pages, and handed it over. Take a look. Chen Zhuo accepted the tablet and paused, faintly startled. Just inside the entryway stood a floor-to-ceiling foyer cabinet, its center left open for display. The cabinetry in light oak exuded minimalist elegance without austerity. The living room featured expansive floor-to-ceiling windows flooding the space with natural light and framing the central garden of the residential complex beyond. The floor was paved with pale gray marble veined tiles, the walls finished in creamy white artistic plaster. The TV wall bore clean, subtle linear contours embedded with an ambient LED strip that cast a soft halo-like glow when lit. The kitchen was open plan, equipped with built-in refrigerator, steam oven combo, and dishwasher. The island extended into a sleek bar counter. The master bedroom occupied the upper level, south-facing, complete with en-suite bathroom and walk-in closet. The secondary bedroom, though smaller, comfortably accommodated a 1.8-meter bed and a full wardrobe. The study, nearly 14 square meters, could easily be converted into a dedicated gaming room. There were 2 bathrooms, one downstairs featuring a shower stall, the upstairs master bath complete with freestanding. Chen Zhuo scrolled slowly, from foyer to living room to kitchen to upper floor to bathrooms, each image deepening his approval. This apartment surpassed his expectations. Its aesthetic, refined, understated, effortlessly harmonious, aligned perfectly with his taste. The landlord indeed put considerable thought into it, as every detail was meticulously considered. Chen Zhuo returned the tablet to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing took the tablet, her eyes brightening slightly. Do you think it's good, Junior? Not bad, Chen Zhuo nodded. Can it be a bit cheaper? This line fell into Zhou Yifei's ears like water droplets hitting a hot oil pan. He had been standing by ostensibly listening to Annie introduce the property, but in reality his ears were perked up, not missing a single word. From the moment Chen Zhuo mentioned, the budget is between 1 million and 1,150,000, a smirk formed on his lips, as if to say, I wonder how long you can keep this up. Now this statement was like an opening he finally awaited the opportunity to poke through. Look, Zhou Yifei's voice came from the side, not loud, but the pride in his tone was almost overflowing. I knew it. In the end, isn't it still about not being able to afford it? Soon he'll surely say the price isn't right, that he'll think about it, and then leave in disgrace. He turned to glance at Zhao Mengqi, hoping to find a hint of agreement on her face. Zhao Mengqi did not look at him, her gaze was fixed on the floor, her expression revealing no emotion. Chen Zhuo indeed ignored him. He wasn't here today to argue with Zhou Yifei. He came to spend money. With a task limit of 1 million, buying a house was the most straightforward and least risky way. He glanced at Su Wanqing, his tone firm and decisive. Senior, the housing market isn't doing well right now. Please help me talk to the landlord. 120,000 tax included. If the landlord agrees, I can sign the contract and make the payment today. Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled. A deal of 120,000 would yield her a commission of over 10,000. Okay. She stood up, her speech faster than before. I'll communicate with the landlord right now. Please wait a moment. She walked outside with her phone, dialing the landlord's number. Through the glass door, Chen Zhuo could see her standing on the steps, one hand holding the phone to her ear, the other gesturing unconsciously. The store fell silent. Annie was still explaining the property to Zhou Yifei, but it was clear that Zhou Yifei's mind was not on the property information. His gaze frequently darted towards Chen Zhuo, a smirk perpetually gracing his lips, as if he were waiting to see Chen Zhuo make a fool of himself. Zhao Mengqi stood beside Zhou Yifei holding a property listing, but her eyes were not on the listing. Her peripheral vision was waiting for someone. Waiting for the boy in the black shirt sitting by the window to glance at her, even if just for a moment. From the moment she entered until now, Chen Zhuo had not looked at her. Not once. It was as if she did not exist, as if she were just a stranger unrelated to this store, not worth even a fraction of a second of his attention. This feeling caused a corner of Zhao Mengqi's heart to sink slightly continuously. Once in the corner of the library, at the window of the cafeteria, in the last row of the classroom, that person's gaze was like a quiet river, calm, but never ceasing. She knew he was looking at her. She had always known. She just pretended not to know. Later, when his novel was uncovered, everyone knew she was the white moonlight in his story. However, the fact that Chen Zhuo was a failed writer was also exposed, as people could deduce how much he earned from his author rank. Thus, everyone said that Chen Zhuo was not worthy of her, as she deserved someone better. She heard those words and said nothing. Sometimes she would think perhaps those people were right. Perhaps she indeed deserved better. Perhaps she should no longer have any ambiguous relationship with Chen Zhuo. It would be better. Ultimately, the fundamental reason Zhao Mengqi distanced herself from Chen Zhuo was not because of what he wrote, but because it exposed the fact that he couldn't earn money from writing. But she stood here, and Chen Zhuo sat 3 meters away. The distance between them felt close, yet she felt it had never been so far. It's settled. Su Wanqing pushed the door open and walked in, her smile blooming like a flower, radiant and unable to be concealed. She hurried back to Chen Zhuo, her voice laced with excitement. Junior, the landlord agreed. 120,000 tax included. All taxes will be borne by the landlord. He said he is on his way and will arrive in about 20 minutes. Once he arrives, we can directly sign the contract and handle the procedures. Chen Zhuo leaned back in his chair, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He turned to look at Zhou Yifei. That gaze was calm, devoid of pride or mockery, and even lacked any unnecessary emotion. It was a purely colorless gaze without any emotional undertones. Then he withdrew his gaze, picked up a disposable cup from the table, and took a sip of water. This action, this understated, even unremarkable response, was more frustrating to Zhou Yifei than any return. Zhou Yifei's expression changed several colors. His lips moved, attempting to say something, but no words came out. He wanted to say, "What are you pretending for? I don't believe you can actually come up with 1.2 million. However, looking at Chen Zhuo's calm demeanor, he stood there like an eggplant, sunbaked, wilted. Annie quietly asked from the side, "Classmate, do you still want to look at this property?" Zhou Yifei opened his mouth, his voice dry. "Let's look again." 20 minutes later, the landlord arrived. It was a man in his 30s, slightly overweight, wearing a dark blue polo shirt, his hair neatly combed, but his brow bore signs of fatigue. He was facing business problems, unable to manage cash flow, and had to sell this carefully decorated marital home. While signing the contract, he glanced at Chen Zhuo and sighed. "Young man, I put a lot of effort into this house. Please take good care of it." Chen Zhuo nodded, rest assured. The contract was made in triplicate, one for Chen Zhuo, one for the landlord, and one for the agent. Chen Zhuo carefully reviewed each item: house, area, transaction price, payment method, handover date, and tax responsibilities. After confirming that everything was correct, he signed his name on the last page. Then he opened his mobile banking app and found the transfer page among the long string of numbers. Input the amount, input the landlord's account number, input the password, and press the confirmation button. 120,000 exactly. Verification code, facial recognition, and bank SMS. 3 notifications rang out. Snap. 120,000 disappeared from his account. Simultaneously, the heavy burden on the landlord's shoulders also vanished. Chen Zhuo watched as the landlord received the bank transfer notification. The man appeared as if something had been taken from him. His shoulders relaxed, his eyes filled with a bittersweet sense of relief. "The handover procedures will be completed in the next couple of days," Su Wanqing said cheerfully while organizing the contract. "No rush," Chen Zhuo replied. "Take your time." He folded his contract neatly and tucked it into his pocket. Standing up, he adjusted his collar and stepped toward the door. As he passed by Zhou Yifei, his pace remained unchanged, neither hurried nor slow, neither deviating nor steady, as if the person beside him was not a human, but a mere pillar. When he walked past Zhao Mingqi, he did not pause. Zhao Mingqi stood there, still clutching the listing in her hand. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to call out to him, but before the name could escape her lips, she swallowed it back. Chen Zhuo pushed open the glass door of Anjia Real Estate, and the wind chimed once more. As he stepped outside, the sunlight fell upon him, illuminating the contours of his black shirt clearly. His figure paused at the doorway for about half a second. He raised his hand to push the door, and then stepped out, blending into the stream of people on the commercial street. Zhao Mingqi stood rooted to the spot, her gaze following his retreating figure until it was swallowed by the shadows of the parasol trees. Her fingers still clutching the listing tightened slightly, creating a faint crease on the paper. She wanted to call out to him, but she felt she had no right to. Zhou Yifei stood still, watching Zhao Mingqi's expression, his face reflecting a sudden dousing of cold water, shifting from pride to confusion, from confusion to resentment, and from resentment to an indescribable anger. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and stepped out the door. "Mingqi, have you chosen a place yet?" "No," she shook her head, her voice soft, and her tone as flat as discussing something unrelated to her. "I'll think about it. I'm a bit tired today, so I'll head back to my dorm now." "Then let me walk you." "No need," Zhao Mingqi interrupted him, her speed slightly quicker than usual, as if she were in a hurry or avoiding something. "It's the end of the semester soon. I need to prepare for my review." After she finished speaking, she took a step and walked toward the school. Zhou Yifei stood still, watching her figure grow more distant, his mouth moving as if to say something, but ultimately nothing came out. Zhao Mingqi walked along the sidewalk under the sycamore trees, her steps neither hurried nor slow, but each step was firm, as if she were measuring something. Did she like Chen Zhuo? Of course she did. Otherwise she wouldn't have been entangled with him. Those 3 months of ambiguity were not false. The afternoons sitting side by side in the library were not false. The dusks walking together on the playground were not false. The half-finished words in the WeChat chat were not false. In those moments, a part of her heart was soft, warm, and would tremble gently at the sound of his voice. Yet this affection felt fragile as a piece of paper when confronted with reality. Her family was quite ordinary. No, it should be said that they were quite poor. Her father owned a van collecting eels and lobsters from the village and transporting them to restaurants in town. Summer was the busiest time, as her father would give her the living expenses for the semester in one lump sum before the start. During the winter break, her father would remove the back seat of the van, lay down mattresses, and shuttle passengers from the bus station to the village below. Saving 10 or 20 at a time, it would be enough for her living expenses for the next semester. She also had a younger brother, 3 years her junior, who was in high school. His grades were poor, but he also needed money. She had never told anyone about these matters. When she learned that Chen Zhuo could only earn a little over 1,000 yuan a month from writing novels, she felt scared. Not scared of being poor. She was poor herself, and she was not afraid of poverty. What frightened her was the absence of hope. Over 1,000 yuan in a city like Jiangxing was barely enough to support herself. If they were really together in the future, renting a place would cost money, eating would cost money, utilities would cost money. Everything costs money. She was not averse to hardship, but she feared that after enduring it they would end up with nothing. So she began to distance herself from him. She stopped replying to messages, ignored his calls, and sat far away from him in class. She told herself it was for the best for everyone. He could find someone more suitable for him, and she could lead the life she was supposed to lead. But today Chen Zhuo sat in that real estate office, nonchalantly stating the figure 1.2 million, signing the contract with ease, transferring the funds casually, and walking past her without even a glance. 1.2 million. Full payment. She had no idea where he got this money. Copyright. She found it hard to believe that a failed web novelist copyright could be worth this much. But that was not the point. The point was he obviously had this money. Why had he never told her before? Why had he not tried to keep her when she decided to distance herself? Why in the classroom, where she sat the farthest away from him, had he merely looked at her quietly before lowering his head? What were his previous actions? A test for her. And then she had failed the test. She was slapped in the face by Chen Zhuo today, who had specifically sought her out. He said not a word, not even sparing her a glance, yet it felt as if he had said everything. His indifference was like a silent slap striking her face, painful yet resonant. Resonant enough for her to hear something in her heart shatter. What Zhao Mingqi did not know was that Chen Zhuo was not there. He was there solely to complete a system task. As for why she was there in Chen Zhuo's world, it wasn't even worth a fleeting. He was buying his house. She was absorbed in her own thoughts. The two paths briefly intersected in today's real estate office, then each went their separate ways. It could hardly be called an intersection, it was merely a brush past one another. As Zhao Mingqi walked back to the dormitory, she glanced up at the window of her room. The curtains were drawn, and she could see nothing. She stood downstairs for a moment. The wind blew, rustling the sycamore leaves, and a leaf spiraled down, landing on her shoulder. She reached up to brush away the leaf and looked down at her hand. This hand had accidentally brushed against Chen Zhuo's hand under the library table 2 months ago. Both of them had quickly retracted, neither looking at each other, but their hearts skipped a beat. That was the closest she had ever been. She thought they would grow even closer in the future. Now she knew that was as close as it would get. Zhao Mingqi entered the dormitory, building the sound of her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor one after another. What she did not know was that at the moment she turned to leave the real estate office, he was holding his copy of the purchase contract. A smile he could not suppress curling at the corners of his mouth. Not because of her, but because. Ding. Task 1 completed. Spent 1 million yuan. Reward 1 million yuan, already credited. Chen Zhuo leaned against the wall at the entrance of Anjia Real Estate, staring at the number that had changed back to over 1 million in his mobile banking app, the curve of his lips rising uncontrollably. 1.2 million had been spent, 1 million came back. His card balance was down by 200,000, yet he now had a loft in Buyue Gongwan registered in his name. No matter how he calculated it, the deal was not a loss. After leaving Anjia Real Estate, Chen Zhuo did not return directly to Buyue Gongwan. He stood at the curb, thought for a moment, and hailed a taxi. Driver to Wanda Plaza. Wanda Plaza was not far from Buyue Gongwan, a 10-minute ride. Chen Zhuo went to a hair salon first. Not the third of Fivu and quick-cut salons outside schools, but the upscale hair salon on the 3rd floor of Wanda, decorated like a cafe. Shampoo, cut, styling. The whole process took over an hour. When his hair was cut and dried, he glanced at himself. Indeed, he looked considerably more refreshed. He tilted his head, straightened his face, and with a touch of annoyance realized he seemed to have become even more handsome. Handsome, would you like a scalp treatment? We have a promotion, scalp therapy plus ear cleaning at a special price, the stylist recommended from behind. What is a scalp treatment? It's a head massage, scalp cleansing, and relaxation therapy. It's extremely pleasant afterwards. Chen Zhuo thought for a moment. He was going to spend money today anyway. Do it. He stayed in the shop for another hour. The scalp treatment was genuinely soothing. The shampoo girl's touch was perfectly measured, her fingertips kneading and pressing across his scalp, each acupoint addressed with exactness. The ear cleaning almost sent him to sleep. The ticklish tingling sensation traveling from his ears to the base of his skull, then spreading throughout his body. He felt as relaxed as if soaked in warm water. At checkout, his card showed just over 800 yuan, 380 for the haircut, 480 for the scalp and ear package. Not cheap, but worth it. After leaving the salon, Chen Zhuo went up to the 4th floor dining area. He ate 4 steaks at a self-service steakhouse. After finishing, he wandered through the clothing stores Yiku Zra, Jekacheongsi, browsing one after another. In the end, he bought 2 pairs of jeans, 3 t-shirts, and a lightweight trench coat, less than 2,000 in total. Carrying several shopping bags, he left Wanda as dusk fell. He took a taxi back to Buyue Gongwan. Pushing open the door, the apartment was quiet. Chen Zhuo tossed the shopping bags onto the sofa, changed his shoes, collapsed onto the couch, stared at the ceiling, and exhaled a long breath. Today had been utterly exhilarating. As he zoned out, his phone rang. A video call. Chen Rujia. Chen Zhuo snapped upright on the sofa. June 9th. Today was June 9th. His younger sister had finished the... Flustered, he answered the video. The screen lit up, and a pretty face filled the frame. Ruo. Chen Zhuo's voice carried a guilty edge. I was just about to call you. Your call beat me to it. The words sounded sincere, as if he truly had just thought to call. Chen Rujia looked at him on the screen and narrowed her eyes. She said nothing, but rapidly tapped the screenshot key. Chen Zhuo noticed the half-smile at the corner of her mouth and felt a jolt. What's up? He asked, touching his face. Is there something on my face? Chen Rujia shook her head, her eyes curving into crescents. Big brother, you're so handsome. Chen Zhuo froze for a moment. Then he smiled. The smile was unguarded and heartfelt, with a trace of shameless pride. He raised his phone a little higher and slowly ran his right hand along the side of his hair. Of course, he said. Chen Rujia laughed on the other, and her laugh was as clear as a summer evening wind chime. By the way, how did your Gaokao go? Chen Zhuo wiped the vanity from his expression and asked with a serious tone. Chen Rujia's smile dimmed slightly. She lowered her lids and shook her head. A tightness gripped Chen Zhuo's heart. What happened? Did you underperform? Chen Zhuo nodded, her mouth puckering as she put on an exaggeratedly sad face. His spirits sank. It's fine, he hurried to comfort her, his words tumbling faster. University doesn't define everything. Look at your old brother, he abruptly faltered. He saw the corners of Chen Zhuo's mouth twitch, she was stifling a laugh. It was the expression he'd known since childhood, the familiar look that had fooled him time and again. Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo's voice went higher. How dare you lie to me? Chen Zhuo could not hold it in and burst out laughing. She laughed until she doubled over, tears threatening to spill. The phone wobbled in her hand, and the image shook, making Chen Zhuo feel dizzy. No, I really didn't do well. She finally stopped laughing and wiped the tears from her eyes. Dai University and Huaqing University are out, she paused, then added lightly. But Kahua University and Jiangxing University are still fine. Chen Zhuo. He was silent for 3 seconds. Chen Zhuo. His voice was unnaturally calm. Listen to yourself. Does that even sound reasonable? Chen Zhuo tilted her head, looking as innocent as a kitten that had just broken a vase. What's the matter? I'm telling the truth. Chen Zhuo drew a deep breath and swallowed the retort he had on his tongue. He knew Chen Zhuo's results. She was among the top 3 in the grade, rock solid. For her, Kahua University and Jiangxing University were hardly daunting options, though the remark carried a whiff of brother. Chen Zhuo suddenly adopted a serious tone. The cutoff scores for Kahua and Jiangxing are about the same. Which would you advise me to choose? Chen Zhuo considered. The two universities were indeed similar. Jiangxing leaned comprehensive, Kahua leaned toward science and engineering. Their cutoff scores were neck and neck, and their provincial rankings scarcely differed. Either choice would be defensible. Then a thought flashed through his mind. Zhang Yue was at Kahua University. An orange 5-cost card, the Lucky Star bond. The first orange attribute object he had bound. He would certainly need to visit Kahua University often in the future. He would have to bump into her, cultivate a relationship. If Chen Zhuo were at Kahua University as well. He knew she was clingy toward him. These images raced through his head, and he proposed a suggestion that seemed entirely reasonable to him. Choose Jiangxing University, it has more girls. Chen Zhuo looked at him on the screen, her gaze holding something hard to do. More girls, she repeated, the tone lifting at the end. Yes, more girls, Chen Zhuo replied without changing his expression. As a girl, wouldn't attending a sciencey and engineering school be inconvenient? Jiangxing has a higher proportion of female students and a nicer campus. It's more suitable for you. Chen Zhuo thought for a moment, and the corner of her mouth curved. I think so too. Chen Zhuo breathed out in relief. By the way, where are Mom and Dad? They just finished dinner and went out for a walk. After a brief silence, Chen Zhuo suddenly spoke up, her tone laced with cautious expectation. Brother, can I come to Jiang City to see you tomorrow? Chen Zhuo's fingers tightened slightly around his phone. Aren't the results coming out in about 20 days? He said, and I have my final exams coming up too. Once I finish my exams, your results will be out around the same time. We can have your graduation party at home, and then you can come over with me. Chen Zhuo stared at the screen, looking at Chen Zhuo for a couple of seconds. All right then, she finally nodded her voice. The two chatted for a few moments about trivial matters. Chen Zhuo asked her how she felt about the exams, and she inquired about whether Chen Zhuo had been eating well, sleeping on time, and if he had found a girlfriend. When Chen Zhuo heard the last question, he coughed a couple of times, and hurriedly ended the call using the excuse that his phone was about to die. The screen darkened. Chen Zhuo tossed his phone onto the sofa, leaned back, and let out a long sigh. Every time he talked to Chen Zhuo, he felt as though he was wrapped in something soft. It felt comfortable, warm, but occasionally he sensed that beneath that layer of softness there seemed to be something he could not quite see. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. What was he thinking? She was his younger sister. Chen Zhuo stood up, carrying the new clothes he bought today upstairs, hanging them one by one in the wardrobe, looking satisfied as he surveyed his increasingly full closet. Then he sat down at the computer, opened Delta, and logged in. Gunfire and footsteps filled his ears, and his attention quickly shifted from the real world to the gaming realm. On the other side, unbeknownst to him, after hanging up the phone, Chen Zhuo leaned against her bedroom headboard, lifting her phone to her face, and reopened the photo album. The light from the screen lit up her face, clearly revealing her expression. It was a very tranquil face, so calm that it didn't resemble that of an 18-year-old girl who had just finished her college entrance exams. Her fingers slowly glided across the screen, one picture after another. She stopped at one, staring at it for a long time. Her thumb gently brushed across the screen from Chen Zhuo's forehead to his eyes and nose down to his lips. Brother. Her voice was soft, almost like she was speaking to herself. Then she curled the corner of her mouth slightly, the curve not large, but deep. You're really quite a worry, aren't you? She flipped her phone over and pressed it against her chest, gazing up at the ceiling. Thank goodness I didn't solve the last question in math, she murmured otherwise. Zhao Mingqi returned to the dormitory in a daze. When the door opened, there was only Li Cici in the dormitory. She was sitting cross-legged on her bed. In front of her was a bag of potato chips and a bottle of cola, her phone propped up on her knees, playing a variety show, laughter surging from the speakers. Seeing Zhao Mingqi come in, she hit pause, still holding the opening of the chip bag. Mingqi, you're back. Li Cici patted the edge of the bed. Didn't Zhou Yifei accompany you to look at the apartment? Did you rent it? Zhao Mingqi shook her head, placed her bag on her desk, pulled out a chair, and slumped against the back as if all her strength had been drained. Li Cici's brows knitted together, the chip bag crinkling in her grip. He didn't make any unreasonable demands. I knew it. He said he would accompany you to look at the apartment. He definitely had ulterior motives. That kind of rich second generation saying he wants to help, who knows what schemes he has in mind. Zhao Mingqi lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on the table. After about 5 or 6 seconds of silence, she spoke the words that caught Li Cici by surprise. I saw Chen Zhuo today. Li Cici's expression changed immediately. She threw the chip bag onto the bed, her voice rising an octave. That scoundrel. Zhao Mingqi was startled by her outburst and looked up at her. Li Cici's face flushed with anger, her chest rising and falling, her mouth opening and closing as she spat out words. You don't know. I read his book a while ago. Do you know what the readers in the comments section are saying? Supermarket Li Cici. Every time I see those 5 words I just... She stamped her foot in anger, her little feet thudding against the floor. Li Cici was extroverted, loved to have fun, did poorly in school, and occasionally went to bars with friends to unwind. So in Chen Zhuo's book, she was also written as a fake socialite, and key parts would always pop up with the phrase, Supermarket Li Cici. There were several chapters in total, and then Supermarket Li Cici became a popular meme in Chen Zhuo's book. No matter what, being incorporated into that kind of book and turned into a meme would be unbearable for anyone. After that incident, she hadn't gone to class for quite a while, and she hadn't even gone to the bar again. It could be said that among all the girls in the class, she hated Chen Zhuo the most. Now seeing Li Cici's agitated and frustrated expression, Zhao Mingqi seemed to feel a little less upset than before, even finding it somewhat amusing. Li Cici sharply caught the slight, almost imperceptible curve at the corner of Zhao Mingqi's mouth. Zhao Mingqi. She widened her eyes, her voice incredulous. You actually dare to mock me? Before she finished speaking, she jumped off her bed barefoot on the floor and reached out to tickle Zhao Mingqi at her waist. Zhao Mingqi was caught off guard, curling up as she was tickled, laughing so hard that tears almost came out, begging, No, I'm not laughing at you. Huh? Cici, stop tickling me. The two of them started to play around in the dormitory. Zhao Mingqi slid off her chair to the floor, while Li Cici squatted beside her, her hands relentlessly wandering around Zhao Mingqi's waist. Zhao Mingqi laughed so hard she couldn't catch her breath, reaching out to push Li Cici's face. Their hair became a mess, and the scene was utterly chaotic. After a long while, the two finally calmed down. Li Cici sat beside Zhao Mingqi, leaning against the bed, her hair tangled like a bird's nest, breathing somewhat heavily. Zhao Mingqi lay on the floor, her long hair spread out all over her chest, rising and falling, her eyes still glistening with tears of laughter. All right. Li Cici wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand and turned to look at Zhao Mingqi. Let's stop playing. Let's get to the point. What happened with that creep today? Zhao Mingqi's smile gradually faded. She stared at the ceiling, fell silent for a moment, and then slowly began to recount everything that had happened at the agency. After listening, Li Cici's eyes widened like 2 ping-pong balls. No way. She sprang up from the floor, her voice so loud that it could be heard in the hallway. This creep has so much money. 120,000 cash to buy a house. I never heard about this before. He must have hidden it too well. So, Mingqi. She suddenly paused and turned to look at Zhao Mingqi, still lying on the floor. Then you. And Zhao Mingqi shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. I didn't expect it either. No, something's off. Li Cici pressed a finger to her chin, her brows knotted into a deep character for River as she began weaving every clue together in her mind. Why does something feel fundamentally wrong? Zhao Mingqi sat up from the floor, tucking her loose strands of hair behind her ears, and gazed steadily at Li Cici. Cici, what exactly feels off to you? Everything, absolutely everything. Li Cici gestured emphatically into the air, her words accelerating. Think about it. We've known Chen Zhuo for 3 years. What was he like before? He couldn't even speak to classmates without bowing his head, timid and hesitant. How could he possibly afford a full cash payment of 1.2 million yuan for an apartment? Zhao Mingqi offered no rebuttal, because every word Li Cici had spoken was irrefutably true. And you said he carries a new aura now. Well, as they say, money is a man's courage. Zhao Mingqi nodded slowly. So there's only one plausible explanation. Li Cici raised a single finger. He acquired wealth recently, and not through gradual saving. This is sudden explosive affluence. Explosive affluence. Zhao Mingqi blinked, startled. How, and didn't you forget? His novel sold its copyright rights. Zhao Mingqi paused, then shook her head. But copyright fees couldn't possibly reach over 1 million yuan, could they? How much could copyright for a single novel realistically fetch? How could he possibly have over 1 million yuan? You're missing the point entirely. Li Cici sprang to her feet, hands planted firmly on her hips, her chin lifting with quiet confidence. I may not write novels myself, but I've read countless forum posts about the web novel industry online. Copyright royalties fall into multiple tiers. The lowest is for audiobooks. Next come manga dramas and live-action short dramas. And at the very apex lies film and television rights. Premium deals that can command millions, even tens of millions of yuan. Zhao Mingqi's eyes widened slightly. And, Li Cici lowered her voice as if fearing walls. Have you ever considered this possibility? That his claim of selling the copyright for 10,000 yuan was nothing but an act of feigned poverty. As for his motive, In Zhao Mingqi fell silent. Suddenly, Li Sisi froze. Na line flashed across her mind, one so mortifying it made her blood rush to her face. Supermarket Li Sisi. In wait. Her tone shifted instantly, from idle curiosity to cold calculation. Mingqi, tell me, could I actually sue him? Zhao Mingqi stared dumbfounded. She blinked rapidly, clearly unable to follow the abrupt leap in Li Sisi's logic. Li Sisi grew more animated by the second, her fingers sketching shapes in the air. Though many share the same name and surname, the character he wrote was unmistakably modeled after me, the real-life prototype. He didn't even change the name, University City, all match precisely. And most damningly, that humiliating trope directly implicates me. Your classmates could all testify to that, couldn't they? In Zhao Mingqi hesitated, then gave a slow nod. He built a viral internet meme using my identity. I'm fully justified in demanding reasonable financial compensation, isn't that fair? Li Sisi's voice grew increasingly resolute. So I will sue him, she clenched her fist, demanding both a public apology and monetary restitution. Zhao Mingqi studied Li Sisi's bright, fervent eyes for a long moment before speaking quietly. Sisi, we're all classmates. Surely it needn't escalate to litigation. What if he simply renames the character? With so many people sharing identical names, he could easily deny any connection to you, and you'd have no recourse. And if this blows up publicly, your online footprint will be exposed, damaging your own reputation in the process. Li Sisi's lips twitched faintly. The fiery zeal she'd just summoned, the kind that felt capable of dragging the case all the way to the United Nations, deflated sharply. She had considered these points before, but in that moment greed had clouded her judgment and the words had spilled out unbidden. You're right. She sank back onto the edge of the bed, biting her lower lip in thought. Mingqi, so what should we do? Zhao Mingqi paused, then proposed an idea Li Sisi hadn't anticipated. What if we contact him privately and ask for some consideration? Li Sisi's eyes lit up anew. She bounced upright from the bed, her voice brimming once more with energetic conviction. He's earned this fortune. He owes me a share. It's not as though I'm asking for anything unjust. He used my name, causing real distress. This money is his due obligation. Zhao Mingqi lowered her gaze, her lashes trembled almost imperceptibly. She remained silent. And Mingqi, he wrote you in too. Don't you want compensation as well? We won't ask for much, just 30 or 50,000 yuan each. Then we could rent an apartment together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Zhao Mingqi lifted her eyes to meet Li Sisi's. 30 or 50,000 yuan meant little to Li Sisi, perhaps 2 weekend trips. To Zhao Mingqi, it equaled months of grueling labor, her father driving a minivan along rural highways day after dusty day. Zhao Mingqi considered it, and finally nodded. The movement was barely perceptible. But in that instant something within her eyes flickered, and went utterly, irreversibly dark. Li Sisi didn't notice. Already electrified, she began frantically searching for Chen Zhuo's contact details. I remember. He's in our class WeChat group. Yes, found him. She held her phone aloft, thrusting the screen toward Zhao Mingqi. Mingqi, look, is this him? Is it really him? Zhao Mingqi glanced at the profile picture. Her fingers curled inward just slightly. It's him, she said. Li Sisi nodded, satisfied. Midnight. Chen Zhuo had just settled into bed when the system alert blared with mechanical precision. Ding. System mission refreshed. Select one of the following 3 tasks to complete. Task 1. Engage in friendly interaction with a heterogeneous individual possessing blue-tier attributes. Reward 1 million Xiaowei yuan. Task 2. Engage in friendly interaction with a heterogeneous individual possessing purple-tier attributes. Reward 3 million Xiaowei yuan. Task 3. Engage in friendly interaction with a heterogeneous individual possessing orange-tier attributes. Reward 5 million Xiaowei yuan. Chen Zhuo stared at the 3 options, his entire body freezing as if doused with ice water, from scalp to soles, a paralyzing chill. Ni's mind short-circuited. Utterly, completely short-circuited. He rolled onto his side, rereading the tasks again and again. Confirming he wasn't hallucinating, confirming the system wasn't mocking him, confirming with grim certainty that he could fulfill none of them. Eligible candidates were few enough to count on one hand. Lung Jing, purple tier. Wang Xinya, purple tier. Zhang Yu, orange tier. 3 options. 3 people. Lung Jing was the first to be eliminated by him. This ancestor was a lesbian. If he were to seek friendly communication with her, she would probably dunk his head into the toilet and stomp on it with her size 37 shoes. Purple. That won't do either. Life is precious. Wang Xinya, dressed in purple, has a 5-year-old daughter and diligently cooks and cleans every day. To pick on a single mother. Chen Zhuo felt that if he bullied her, he could apply for the Best Scumbag of the Year award. Jiang Yue, an orange. A 3-cost card with the Lucky Star bond, just a 4-day-old blessing package. Not to mention, he couldn't find an excuse to communicate with her. If he showed up in front of her now and said, I want to have a friendly discussion, Jiang Yu would probably throw a hat at him. 3 candidates, 3 dead ends. As for Zhao Mingqi, Chen Zhuo hadn't even considered her. Today he saw her standing with Zhou Yifei at the agency, both looking at houses. The next step was obviously cohabitation, right? It's just a blue attribute. A 3-cost card. In Gold Shovel, it's used for work in the early stages for bonding in the mid-stage, easily replaced by a 4-cost card in the later stages. Moreover, she was almost at 3 stars at most. He could hold a card for a moment, and if interest accrued, he could sell it off easily. Chen Zhuo sighed and tossed his phone aside. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. He stared at the ceiling, his voice muffled. At worst, I'll just save money first. With daily interest of 100,000, I can activate my cash flow ability. It was like when Chen Zhuo read a novel written by a female author for a male audience. Readers kept clamoring for photos. The female author stated she was a literary person with integrity and would not flaunt herself. Then one after another the big guys threw down precious gems, and the photos were still obediently posted in the comments section. Chen Zhuo turned over and opened the gaming platform. Forget it, let's play games. He placed 5-hour orders for Tao Tao and Muyu 2 hours more than yesterday. Anyway, star coins are free to use. He was in a bad mood and needed to vent. No melee team could expect to leave the aerospace base alive. Even the hockey bees passing by would get slapped twice. Tao Tao joined the team instantly, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. Boss, I miss you. Muyu joined a few seconds late, saying nothing, only giving a faint hum to acknowledge her arrival. Chen Zhuo put on his headset, temporarily shutting out the worries of system tasks. All-out attack. And so they played for the next day. When Chen Zhuo woke up, it was already noon. Upon waking, he smelled the aroma of food. Without thinking, he knew who was cooking. Chen Zhuo told Wang Xinya the password. After all, she came every day, saving him the trouble of buzzing the doorbell for him to open it. He quickly washed up and went downstairs in his pajamas. 3 dishes were already set on the dining table. Wang Xinya was still busy in the kitchen, with soup simmering on the stove bubbling away. Little Orange stood beside the dining table, tiptoeing, her hands resting on the table edge, chin propped on her hand. When she heard footsteps, she turned her head and saw Chen Zhuo grinning widely. Brother, today there are big prawns. Such big prawns. Chen Zhuo laughed and ruffled her hair. Wang Xinya poked her head out of the kitchen, saw Chen Zhuo had come downstairs, and quickened her pace to bring the last. Mr. Chen, it's time to eat. Her voice was still as gentle as ever. Chen Zhuo sat at the dining table, picked up a piece of pork rib, put it in his mouth, chewed a few times, and nodded. Delicious. Wang Xinya smiled slightly, bowing her head to serve Little Orange some soup. After the meal, Chen Zhuo leaned back in his chair, watching Wang Xinya clean the dishes. She stacked the bowls and plates together and carried them into the kitchen. The sound of the faucet ran loudly, accompanied by the crisp sound of dishes clashing. He stood at the kitchen door for a moment and spoke. Sister Xinya. Wang Xinya paused her actions. What is it, mister? I bought another apartment upstairs yesterday. Wang Xinya turned to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion. Up, she repeated the question. Platinum Joy Mansion, 9th floor. The 2-story place totals over 190 square meters. My sister will be coming to stay soon, and this apartment probably won't be enough. Wang Xinya wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen, standing in front of Chen Zhuo, waiting for him to continue. There's quite a bit of work involved, Chen Zhuo said. Starting today, you'll work full-time for me. Cleaning 2 apartments every day, cooking, changing bed linens. You can schedule the time yourself. Wang Xinya nodded without hesitation. Okay. I'll advance the salary for these 2 months. Chen Zhuo took out his phone, opened WeChat, and entered the transfer amount. 20,000. Wang Xinya's phone vibrated. She glanced down, her pupils slightly constricting. Mr. Chen, this isn't appropriate. Summer vacation is coming soon. Chen Zhuo pointed at Little Orange, who was sitting on the sofa watching cartoons, her little feet swinging at the edge of the sofa while she munched on a half slice of watermelon. You need to enroll Little Orange in a transition class. The transition class won't wait for you to save up enough money to enroll her. Wang Xinya's eyes turned red again. This was already the umpteenth time she had teared up in front of Chen Zhuo in recent times. Mr. Chen, thank you. She bowed deeply, almost at a 90-degree angle. Chen Zhuo waved his hand, his tone dismissive, as if discussing a trivial matter. All right, don't mention it. After you finish cleaning up, go check the 9th floor and see what needs to be bought. Make a list for me. My sister will be coming soon, so we need to prepare in advance. Okay. After giving the instructions, Chen Zhuo returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Little Orange was watching Paw Patrol, her body leaning forward, eyes wide open, mouth slightly agape, with chips held at her lips, forgetting to put them in. Chen Zhuo sat down beside her. Little Orange felt the sofa sink slightly and turned to glance at him, then scooted closer to him, her small shoulder leaning against his arm as she continued watching TV. The sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spreading a warm light over the wooden floor. This afternoon was quiet and serene. Just then, Chen Zhuo's phone vibrated. He took it out to check a friend request. The WeChat name was 53, and the profile picture showed half a side profile with brown long hair draped over her shoulder, lips slightly pursed, and a filter, giving it a recent popular film-like texture. The request note read, I am Li Cici. Chen Zhuo looked at this note, his mouth twitching slightly. Li Cici. The Li Cici from Supermarket Li Cici. This is the character in his novel who has been the subject of ridicule the most, and she is also the one among the girls in class who hates him the most. Suddenly, she added him as a friend. Is this a summons for punishment? Chen Zhuo hesitated for 2 seconds before clicking accept. No matter what, he was indeed at fault in this matter. When he was writing the novel, he had included the names of the pretty girls in class for convenience. Some of the descriptions were indeed excessive, causing trouble. If she came to demand an explanation, he should honestly apologize, compensate as needed, and delete what should be deleted to settle the matter. Just as he clicked accept, messages came flying in like cannonballs. Li Cici, Chen Zhuo, do you think it was fair to write about me like that in your novel? Li Cici, how do the classmates view me now? Do you know I have to lower my head when I go out? Do you know I don't even dare to go to bars anymore? Li Cici, I demand compensation from you and a public apology. Chen Zhuo looked at these 3 messages and silently sighed. Here it comes. He straightened his back and began to type a reply. Chen Zhuo, I sincerely apologize for causing you trouble. I will take this book down right away. After sending the message, Chen Zhuo opened the author backend, found the book, and clicked the take down button. A confirmation box popped up. After taking it down, the book will no longer be searchable or readable. Are you sure you want to take it down? Without hesitation, he clicked confirm. Then he took a screenshot and sent it over. About 3 minutes later, Li Cici's message came again. Li Cici, I didn't. Writing a book isn't easy. Chen Zhuo frowned slightly at this message. He continued to read. Li Cici, you can change the name to Li Sure or something else, right? Then appropriately compensate me and the other female classmates affected by you. That way we clear things up and no one loses out. Don't you think? Economic compensation. Chen Zhuo stared at these 4 words and slowly leaned back against the sofa. They were asking for money. Chen Zhuo typed the line. Chen Zhuo, how much do you want? On Li Cici's side, it showed the other party is typing for quite a while before sending a line. Li Cici, we don't want much. Just 500 each for me and Zhao Mingqi. As for the other classmates, you can talk to them yourself. 50,000. 50,000 each. Chen Zhuo looked at this number, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Chen Zhuo, I truly apologize for the matter of writing this book. As for compensation, I can offer you 5,000. Additionally, I will compensate the other 5 female classmates 2,000 each. I will also cancel my author account and never write again. What do you think? He believed his proposal was already quite sincere. A mistake is a mistake, it must be acknowledged. As a web novelist, one can be greedy, lustful, and write all sorts of nonsense, but one's values must be right. Li Cici's reply nearly made him drop his phone. Li Cici, 5,000. Are you trying to brush me off? You've earned so much from writing, and you're only willing to give out 1,500. Chen Zhuo took a deep breath. Chen Zhuo, who told you I earned a lot of money? Li Cici, it doesn't matter who told me. Just tell me, did you buy a house in full? When Chen Zhuo saw this message, his fingers paused on the screen for 2 seconds. He understood. He couldn't quite describe the feeling. Zhao Mingqi. Yesterday at the agency, besides the agents, only Zhou Yifei and Zhao Mingqi were there. Zhou Yifei would never go bragging about him, so it could only be Zhao Mingqi who mentioned it. His last shred of goodwill towards Zhao Mingqi was completely wiped out at this moment. Chen Zhuo took a deep breath. This matter had to be resolved right. Chen Zhuo, my total earnings from this book are approximately 1.5 million. I can offer you 5,000 and the other 5,200 each. This is my bottom line, but if you don't believe it, you can sue. The court can obtain the data. I can't lie to you. Her message came again. Li Cici, then how did you have the money to buy a house? Chen Zhuo, why can't I have money? Chen Zhuo, am I only worthy of being a poor person for life? Chen Zhuo, I originally planned to interact with you as an ordinary person, but what I received was alienation. Chen Zhuo, I won't pretend anymore. Oh, I'll lay it all out. I'm a rich 2nd generation. Li Cici, how can you prove that? Chen Zhuo looked at the 5 words, how can you prove that? And suddenly laughed. A respectable person needs to prove to others that he is wealthy. He thought for a moment, and a thought suddenly flashed. It seems he does need a tool, and Li Cici's looks are no worse than Zhao Mingqi's. She might be useful. System tasks require someone to complete them. Lung Jing can't manage it, Wang Xinyao won't do it, and Zhang Yu is too far away to help. He can't rely on earning interest of 1,000 a day to live, can he? The interest will arrive, but if the tasks aren't completed, he won't level up, the beauty rank won't open, and he won't be able to recruit new people. It's a vicious cycle. He opened Li Cici's Moments. Li Cici's Moments did not have a 3-day visibility setting. Scrolling down, he could see plenty of photos. The latest one was posted the day before yesterday, a selfie with smoky makeup, a midriff-bearing outfit, black fishnet stockings, and ultra-short shorts, with only 2 words in the caption, so annoying. Chen Zhuo activated the system scan. When the panel popped up, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Li Cici, name Li Cici, attribute blue, age 21 years, height 169 centimeters, appearance 83 points, figure 86 points, bond, student, drama queen, special 0, blue 3 cost card. Appearance 83 points, figure 86 points, just right for work. Special is 0, completely clean. Chen Zhuo's gaze lingered on it for 2 seconds. It seems she just loves to play. Would you like to check the bond attributes? Check. Student bond activation effect, learning ability increased by 50. Drama queen bond activation effect, when receiving damage, there is a 30 chance to inflict 10 times the damage back on the attacker. Chen Zhuo stared at the 2 words drama queen, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. If I were to go to Southeast Asia to fight freely in the future, this would indeed be a god-tier bond. The problem is he had been writing Supermarket Li Cici in his novel for several thousand words, detailing it to the point that readers remembered this meme, making Supermarket Li Cici the most popular joke in his book. He certainly had thoughts in this regard. Otherwise, why would he write about her? Writing about Zhao Mingqi was like the white moonlight, while writing about Li Cici was the supermarket. If only Li Sisi could help him with the tasks. The blue attribute task came once a month worth 1 million, and if he gave her 50,000, he would still net 950,000. Completing one task a month 12 times a year would total over 10 million. After sharing a few 100,000, the rest would be all his. Chen Zhuo tapped the edge of his phone twice, then opened his mobile banking app to find yesterday's transaction history, taking a screenshot. He also took a screenshot of the payment page from the writer's platform. The two images were sent together. One image showed June 8th, it received 1 million balance 1. 15 million. On June 9th, it received 1,000 balance 1. 25 million. On June 9th afternoon spent 1. 2 million balance 50,000. On June 9th afternoon, received 1 million balance 1. 0.5 million. At dawn today received 1,000 balance 1. 15 million. Another image displayed total payment 4860 yuan copyright fee, 100 yuan totaling 14860 yuan. Li Sisi remained silent for about 2 minutes. Then a message popped up. Li Sisi, I misunderstood you. Chen Zhuo then transferred 1.5 million. Li Sisi, I will share this money with everyone and will clarify things with them. Then Li Sisi accepted the transfer. But immediately another transfer notification appeared from Chen Zhuo for 5,000 yuan. Li Sisi's eyes widened. 50,000. Exactly 50,000. She stared at the number, took a deep breath, exhaled, and then typed. Li Sisi, what do you mean? Chen Zhuo leaned back on the sofa, a slight smile on his lips. Chen Zhuo, actually I'm quite interested in you. Didn't I write about it in my novel? Li Sisi's face flushed red. Li Sisi, you pervert. Chen Zhuo, alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. This money is my sincere apology to you without any strings attached. However, if you are willing to fulfill that little wish from my novel, I can transfer you 5,000 every month. He pressed the send button. After sending, he placed his phone on the coffee table, watching the screen slowly dim. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory of Hanjing University, Li Sisi stared at the screen displaying the 50,000 transfer, sitting motionless at the edge of her bed, as if her finger hovered above the screen, neither accepting the payment nor exiting, frozen in place, her pupils reflecting that string of numbers. 4 zeros. 1 5. Her monthly living expense was just over 2,000. This 50,000 could last her 2 years. Moreover, it would be 50,000 every month. But her thumb never pressed down, because above this transfer was the message from Chen Zhuo. If you are willing to fulfill that little wish from my novel, I can transfer you 5,000 every month. The Little Wish in the novel. She had read that book. Not just read, but had meticulously and grittingly read it, especially the section about supermarket. Li Sisi. Li Sisi took a deep breath. Just as she was about to type a reply, Zhao Mingqi leaned over. Zhao Mingqi had just come out of the bathroom, her hair still half wet, wearing a large white t-shirt that hung loosely over one shoulder. She walked to Li Sisi's bed, drying her hair, when her peripheral vision caught the screen showing a transfer from Chen Zhuo. Status awaiting acceptance. Did he transfer money to you? Zhao Mingqi draped the towel around her neck and leaned in closer. Why aren't you accepting it? Li Sisi hadn't even had time to reply when Zhao Mingqi reached out, decisively tapping the accept payment button. Wait. Li Sisi's voice trailed off by half a second. The transfer interface popped up a notification that it had been deposited into her balance as the 50,000 flew from Chen Zhuo's account and safely landed in her WeChat wallet. Mingqi. Li Sisi's voice instantly rose by 8 degrees, trembling with a mix of grievance and anger. Zhao Mingqi was momentarily stunned by her shout, blinking innocently. Isn't this 50,000 compensation from Chen Zhuo for you? What's wrong with me helping you? Besides, it's 50,000. Not accepting the money. Are you out of your mind? Li Sisi opened her mouth, but didn't know how to respond. She took a deep breath, then took another, pulled her phone from Zhao Mingqi's hand, swiped a few times, and flipped to the previous message from Chen Zhuo. She handed the phone over. The line of text on the screen felt like a silent slap. Zhao Mingqi took it, reading it from. As she read, Zhao Mingqi's expression shifted from curiosity to surprise, then to disbelief, eventually settling into a complex look. He's actually a rich second generation. Zhao Mingqi's voice was soft, as if talking to herself. Li Sisi snatched her phone back, irritated. Is the question now whether he's a rich second generation? Wait, are you saying Chen Zhuo wants to support you? When the word support left Zhao Mingqi's lips, the air in the dorm seemed to freeze for a moment. Those two words were too heavy. So heavy that Li Sisi instinctively shrank her shoulders, heavy enough that Zhao Mingqi's cheeks began to flush. Li Sisi did not nod or shake her head. She simply rested her phone on her lap, looking down at her toes painted with red nail polish. Zhao Mingqi's mouth moved, but in the end she didn't say a word, because a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, a thought that made her heart clench. If she had not distanced herself from Chen Zhuo because he was poor back then, would he be holding her hand now? Zhao Mingqi's fingers unconsciously clenched the edge of the towel, her knuckles turning white. The dormitory fell silent. The two sat in silence, with Li Sisi on the edge of the bed and Zhao Mingqi standing beside her. After a long while, Zhao Mingqi spoke. Sisi, what are you thinking? Li Sisi pouted. What can I think? Aren't you worried he's lying? Have you ever seen a scammer who transfers 50,000 directly? Zhao Mingqi thought for a moment and realized she hadn't. Scammers usually ask for money up front. Who gives you money first? Even if they do, it's usually only a few thousand to sweeten the deal. Otherwise you'd be shocked by a taser until it's out of battery. That's true. She nodded and asked, so do you wanna? Li Sisi shook her head. Zhao Mingqi pressed what is shaking, doesn't want to. Li Sisi fell silent for a few seconds. Her gaze fell on the phone, resting on her lap, her voice muffled. 50,000. That's really not a small amount. She didn't say the second half, but I also don't want to be that kind of person. Fill in the blank after reading this chapter. Tell me loudly what you want. After all, receiving 10 or 20,000 a month is merely a form of support, but 50,000 a month. That is something I simply cannot accept. Now, many university students in Jiang City work tirelessly under the 996 schedule, and even after a year of hard work, they can't save up 50,000. The air conditioner hummed, blowing the wind that gently swayed Zhao Minqi's damp hair. Sounds of students from other dormitories echoed in the corridor. Suddenly Zhao Minqi spoke up. Her voice was different from before, tinged with a hint of caution. Sisi, if you don't mind, could you ask him if I can? Li Sisi turned her head, her gaze landing on Zhao Minqi's face. Zhao Minqi's cheeks flushed a deep red of someone caught in a guilty act. Her fingers twisted the edge of the towel, her eyes fixed on the floor, unable to meet Li Sisi's gaze. Why don't you? Li Sisi asked. Zhao Mingqi bit her lip, remaining silent for a moment. I'm too embarrassed. Moreover, I feel he's quite disappointed in me right now. Li Sisi sighed. All right. She picked up her phone, opened the chat with Chen Zhuo, and began typing. Halfway through she deleted it, then typed again. After several attempts, she finally sent Li Sisi. Can Mingqi do it? After sending, she showed her phone to Zhao Mingqi, who nodded after reading it. Li Sisi added another message. Li Sisi, besides, weren't you quite fond of Mingqi before? Plus your relationship was still. After sending this message about 3 minutes later, Chen Zhuo's reply finally came. Chen Zhuo, don't talk to me about feelings, and you also said it was in the past. Zhao Mingqi stared at the 3 words in the past, her fingers gripping the towel. Chen Zhuo's next message quickly followed. Chen Zhuo, so what have you decided? I'm really angry right now. Seeing this message, Li Sisi's face flushed red. She threw her phone onto the bed, gritting her teeth as she cursed, bastard, filthy scoundrel. Zhao Mingqi hurriedly sat beside her, one hand patting her back to soothe her, the other grasping Li Sisi's clenched fist, softly reassuring her. All right, Sisi, don't be angry anymore. How can he say such things to a girl? Li Sisi's voice was mixed with shame and anger, her eyes reddening, but she couldn't tell whether it was anger or something else. Yes, he's crazy, he's abnormal, his thought process is problematic. Zhao Mingqi continued, her fingers gently stroking her back. Just don't get angry, talk to him calmly. After Li Sisi's breathing steadied somewhat, Zhao Mingqi encouraged her to continue the conversation. Li Sisi picked up her phone again, taking a deep breath, and typed, Li Sisi, you know Mingqi's family situation isn't great, so her choice back then is understandable, right? She typed slowly, weighing each word carefully. She was justifying Zhao Mingqi, providing a reasonable explanation for her earlier distance. It wasn't because of you being bad, it was because she had a tough time. Chen Zhuo's reply came quickly. Chen Zhuo, stop dragging this out, just say what you want directly. If you wait any longer, better hotel rooms will be fully booked. Li Sisi's small fists cracked as she clenched them, her knuckles turning white, her teeth grinding audibly. Seeing this, Zhao Mingqi took the phone from her. Let me chat with him using your phone. Li Sisi nodded, passing the phone over. Zhao Mingqi took the phone, lowering her head, her fingers flying over the screen as she typed. Li Sisi, Zhao Mingqi, can we switch it to Mingqi? After sending, she stared at the screen, her heart racing like a drum. Chen Zhuo's reply came. Chen Zhuo, forget it, I'm only interested in you right now. Li Sisi leaned over to read the message, cursing under her breath. Is that interest? That's just lusting after my body, you bastard. But after cursing, a slight smile formed at the corner of her mouth. That smile was so faint that Zhao Mingqi didn't even notice it. It existed for less than a second before Li Sisi suppressed it. Zhao Mingqi continued typing, her fingers lingering on the screen as if weighing each word. Li Sisi, Zhao Mingqi, have you really already changed your mind? How can I be sure you won't just play with me and then toss me aside? Chen Zhuo's message almost bounced back the moment she sent it. Chen Zhuo, do you have some kind of illness? It's just a sugar daddy relationship. Do you expect me to make some grand promise? Li Sisi saw this message and cursed in anger. Zhao Mingqi said nothing, but her fingers trembled slightly. Both of them fell silent. Li Sisi was so angry she wanted to crawl through the internet and kick that scoundrel a few times. Zhao Mingqi remained silent out of guilt. She felt responsible for Chen Zhuo's current state. If she hadn't treated him that way back then, perhaps he wouldn't have become like this. Zhao Mingqi bit her lip and continued typing. Li Sisi, Zhao Mingqi, do you really have no feelings for Mingqi at all? She said that if you are willing, she will come to find you right now. Chen Zhuo's reply came. Chen Zhuo, can we skip the payment? Zhao Mingqi's fingers gripped the phone tightly, her knuckles whitening, leaving a faint mark on the screen. She gritted her teeth and typed the 2 hardest words of her life, Li Sisi, Zhao Mingqi, okay. After sending, she flipped the phone screen down on the bed, leaning against the wall, as if drained of all strength. Eyes closed, her chest rising and falling. The phone buzzed. She picked it up to take a look. Chen Zhuo, forget it. The ones that come without money are the most expensive. Zhao Mingqi took a deep breath, wishing she could shove her little 36-sized foot into Chen Zhuo's mouth. Her small fists cracked as she clenched them, her joints creaking. Just then a new message from Chen Zhuo popped up. Chen Zhuo, her price is 20,000 a month. If not, then forget it. Zhao Mingqi stared at that line of text, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, typing a few words, then deleting them. Type deleted. After going back and forth several times, she paused for a moment and typed just one word, Licisi good. After sending, she placed the phone under her pillow, lying down and covering her head with the blanket. Licisi sat by the bed watching her curled up in the blanket, her mouth moving, but in the end she said nothing. About 5 minutes later, Zhao Mengqi's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Chen Zhuo with a location pin for the Hilton Hotel in Jiangxing. Zhao Mengqi stared at the location for a few seconds, then put down her phone and began to pack her things. She took out a set of clean clothes from the wardrobe and placed them in a canvas bag, including a white cotton nightgown and neatly folded underwear tucked in the middle. She also grabbed a new towel and an unused bar of soap. Licisi sat on her bed, hugging her knees, watching Zhao Mengqi pack her things one by one, her lips moving several times, but failing to utter a word. After finishing her packing, Zhao Mengqi sat down at the table, opened a drawer, and took out a small mirror to set on the table. She looked at her face in the mirror. Her bare skin was decent, but her lips were somewhat dry. She retrieved a lipstick she had used for half a year from the drawer, twisted it open, and carefully applied it while looking in the mirror. After applying it, she pressed her lips together, making a very soft pop sound. She then picked up an eyebrow pencil and filled in the sparse ends of her brows with delicate strokes, transforming their shape from light to sharp. She dabbed a bit of blush with her fingertip and gently patted it on her cheekbones, instantly improving her complexion. Finally, she sprayed a bit of perfume, which belonged to Licisi, floral and fruity sweet, but not overwhelming. She closed the lids of her makeup brush, lipstick, eyebrow pencil, and powder, putting them back in the drawer. She stood up, picked up the canvas bag, and glanced at Licisi, who was still sitting on the bed. "Cici, I'm leaving." Licisi nodded, remaining silent. Her gaze lingered on Zhao Mengqi's face for 2 seconds before shifting away to the window. Zhao Mengqi walked to the door, opened it, and stood at the threshold for a moment. Without looking back, she paused briefly before stepping out. The door closed behind her. Licisi sat on the bed, hugging her knees, her gaze resting on the empty chair where Zhao Mengqi had just been. After a long while, she pulled out her phone from under the pillow and opened the chat with Chen Zhuo. Her fingertips hovered over the screen for a long time, ultimately sending nothing, shoving the phone back under the pillow. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo stood still for a few seconds after receiving Zhao Mengqi's reply. To be honest, his initial intention was to pursue Licisi, yet while talking with her, he ended up pushing Zhao Mengqi into the picture. And surprisingly, Zhao Mengqi agreed, without even haggling. It was akin to Li Yunlong's original target being Chu Yunfei's 89th Division, only for Chang Nikao's temporary 7th Division to become the scapegoat. Chen Zhuo leaned back on the sofa, flipping his phone over to rest on his chest, staring at the ceiling for a few seconds. Once upon a time, the girl who was the White Moonlight in his novel was also the White Moonlight in reality. After chasing her for 3 months and flirting for 3 months, without even holding hands, she now came to him willingly. Damn, reality is just that real. Chen Zhuo smirked, slightly unable to tell whether it was a smile or something else. He stood up and shouted towards the kitchen, "Sister Xinya, I'm stepping out, so I won't be having dinner. After you're done, take Qingzi back, okay?" The sound of dishes clattering came from the kitchen, and after the water stopped, there was a brief silence before Wang Xinya's voice came through. Okay. Her voice was as soft as usual, but lacked something. Chen Zhuo didn't notice her slightly pale complexion as he had already turned to the entrance to change his shoes and stepped out. Once he left, the apartment fell silent. Wang Xinya stood at the kitchen door, clutching a dishcloth in her hand, staring. Little Qingzi peeked his head out from the sofa and innocently asked, "Mom, where did brother go?" Wang Xinya redirected her gaze, her voice gentle. "Brother had something to attend to and went out. Qingzi, let's tidy up and head home now." "Oh." Little Qingzi obediently climbed down from the sofa, bent down to neatly place the slippers, and then ran to Wang Xinya's side, holding her hand. Wang Xinya looked down at her daughter's small hand, those 5 short fingers tightly gripping her index finger. Holding little Qingzi's hand, Wang Xinya walked into the elevator. At the moment the elevator doors closed, she raised her head to glance at the stainless steel wall that reflected her blurred out. The woman inside wore a faded shirt, her hair casually tied up at the back, her face bare, holding a little girl by the hand with a canvas bag filled with cleaning tools resting at her feet. She was just a cleaner. The elevator doors closed. In the lobby of the Hilton Hotel in Jiangxing, Chen Zhuo spotted Zhao Mengqi standing by the revolving door as he got out of the taxi. She had changed into a light apricot-colored dress, the hem just above her knees cinched at the waist with a thin brown leather belt accentuating her figure beautifully. Her hair fell down over her shoulders with slightly curled ends, a hairstyle she often wore, and a light layer of lipstick adorned her lips. With the white canvas bag in her hand, she stood under the lights like a tree transplanted into a greenhouse, beautiful yet radiating discomfort all over. Chen Zhuo approached her without saying anything, directly wrapping his arms around her waist. Zhao Mengqi's body stiffened for an instant, a moment so brief it could almost be overlooked, but Chen Zhuo felt it. His palm rested on her side waist, feeling her muscles tense through the thin fabric of the dress. "Relax." Chen Zhuo's voice was low, barely audible to her. "I'm not a stranger, right?" He spoke with a slight smile. She nodded. Chen Zhuo held her waist and walked towards the front desk. With her head down as she took her ID from the canvas bag to hand to the front desk, her fingers trembled slightly, her complexion flushed from her cheeks to her ears, even her neck tinged with a faint pink. The front desk staff was a woman in her 30s who scanned their faces briefly, showing no extra expression, and skillfully entered the information after taking the ID. She had seen such scenes often occurring daily. Chen Zhuo noticed that the photo on Zhao Menqi's ID seemed to be taken during high school, bare-faced with straight bangs and a ponytail, looking fresh and clean. In her eyes there was only one quality: clarity, like spring water bubbling up from a mountain stream, untouched by the world's smoke and dust. He remembered this was how she looked when she first entered university. He shifted his gaze from the ID back to Zhao Menqi as he led her towards the elevator. Their room was on the 22nd floor. Chen Zhuo had booked a deluxe king room for $998 per night. Though not on par with a presidential suite, it was already one of the pricier room types in the Hilton. When the door opened, Zhao Menqi stood at the entrance, gazing at the decorations in the room, momentarily taken aback. The light gray wall fabric, warm yellow lighting, and a 2-meter-wide bed adorned with pristine white bedding. Zhao Menqi thought to herself, is this the life of the wealthy? The most extravagant hotel she had previously stayed in was a budget chain hotel near her school, costing over $200 a night, and she had complained about it being too expensive while sharing with her classmates. As she calculated in her mind, a room costing 1,000 yuan was enough for her monthly living expenses. She placed her canvas bag on the small round table in the room, unzipped it, and took out her neatly folded pajamas, saying softly, I'll go take a shower first. Chen Zhuo stood behind her without responding. She heard footsteps approaching from behind. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The sound of shoes on the carpet was barely audible, yet each step resonated with her heartbeat. The footsteps stopped behind her, and she felt his presence. He stood very close behind her, close enough that her back could sense the warmth radiating from him. Then a hand rested on her shoulder. Gently, 4 fingers first rested on her shoulder, and the thumb slowly pressed down, gripping her shoulder blade. That hand was warm, and Zhao Menqi's body stiffened again, even more than the last time in the lobby, to the point where she felt her blood freeze for a moment. Chen Zhuo's other hand reached around her waist from behind. His chin rested on her shoulder, his breath warm and moist against her ear, rhythmically brushing against her. He gently caressed her face. His fingertips slid slowly from her cheekbone to her chin and back again. Zhao Menqi's eyelashes fluttered, her heart racing too fast. She knew what would happen next, as she had known it even before. But knowing was one thing, as standing here embraced from behind by him, feeling the warmth of his palm and the rhythm of his breathing, was another. Chen Zhuo turned her around to face him, the distance between them so close that their noses were almost touching. He gazed at her face, trying to recognize the one he had written about in his books, dreamt of and fantasized about in the solitude of the night. Zhao Menqi, his once bright moonlight, stood right in front of him at this moment. Chen Zhuo lowered his head and kissed her. The first sensation upon their lips meeting was softness. It was softer than he had imagined. He had described countless kissing scenes in his novels using numerous adjectives: soft, warm, sweet. But all of that was mere imagination. When he truly kissed her, he realized that all the adjectives felt pale, because that sensation could not be conveyed by words. It was something only felt when lips touched. Zhao Menqi's breath quickened. Her hands hovered uncertainly in the air, unsure where to place them, before finally tentatively climbing onto his back, fingers gripping the fabric of his t-shirt tightly. She had no experience, she knew nothing. All she could do was close her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, feeling his lips moving over hers. Then Chen Zhuo pulled the curtains shut, turned off the main light, leaving only the bedside lamp on. The room darkened, the light becoming a warm orange hue. The world shrank, reduced to just this 2-meter-wide bed and the 2 bewildered individuals upon it. The scent of the hotel room's aromatherapy wafted through the darkness, sweet to an excessive degree. Zhao Menqi bit her lip. She felt his hand slide from her waist to the zipper of her skirt, the sound of the zipper being pulled down resonating sharply in the quiet room like a slowly torn seam. She did not stop him. Her hands moved from his back to his shoulders, her nails digging into his skin. She did not know how long it had been, but the sounds in the room gradually quieted. The air conditioning continued to blow, cooling her skin slightly. Zhao Menqi lay on one side of the bed, the blanket pulled up to her chest, staring at the ceiling. Her hair spread out, covering the white pillow like ink splatters in an abstract painting. The lipstick on her lips had smudged her lips, slightly swollen, and her face still retained a lingering blush. She said nothing. Chen Zhuo also remained silent. She turned her head to glance at Chen Zhuo beside her. He lay with his eyes closed, breathing evenly, unsure if he was asleep or lost in thought. Zhao Menqi returned her gaze to the ceiling, mentally telling herself, I've given myself to you. At that moment, Chen Zhuo was blissfully immersed in the joy of system rewards. Ding! Task 1 completed. Engage in friendly interaction with a blue attribute partner. Reward 1 million Xia country yuan already credited. The notification of the 1 million reward sounded crisp and pleasant in Chen Zhuo's mind. He closed his eyes, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He had spent a significant sum at the mall yesterday, transferred 65,000 to Li Sisi today, and prepaid 20,000 in wages to Wang Xinya, accumulating various expenses that totaled nearly 100,000. With this 1 million added, his balance jumped from 104,000 to 204,000. 204,000. Chen Zhuo felt that this was perhaps the most comfortable task he had completed since the system launched. Indeed, earlier on he had to rely on the 3-fee card for work. While the 3 fee card wasn't the top tier, it was practical, quick to obtain, easy to use, and cost-effective. He turned to glance at Zhao Mingqi lying beside him. She lay on her side, the blanket pulled up to her collarbone, revealing a segment of her fair shoulder and a small patch of delicate skin beneath her collarbone. Her hair was spread out over the pillow with a few strands sticking to her cheek. Chen Zhuo's gaze lingered on her face for 2 seconds before he leaned in and gently kissed her cheek. Zhao Mingqi felt that gentle kiss. She did not open her eyes, but her eyelashes fluttered and her lips unconsciously curved slightly. He is kissing me. He still cares about me. After kissing, Chen Zhuo turned over facing the ceiling and closed his eyes. The bed was soft, the blanket light, and the air conditioning was at just the right temperature. His consciousness felt like a ship slowly sinking into the sea, becoming heavier and heavier. After all, he was still a novice. And the two of them drifted off to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, around 11:50 at night, Chen Zhuo's phone rang. The melody suddenly erupted in the... Chen Zhuo was startled awake. His first reaction was not to reach for his phone, but rather to bolt upright from the bed, as if shocked, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The first thought in his mind was, Chen Zhuo? Could it be that Chen Zhuo is calling? This thought emerged faster than his rationality, so fast that he had no time to think. The conditioned reflex ingrained in him since childhood had already taken effect. He had always been this way since he was young. Every time he did something wrong, whether it was sneaking a bite of the braised pork from the fridge, or changing his exam scores after failing, or even urinating in his grandmother's jar of chili sauce, each time Chen Zhuo would catch him. Without fail, within 3 days, she would look at him with her bright, sparkling eyes, a sweet smile on her lips, and then say the words that would haunt him for life. Brother, you wouldn't want mom and dad to find out about that, would you? Then for half a year, all his pocket money would end up in Chen Zhuo's pocket. At this moment, Chen Zhuo was lying on the large bed on the 22nd floor of the Hilton Hotel. Next to him lay Zhao Mingqi, and neither of them was dressed. All the hairs on his body stood on end, and a single thought filled his mind. It's over, he's been caught again. Zhao Mingqi was awakened by his movements, groggily lifting her head from the pillow, her eyes half open, her voice thick with sleep. What's wrong? Shoo. Chen Zhuo pressed a finger to his lips. Zhao Mingqi, startled by his tense demeanor, propped herself up. Chen Zhuo lowered his head and saw the 3 characters on the screen. Wang Xingya, not Chen Zhuo. He felt as if he had deflated like a balloon. His shoulders slumped, the muscles in his back relaxed, and even his breathing became much smoother. Chen Zhuo let out a sigh of relief, but just as he relaxed, his heart sank again. Wang Xingya was calling him at midnight. This was out of character. She never called him first. Even if she had something to discuss, she would send a WeChat message, always polite, as if afraid of disturbing him. For her to call at this hour, something must have happened. He pressed the answer button. Instead of Wang Xingya's voice, he heard the cry of a small child. Wah, woo woo. The cry was high-pitched and urgent, filled with the heart-wrenching intensity unique to children, piercing through his eardrums like a thin needle. Chen Zhuo's heart tightened immediately. He stood up from the bed, barefoot on the carpet, his voice carrying a sense of urgency he wasn't even aware of. Chengzi, what's wrong? Don't cry, brother's here. Brother? Woo. Chengzi's voice was intermittent, each few words punctuated by sobs, clearly trying to hold back her tears, but how could a child manage that? Mom. Don't worry, speak slowly. Chen Zhuo's voice was soft and gentle. What happened to Mom? Brother. Chengzi sniffled, her voice muffled, heavy with nasal congestion. Mom collapsed. Her forehead is so hot. I touched it. Brother, please come save Mom. Chen Zhuo's brows furrowed tightly. Wang Xingya had collapsed. The image of her pale face under the kitchen light flashed through his mind. He had thought it was just the lighting earlier that afternoon and hadn't given it much thought. Chengzi, don't panic, Chen Zhuo said as he picked up his pants from the floor, hopping on one foot to put them on. Brother will be... Listen to brother first. On the other end, Chengzi's cry subsided a bit, but she was still sniffling. Chengzi, do you see the WeChat chat box between Mom and brother? There's a sign in it. Do you see it? Chengzi's voice. Tap that sign. Chen Zhuo's tone was calm and clear. Then 8 boxes will appear, right? Do you see the third one? Is it an upside-down water droplet with a hole in the middle? Tap that one. Then there will be 3 lines of text. The first line has 4 characters, right? Tap those 4 characters. Chen Zhuo had already put on his pants and was looking for his t-shirt, fumbling in the dim light for several moments before retrieving the black fabric from the foot of the bed. Then there will be a green button at the top. Tap that green button again. His phone vibrated. The location had come through. Chen Zhuo glanced at it. The distance from the Hilton Hotel was about 7 kilometers, a neighborhood he had never been to, located in the old district of Jiangqing. The map showed narrow, dense streets with few commercial facilities, an old residential area. Chengzi, don't hang up, brother will be there soon, okay? Chengzi's voice finally stabilized a bit, but she was still softly sniffling. Good girl, don't cry. Talk to Mom, brother will arrive shortly. As he opened the door, his footsteps paused for a moment. Zhao Mingqi sat on the bed, the blanket pulled up to her chest, her hair disheveled, the lipstick long faded from her lips, her eyes watching him in the dim light. I. Chen Zhuo opened his mouth. Zhao Mingqi shook her head, her voice very soft. You go ahead. Chen Zhuo glanced at her and turned to leave. The door closed behind him. He was wearing the hotel's disposable slippers, stepping quickly on the carpet in the corridor. The elevator reached the first floor, and he hurried out of the lobby, flagging down a taxi at the designated area outside. "Driver, go to this place." He handed the driver the location Chen Zhuo had sent him. In the luxurious bedroom on the 22nd floor of the Hilton Hotel, Zhao Mingqi sat alone on the bed. The air conditioner was still blowing cool air, which felt chilly against her bare shoulders. She glanced down at the indented pillow beside her, still warm from its previous occupant, and slowly pulled the blanket up to cover her shoulders. After hearing the sound of the door closing, she sat there, not lying down. From the moment Chen Zhuo received the call until he left, it had been less than 2 minutes. She reached out to touch the slightly indented pillow, her fingers gently pressing down on the soft fabric. "This is my first time," she whispered, barely audible to herself. She didn't continue. Zhao Mingqi closed her eyes. Tears silently slipped from the corners of her eyes, flowing down the sides of her nose and soaking into the pillow. The 7-kilometer journey, driven by Chen Zhuo's urgency, had the taxi racing like a wild horse across the empty roads of the night. The driver was evidently experienced. The moment the red light turned green, he floored the accelerator, the car lunging forward, pressing Chen Zhuo tightly against the seat. 10 minutes later, from the Hilton Hotel to the entrance of that old neighborhood, the 7-kilometer distance was covered in just 10 minutes. "Driver, please wait here for a moment. I will need to go to the nearest hospital afterward." The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, nodded, and replied, "Okay, I'll wait here." The spacing between the buildings in the village within the city is absurdly narrow, with a maximum of 2 meters between two buildings, and in some places not even a ray of sunlight can penetrate. There are no streetlights in the alley, and in the darkness one can only barely see the path underfoot, with the faint light filtering in from the distant main road and a few windows above. The ground is pitted and filled with rainwater that had fallen who knows when. Chen Zhuo stepped on it, wearing the thin disposable slippers from the hotel, the soles so thin he could feel the shape of every pebble beneath. He took out his phone and opened the call with Xiao Qingzi. "Qingzi, are you still there?" "Brother, I'm here." Xiao Qingzi's voice was slightly steadier than before, but still carried that hoarse tone from crying. "Qingzi, can you turn on the flashlight on Mommy's phone?" "Do you know how to do that?" There was a brief silence on the other end, probably as she searched for the flashlight switch. "MHM, I can. Turn on the flashlight, and then wave it on the balcony. That way your brother will see where you are." "Okay." Chen Zhuo lifted his head, scanning the densely packed row of windows. After about 10 seconds, a beam of light appeared on the 4th-floor balcony of the building diagonally opposite, small and flickering, a tiny circle of light, yet it shone like a star in the pitch-black old residential area. "Qingzi, I see you. Come up right away." Chen Zhuo rushed into that building. The corridor was dark. He could only rely on the faint light from his phone screen to feel his way up. The stairs were made of concrete, the edges of the steps worn smooth, with some clutter piled up at each turn. 4th floor. Chen Zhuo stopped in front of a green anti-theft door that had lost its paint. The door was open, and Xiao Qingzi stood at the entrance, holding Mommy's phone, the flashlight's light shining upwards, illuminating her little face to a pale white. Her eyes were red with traces of undried tears at the corners. Seeing that she was okay, Chen Zhuo let out a sigh of relief. He bent down to pick her up and walked into the room. The room was not large, a 1-bedroom apartment, and upon entering one could see the entire layout. The living room was about 10 square meters, containing a folding table and 2 plastic stools with a few cardboard boxes piled in the corner. The floor was made of concrete, but it was cleaned very well. However, the room felt particularly stuffy. In June, the nights in Jiangxing, while not as hot as during the day, were still warm, around 25 to 26 degrees Celsius. This room, whether due to its orientation or poor ventilation, had all windows open, yet there was not a single breeze. The air felt as if it had solidified. Chen Zhuo put Xiao Qingzi down and walked into the inner room. The bedroom was smaller, barely fitting a 1.5-meter bed and an old-fashioned 3-door wardrobe, leaving little space. At the head of the bed was a palm leaf fan, an old-fashioned one with frayed edges. There was no electric fan, let alone. Wang Xinyao lay on the bed, her complexion as pale as paper. There were fine beads of sweat on her forehead, but her body was trembling slightly, her lips cracked and dry, with an abnormal redness at the corners of her eyes, breathing rapid and shallow. Chen Zhuo walked over and pressed the back of his hand against her forehead. It was frighteningly hot. He quickly went to the bathroom to grab a damp towel and placed it on her forehead. "Wang Xinya, can you hear me?" He patted her shoulder. Wang Xinya's eyelashes fluttered and her eyelids moved a few times, but did not open. Chen Zhuo did not hesitate any longer. One hand reached behind her neck, while the other passed through the crease of her knee, lifting her from the bed. Wang Xinya was much lighter than he had imagined. Her body was soft and weak, her head resting on his shoulder, her burning forehead against his neck like a small stove aflame. Xiao Qingzi closely followed behind, her small hand clutching Chen Zhuo's pant leg, not daring to fall behind even a step. As they descended, Chen Zhuo walked cautiously, fearing to miss a step and fall with the person in his arms, moving down slowly, step by step. Xiao Qingzi walked at the back, one hand gripping Chen Zhuo's pant leg and the other hand steadying herself against the wall. Her small slippers made crisp sounds against the concrete steps, each sound closely following the last. Once in the car, the driver saw Chen Zhuo carrying a pale woman emerging from the alley and immediately stepped on the gas without a word. In the early morning hours of Jiangqing, with few cars and fewer people, the taxis sped through the vacant streets like a high-speed boat, gliding across calm waters, passing one flickering yellow streetlight after another. The 3-kilometer journey was even faster than before. The emergency room lights at the hospital are always on day. When Chen Zhuo rushed in carrying Wang Xinya, the nurse on duty, took a glance and immediately pushed over a stretcher, quickly measuring temperature, blood pressure, and asking about her medical history. The series of procedures executed swiftly and expertly. The thermometer read 39.8 degrees. The doctor was a woman in her 40s wearing silver-framed glasses, her expression serious but not cold. She examined Wang Xinya's pupils, mouth and skin, listened to her heart and lungs, checked her eyelids, then removed her stethoscope, and calmly said something that both relieved and distressed Chen Zhuo. Fatigue, combined with heat-stroke dehydration, is quite severe. First we need to lower her temperature, then administer 4 fluids for observation. Fatigue combined with heat stroke. Chen Zhuo stood in the corridor of the emergency room, watching the nurse place ice packs on Wang Xinya's forehead and under her armpits, seeing the needle pierce the vein in the back of her hand, watching the clear liquid drip down the foreline, a surge of inexplicable emotions swelling within him. This woman had done a full cleaning at his place that afternoon, tidying up, doing laundry, cooking, changing bed linens, and mopping the floors all in one go. After finishing all her tasks, she took Xiao Qingzi back to her own residence in that stuffy room, without an electric fan or air conditioning, yet she herself suffered from heat stroke, while Xiao Qingzi did not. There was only one possibility: she had given her only fan to her daughter, spending the entire night fanning Xiao Qingzi, while she herself was hot and exhausted, her body unable to withstand it, before finally collapsing. Chen Zhuo sat down in the chair beside the bed, looking at Wang Xinya's pale face and cracked lips, cursing inward. Xiao Qingzi stood on the other side of the bed on tiptoe, with both small hands gripping the edge of the bed, her chin resting on her hands, watching her mother intently, without blinking. Her eyes were still red, but she was no longer crying, her lips pressed tightly together, resembling a small adult who was earnestly trying to learn to be strong. Chen Zhuo picked her up and let her sit on his lap. Xiao Qingzi's tiny soft body leaned against him, her head resting on his chest, silent. After a while she murmured, "Brother, mommy will be okay, right?" "She will. She'll be fine by tomorrow morning." "MHM." Xiao Qingzi nodded. The infusion was proceeding smoothly. After 2 rounds of ice packs, Wang Xinya's forehead temperature gradually decreased, the flush on her face slowly fading, and her breathing transformed from rapid to steady. Around 1 in the morning, she opened her eyes briefly, her gaze wandering around before her lips moved silently as she fell back asleep. Chen Zhuo touched her forehead. It was cooler than before, but still somewhat warm. The doctor came over to take a look, said the situation was stable, and instructed her to finish the infusion and that she could be discharged once she woke up. At 2 in the morning, Wang Xinya's fever finally subsided. Her temperature dropped to 37.5 degrees, her complexion shifting from pale to a slightly rosy white, her breathing steady, and even as if she were truly asleep rather than in a coma. Chen Zhuo leaned against the chair and sighed deeply. Little Orange had already fallen asleep in his arms, her small body curled up, her head resting in the crook of his arm, her mouth slightly open, breathing softly like a kitten's purr. Her hand still clutched tightly at the collar of his t-shirt, as if afraid he might disappear as well. Chen Zhuo adjusted his position to make himself more comfortable and lifted Little Orange slightly to ensure she slept more soundly. Thus, leaning against the chair, Chen Zhuo also fell asleep. When Wang Xinya woke up, the sky had already brightened. Morning light squeezed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a slender beam of light on the white bedsheets. The air carried the scent of disinfectant. She lay on the unfamiliar hospital bed, gauze still taped to the back of her hand from the infusion, the foreline already removed, leaving only a small piece of white tape securing the cotton ball. She turned her head and saw a scene that made her eyes well up with warmth. Chen Zhuo was slumped in the chair beside her, his head tilted back, mouth slightly open, sleeping deeply. His t-shirt was wrinkled, and he wore a pair of white disposable slippers, the kind from hotels, with a thin sole that revealed the shape of his toes. The most important thing was not how disheveled he looked, but the Little Orange in his arms. The 5-year-old girl was nestled in his embrace, her head resting on his arm, both small hands clutching the collar of his t-shirt, sleeping peacefully, with a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth. This scene in the white hospital room resembled a warm flame, burning a poignant imprint against the gray backdrop. Wang Xinya smiled. The corners of her mouth slowly curved up, forming a shape that had not appeared in a long time. Then as she laughed, tears began to flow. No sound was made, only tears silently sliding from the corners of her eyes, trickling past her temples and into her hair by her ears. Just then Chen Zhuo woke up. He first moved his neck, stiff from leaning on the chair all night. Then he opened his eyes, blinking a few times, his pupils slowly focusing through the mist of sleep, landing on Wang Xinya, who was gazing back at him from the hospital bed. His gaze fell upon her face. She was crying. Tears were still streaming from the corners of her eyes, but the corners of her mouth were curved up. She was laughing while crying. Chen Zhuo did not say anything sentimental. He carefully sat up straight, ensuring not to wake Little Orange in his arms. Then he slowly stood up, bent down to lift Little Orange gently, placing her on the hospital bed next to Wang Xinya, and helped cover her with the blanket, tucking the corners neatly under Little Orange's chin. Wang Xinya shifted a bit towards the edge of the bed, creating more space for her daughter. After Chen Zhuo finished all of this, he sat back down in the chair beside the bed and gave Wang Xinya a sidelong glance. How old are you now, and you can't even take care of yourself? Wang Xinya lowered her eyelids and replied thank you. Chen Zhuo remained silent. He leaned back against the chair sniffing. After all, yesterday in a certain sense was his wedding night. Having just gone through the baptism of blood, he was ready to enjoy a good sleep. But then in the middle of the night he was awakened by a phone call. 7 kilometers climbed up the building in the urban village and sat in the hospital emergency room for most of the night. What kind of situation is this? At 8 in the morning the doctor on rounds arrived. It was still the same female doctor with silver-framed glasses from last night. She checked Wang Xinya's condition and took her temperature, which was 36.8 degrees normal. The doctor nodded, saying there were no major issues and that she could be discharged, advising her to rest and drink more water and to avoid exertion in the coming days. After finishing, she wrote a prescription and handed it to Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo went to the pharmacy on the first floor to collect the medication. When he returned, Wang Xinya had already sat up by herself and Little Orange was on the floor helping her mother fold the blanket and place it at the foot of the bed. Chen Zhuo walked over without saying a word, directly bending down to lift Wang Xinya from the bed. One hand wrapped around her waist while the other supported her leg. Wang Xinya froze entirely, her face flushing from the nape of her neck to the tips of her ears. Mr. Chen, I can walk by myself. Chen Zhuo stared at her bare feet, saying, are you planning to walk back barefoot? Wang Xinya fell silent, allowing Chen Zhuo to carry her. Little Orange followed behind her small steps, quickening, glancing up at Chen Zhuo, and then at her mother, a look on her face that said, I know everything, but I won't say a word. Reaching the hospital entrance, Chen Zhuo hailed a taxi driver to Buyue Mansion. He first placed Wang Xinya in the back seat, followed by himself, then lifted Little Orange beside him. Aren't we going to your place? She quietly asked. With your environment being that bad, are you planning to go there? And this time it was an emergency, next time it might be a trip to the morgue. Wang Xinya opened her mouth, but then closed it again. She wanted to say that's not too good, wanted to say, I'm already much better, wanted to say, Mr. Chen, you don't need to go to all this trouble. But all of those words circled in her throat, and after seeing the undeniable eyes of Chen Zhuo, she swallowed them all. As the car drove a distance, whether it was because she had just recovered and felt weak, or for some other reason, Wang Xinya unconsciously leaned closer to Chen Zhuo. Her shoulder brushed against his. She did not shy away, nor did he. Chen Zhuo instinctively wrapped his arm around her. This time she did not freeze. Or rather, she did freeze, but only for a very brief moment, and then that rigidity melted away like ice under the sun. She leaned against his shoulder, her body slightly angled, transferring part of her weight onto him. Chen Zhuo lowered his head, his lips close to her ear, his voice lowered to a whisper barely audible except to her. His breath warmed her ear, tickling her a little as he whispered, be my woman. Let me take care of you, and Little Orange. Wang Xinya's face turned even redder than when she had a fever. Her heartbeat raced as if it would leap from her chest. She could feel her ears flushing, her cheeks burning, and even her gaze hurriedly dropped to his feet, where a pair of disposable slippers from the hotel lay muddy from the alleyways of the sight of those slippers on Chen Zhuo's feet appeared quite comical. Yet as Wang Xinya looked at them, they reflected so much that her nose began to tingle and her eyes grew warm. Chen Zhuo noticed the turmoil in her eyes, and he did not give her a chance to dwell on it further. He tightened his embrace, lowered his head, and kissed her directly. Wang Xinya's mind went blank at that moment. She could feel his lips against hers, warm and soft, his nose pressed against hers, his breath brushing her face. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Brother kissed mama. Brother kissed mama. Xiao Chengzi's voice burst through the narrow space of the car, bright and filled with excitement. The driver, hearing such words, twitched the corners of his mouth and swiftly turned his gaze back to the front. Once Wang Xinya realized, her face turned an unbelievable shade of red. She gently pushed Chen Zhuo away with a force almost non-existent. It was less of a push and more of a symbolic. Then she clenched her fist and lightly tapped his chest. The child is still here. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Chen Zhuo did not dodge. He curved his lips slightly and asked again, so will you agree? Wang Xinya lowered. Outside, the streets of Jiangqing slowly awakened in the morning light, steam rising from the breakfast shop steamer. Having lived in this city for several years, she had never felt the morning so warm. Wang Xinya's face was as red as a monkey's bottom, flushed to the point where her earlobes felt hot. She nodded, her movement so slight that it was nearly imperceptible. But Chen Zhuo saw it. When the taxi stopped in front of the Buyue Mansion, he got out first, then turned around, bent down, and lifted Wang Xinya out of the car. Held in his arms, Wang Xinya instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Her body felt a bit weak, leaning against. Morning light fell upon the two, casting their shadows onto the ground, intertwined. Xiao Qingzi jumped out of the car, happily following beside them. She looked up at Chen Zhuo, then at her mother, her small face adorned with a smile brighter than the sunlight, her little hands swinging, resembling a joyful little duck. As the elevator reached the 8th floor, Chen Zhuo carried Wang Xinya out, while Xiao Qingzi ran ahead, tiptoeing to reach the password lock under Chen Zhuo's guidance. After pressing the last number, the lock beeped and clicked open. Xiao Qingzi pushed the door open and ran in first, then bent down at the entrance to take out the pair of slippers her mother usually wore from the shoe cabinet. Chen Zhuo carried Wang Xinya inside, bending down to gently set her down on the shoe-changing bench at the entrance. Although she still felt somewhat weak after a night of 4 drips and rest, she could barely stand. She leaned against the wall, slowly straightening up, and slipped her feet into the gray slippers, while Xiao Qingzi squatted beside her, adjusting the slippers' position with her small hands, earnest in her task. Chen Zhuo changed his shoes as well, then helped Wang Xinya to the sofa to sit down. Xiao Qingzi hurriedly ran over, climbed onto the sofa, and sat beside him, her little feet swinging at the edge. Chen Zhuo looked down at her, reaching out to ruffle her little head. "Qingzi, are you hungry?" Xiao Qingzi nodded vigorously and patted her round little belly. Her belly has been grumbling for a while now, since the hospital. Wang Xinya, hearing Xiao Qingzi's words, instinctively said, "I'll go make dinner." Chen Zhuo stuffed a cushion behind her back for support, saying, "Given your condition, there's no need to pretend to be strong." Wang Xinya's lips moved, wanting to say, "I'm fine," but seeing Chen Zhuo's gaze, she swallowed those 3 words. Chen Zhuo rummaged through the drawer beneath the coffee table and pulled out a bag of teddy bear cookies, handing them to Xiao Qingzi. He then took out his phone and opened the food delivery app. He knew Wang Xinya's body was not suited for greasy, spicy, or hard-toddigest food. He began sifting through the myriad of congee shops. Congee century egg and lean meat congee, and a portion of pumpkin millet congee for Xiao Qingzi. Soup dumplings, 2 baskets, one with fresh meat and the other with crab roe. Wontons, a large serving with chicken broth as the base and extra seaweed and dried shrimp. Sweet tofu pudding, as Jiangsheng does not serve salty tofu pudding. He placed the order, choosing the onion express option. Within less than 20 minutes, the delivery arrived. The delivery person took less than 10 minutes, excluding the merchant's food preparation time. Chen Zhuo tipped the delivery person 200. He then arranged the meal boxes one by one on the dining table, lifting the lids to let the steam rise, spreading the aroma of the food in the air. The century egg in the congee was diced, the lean meat, shredded, the congee base thick and creamy, the grains having bloomed with a thin layer of rice oil floating on the surface. The soup dumplings had thin skins and generous fillings. Through the translucent dough, the soup inside could be seen moving. A gentle poke with chopsticks released golden broth. Xiao Qingzi was anxiously spinning in circles by the table, but she did not eat first. She waited for Chen Zhuo to help her mother to the dining table for him to pick up his chopsticks first, and only after her mother nodded did she pick up her spoon. After eating for a while, Chen Zhuo put down his spoon and looked at Xiao Qingzi. "Qingzi, how about living with your brother from now on, okay?" Xiao Qingzi still had half a spoon of congee in her mouth, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Upon hearing the question, her chewing momentarily paused, then she slowly turned her head to look at her mother. Wang Xinya was focused on drinking her congee with a small amount left in her bowl. Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's words, her fingers holding the spoon tightened slightly, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. That blush spread from her cheeks to her earlobes, then to her neck, making her look as if she was bathed in the glow of the evening sun, warm and soft. She did not speak, only sipping her congee more slowly, to the point where each small spoonful lingered in her mouth for a long. Xiao Qingzi glanced at her mother and then at Chen Zhuo, quietly asking, "Brother, can Mama live here too?" Chen Zhuo curved his lips, slightly reaching out to pinch Xiao Qingzi's little face, which felt soft and squishy like kneading freshly fermented dough. "Of course she can." Little Orange turned her gaze to her mother once more. This time her eyes were filled with anticipation, sparkling like 2 black grapes illuminated by the sun. In her memory, her brother's home was large and beautiful, much bigger than the small stuffy house she lived in with her mother. The floor was bright, and the view outside the window was expansive, unlike their home, where opening the window revealed the same rundown buildings opposite and rows of clothes hanging outside. Moreover, her brother's house was wonderfully cool, with air conditioning blowing a refreshing breeze, unlike their home, which felt like a steamer in the summer, where it took a long time to fall asleep with a fan and often woke up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat. Most importantly, her brother's house was filled with a plethora of snacks, chips, biscuits, chocolates, yogurt, and jelly, all kept in the drawer under the coffee table, ready to be taken out whenever she wanted. Little Orange's mouth slightly parted. She really wanted to live here. Wang Xinya finally raised her head and glanced. Her voice was very soft, like it was squeezed out from her throat. "But won't it be inconvenient?" This thought crossed her mind because she remembered that this apartment had 2 bedrooms upstairs, and there was no complete wall between the 2 bedrooms, only a semi-open partition providing almost no sound insulation. If she and Little Orange lived here, her daughter would sleep next door. If by any chance she really did agree to Chen Zhuo, having prepared for the mugwort, what would happen if her daughter woke up? What if she got up to find her? Little children half asleep at night might just wander over here, and then Wang Xinya's face turned redder. She quickly lowered her head, using the action of drinking porridge to hide her embarrassment, with the bowl blocking much of her face. Chen Zhuo looked at her, and the curve of his mouth turned up a little more. "What's inconvenient? Didn't they buy a large one upstairs? The one on the 9th floor combined is nearly 200 square meters with 3 bedrooms. Once you recover a bit, well, move there," he said, we as if the 3 of them were already one family. Then he turned his head, looking at Little Orange, his voice softening even more, carrying a gentleness typically reserved for children. "Orange, I'll turn the room upstairs into a princess room for you, okay?" "Brother, what is a princess room?" Little Orange tilted her head, her eyes wide open. "Is it a room where a princess lives?" "Yes, it's a room where a princess lives." Chen Zhuo gestured with his hands, sketching a rough outline in the air. Pink walls, a white bed with a canopy above like a castle. The curtains are all lace fluttering when the wind blows. The floor is covered with a soft carpet where you can roll around. And he deliberately elongated his voice, building suspense. What else? Little Orange leaned forward, almost laying her whole body on the table, eagerly asking. There are many beautiful dresses hanging in the wardrobe, visible as soon as you open it. There are also many dolls lined up on the shelf, and you can choose one to sleep with you every night. Whichever one you choose will... Little Orange's eyes sparkled like two little lanterns, her mouth agape, even her little tongue visible. Brother Orange likes it. Orange likes it so much. Chen Zhuo smiled and rubbed her little head. Little Orange squinted her eyes from his rubbing, and then, as if remembering something important, suddenly picked up the unused spoon on the table and scooped a large wonton from her bowl. The wonton was quite large, almost too big for the small spoon, trembling precariously as if it was a fruit about to fall. She held the spoon with both hands, cautiously extending it in front of Chen Zhuo, her hands trembling slightly, the wonton skin almost slipping off, but she steadied it. Brother, you eat. Chen Zhuo lowered his head and took the wonton in one bite. The wonton was still hot, filled with fresh shrimp, the shrimp meat tender, and the savory chicken broth bursting in his mouth, filling it with fragrance. He chewed a couple of times before swallowing, giving a thumbs up. The wonton Little Orange scooped is really delicious. Little Orange giggled, extremely happy. Wang Xinya sat opposite, watching this scene. She sipped her porridge in small bites, her eyes never leaving the two people. Their interaction was so natural and effortless, as if it was meant to be. It felt like they were already a family. After finishing the meal, Wang Xinya insisted on taking a shower. Chen Zhuo almost blurted out, "I'll help you wash," but ultimately swallowed the words back. Today they had just confirmed their relationship, but the transition in their titles hadn't even been completed yet. And then there was Little Orange. He certainly didn't want to eat a bullet of 762. But he was still uneasy. Don't lock the door. Chen Zhuo moved a chair and placed it squarely at the bathroom door, sitting down and crossing his legs. Wang Xinya stood at the bathroom door, watching Chen Zhuo sitting confidently at the entrance, feeling amused, touched, and shy all at once. Her lips curved several times before finally straightening, and in the end, she said nothing and pushed the bathroom door open to enter. The door was not locked. Chen Zhuo sat at the door, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom. He leaned back in the chair and took out his phone. He saw a message that had come 5 minutes earlier from Zhao Mingqi. Zhao Mingqi, I'm heading back to school now. I took your shoes and socks back to the dorm, and I'll give them to you next time I go to class. Chen Zhuo looked at the message, his finger paused on the screen for a moment. There were no extra emotions, just a calm reply of a few words. Chen Zhuo got it. Send. Then he clicked on the transfer, inputting the amount 2000 and confirmed. On the other side, Zhao Mingqi left the Hilton Hotel around 10 in the morning. She sat alone at the edge of the bed for over 10 minutes, looking at the half of the bed where Chen Zhuo had slept. Then she stood up, walked into the bathroom, splashed her face with cold water, fixed her messy hair, folded her nightgown, and put it back in the canvas bag, and put on the light apricot-colored dress she had worn yesterday, zipping it up. She walked around the room, confirming she hadn't left anything behind. Then she spotted Chen Zhuo's shoes left at the edge of the bed, the shoelaces untied and the shoes tilted outward. Zhao Mingqi bent down to pick up the shoes, noticing the soles were a bit dirty. She retied the shoelaces, placing the two shoes sole to sole, and packed them into a paper bag from the hotel. The socks were also their white socks, rolled into a ball stuffed inside the shoes. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to stuff the socks back into the shoes and included them in the paper bag. After finishing her tasks, she picked up her canvas bag and the paper bag containing Chen Zhuo's shoes, standing at the door for a moment. She turned back one last time to glance at the large bed, 2 meters wide, with a small wrinkle on the white sheets. She reached for the room card and pulled the door closed. Zhao Mingqi stood at the hotel entrance using her phone. In the few minutes of waiting, she saw a message from Chen Zhuo on her phone. Understood, along with a transfer of 20,000. She stared at the transfer notification, her thumb hovering over the receive button for a long time. Tears welled in her eyes. She bit her lip hard until it turned pale. She didn't want to cry. She told herself not to, yet the tears still surged forth, blurring the numbers on the screen. The 2 followed by 4 zeros melted into an indistinguishable blotch in her blurred vision. Besides that, Chen Zhuo had not said anything more. Not even a word to encourage her to rest properly. She understood this was her punishment. She had abandoned her feelings for Chen. Then Chen Zhuo used money to fill the void of feelings. Quite fair. Zhao Mingqi wiped her tears and pressed receive. The 20,000 yuan landed in her account with a crisp short sound, like a notification of a completed transaction. What are you crying for? She told herself coldly, as if scolding a child who didn't understand. Isn't he still the same person? Isn't that good? The car arrived. Zhao Mingqi opened the back door and got in, giving the address of the school. The driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror, noticing the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. He asked nothing and silently drove away. When the car reached the entrance of Hanjing University, as Zhao Mingqi got out, she stumbled. She made no sound, just slightly furrowed her brow, inhaled sharply, and walked toward the dormitory building with a pace that was slower and less natural than usual. At the foot of the dormitory building, Zhou Yifei had arrived early. He was wearing a new white shirt today with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing a watch that looked quite expensive. His hair was styled with a bit too much gel shining in the sunlight. In his hands he held a bouquet of fresh flowers, 99 red roses. The bouquet was so large that it blocked half of his body, the petals still dewy, evidently, just bought from the flower shop, that morning fresh as can be. After returning from the agency the day before, he thought for a long time. He felt he needed to quickly win Zhao Mengqi's affection, so he called his mother for 30,000 yuan, saying he wanted to take his girlfriend on a trip. His mother was very pleased, and even gave him an extra 5,000. He had it all planned out, first the trip, then a room for a couple, and then he would say, "I want to hold you, I promise not to move around, if I touch you I'm a dog, woof woof woof, it's all your fault for being so beautiful." He had been waiting downstairs early this morning, holding the 99 red roses, standing on the steps at the dormitory entrance, posing what he considered to be his best angle against the morning light. Some passing classmates glanced at him, some whispered, and some took out their phones to snap a picture, adding to the materials for Hanjing University's confession wall. He even enjoyed the attention. He knew he was good-looking, and that his circumstances were quite favorable at school. This university ranks over 260 in the country, so there are not many truly wealthy students. Those who are wealthy usually send their children abroad if they don't get into a top university. Don't be misled by some other novels that suggest every university is filled with rich second-generation kids. Then he saw Zhao Mengqi. She was walking from the direction of the school gate, her hair down, and her pace was slower than usual. She carried two bags, one was her usual canvas bag, and the other was a white paper bag. He couldn't quite see what was printed on the paper bag, but it seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. His first reaction was to step forward, offer her the roses, and say, "Mengqi, good morning, these are for you." But before he could take the first step, he realized something was off. Zhao Mengqi's walking posture was not right. She walked slowly, her legs hesitant to move, her body unsteady, especially as she came down the gentle slope from the school gate. She paused for a moment, leaning against a nearby tree, then continued walking. A jolt echoed in Zhou Yifei's mind. The sound was so loud that his smile froze on his face, so intense that his fingers unconsciously tightened, creasing the wrapping paper of the bouquet. Impossible, he told himself. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Mengqi had never let him touch her, not even accepting the phone he had given her, and she insisted on bringing her roommate whenever they went out to eat. Someone like her could never be with someone else. It couldn't be that kind of situation. She must have twisted her ankle. Yes, she must have hurt her foot when going downstairs yesterday, that's why her walking posture seems off today. It had to be that way. He ran forward with the roses, standing in front of Zhao Mengqi, trying hard to make his smile appear more natural. "Mengqi, good morning. These are for you." His words were left unfinished. His gaze fell upon the paper bag that Zhao Mengqi was carrying. The bag was white, adorned with golden letters, and a symbol he recognized all too well. Hilton. The Hilton Hotel. The 99 red roses slipped from Zhou Yifei's hands, the petals landing downwards, and some scattered, the red petals falling onto the gray cement ground like patches of dried blood. He mechanically lifted his gaze to identify the contents of the paper bag, a pair of men's shoes. White sneakers laced up neatly, the soles facing out. This pair of shoes appeared in the Hilton Hotel's paper bag, held by Zhao Mengqi returning from outside the school. Zhou Yifei's face turned pale. His lips trembled as they opened and closed like a drowning person trying to scream for help, but unable to make a sound. After a long time, he managed to squeeze out a broken voice, "Mengqi, you. Zhao Mengqi glanced at him, her eyes filled with annoyance. She was in a bad mood today. Her body felt unwell, having not slept well last night, and Zhou Yifei at this moment stood in her way with 99 red roses. All of this made her feel irritated. Perhaps what happened last night could have unfolded in a completely different, more dignified and beautiful context. Instead of standing here burdened by the fatigue and discomfort of the night, holding a paper bag from the hotel, confronted by a boy she disliked. Her voice was not loud, but every word carried a chill. "Zhou Shuedi, please call me by my full name from now on, or simply Zhao Shuejia. We are not familiar." The words Zhou Shuedi pierced Zhou Yifei's heart like 3 needles. The title Zhao Shuejia further drew the final line between her and him. Zhou Yifei had initially doubted, questioning whether he had misunderstood or if there was some other explanation for the paper bag. But Zhao Mengqi's urgent desire to distance herself was the most concrete evidence. She didn't explain whose shoes they were, why she returned from the Hilton Hotel, or why her walking posture seemed off. Zhou Yifei's lips trembled several times. All his efforts over the past few months had turned into a joke. Zhao Mengqi sidestepped around him, avoiding the scattered flowers on the ground. However, she still stepped on a rose petals sticking to the sole of her shoe. Without looking down, she walked straight towards the dormitory entrance. Zhou Yifei stood still, the bouquet scattered at his feet, the red petals glaring against the gray ground. His fists clenched and then relaxed, only to tighten again, his knuckles turning white, nails digging into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped marks. As Zhao Mengqi took a few steps away, he seemed to finally catch his breath from the enormous blow. Who was that person? His voice chased after her from behind. Zhao Mengqi paused for a moment, but did not turn back. She stood there, her silhouette lingering in the morning light for a moment. Then she spoke. "All along, the only person I have ever liked is Chen Zhuo. If not him, who else could it be?" After saying this, she walked into the dormitory without looking back. The canvas bag and paper bag swayed by her side, her footsteps echoing in the stairwell growing fainter and lighter, like the fading notes of a piano piece, ultimately disappearing into the depths of the corridor. Zhou Yifei stood at the bottom of the dormitory watching the direction in which Zhao Mengqi vanished, his expression shifting from disbelief to acceptance of reality and then shattering under the weight of that reality. He slowly crouched down beside the scattered flowers. The red rose petals lay all around, some already blown away by the wind, while others still clung to their stems, lying askew like defeated soldiers. Then he stood up, looked up at the sky, and shouted, "Heaven, discern loyalty from treachery." His voice echoed across the campus before being quickly dispersed by the wind. A few sparrows perched on the sycamore trees by the roadside were startled by his shout and flapped their wings, flying off into the distance. Passing students turned their heads, some stopped to glance at him, others whispered to one another, and some took out their phones to snap a few pictures before hurriedly walking away. After transferring the money to Zhao Mengqi, Chen Zhuo locked his phone, leaned against the bathroom door frame, and closed his eyes for a moment. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Task. After rushing out of the hotel last night, he had been running, climbing stairs, carrying people, rushing to the emergency room, and keeping vigil, so busy that he forgot to check what the new task was. He quickly shut his eyes, called the system, and a crisp system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Please choose one of the following 2 tasks to complete. Task 1, achieve 8-pack abs, reward 2 coin. Task 2, pass all subjects in the final exam with over 80 points, reward 1 red face position. Chen Zhuo stared at these 2 tasks in silence for a long time. Chen Zhuo calculated his current situation of 8-pack abs would take too long to achieve, at least half a year, and even if he managed to get them. He, like the readers in front of the screen, was also 18 years old. That was more than enough, otherwise how could he dare to write supermarketly CC? Chen Zhuo objectively assessed his own hardware conditions in his mind. He didn't need it. So task 1 was really just a burden. Task 2, passing all subjects in the final exam with over 80 points, reward 1 red face position. What does 1 red face position mean? It's equivalent to a prismatic hex. With this red face position, he could bind 1 more person and activate an additional set of bonds. This thing was like population. The more people, the more bonds could be activated, and the stronger they would be. The problem is the final exam. Chen Zhuo glanced at the date on his phone, his head buzzing. 2 weeks left, and then it would be finals week. How many classes had he attended this semester? He had been diligent in the first half, but in the latter half, he had spent all his time watching Zhao Mengqi. What had the teachers covered? He didn't know. What were the key points? He didn't know. What was the exam scope? Still didn't know. In 2 weeks, he had to catch up on a semester's worth of classes and score above 80. The difficulty was off the charts. But if he chose task 1, wouldn't he be 20 years old? He felt that he was already as strong as the readers out there. Suddenly, he noticed the inconspicuous number in the top right corner of the system panel, level 3. When did he level up to 3? He hadn't noticed at all. Chen Zhuo quickly opened his bond panel. Current red face position 23, current bound objects Lung Jing, purple Jiangyu, orange current bonds Lucky Star 11, Lala 11, student 23. The student bond was just 1 short of activation. He remembered very clearly that the activation effect of the student bond was a 50 increase in learning ability. With this buff combined with 2 weeks of intense revision, scoring over 80 points in the final exam should not be difficult. Among the people he knew, the only ones with the student bond were Lung Jing and Jiang Yue, along with Zhao Mengqi and Li Si. Lung Jing and Jiang Yue were already bound. The remaining options were Zhao Mengqi and Li Si. He could bring one in to activate the student bond and use the reward from the task to bind Wang Xinya, namely CC. Attribute blue. Bond student drama queen. Effective student bond activation increases learning ability by 50. Effective drama queen bond activation: when damaged, there is a 30 chance to inflict 10 times counter damage on the attacker. After comparing, Chen Zhuo reached a conclusion in his mind. Li Si's drama queen bond appears quite impressive with 10 times counter damage, making it a god-tier skill. The problem is he doesn't fight in free combat. Zhao Mengqi is different. The calculating girl gains 20 intelligence and provides basic financial management skills. In reality, although these 2 bonds may not sound appealing, their effects are very tangible. With a 20 increase in intelligence and a 50 increase in learning ability, these 2 buffs combined greatly enhance his chances for the final exam. Moreover, Zhao Mengqi has already been bound to him, which seems to be a natural progression. Chen Zhuo took a deep breath and made a decision. System: bind Zhao Mengqi to me. Binding Zhao Mengqi. Student bond 33 activated. Learning ability increased by 50. Calculating girl bond 11 activated. Intelligence increased by 20. Basic financial management skills. At the moment the prompt finished, it felt as though something had struck Chen Zhuo from within. It felt as if something was swelling, spreading, and filling his cranial cavity. Starting from his temples, it spread across his entire head, then flowed down the back of his head along his spine. This intense sensation lasted about a minute. During these 60 seconds, Chen Zhuo leaned against the bathroom door, eyes closed, brow slightly furrowed, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. After a minute, the warm feeling slowly receded like the tide withdrawing from the shore, leaving behind a clean and open beach. Chen Zhuo opened his eyes. The world had changed. The previously vague information that required effort to grasp now surged into his mind like a tidal wave. With a 20 increase in intelligence and a 50 increase in learning ability, the combined effect of these two buffs was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Chen Zhuo took a deep breath, slowly exhaling with a smile, slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Chen, are you out there? I've finished washing. The next day, when Chen Zhuo woke up, it was 7:30 a.m. This was the earliest he had risen in a while. After all, with a child and a patient at home, he couldn't stay up all night playing games. Chen Zhuo descended the stairs in slippers and saw Wang Xinya standing in front of the refrigerator carefully placing the fresh vegetables ordered yesterday into the fridge. She looked much better than yesterday. There was some color in her cheeks and her eyes were clearer than before, but she still appeared. Little Orange was sitting on the sofa, already dressed, her braids impeccably done, with a pink hair tie bobbing at the end. She was holding a large red apple, nibbling on it, daintily chewing each bite. For a long time her cheeks puffed up. Chen Zhuo walked over, stood beside Wang Xinya, and took the bag of cucumbers from her hand, placing it into the fridge's drawer. You go rest, he said, his tone casual, leaving no room for discussion. I'll handle this. Wang Xinya opened her mouth to say, I'm feeling much better now, but Chen Zhuo didn't give her the chance. He grabbed her wrist, pulled her away from the refrigerator, and gently urged her toward the sofa. Wang Xinya was pushed a few steps, but turned to glance back at him, the corners of her mouth curving slightly, and she didn't insist further, sitting down on the sofa. Chen Zhuo had no intention of taking advantage of Wang Xinya for the time being. Firstly, she was still unwell, and secondly, the system's task refreshes were unpredictable. What if he just finished, and the system asked him? So there was no rush. Furthermore, he did not allow Wang Xinya to do any work. At least not for the next couple of days. He just wanted her to stay home with Little Orange, watch some TV, eat some fruit, and recover. As for other matters, they could be addressed later. After breakfast, Chen Zhuo took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and grabbed his backpack before heading out. The campus of Hanjiang University in the morning of June was the most pleasant. The branches and leaves of the phoenix trees had grown thick, creating a cool green tunnel along the main road. The air was filled with the sweet scent left after grass was cut, mingling with the aroma of soy milk and fried dough sticks wafting from the cafeteria in the distance, which uplifted the mood. As Chen Zhuo entered the teaching building, there were less than 10 minutes left before class. The corridor was mostly empty, with most students already in their classrooms, leaving only a few who were running slightly late, still holding their unfinished breakfasts. He pushed open the door to the lecture hall. About half of the seats were filled. This was how it was in the second semester of the junior year. Attendance was dwindling, with some classes having only a dozen students. But this particular class was different. The teacher took attendance, and anyone who missed 3 times would fail, so most people were still present. As Chen Zhuo entered, he headed straight for the last row. Yo yo yo, a sharp female voice rang out from the front left, neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for half the classroom to hear. Isn't this our great writer? Back for another class. Chen Zhuo didn't even need to look to know who it was. Ma Xiaolei. That little tank full of twists and turns. Today she wore a tight pink t-shirt that accentuated her curvy figure more visually strikingly. She was lounging back in her chair with her legs crossed, arms folded across her chest, chin slightly raised, a hint of smugness at the corners of her mouth. Chen Zhuo couldn't be bothered to engage with her. Oh, to be precise, he found her utterly detestable, feeling that even cursing her would be a waste of breath. He placed his backpack on the last row seat and pulled out the chair to sit down. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Ma Xiaolei not only didn't quiet down, but became even more relentless. She stood up from her seat, turned around, faced the other students in the classroom, and spread her arms wide like a speaker at a podium. Classmates, especially those female students mentioned in Chen Zhuo's filthy novel. Her voice rose higher, sharp and loud, making sure the entire classroom could hear. Shouldn't we unite and denounce this pervert? He used our names to write such things and spread them online, causing us so much harm. Are we just going to let this slide? After finishing her speech, she cast her gaze towards the few girls in the front row of the classroom. There were 4 girls who had been written into Chen Zhuo's novel. In the second row left front of the classroom, a girl with a low ponytail was flipping through her textbook. Upon hearing Ma Xiaolei's words, her movements paused for a moment. She lifted her head and glanced at Chen Zhuo in the back row, her lips twitching slightly, a small movement that indeed resembled a nod. Then she lowered her head again, continuing to flip through her textbook as if nothing had happened. In the third row by the window, a girl with round glasses also lifted her head after hearing Ma Xiaolei's words. Instead of looking at Ma Xiaolei, she turned her head, her gaze crossing several rows of seats until it landed on Chen Zhuo. She looked at him for 2 seconds, gave a slight nod, and then turned back to chat with her deskmate. In the middle of the 5th row, a girl with short hair let out a short sound like she was trying not to laugh, but failed after hearing Ma Xiaolei's words. She blocked half of her face with the textbook, revealing only a pair of crescent-shaped eyes. The last one was a girl sitting in the 4th row by the aisle. She had been looking down at her phone, and after Ma Xiaolei finished speaking, she flipped the phone screen down on the desk, raised her head, and looked at Ma Xiaolei expressionlessly. In her gaze was impatience, not directed at Chen Zhuo, but rather at Ma Xiaolei. Then she picked up her phone and continued. None of the 4 girls responded to Ma Xiaolei's call. This was because yesterday Li Sisi had distributed the money that Chen Zhuo had transferred to her. Li Sisi even added a bit more, transferring 5,000 to each of them. Chen Zhuo, of course, was unaware of this, merely thinking that Li Sisi had handled the matter quite well. What Chen Zhuo didn't know was that Li Sisi intended to tie everyone to the same boat, as she didn't want to be the only one benefiting, and they were also written into the story, making Chen Zhuo have thoughts about them, while also having received the money. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Zhuo watched Ma Xiaolei's face change colors, as no one responded, the corner of his mouth subtly curving upwards, thinking he would reward Li Sisi later. You all tell me loudly how I should reward. Ma Xiaolei's voice dropped several tones from before, clearly lacking confidence. Don't you care about your reputation? Are you just going to let him abuse it, eh? No one answered her. The whispers in the classroom resumed, but this time not about denouncing Chen Zhuo, but rather about, what has Ma Xiaolei gone mad about today? Ma Xiaolei stood beside her seat, her hands hanging at her sides, looking like a crop devastated by a storm wilted. She looked around, trying to find a supportive glance from someone, but none of those she thought would stand with her even looked her way. Feeling humiliated, Ma Xiaolei sat back down forcefully, the chair emitting a painful groan. She propped her textbook up in front of her, pretending to read. The classroom returned to the familiar noise of chatter before class. Just then the front door of the classroom was pushed open. Zhao Mingqi walked in. Today she wore a white short-sleeved shirt with a small pearl brooch at the collar and a dark blue Aline skirt that fell just above her knees, revealing her long, straight calves. On her feet were a pair of beige low-heeled flats adorned with a small bow. Her hair fell freely over her shoulders, slightly curled at the ends, and her lips were coated with a light layer of lipstick, making her face appear even more fair and exquisite. The moment she walked in, the noise in the classroom paused momentarily, not because of anything she did, but because Zhao Mingqi looked different from her usual self today. As soon as Ma Xiaolei saw Zhao Mingqi, her eyes lit up. She practically sprang from her seat and rushed to Zhao Mingqi with an uncharacteristic speed. Mingqi. Her voice trembled with excitement. You came at the right time. You judge for us. That weirdo Chen Zhuo wrote us like that, and I just called for everyone to denounce him, but they ignored me. You were the one he wrote about the most. How many times does your name appear in his book? What a disgusting white moonlight. Let's go find the counselor, let's go to the dean. Zhao Mingqi's expression remained unchanged. Mingqi, say something. Ma Xiaolei urged, holding Zhao Mingqi's hand. Zhao Mingqi's gaze shifted from Ma Xiaolei's face, crossing over her shoulder through the rows of desks in the middle of the classroom, and landed at the back row. Chen Zhuo was sitting there, leaning back in his chair with one arm draped over the empty chair, beside him, looking relaxed and casual. When he saw Zhao Mingqi looking at him, the corner of his mouth curved slightly. Then he waved to Zhao Mingqi. Ma Xiaolei also saw that motion, and the words squeezed out from her throat. Chen Zhuo, what does this mean? Do you want Mingqi to sit over there with you? Impossible. How could Mingqi? Zhao Mingqi withdrew her hand, and Ma Xiaolei looked down at her empty palm, utterly unable to believe it. Zhao Mingqi did not look at her. She stepped forward, walking past Ma Xiaolei, her beige low-heeled flats clicking against the polished stone floor. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, she walked from the front row of the classroom to the back row. Every classmate's gaze followed her movement. Zhao Mingqi reached the last row and sat down on the empty chair next to Chen Zhuo. She set her textbook down, turned her head, and glanced at Chen Zhuo. Then she leaned down and gave him a kiss on the cheek. This time it was not in a warm and ambiguous bed, nor in a room with just the two of them, but rather under the bright daylight with dozens of eyes in the classroom watching. The sound of her lips touching his cheek was very soft, almost inaudible. But that sound exploded like a bomb, and the classroom fell into silence at first. A deathly silence. Then, as if something had been detonated in the crowd, all the sounds erupted at once. What the hell? Someone couldn't hold back their voice loud enough to be heard on the entire floor. Did Zhao Mingqi just kiss Chen Zhuo? Am I seeing things? A girl covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. She kissed him. Someone was already tongue-tied. I said those two were involved. I noticed it months ago, and you all didn't believe me. Wait, isn't Zhao Mingqi dating? How did she end up with Chen Zhuo? A girl who was unaware of the situation asked her roommate, who shook her head, Zhao Mingqi actually took the initiative to kiss him. Zhao Mingqi. Taking the initiative. Look at Chen Zhuo's hand. This voice was quieter, but the effect of the statement was like a stone thrown into a lake, as everyone's gaze almost simultaneously focused on Chen Zhuo's right hand resting under the desk. That hand, neither biased nor hesitant, was placed generously on Zhao Mingqi's thigh. It lay there as casually as if it were on its own sofa. Zhao Mingqi did not shy away, did not push it away, and showed no sign of resistance. She even subtly adjusted her sitting position to make him more comfortable. The classroom erupted again. My goodness, someone covered their face, but their fingers were spread wide, peeking through the gaps. Is this still Zhao Mingqi? Has she been possessed by something strange? Chen Zhuo, take your filthy hand off. That was Ma Xiaolei's voice, sharp as if a chicken had its neck pinched. She stood in the aisle of the front row, her expression worse than if she had swallowed a fly. No one paid her any mind. Shameless. Ma Xiaolei's voice dwindled like a stone sinking into water, disappearing deeper and deeper into silence. In the last row, Chen Zhuo turned to look at Zhao Mingqi, the curve of his lips slightly larger than before. What are you looking at? Zhao Mingqi asked softly. Chen Zhuo smiled and shifted his gaze back to the blackboard. After a while, the teacher walked in. Only then did the noise in the class gradually calm down. Chen Zhuo flipped open his textbook with his left hand while his right hand remained on Zhao Menqi's thigh. The effect of a 50 increase in learning ability was truly remarkable. In the past, every word from the teacher was hard to comprehend. But now it was different. As the teacher's mouth moved, those knowledge points seemed to come alive, lining up to enter his mind. The teacher wrote a formula on the blackboard. He glanced at it and instantly understood the derivation process and applicable conditions. As Chen Zhuo listened, he took notes, the pen gliding swiftly across the paper, his handwriting neater than ever, his thoughts clearer than ever. But this was a torment for Zhao Mengqi, as her attention could not focus on the blackboard at all. With Chen Zhuo's hand resting there, her mind felt as if it were being interfered with, all her thoughts turning chaotic. She secretly glanced at Chen Zhuo. He was focused on taking notes, his expression serious and concentrated, his eyes glued to the textbook. How could he manage to do both things at once? While touching her thigh and attending class, Zhao Mengqi bit her lip, gripping her pen tighter, forcefully writing a line in her notebook. Can you please take your hand away? She pushed her notebook toward Chen Zhuo. He glanced at the line of text, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, and wrote a few hasty yet forceful words beneath it. No. Listen in class. Zhao Mengqi stared at those 4 words, then wrote another line. I can't focus on the class like this. Chen Zhuo replied, even faster, then don't listen. After all, your grades won't suffer from missing this class. Zhao Mengqi took a deep breath and closed her notebook. She had given up the struggle, leaning back in her chair facing the blackboard, pretending to be an emotionless learning machine. Her hand slipped off the desk and subtly reached under the table, grasping Chen Zhuo's wrist, trying to move it away from her thigh. But as soon as her hand touched his wrist, he clasped it back. She pulled hard once, but could not budge it. Trying again, he still didn't let go. She gave up. Thus, for the remainder of the class, Zhao Mengqi maintained this position. A class lasted an hour and a half. For Zhao Mengqi, it was perhaps the longest hour and a half of the semester. When the bell rang, she let out a long sigh. Accompany me to a place. Chen Zhuo stood up, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Zhao Mengqi was slightly taken aback, and then her face gradually turned red. She recalled the night before last. Hilton Hotel, 22nd floor, luxurious big bedroom. She lowered her head, her eyelashes drooping, her voice very soft. Okay. But I need to go back and get some clothes first. Chen Zhuo looked at her, a subtle expression appearing on his face. That expression signified he was momentarily taken aback, then his lips twitched slightly, with 2 shallow smile lines forming at the corners of his eyes. What I mean is to accompany me to the library. The final exam is coming up, and I want you to help me review. Huh. Zhao Mengqi raised her head, her mouth slightly agape, the red on her face shifting from shyness to embarrassment. She wished she could find a crevice in the ground to hide in, or shove Chen Zhuo into that crevice, seal it up, and cover it with some. Seeing the expression on Zhao Mengqi's face that seemed to wish to disappear on the spot, the curve of Chen Zhuo's lips widened even more. It's the end of the semester, getting a spot in the library should be quite difficult, right? Zhao Mengqi nodded, the redness on her face still not fully fading. It was indeed hard to secure a spot in the library, especially during finals week. Then let's go to the hotel instead. It's quiet, and they provide meals. Zhao Mengqi's face turned red again. This time it was redder than before, her earlobes burning, a faint pink tint spreading to her collarbone, her voice muffled. Should I take some clothes then? Meaning, does this tutoring require an overnight stay? Is it serious? Take them. I believe reviewing requires perseverance. One cannot fish for 3 days and dry the nets for 2. We must persist in reviewing at the hotel until the final exam. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengqi's legs trembled. She recalled certain passages from the book Chen Zhuo wrote. Those words now seemed to be activated, vividly surfacing from the depths of her memory, too clear. Zhao Mengqi silently shouted in her heart. So this kind of money isn't so easy to earn. 20,000 yuan a month. At that time, she thought that amount was quite high enough for her living expenses for a year, enough for her to send a large sum back home. But now she felt as if she had underestimated the workload of accompanying studies. She imagined Chen Zhuo as a certain kind of pervert who enjoyed role-playing. The kind who would take out her school uniform for her to change into, then set up a row of props on the desk, seriously saying, I performed well just now, can I get a one-time reward? Her face flushed a degree hotter, but she was helpless. She had already given him her most precious belongings, that decision had been made, and there was no way to retract, return, or regret. Thus Zhao Mengqi nodded lightly. She stuffed her textbook and notebook into her canvas bag, stood up, and followed Chen Zhuo out of the classroom. You go back to the dormitory to pack your things, I'll wait for you at the school gate. Zhao Mengqi nodded, and turned to walk toward the dormitory building. After taking 2 steps, she turned back to glance at him. He was looking down at his phone, sunlight illuminating his profile, clear-cut and somewhat handsome. She withdrew her gaze and quickened her pace. After Zhao Mengqi went upstairs, Chen Zhuo stood at the entrance of the teaching building, not in a hurry to head to the school gate. He leaned against the column in the corridor, scrolling on his phone while contemplating another matter. It was time to buy a car. He had never considered purchasing a vehicle before. Firstly, there was no need, as the school was not far from Buyue Mansion, just a 10-minute walk away. Secondly, he had no money. Now things were different. He had over 2 million in his account with an interest income of 100,000 every day. Chen Zhuo was in a dilemma, unsure when the system would issue another spending task. Most importantly, he indeed needed a car recently. Running between the hotel and the school, while taking a taxi was not expensive, it was troublesome. Moreover, yesterday when Wang Xinya fell ill, it served as a wake-up call for him. Many believed that buying a car was not worth it compared to taking a taxi, but when someone in the family falls ill, especially a child, one truly understands the importance of having a car. Chen Zhuo opened a car information website and began browsing models BBA, Cadillac, Volvo, Lexus. He currently had 2,100,000 in his account, needing to keep at least 1 million for interest income, so the cash he could use was roughly around 1,100,000. 1,100,000 was a neither high nor low budget for buying a car in this city. Then he suddenly thought of something, an idea that made his eyes light up. He had just bound himself to Zhao Mingqi. If he bought a car for her, registering it under her name would also count as spending on her. It was like getting a car for free. Chen Zhuo leaned against the column and tapped the edge of his phone a few times. If he told Zhao Mingqi, "I'll buy you a car," she would definitely think he still regarded her as that unattainable white moonlight, assuming her position in his heart was still as it once was. That was not what he wanted. It was a fair exchange, a transaction where neither owed the other. If the car was registered in her name, he feared she would become confused about her status, mistakenly believing she was still the irreplaceable person in his eyes. After contemplating for a while, Chen Zhuo organized his words in his mind several times, preparing a statement that would clarify while minimizing hurt. He put away his phone and walked towards the school gate. After waiting a few minutes at the entrance, Zhao Mingqi emerged dragging a small suitcase. She had changed into a pair of white sports shoes. The suitcase was black, not large, about 20 inches, and her canvas bag was placed on top of the suitcase, secured by the suitcase's handle. One hand dragged the suitcase while the other held a paper bag from Hilton Hotel, which contained his shoes and socks. She stopped in front of him and handed him the paper bag. "Your shoes. I brought them for you." Chen Zhuo received the paper bag and glanced at the neatly cleaned white sneakers inside, with perfectly tied laces. He tucked the paper bag under his arm and walked to the ride-hailing car by the roadside, opening the trunk. Zhao Mingqi stood there observing his actions with some surprise. He bent down, one hand supporting the bottom of the suitcase, while the other held the handle, lifting it gently to place it inside, without saying anything unnecessary. The trunk closed with a dull thud. Chen Zhuo opened the back door, and Zhao Mingqi got in. Chen Zhuo did not follow. He stood outside the car door, bent down, and said to the driver, "Sir, please wait a moment, I need to change the destination." The driver nodded, a middle-aged man in his 40s, resting his arm on the steering wheel, calm and unhurried. Chen Zhuo stepped back onto the sidewalk outside the car, took out his phone, opened the ride-hailing app, and found the option to modify the current trip's destination. His finger paused for a moment in the new address input box before typing a few words. Cadillac 4S shop. Zhao Mingqi did not know what address he was changing. She only saw him standing outside for about 10 seconds before he put away his phone, opened the car door, and sat down beside her. The car started and drove out of the tree-lined road at the school entrance. When the car stopped in front of the Cadillac 4S shop, Zhao Mingqi looked through the window at the huge brand logo and the shiny new cars in the showroom. She turned her head to look at Chen Zhuo, her eyes filled with confusion. Chen Zhuo pushed open the car door, walked to the trunk to take out his paper bag and Zhao Mingqi's suitcase, then dragged the suitcase towards the entrance of the 4S shop. Zhao Mingqi followed behind her, sports shoes making a slight rustling sound on the asphalt of the parking lot. At the entrance stood a uniformed sales consultant, a young man with meticulously styled hair, his smile as standard as if printed from a training manual. Seeing Chen Zhuo and Zhao Mingqi approach, his gaze scanned the two of them back and forth before quickly making a judgment. The boy was here to buy a car, and the girl was here to look at cars. His smile was precisely directed at Chen Zhuo. "Hello, sir, welcome to Cadillac. May I ask if you have an appointment?" Chen Zhuo shook his head, "No, just looking around." The sales consultant nodded, stepped aside, and gestured for them to enter. The showroom was large, brightly lit, and the floor was made of marble, reflecting people's shadows. Several brand new display cars shone under the spotlight, their paint surfaces smooth like mirrors. The air was filled with the unique scent of new cars, a mix of leather and plastic, not necessarily pleasant, but to car enthusiasts, it was a tantalizing aroma. Chen Zhuo did not rush to look at the cars, but turned around and looked at Zhao Mingqi. "I'm going to buy a car." Zhao Mingqi, buying a car, he had just purchased a house in full cash from Anjiao Real Estate a few days ago, and was here to buy a car today, which seemed normal. Her expression was calm, but inside she felt a complex emotion she couldn't quite describe. Is this the life of the wealthy? Buying a house as casually as buying groceries, and buying a car as easily as buying a bottle of water. Due to some special reasons, Chen Zhuo paused, seemingly weighing his words. "This car cannot be registered under my name." Zhao Mingqi was slightly taken aback. "Huh, this car will be registered under your name." Chen Zhuo looked into her eyes, speaking slowly and clearly, "But I will use it regularly." Upon hearing the first half of his sentence, a subtle joy surged from her heart, like the first warm breeze of spring. He wants to give her a car, registered under her name. A Cadillac. A Cadillac that would cost at least 200,000 to 300,000, right? She had never even thought about owning a car. Before meeting Zhou Yifei, she even thought that landing a job with a monthly salary of 5,000 after graduating from university would be quite good. Buying a car. That was something she only dared to imagine after turning 30. But upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, "I usually drive it," that subtle joy felt as if it had been doused with cold water, extinguished quickly and thoroughly. The car is hers, yet she cannot drive it. He did not say borrow or temporarily, rather he stated it as a fact, saying I usually drive it. There was no room for negotiation, no hint of apology. Zhao Mengqi's disappointment lasted only a brief moment. She adjusted her expression and nodded. As for this car, Chen Zhuo shifted his gaze to the large black SUV in the center of the showroom, his tone still calm. If one day you no longer want to be with me, consider it a parting gift. Zhao Mengqi's fingers curled slightly. Zhao Mengqi nodded. Her expression was calm, but a part of her heart continued. She calculated that a Cadillac would cost at least 300,000, right? Chen Zhuo would drive it for 2 years, and even if she didn't want the car back, she could sell it for at least 100,000. That amount of money would be enough to ease her anxiety while job hunting, and it would provide a less awkward buffer period in the next stage of her life. She thought about it, and the weight in her heart lightened a little. Zhao Mengqi took a deep breath, wiped away the traces of disappointment on her face, lifted her head, looked at Chen Zhuo, and revealed a faint smile. Chen Zhuo turned around, and his gaze landed on the large black SUV in the center of the showroom. The car was parked in the most prominent position of the showroom with spotlights shining down from above, its black metallic paint resembling a carefully polished mirror reflecting the lights of the showroom and the daylight from outside. The vehicle's body was massive with sharp lines, the front grille featured a large shield-shaped design, and the chrome trim gleamed coldly under the lights. The emblem was not the ordinary Cadillac logo, but the more prestigious V-version insignia reserved for flag. Chen Zhuo walked over and circled the car. The car was nearly 5.7 meters long, over 2 meters wide, and stood more than 1.9 meters high. Standing beside it, one could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if a silent steel behemoth was crouching there, retracting its claws, squinting its eyes, exuding a stable and powerful aura. The 22-inch wheels had chrome spokes that spun out delicate halos under the light. The rear design was simple yet robust, with a continuous taillight that broadened the visual scope, and the dual exhausts hinted at the terrifying power concealed beneath the hood. The sales consultant followed along, standing slightly behind Chen Zhuo, keenly observing the time Chen Zhuo spent in front of this vehicle. In the automotive sales discourse, if a customer lingers in front of a car for more than 5 seconds, it indicates interest. If they linger for more than 10 seconds, it means they have begun to imagine themselves in the driver's seat. So you have a good eye. The sales consultant's voice carried just the right amount of enthusiasm, not exaggerated or forced. This is our 2025 Cadillac Escalade V, a full-size luxury SUV, just arrived in the showroom. Can I take it for a test drive? Of course. Chen Zhuo opened the driver's door and sat down. The interior featured black leather and dark wood trims, with every detail treated with exquisite care. The dashboard was a single curved OLED screen that spanned the entire driver area from left to right. The seats offered excellent support, and the soft, thick leather enveloped him, making him feel as if he were cradled by large hands. A row of physical buttons on the central console provided a crisp feel with moderate resistance, offering solid and high-end feedback when pressed. The steering wheel felt substantial with stitched leather, leaving a clear tactile impression on his palms. Chen Zhuo gripped the steering wheel. The leather texture felt reassuring, filling him with an indescribable sense of safety. He raised his head and looked through the windshield at the bright and distant lights of the showroom. Sitting in this driver's seat, the view was as expansive as sitting on a second-floor balcony, enjoying the scenery. How much does this car cost? Chen Zhuo asked. The sales consultant's eyes brightened slightly, but he maintained a composed expression, his tone steady. This model is the V version with a 6.2-liter V8 supercharged engine, maximum horsepower of 682, and peak torque of 885 Nm. The current suggested retail price is $1.88 million. Adding in taxes, insurance, and registration fees, the total cost would be around $2.08 million. Chen Zhuo lightly tapped the steering wheel twice with his finger. $2.08 million. His account had exactly $12 million, just enough. Chen Zhuo withdrew his gaze from the dashboard and looked at the sales consultant standing outside the window. Can I get the car today? The sales consultant's pupils contracted slightly, but his expression remained well controlled. He had been in this business for several years and had encountered all kinds of clients. Some who had viewed the car 10 times without buying, and others who had test-driven it 5 times, yet were still undecided about the specifications. But someone like the young man in front of him, dressed in a white t-shirt and casual pants, looking just like an ordinary college student who had been in the store for less than 15 minutes, circled the car twice, sat inside for less than 3 minutes, and then asked, can I get the car today? Was quite rare. Yes, sir. The sales consultant's voice was slightly faster than before. This display car is available in stock with all paperwork in order. If you can confirm today, we can complete the delivery procedures today, and a temporary license plate can be issued. You can drive it away today. Chen Zhuo stepped out of the driver's seat, closing the door lightly, but the dull and solid sound of the door closing struck Zhao Mengqi's heart like a heavy hammer. She stood beside it, gazing at the massive black SUV that resembled a slumbering beast under the spotlight, her mind a complete blank. After sitting in the car for 3 minutes, the sales consultant reported a figure which Zhao Mengqi caught from the side, and that number exploded in her consciousness like a massive bomb, shattering her ability to think. $2.08 million. That was not 200,000, not 300,000, not some middle-class consumer product. but the full price of a 3-bedroom apartment in the second ring of Jiangqing, a figure her father would never earn even after a lifetime of driving a van on country roads. Chen Zhuo was going to buy this car, and it would be in her name. Zhao Mingqi felt her legs weaken as her world had already experienced several such tremors in the past few days. First was the real estate agency buying a house for 1.2 million in cash. Then yesterday at the Hilton Hotel a 20,000 transfer. And just moments ago a 2.08 million car. She felt dizzy as if she were walking on clouds, as if she were dreaming, and beside her was a Cadillac worth over. Chen Zhuo got out of the car and walked over to Zhao Mingqi, glancing at her. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth slightly agape, resembling a statue frozen in place, staring blankly at the car. Do you have your ID card? Chen Zhuo asked. Zhao Mingqi mechanically nodded. Let's go and handle the paperwork. Zhao Mingqi followed Chen Zhuo and the sales consultant into the client meeting room behind the showroom. The decor of the meeting room was simpler than the showroom, but still quite decent, with leather sofas, a solid wood coffee table, and a view of the parking lot of the dealership through the floor-to-ceiling windows, where several new cars awaited delivery. The sales consultant invited them to sit down, poured them some tea, and then went to get the contract. Zhao Mingqi sat on the sofa, her hands resting on her knees, her fingers tightly gripping the fabric of her skirt. Her mind raced to 0.8 million, buying it in her name. Even if she were to part ways with Chen Zhuo later, she could sell the car, and no matter how much it depreciated, it should still be worth around 1 million, right? 1 million. This number rolled around in her mind like a piece of iron, repeatedly heated until red each pass, causing her to shudder. She, Zhao Mingqi, was about to sign a car purchase contract and become the owner of a luxury car worth over 2 million. This was not a dream, it was a reality more absurd than a dream. Her lips felt a bit dry, and she licked them. Chen Zhuo, sitting next to her, crossed his legs casually, pulled out his phone, opened the banking app, checked his balance, and then exited. The sales consultant walked in with a stack of documents. Sir, here is the car purchase contract, and here is the loan plan. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo raised his hand. No loan, full payment. All right, sir, please verify the vehicle information. 2025 Cadillac Escalade V, black, exterior black, interior. The configuration list is on the third page of the contract. Chen Zhuo took the contract and checked it item by item. The chassis number, engine number, production date, configuration list, everything was verified to be correct. He handed the contract to Zhao Mingqi. Take a look. Zhao Mingqi took the thick stack of documents, the paper smooth and heavy, each page filled with dense clauses. She looked at those clauses, but could not comprehend a single word, not because there were too many words, but because her brain had completely shut down its ability to process textual information. Her gaze flitted across the paper like a butterfly, unable to find a resting place, landing on one line of text, then on that number, before fluttering away again. She lifted her head to look at Chen Zhuo, who was drinking tea. His expression was relaxed, his gaze calm, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. She lowered her head again, biting her lip, trying hard to calm herself. But her fingers trembled slightly, not out of fear, but due to an excess of adrenaline. The car was registered in her name. From this day forward, she was the legal owner of this car. Even though she had yet to pass her driving test, this car belonged to her. The contract turned to the last page, where the signature line had a thin horizontal line above, which were printed the words, owner's signature. Zhao Mingqi held the pen, the tip hovering above the signature line, paused. Her thumb pressed against the pen barrel, her knuckles turning white. She thought of many things, including her father who drove a van on rural roads, leaving early and returning late. She thought of her mother haggling with vegetable vendors at the market over a few cents. She thought of the boy who once stared at her with a silly smile. The boy she had distanced herself from because he said, I can only earn a little over 1,000 a month. Now he was sitting beside her, spending over 2 million to buy her a car. Zhao Mingqi felt a slight sting in her eyes. She forcefully blinked twice, pushing back the thin layer of moisture. Zhao Mingqi signed. Chen Zhuo's voice came from beside her, calm, yet with a hint of impatience. If Zhao Mingqi didn't sign Chen Zhuo, either she grit her teeth and insisted on buying it using the 1 million from the hedge fund, or she could leave empty-handed, feeling defeated. Zhao Mingqi came back to her senses, lowered her head, and wrote her name on that horizontal line. Her handwriting was a bit shaky, the strokes unsteady, but each stroke was written with great force, penetrating the paper and leaving deep imprints on the next page. She was done signing. She pushed the contract back to Chen Zhuo, who took a look at the signature section and nodded. Register it in her name, all procedures in her name. Chen Zhuo took out his phone, opened the banking app, entered the public account number provided by the sales consultant, input the amount, confirmed facial verification, and completed the transaction. The 2.08 million transfer took less than 10 seconds from initiation to receipt. The money has been transferred, he said. Ding. The host can earn cashback for spending on the bound object. Current cashback rate is 1-1. Congratulations, the host has received 2.08 million Xia country yuan. Immediately the 2.08 million that Chen Zhuo had just spent was returned unchanged. The sales consultant checked the financial system, and when he looked up, the smile on his face was much more sincere than before. He extended his hand to shake Chen Zhuo's, then shook Zhao Mingqi's with a moderate grip, his palm warm and dry. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. Congratulations, Ms. Zhao, on acquiring your new car. When Zhao Mingqi heard the words Ms. Zhao, her entire body trembled slightly. A sense of unrealness surged from her feet, spreading over her knees, waist, and chest until it reached her head. She was the owner now. This Cadillac Escalade worth over $2 million. The legal owner was her Zhao Mingqi. The sales consultant guided them through the remaining paperwork: insurance, temporary plates, vehicle confirmation. Each item processed quickly and smoothly. Throughout the process, Chen Zhuo maintained a bland expression, as if he was there to conduct a routine business matter. Zhao Mingqi, on the other hand, appeared dazed, as if she were being pushed along a path that didn't belong to her. After all the procedures were completed, the sales consultant handed the car key to Chen Zhuo. 2 keys in a black leather key pouch, the Cadillac logo embossed on the leather surface, feeling substantial and exquisite. Chen Zhuo took the keys, weighed them in his hand, the weight just right, the coolness of the metal seeping through the leather to his palm. He tucked one key into his pocket and handed the other to Zhao Mingqi. You keep this. Zhao Mingqi accepted the key with both hands, as if cradling a fragile treasure. The key felt heavy in her palm, the coolness of the metal spreading from her fingertips to her palm, then throughout her entire hand. Her fingers slightly curled, tightening their grip on the keychain. This was the first time in her life that she had her very own car. Although she had yet to obtain a driver's license and would likely seldom drive this car, her name was engraved on the key. Let's go. Chen Zhuo stood up, picking up the paper bag on the table along with Zhao Mingqi's suitcase. Zhao Mingqi, snapped back to reality from her daze, stood up and followed Chen Zhuo out of the negotiation room. As they reached the black Cadillac Escalade in the center of the exhibition hall, she stopped, extended her hand, and gently touched the paint surface of the car. Her fingerprint left a small, faint mark on the paint. Chen Zhuo placed the suitcase into the trunk. The Escalade's trunk was absurdly large. Zhao Mingqi's small 20-inch suitcase only took up a tiny corner of the trunk space. Chen Zhuo pressed the tailgate close button, and the electric tailgate slowly descended, closing with a heavy, solid sound. Chen Zhuo opened the driver's door and sat down. Zhao Mingqi opened the passenger door and sat beside him. The genuine leather seat felt delicate and soft, as she had never sat in such a fine car before. She fastened her seatbelt, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the leather surface of the car, her thumb repeatedly gliding over the Cadillac emblem. Chen Zhuo pressed the ignition button, and the curved OLED screen on the dashboard lit up, the Cadillac emblem appearing. The sound of the 6.2-liter V8 supercharged engine starting was deep and resonant, like a fierce beast awakening with a low growl from the depths of its throat. Chen Zhuo shifted gears and gently pressed the accelerator. The massive body of the Escalade silently glided out of the exhibition hall and onto the road outside. Zhao Mingqi felt a bit incredulous, so she took out her phone and sent a message to Li Cici. Zhao Mingqi, Cici, are you? Li Cici, what's up? Zhao Mingqi, Chen Zhuo bought a car. Li Cici, that's normal. Isn't he a rich second generation? Zhao Mingqi, but the car is registered in my name. Li Cici, OMG sister, this arrangement seems a bit off. How did he even buy a car? What kind of car? Zhao Mingqi, Cadillac. Li Cici, oh, Cadillac, that's not really a luxury. Zhao Mingqi, but he bought an Escalade. Li Cici, what's an Escalade? I haven't heard of it. Oh, wait, I'll check. After about 2 minutes, Li Cici sent another message. Li Cici, whoa, a car worth nearly $1 million is registered in your... Mingqi, I'm having regrets. If I had known, I would have gone to sob, this overwhelming wealth. It's making me want to vomit blood. Zhao Mingqi, it wasn't bought for over $1 million. Li Cici, was it a second-hand purchase? That still costs tens of thousands, right? Zhao Mingqi, no, this car costs $2.04 million after tax. Li Cici, is it too late to find him now? Zhao Mingqi, we're on our way to the hotel. Now blush. Li Cici, scoff, isn't this how it should be? It's over 200,000. Zhao Mingqi, should I be more proactive today? Li Cici, what kind of proactivity? Zhao Mingqi, just be assertive. Li Cici, sister, this overwhelming wealth should belong to you. Zhao Mingqi, but I'm afraid I won't do it well. Li Cici, what can I do if you tell me? I certainly don't know either. The Escalade smoothly stopped in front of the Hilton Hotel's revolving door. The bellboy jogged over, dressed in a white shirt, red uniform, and white gloves, moving briskly and efficiently. Chen Zhuo pushed the car door open and casually tossed the car key over. The bellboy caught it, steadily bowing slightly with a professional smile on his face. Another staff member from the concierge had already retrieved Zhao Mingqi's small 20-inch suitcase from the trunk. Chen Zhuo walked into the lobby with Zhao Mingqi following behind him. The staff at the front desk recognized Chen Zhuo as he approached, having just checked him in 2 days prior and remembering his surname. Mr. Chen, hello. The front desk lady smiled warmly and asked, do you need to check in today? Presidential suite for 2 weeks. Zhao Mingqi stood half a step behind Chen Zhuo, and when she heard the phrases presidential suite and 2 weeks together, something in her mind buzzed. Presidential suite, how much was it per night? It seemed to be 3,000, and it was for 2 weeks. The shock on the front desk girl's face lasted only a brief moment as her hand returned to action, tapping on the keyboard to check the availability of the presidential suite. The information on the screen displayed, available. Mr. Chen, the presidential suite is currently bookable. For 2 weeks, including breakfast, the total is 42000. She announced a figure. Zhao Mingqi listened attentively to the number beside her, biting her lip. As for why last time it was a luxury king room, and this time a presidential suite, Zhao Mingqi couldn't comprehend. Chen Zhuo was well aware, last time it was his own money, and every cent felt painful to spend, but this time, it was the system picking up the tab. Zhao Mingqi stood half a step behind him watching as he took the room card for the presidential suite from the front desk girl. She bit her lip, not knowing how she would cope in these next 2 weeks. At the very least, she would have to wear her mouth out today. Watching the floor numbers jump from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 3, rising 1 notch at a time. A voice in her heart was silently reciting, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it must first temper their will, labor their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and deprive them of their possessions. The elevator arrived at the top floor. The moment the door to the presidential suite was swiped open by Chen Zhuo, Zhao Mingqi stood behind him, peering over his shoulder at the scene in the room. The living room was much larger than she had anticipated, with dark hardwood floors, and in the center lay a huge light-colored carpet that felt soft underfoot, like walking on clouds. At that moment, the bellboy also delivered the suitcase, and Zhao Mingqi dragged it inside, pausing at the entrance to change into slippers. She opened her suitcase, taking out each textbook for all her subjects one by one, stacking them on the desk. She organized the books by subject, placing her notebooks on top and lining up several pins, arranging the desk neatly. She turned around and looked at Chen Zhuo. Should we review first or? Chen Zhuo's gaze shifted from her to the stack of books on the desk, then back to her face. At that moment, Chen Zhuo's phone vibrated, and he opened it to take a look. Chen Zhuo clicked to confirm, and soon the chat group became lively. Hey Cadillac Little Lou, welcome Mr. Chen to our esteemed Cadillac owner family. CT6 Building Materials Brother Wang, wow, bowing to the great Cadillac brother. XT5 Renovation Xiangzai, bowing to the great Cadillac brother. ATSL Auto Repair Huzi, bowing to the great Cadillac brother. Lyric Technology Manager Chung, bowing to the great Cadillac brother. XT6 Clothing Boss Lin, bowing to the great Cadillac brother. SRX Catering Jiang City, Wu Yinzu, bowing to the great Cadillac brother. Some writer mentioned, just laying the groundwork here. Those who want to make a cameo can leave a name. Aside from bowing to the brother, there were also a few addresses of foot massage shops which Chen Zhuo had little interest in. After sending 3 red envelopes of 200 each, he turned off his phone screen. Should I review now? He thought for a moment. With the final exams approaching, time was tight, and tasks were heavy. Wouldn't it be a loss if he couldn't pass and lost a chance with a beautiful girl? He'll take a look at the books first. He sat down at the desk and opened the textbook. If I don't understand something, I'll ask you. Okay. She watched Chen Zhuo open the textbook, picked up a pen, bowed her head, and began to focus on sketching on the page. She stood behind him for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, walked to the other side of the desk, and sat down opposite Chen Zhuo. She took the hair tie off her wrist, raised both hands above her head, gathered her flowing long hair together, and tied it into a high ponytail. The bond of students is truly strong. One can study while also. Time passed day by day. From June 11th to June 17th, an entire week. Chen Zhuo and Zhao Mingqi hardly left this Every morning after breakfast in the restaurant, they returned to the room where Zhao Mingqi tutored him. At noon, they ordered room service to eat in the room, and after eating, Zhao Mingqi continued to tutor him. In the evenings, when Zhao Mingqi was tired from tutoring, Chen Zhuo would tutor her. Throughout that week, Chen Zhuo went through all the textbooks from beginning to end, focusing on key chapters twice. He grasped about 80% of the exam points outlined by the teacher. He completed 5 sets of mock tests, averaging around 75 points. There was still some distance to the target of 80 points, but he was surprised by his own progress. Zhao Mingqi hardly needed to review. Her foundation was already strong. Additionally, during these days of tutoring Chen Zhuo, she had solidified some previously vague knowledge points. As for the time that wasn't spent studying, Chen Zhuo noticed that Zhao Mingqi was becoming increasingly skilled at times. Every interaction, every time he softly called out Mingqi in the dark, made her feel that he still had feelings for her. Even if he didn't say it, the look in his eyes at that moment was undeniable. Those eyes held warmth and desire. Perhaps this is what love after a long time feels like. This made her feel that she still had a chance. The impact of a white moonlight on a boy is considerable. As long as she firmly held on to him, preventing him from having any extra energy. Therefore, she let Chen Zhuo do as he pleased, aligning her actions with whatever he said. When there is only one partner, is it still considered a form of keeping? This is called anti-marriage ideology. Chen Zhuo returned to the Platinum Joy Mansion twice during this period. Each time he returned was in the evening, accompanying Wang Xinya and Xiao Qingzi for dinner, sitting for a while chatting a bit, and then heading back to the hotel. Wang Xinya's health had mostly recovered, her complexion was much rosier. Xiao Qingzi was always happy to see him running around him in circles. Chen Zhuo briefly mentioned that he was preparing for the final exam and had been staying closer to school for convenience. Wang Xinya didn't ask further. For Chen Zhuo and Wang Xinya's relationship, this period was a good buffer. June 17th, Friday, at 7, 4th floor restaurant of the Hilton Hotel. The restaurant's lighting was warm yellow with a small rose placed on each table, nestled in a transparent slender vase. The window-side table offered a view of the street scene. In June, the night came late. Even past 7, the sky hadn't fully darkened, with a touch of dark blue light on the horizon. Chen Zhuo placed his knife and fork on either side of the plate. Zhao Mingqi sat opposite him, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with one button at the collar undone, revealing a hint of her collarbone. She picked up the napkin from the table, leaned over, and naturally helped Chen Zhuo wipe the corner of his mouth. The motion was gentle and meticulous, the napkin lingering at his mouth for 2 seconds, wiping from his mouth corner to his cheekbone once twice. The napkin had a bit of sauce on it as she folded the napkin and placed it beneath the plate. Are you going to the class reunion tomorrow? Chen Zhuo thought for a moment. The class reunion was the final gathering of the third-year second semester, the last full class event of the semester. He hadn't planned to go initially, but there was one thing that had been bothering him. The reader account for that novel, he had only mentioned it to his sister Chen Rujia Lung Jing and 3 roommates. Ruer was out of the question. Although Lung Jing had a sharp tongue, she wouldn't go that far. That left only the 3 roommates. Lu Yongzhang, Lei Wang Hao. Among the 3 who exactly sold him out. He wasn't too concerned about it anymore. It no longer mattered, it truly, but he still wanted to see that person, to see what reaction that person would have upon witnessing his current situation. Chen, where's the class reunion? At Chuyinxian, the reunion starts at 6:30 in the evening, and it's split the bill, each person pays 150. Chen Zhuo nodded, indicating he understood. After returning to the room, the moment the lights were turned on, the warm yellow light filled the entire living room. Zhao Mingxi walked to the desk, glanced at the open books and notebook on the table, then turned to Chen Zhuo and asked, "Are you still reviewing today?" Chen Zhuo shook his head. He took off his jacket and draped it over the armrest of the sofa, unbuttoning one button at the collar, casually saying 4 words, "Let's talk another day." Zhao Mingxi's face flushed again. "Then I'm going to take a shower." Her voice was a bit softer than usual, her speech faster than usual. She turned around, facing away from Chen Zhuo, reaching to gather her scattered hair to one side, revealing a fair neck. Zhao Mingxi turned and walked into the bathroom. The bathroom door was not closed tightly, leaving a small gap. She stood in front of the sink, looking at the woman in the mirror, whose face was as red as a ripe apple, her mouth slowly curving into a smile. The next day at noon, Zhao Mingxi stood in front of the full-length mirror in the dressing room, wearing a white puff-sleeve dress. The hem of the dress was 2 fingers above her knees, and the neckline featured a square design, revealing a delicate collarbone. With her hair down and slightly curled at the ends, she wore a pair of beige flat shoes. This outfit was quite eye-catching on the campus of Hanjing University. Walking down the street, she garnered quite a bit of attention. Several times, unfamiliar female classmates had stopped her to ask about the link to her dress. She turned around to face Chen Zhuo, her hands slightly outstretched. "Zhuge, how do you think I look in this outfit for tonight's gathering?" Chen Zhuo leaned against the sofa, crossed his legs, and held his phone, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Mingxi from top to bottom. The white puff-sleeve dress had a plastic button beneath the collarbone, its sheen not particularly impressive. The pleats of the dress had lost some of their crispness after being washed several times, and there were slight pilling at the edges. "Is it beautiful?" "Yes, it is." Zhao Mingxi had a good foundation, her features were exquisite, her skin fair, and her body proportions were pleasing. Yet her beauty was diminished by the outfit by at least 30%. Like a fine porcelain bowl filled with plain water. "Forget it, don't change," Chen Zhuo said, locking his phone and putting it into his pocket as he stood up. "Let's go buy something now." Zhao Mingxi was taken aback for a moment, her lips moving as if to say this outfit is quite nice, but seeing Chen Zhuo already walking to the entrance to change his shoes, she swallowed her words and followed him out. "All right then." Chen Zhuo picked up the hotel room's landline and dialed the front desk number. He said, "Please bring the car to the entrance," and the other end responded affirmatively before hanging up. Zhao Mingxi stood behind him, watching as he smoothly and naturally put down the phone, a vague feeling certain. Turns out what they said online was all lies. They said parking and finding the car were inconvenient. The 2 of them left the room, the elevator descending as they passed through the lobby. Outside the revolving door, a black Cadillac Escalade was already parked at the entrance. Chen Zhuo opened the driver's door and got in while Zhao Mingxi settled into the passenger seat. The leather seats warmed slightly under the sun, and the moment she sat down, that sense of being wrapped in safety surged in Zhao Mingxi's heart once more. The car drove out of the hotel's circular driveway and merged into the afternoon traffic of Jiangxing. The sunlight outside was intense, but the air conditioning inside was set just right, with a cool breeze blowing from the vents. Zhao Mingxi leaned back against the seat, turning her head to look at Chen Zhuo's profile. He held the steering wheel with one hand relaxed in posture, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Sunlight streamed in through the window on the driver's side, illuminating his left hand gripping the steering wheel with long fingers and distinct knuckles. Chen Zhuo's speed was neither fast nor slow, expertly navigating the congested city streets. The massive body of the Escalade moved through traffic like a steady giant, neither hurried nor aggressive. The car's audio system was off, and the cabin was quiet, filled only with the low hum of the engine and the subtle sound of airflow from the air conditioning vents. The car reached the underground parking lot of Hanglong Plaza. The parking lot was so clean it hardly resembled a parking facility, with the epoxy-coated floor reflecting the silhouette of the vehicle, bright lights illuminating the spacious parking spots. The Escalade parked in a standard space, the distance on either side just right. When Zhao Mingxi opened the car door, the edge was about several centimeters away from the nearby pillar, allowing for a wide opening angle without worrying about hitting the adjacent car. Stepping out in her beige flat shoes, she stood on the parking lot floor, looking up at the brand logos printed on the signs above. Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Hermes, Chanel, Cartier. She had seen these names in magazines, scrolled through them on Zaihongshu, and heard them from her roommates. but it was her first time actually stepping into the mall housing them. As the elevator ascended from the basement floor to the first floor, the moment the doors opened, the interior of Hang Lung Plaza unfolded before Zhao Mingqi. The light was bright, yet soft, the floor made of marble polished to a shine, and an indescribable sophisticated fragrance lingered in the air, mixed with the scents of leather, flowers, and woody perfumes wafting from various brand boutiques. Each shop window resembled a meticulously designed work of art, with the lighting, displays, and poses of the mannequins carefully considered in every detail. Zhao Mingqi slowed her pace. She gazed at the items in the windows, the bags, clothes, and shoes. She could not name, each one exquisite, as if they were pieces of art that should not be touched. Previously, she had no concept of such places. This kind of environment seemed unrelated to her former self. Now, standing in the center of the first floor of Hang Lung Plaza, the marble floor reflected her silhouette. In her inexpensive puff-sleeve dress, beige flat shoes, and bare face, under the lights of Hang Lung Plaza, she resembled a Cinderella who had stumbled into a palace. Chen Zhuo walked ahead, his pace neither fast nor slow. He wore a black t-shirt and dark casual pants with the white sneakers that Zhao Mingqi had cleaned on his feet. This outfit was among the simplest in Hang Lung Plaza, yet the confidence he exuded was unmistakable. He stopped at the entrance of Louis Vuitton. The shop's window was amber-colored with the golden logo shining above the entrance. At the door stood a sales associate in a black suit, her makeup impeccable, wearing a gentle smile. Her gaze swept over Chen Zhuo and Zhao Mingqi briefly before landing precisely on Zhao Mingqi. Such accuracy and judgment is honed over many years in the industry. It's easy to tell who is paying and who is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Louis Vuitton. The sales associate stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter the store. The space inside the store was much larger than it appeared from the window, with warm yellow lighting that was soft and not. The products were displayed in exquisite showcases and display stands. The moment Zhao Mingqi walked in, she instinctively tightened her grip on the hem of her dress. She didn't know where to put her hands or where to look. Her gaze swept over the bags, clothes, and accessories, and every price tag made her heart race, as those numbers far exceeded her everyday understanding. The sales associate led them to the women's section, asking Zhao Mingqi about her preferences with just the right amount of enthusiasm. Madam, are you looking for dresses, skirts, or tops and pants today? We just received the new autumn-winter collection, but the weather in Jiangsheng is still warm, and we have a limited stock of summer items. Zhao Mingqi opened her mouth, wanting to say, just browsing, but expressing that in such a place felt somewhat inappropriate. Address Chen Zhuo replied for her something more formal, as we are attending a gathering tonight. Also 2 sets of casual. SA size brightened slightly. Her smile widened a bit. Rather than suggesting an extravagant evening gown, due to Chen Zhuo's comment on formality, she made her selection based on her first impression of Zhao Mingqi, choosing a style that suited her. She took the first piece off the shelf. A deep blue silk dress with a neck and long sleeves. SA took it from the hanger and unfolded it in front of Zhao Mingqi. This piece is from this year's Twist collection, made of real silk, featuring a neck design. The pleats at the waist can accentuate your figure. The color is deep sea blue, flattering for all skin tones, and it looks particularly radiant. Your fair skin will look very elegant in this color. Zhao Mingqi reached out to touch the fabric of the dress. It was silk, cool and smooth, flowing like water through her fingers. Her fingers lingered on the fabric for a moment before she withdrew, looking at her fingertips. SA led her to the fitting. At the moment Zhao Mingqi stepped out of the fitting room, Chen Zhuo was sitting on the sofa flipping through a brand catalog. He lifted his head, his gaze falling upon her. The deep sea blue silk dress enveloped her body, the fabric flowing like water, hugging her curves and shimmering with delicate pearlescent light under the lamps. The depth of the neck was just right, revealing a hint of collarbone and the fair skin of her chest, not too revealing yet exuding a subtle and restrained sensuality. The pleated design at the waist accentuated her slender figure, with the hem of the dress falling below her knees, exposing part of her calves. Zhao Mingqi's ankle and fair calves were beautifully complemented by the deep sea blue. Chen Zhuo's lips curled slightly. SA spoke up at the right moment. This dress is truly perfect for you. The deep blue makes your skin look exceptionally white. The length is just right, suitable for formal occasions, yet not overly extravagant for everyday wear. Pair it with light-colored high heels or white flats that will look great. Zhao Mingqi stood in front of the mirror, turning around and to the side, gazing at her reflection. The woman in the mirror wore the most expensive dress she had ever tried on, one that she would not have even considered before. But standing before the mirror looking at her reflection, she had to admit that this dress felt entirely different from the white puff-sleeve dress she had bought on a discount site. She bit her lip and turned to look at Chen Zhuo, hoping to find an answer on his face. Let's wrap this one up. Chen Zhuo closed the catalog, and let's look at some others. Zhao Mingqi nodded, and SA took her to try on a few more sets. The second set consisted of a white cotton linen shirt paired with high-waisted khaki wide-leg pants. The third set was a black knitted dress, fitted long-sleeved and high-neck. It was accompanied by 2 pairs of high heels and black stockings, of course, as requested by Chen Zhuo. While checking out, she saw the price. 50,000 plus a few hundred. When she bought that white puff-sleeve dress online, she had spent 130 and had deliberated for half an hour. The price of these 3 outfits was several hundred times that of her dress. She stood by watching Chen Zhuo pull out his phone from his pocket, open the payment code, and hand it over. SA held the scanner, and with a beep the payment was successful. Chen Zhuo glanced at Zhao Mengqi's wrist, noticing she wore only a simple hair tie. Coincidentally, the Cartier store was directly across from Louis Vuitton. Let's go check out Cartier. SA, standing at the entrance, slightly turned and opened the door as the two approached. SA led them to the bracelet counter. In the glass display, rows of bracelets sparkled under the spotlight. Platinum gold, rose gold with and without diamonds. Each piece resembled a small work of art quietly lying on the black velvet. Chen Zhuo's gaze swept across the display, landing on a rose gold bracelet. Narrow version from the Love collection featuring the signature screw design. Without diamonds, its lines simple and clean. Bring this one out to try on. SA, wearing gloves, carefully pinched the ends of the bracelet to take it out from the velvet. Zhao Mengqi extended her. The moment the bracelet slipped past her palm and onto her wrist, Zhao Mengqi felt her heartbeat momentarily halt. The rose gold color complemented her skin tone beautifully. Her fair skin made the warm hue appear harmonious, highlighting her wrist, making it seem more slender and fair. The screw design was simple, yet exquisite, unassuming, and not ostentatious, but those who understood would recognize it at a glance. SA introduced this is a small version from the Love collection, made of rose gold and without diamonds. The design concept of the Love collection is a lock of love which can only be opened with a matching screwdriver, symbolizing unwavering love. Hearing the words unwavering love, Zhao Mengqi unconsciously traced the screw pattern on the bracelet with her fingertip. Let's look at necklaces next. Chen Zhuo's voice came from the side. SA recommended a necklace from the same collection, made of rose gold, featuring a small circular pendant with a screw design echoing the bracelet. The chain of the necklace was delicate, and the pendant was small, resting perfectly at the hollow of her collarbone. SA placed the necklace around Zhao Mengqi's neck, fastening the clasp, and stepped back for her to see in the mirror. The rose gold pendant nestled in the dip of her collarbone. The chain lay against her neck, intricate and fragile. Zhao Mengqi gazed at her reflection in the mirror, the bracelet on her wrist, the necklace at her collarbone, both pieces of jewelry shimmering softly under the spotlight, illuminating her entire being. SA announced 2 figures, the price of the bracelet and the necklace, the total coming just over 50,000. Chen Zhuo said. Payment was successful with a beep. After purchasing these 2 items, Chen Zhuo recalled the canvas bag Zhao Mengqi had been carrying and took her to Chanel, where he bought her a medium classic flap bag for over 60,000. Zhao Mengqi calculated in her mind. Louis Vuitton 50,000, Cartier 50,000, Chanel 60,000. A total of 160,000. In 1 hour, 160,000. Just as Zhao Mengqi was lost in thought, Chen Zhuo had already exited the Chanel store and was walking towards the elevator. Zhao Mengqi hurriedly followed, clutching the 3 shopping bags adorned with different logos. Her palms were sweating, the handles of the paper bags dampened by her sweat, and she unconsciously switched hands. For her past self, these 3 names were merely symbols that had nothing to do with her. Now they quietly lay in the 3 paper bags she held heavy in her hands. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the food street outside the east gate of Hanjing University had just started to bustle. The afterglow of the setting sun still lingered on the horizon, casting a warm orange glow on the leaves of the phoenix trees, enveloping the entire street in a golden hue. The charcoal fire at the barbecue stall had just been lit, and wisps of bluish smoke curled up from the grill, mingling with the aromas of cumin and chili powder, slowly wafting through the evening air. In the private room on the 2nd floor of Chiyungshuan restaurant, about half of the students from Class 1 of software engineering had already arrived. 4 round tables, each capable of seating 12 people, were neatly arranged with tableware. Bone dishes, bowls, wine glasses, and chopsticks, all perfectly positioned. Don't assume that the software engineering major is just a bunch of monks. The times have changed. Female programmers are far more sought after than their male counterparts. When HR filters resumes, unless a male candidate possesses extraordinary skills, they will definitely prioritize female candidates, especially if they are attractive. In this cohort of 48 students in software engineering class 1, nearly 1/3 are female, which is quite a staggering ratio in the College of Computer Science. The girls gathered around the 2 tables by the window, chattering excitedly about everything from final exams to summer internships, from new lipstick shades to gossip about a male classmate. The range of topics and the quick transitions left the boys at the adjacent tables unable to join the conversation. The boys were scattered around the other 2 tables, some were pouring drinks while others were engrossed in their phones. A few seasoned smokers squatted on the balcony outside, puffing away with the smoke drifting in through the gaps and being dispersed by the air conditioning. As the atmosphere in the private room gradually became more lively, a low rumbling sound of an engine echoed. The sound was not loud, but it was particularly clear against the backdrop of the bustling food street, like a massive beast growling deep in its throat, steady and powerful. Several students by the window instinctively put down their things and leaned out to look. Below was a small parking lot at the entrance of the restaurant where a few cars and SUVs were parked in white-lined spaces, nothing out of the ordinary. But the large black vehicle slowly entering the parking lot immediately caught everyone's attention. What kind of car? A van. A bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, squinting to identify the logo on the front of the car. I've never seen a van like that. A van. The boy next to him nearly spat out his cola. Are you kidding? That's a Cadillac Escalade. Do you even know what that is? Cadillac's flagship SUV, full size starting at over $1 million. The expression of the bespectacled boy froze. Guess what the V badge means? It's the V version, over $2 million. The room fell momentarily silent, then erupted with various voices all at once. Over $2 million. For a car? Who drives that? It can't be any classmate of ours, right? You must be joking. What kind of family background does someone who can afford such a car have? They must be studying finance politics or studying abroad. Who in their right mind would be here learning computer science to write code? True, if someone's family is wealthy, why would they come here to suffer? Voices of discussion arose, some in awe, some analyzing the price, some speculating about the owner's identity, but none connected this matter to anyone in their class. In the perception of most individuals in this class, there was an insurmountable divide between them and the Cadillac Escalade. Just as the crowd was buzzing with chatter, the black Escalade slowly came to a stop in the parking space right in front of the restaurant. The massive vehicle cast a long shadow in the afterglow of the setting sun, its paint reflecting the last orange light of the sky. The driver's door opened. A black sneaker stepped onto the ground, followed by the dark pant leg, the hem of a white t-shirt, and finally the entire outline of a person emerged from the vehicle. Chen Zhuo straightened up, casually closed the car door. The light action produced a dull thud that echoed in the parking lot. At the window side of the private room, several mouths dropped open simultaneously, the words they wanted to say stuck in their throats like fish in a tank gasping for air. Holy cow, it's Chen Zhuo. A voice from the balcony called out. Chen Zhuo. You mean that car belongs to Chen Zhuo? When did he get so rich? Isn't he just a novelist? Can writing novels be that lucrative? Oh my god, you have no idea if you missed class a few days ago. Guess what? Zhao Mingqi kissed him in front of the whole class. She initiated it. Zhao Mingqi kissed Chen Zhuo. The voice carried a tone of disbelief. I'm not lying. We all saw it in class, over 20 pairs of eyes witnessed it. Chen Zhuo's hand was on her thigh for the Wait, are you saying that Chen Zhuo is now with Zhao Mingqi? Then what about that car? I'm starting to question my life choices. What on earth has Chen Zhuo experienced? After half a semester apart, he's now driving an Escalade. What kind of script is this? Ma Xiaolei sat in the corner against the wall, gripping her cup tightly. Her expression was not good. It had started to darken the moment Chen Zhuo walked into the parking lot. Her gaze was fixed intensely on the figure in a black t-shirt and white sneakers below. She finally couldn't hold back and spoke up, her voice not loud, but the sourness in her tone was strong enough to pickle vegetables. Who knows where it was rented from? These days, many people rent cars to show off, a few $100 a day, looking just as good as the real thing. Her voice was not loud, but in that moment of brief quietness in the noisy room, her words landed like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples spreading out. Several gazes turned toward her at once. Rent. A male voice from the balcony rang out, laced with a tone of mock disbelief. What kind of license plate is that hanging on that car? A temporary plate. It's a new car, not even a metal plate on it. Can you rent a new car with a temporary plate and show me? Ma Xiaolei's face flushed. Even if it's new, it's not a big deal. Her voice was noticeably softer now, her confidence. Isn't it just a no-name van? It looks like a big square box, not nearly as good as an Alfred. You see many stars drive Alfreds. Who drives this? Alfred. A boy sitting diagonally opposite put down his chopsticks, looked up, and stared at her, as if she were foolish. Are you some jester sent by the Bodhisattva? The Alfred is hyped to 8 or 900,000 yuan domestically, yet in Japan, it's merely a minivan priced at 3 or 400,000. Before the Cadillac Escalade, it must call it father. V8 twin-turbocharged engine, over 600 horsepower. By the time the Alfred completes its 0 to 100 acceleration, the Escalade has already reached the next intersection. Ma Xiaolei, what Chen Zhuo said that day was absolutely right. He paused, a faint wry curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Ugliness demands restraint. Not theatrics, but voracious reading. A muffled ripple of laughter spread through the private dining room. Several girls stifled giggles behind cupped hands, their shoulders trembling. A few boys collapsed onto the table, pounding it with glee. Ma Xiaolei's face flushed crimson, then deepened to violet. Her lips trembled, words forming and dissolving. Until speechless, she turned sharply toward the window, offering only the rigid taut back of her head to the room. Just as the verbal sparring reached its fever pitch, the passenger side door swung open. First to emerge was a foot clad in high heels. A nude-toned stiletto, approximately 7 centimeters in heel height, adorned with a delicate miniature bow on that foot, settled upon the asphalt of the parking lot. Its ankle slender and elegant, its calf muscles subtly defined, glowing with a soft luminous sheen under the ambient light. Then came the full leg, extending gracefully from the car door, long, straight, and bathed in the golden haze. As Zhao Mingqi stepped out, her deep sea blue silk dress shimmered with richer, more profound depths of blue beneath the outdoor light. Its neckline revealed just a sliver of collarbone and the smooth expanse of her chest. Her clavicular hollow, a subtle indentation, while the supple silk traced the contours of her waist, hips, and legs with exquisite precision. On her wrist rested a Cartier rose gold bangle, its warm luster catching the sunset, its screw-set design both refined and understated, resting loosely on her slender wrist, swaying gently with each movement. Her necklace's pendant nestled perfectly within that clavicular hollow, the rose gold ring strikingly vivid against the deep sapphire silk, like the sole star suspended in midnight sky. In her other hand hung a black Chanel classic flap bag, its silver chain draped elegantly over her wrist, its quilted diamond-patterned surface alternating between light and shadow. Her hair fell loose, stirred by the evening breeze, several strands drifting softly across her cheeks. She stood beside the Escalade black chassis sapphire dress, gilded sunset porcelain skin, rose gold jewelry. At that instant, every hue and ray of light achieved an uncanny harmonious equilibrium. Her entire presence evoking a magazine editorial spread, leaving one utterly uncertain whether she was a scion of old wealth or a rising star. Chen Zhuo circled around the front of the vehicle and joined her, extending his arm. Zhao Mingqi slipped her hand into the crook of his elbow, and together they walked toward the restaurant entrance. Neither hurried nor hesitant, their posture relaxed, their rhythm instinctively synchronized. Heads crowded the second-floor private room's windows, peering downward. Several phones were raised, lenses trained on the parking lot below. Shutter clicks erupted in rapid succession. Is that really Zhao Mingqi? Am I hallucinating? Or have my eyes betrayed me? My heavens, how can Zhao Mingqi be this radiant? How could we have? That outfit isn't cheap, is it? Cheap. Look at that bangle on her wrist, Cartier. Tens of thousands of yuan. Tens of thousands. For a bag. That voice choked mid-sentence. Tens of thousands. That's enough to cover my tuition for 4 years. And she spends it on a handbag. She used to wear Pinduoduo knockoffs and carry canvas totes to class. How did this happen in just days? Is Chen Zhuo that generous with her? Generous. The car alone costs over 2 million yuan, and it's registered in her name. That Escalade. Owner Zhao Mingqi. Li Sisi remarked sourly from the side. Hers. A car worth over 2 million, hers. I'm green, truly, truly green. I can practically taste lemon juice flooding my mouth. Beyond the bag, this entire ensemble must cost at least 10 or 20,000, wouldn't you say? 10 or 20,000. The bangle and necklace alone total 50,000. The dress exceeds 10,000. Add the bag, and you won't clear 1,200,000 for this look. 1,200,000. Worn on her body. How much was Zhao Mingqi's monthly allowance before? Precisely. She's simply blessed with fortune. Found an exceptional boyfriend. Boyfriend struck a particular listener like a searing brand pressed directly onto the heart. Li Sisi stood beside the window-facing table, gripping her phone tightly. Zhao Mingqi entered the restaurant first, Chen Zhuo half a step behind. As the private room door swung inward, every voice in the room hushed, just for a breath. Zhao Mingqi led, Chen Zhuo followed precisely half a step behind. In the moment they appeared, silence held the room for 3 full seconds. Zhao Mingqi saw Li Sisi, whose gaze remained fixed upon her, tracking her approach arm in arm, with Chen Zhuo lingering on the rose gold bangle at her wrist, the necklace nestled in her clavicle, the Chanel bag in her hand. Yet Zhao Mingqi did not perceive the storm of complex emotions churning in Li Sisi's eyes. What she did see was Li Sisi suddenly surging forward, straight toward her. Before Zhao Mingqi could react, Li Sisi had thrust herself between them, seized Zhao Mingqi's wrist with one hand, and forcibly pried her arm from Chen Zhuo's. Every expression in the room froze. Mouths agape, teacups suspended midair, chopsticks hovering above plates, food slipping unnoticed onto tablecloths. What kind of scene was this? Was Li Sisi staging a public brazen abduction, snatching Chen Zhuo from Zhao Mingqi's grasp right before his eyes and before the entire class? What audacious narrative turn! Yet astonishingly, Li Sisi didn't glance at Chen Zhuo once. After wrenching Zhao Mingqi free, she seized her wrist and dragged her deeper into the room. Her pace was swift, so swift that Zhao Mingqi stumbled, her heels clicking unsteadily against the floor. Zhuoge, Zhao Mingqi called over her shoulder, voice small and edged with panic. Then turning to Li Sisi, Sisi, let go. I don't understand. What are you doing? Li Sisi neither looked back nor loosened her grip. She pulled Zhao Mingqi all the way to the empty table against the wall, pressed her firmly into a chair, then pivoted slowly to face Chen Zhuo from across the room. We girls need a moment to talk. You won't mind, will you? Of course, Chen Zhuo's voice came from the doorway, carrying a hint of amusement. After Zhao Mingqi was pulled away by Li Sisi, Chen Zhuo stood at the door, his gaze sweeping across the private room. Wow, brother Zhuo, is this your new car? Liu Yang's voice was loud enough to be heard across the entire floor. He stood up from his seat with such force that his chair almost toppled over. Wait, when did you buy this? A Cadillac? Oh my gosh. His eyes were filled with genuine excitement. Chen Zhuo nodded. Yeah. I'm so envious, brother Zhuo. A Cadillac. Liu Yang rubbed his hands together eagerly, eyeing the half-visible car, key in Chen Zhuo's pocket. Can I give it a try? Go ahead, Chen Zhuo said. Then I won't be polite. Liu Yang turned and dashed downstairs. 5 minutes later, the black Cadillac was parked back in front of the restaurant. Liu Yang got out of the driver's seat, his face still aglow with excitement, as he handed the key back to Chen Zhuo. Brother Zhuo, that was incredible. AV8, just as expected from AV8. His voice was noticeably louder than usual. You have no idea, when I pressed the gas it felt like the entire street was shaking, the roar, the thrill. Chen Zhuo smiled and listened, patting Liu Yang's shoulder a couple of times. Once he finished speaking, Chen Zhuo asked, where are Zhang Lei and Wang Hao? Liu Yang waved his hand dismissively. They should be arriving soon, brother Zhuo. Shall we go inside first? Why stand here at the door? The two walked side by side into the restaurant, passing through the hallway and up the stairs. The lighting in the stairwell was somewhat dim and the edges of the steps were polished to a shine. Lu Yang walked half a step to the right of Chen Zhuo, fell silent for a moment, then spoke up. Brother Zhuo, can I ask you? Chen Zhuo felt a bit curious and turned to look at him. What is it? Lu Yang rubbed his hands together. Since the new semester is starting, can I borrow this car for a bit? What for? Lu Yang looked a bit embarrassed, scratching the back of his head and chuckling. Well, it's just that the freshmen are coming in this September, you know. During the first few days of school, having a decent car to help carry their luggage would be. Chen Zhuo smiled slightly. What's the big deal? Just let me know a day in advance. Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Thank you, Brother Zhuo. Long live Brother Zhuo. Lu Yang's reaction did not go unnoticed by Chen Zhuo. Someone whose mind was filled with thoughts on how to attract the attention of freshmen probably wouldn't have the inclination or motivation to dig into his novel account and share it in the class group. In Chen Zhuo's mind, Lu Yang had been completely cleared from the list of suspects. When Chen Zhuo stepped into the private room, it was already nearly full. There were 4 round tables, each seating about 12 people with over 40 out of the class 48 members present. Chen Zhuo's gaze swept around the room. Which table was he assigned to? Lu Yang stood by the window-side seat and patted the chair next to him. Brother Zhuo, this way. Just as Chen Zhuo was about to sit down next to him, he paused when he scanned the guests at the table. There were 4 empty seats, and all 4 of his dorm mates were at this table. The 4 members from Zhao Mengqi's dorm were also at this table, Zhao Mengqi, Li Sisi, and 2 girls he wasn't very familiar with. Additionally, the 4 girls he had written into his novel were all sitting at this table. Li Sisi was sitting to the right of Zhao Mengqi with the 2 unfamiliar girls next to her, while the 4 girls he had written about sat opposite them. Chen Zhuo sat down and Li Sisi didn't look at him as she was pouring tea for Zhao Mengqi. The spout of the teapot was aimed at the teacup, the water flowing steadily and delicately. Chen Zhuo averted his gaze. Before long, Zhang Lei and Wang Hao arrived. Sanshur, how's he over here? Lu Yang waved his hand. Zhang Lei and Wang Hao jogged over and sat down. Sorry we're late. At that moment, a clearing throat echoed from the center of the private room. The class president stood up. His name was Lin Jingyang, tall at over 6 feet with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square face, a clean-shaven chin, and wearing a dark blue polo shirt, giving him an upright appearance. All right, everyone, please quiet down for a moment. Lin Jingyang held a cup in the center aisle, surveying the 4 tables, his gaze briefly lingering on each face, as if confirming the presence of everyone seated. Then he withdrew his gaze and raised the cup in his hand, the liquid inside, catching the light, revealing an amber hue. Opaque, making it unclear whether it was tea or wine. This gathering should be the most complete one we've had during our university years. It's the end of the 2nd semester of junior year, and after this summer vacation, we'll be seniors. Some will be interning, some preparing for graduate school, and some for civil service exams. Some people might not even see each other again before graduation. So this toast today, Lin Jingyang raised the cup high, the amber liquid shimmering under the light. To ourselves, to youth, to tomorrow. Cheers. The sight of 40 cups being raised simultaneously was the most spectacular moment of the night. Some had wine in their cups, some had drinks, all raised high, clinking together with a pleasant sound. 3 years ago, they came to this school from all over the country to this major, to this class. At that time, no one knew anyone. Now, 3 years later, some have become old friends, some only know names, and some seats have gone 3 years without exchanging more. Sitting here today, for some it might truly be the last time they meet. With only a week until finals once the exams are over at summer vacation. Returning after summer vacation means being seniors, and during the first semester of senior year, there will be some elective courses. By then, some seats will remain permanently empty. Chen Zhuo placed his empty cup on the table, the bottom lightly tapping against the wooden surface, producing a soft thud. The class president's words split open youth and laid out tomorrow. The sounds of glasses clinking, chopsticks, picking food, and pouring drinks continued. No one said any sentimental words, but everyone knew this could really be the last time. Chen Zhuo filled his glass again, lifted it up, stood, and his gaze crossed over the center of the round table, landing on classmate Cici. This toast is for you. His voice wasn't loud, but the noise from the other tables in the private room somehow faded at that moment, dozens of gazes converging from different directions, landing on Chen Zhuo, landing on Li Sisi. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I caused you earlier. I did it, so feel free to do as you wish. After saying this, he tilted his head back, and the wine in his glass diminished little by little, his atoms, apple rolling up and down. Li Sisi sat in her chair, her body tensing slightly. Her fingers involuntarily clenched the napkin on her knee, her knuckles turning white. She originally didn't want to come today, but her curiosity got the better of her, so she tried her best to avoid drawing it. Chen Zhuo's toast to her was equivalent to reopening the wound of that moment she wanted the least to be reminded of. Li Sisi felt a desire to strangle this guy. Her peripheral vision caught Zhao Mengqi's expression. Zhao Mengqi was looking at her, a faint smile on her lips, as if to say, this is what you get for pulling me away from Zhuo. Li Sisi gritted her teeth. She lifted her glass and looked at Chen Zhuo. I accept your apology. Then she tilted her head back and downed the wine in a single gulp. A Luo escaped from her classmates nearby, and a few boys let out whistles. Chen Zhuo also finished his drink, and just as he put down his glass and was about to sit, Li Sisi spoke up. She wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue, placed the glass on the table, and turned her gaze towards the few girls beside her, those who had been written into Chen Zhuo's book. It's not fair to apologize to just me, right? The expressions of the 4 girls varied. Li Cici's gaze swept across their faces, her smile faint, and she tilted her chin at Chen Zhuo, as if to say, you want me to socially die? I won't let it happen. Even if you're rich, it doesn't change the fact that you're a creep. Chen Zhuo nodded and filled his glass again. He raised his glass towards the 4 girls. Indeed. As my classmate Cici just mentioned, I have caused unnecessary trouble to several classmates as well. Lin Xiaoyu, sitting diagonally across from him, was wearing a light yellow short-sleeved t-shirt with straight bangs, a round face, and 2 shallow dimples when she smiled, giving her a youthful appearance. A good girl. Lin Xiaoyu waved her hand quickly, still holding her chopsticks. It's fine, Cici has already told us. Not only did you compensate us for all the manuscript fees, but you also gave each of us an extra 5,000. Yes, and we read your book. It actually portrayed us pretty well. Her voice was not loud, and after speaking she shot a casual glance at Li Cici. That glance meant, Li Cici has already forgiven you, what else do we have to say? Li Cici's face darkened. It was not anger, but rather a helplessness of why is this being brought up again? She had been repeatedly cornered. Chen Zhuo was also puzzled. He had given Li Cici 2,000 each for those 4 girls. How did it turn into 5,000 each in their words? He glanced at Li Cici, who was pouring wine into her glass, some of it spilling over the edge unnoticed. Zhao Mengqi, sitting beside her, watched as Li Cici filled her glass to the brim and gently pressed her hand down on Li Cici's wrist. Cici, that's enough. Zhao Mengqi noticed a slight change in the atmosphere and put down her napkin, raising her own glass. All right, we are all classmates, so let's not keep apologizing and thanking each other. Let's all drink to a smooth future, a bright path ahead, and long days to come. She raised her glass, and the other girls followed suit. Long days to come. Who is long? Chen Zhuo said with a serious expression. The table fell silent for half a second. Then Lin Xiaoyu was the first to burst out laughing, doubling over her light yellow t-shirt, shaking along with her laughter. Ha ha ha, Chen Zhuo, as expected of a great author, even this can be a joke, ha. Everyone at the table laughed. Chen Zhuo laughed and raised his glass, clinking it with his roommates, then gestured to the people across the table. The atmosphere at the dinner table became lively, and the girls began to chat, their topics floating like a released balloon, drifting wherever. But they ultimately drifted towards the same direction. Zhao Mengqi. Lin Xiaoyu rested her chin on her hand, her good placed on the table. Mengqi, I'm really envious of you. Who would have thought that Chen Zhuo is such a promising talent? Such a promising talent, and you actually dug him out. Who said otherwise? The girl sitting next to Lin Xiaoyu chimed in. Previously, there were people advising you to be with Zhou Yifei, saying his family runs a good company, and all that. In my opinion, Zhou Yifei is no match for Chen Zhuo. That's right, the Cadillac parked downstairs is registered under Mengqi. Another girl leaned in. Mengqi, just say, if any guy bought me a car worth 200,000 ID, definitely marry. Right, Lin Xiaoyu replied quickly. Mengqi, are you and Chen Zhuo planning to get married right after graduation? Don't forget to invite us. We'll be your bridesmaids. Yes, we all want to be bridesmaids. Several girls chimed in. Zhao Mengqi was suddenly taken aback by this topic. Her lips parted slightly, then closed, then parted again. She wanted to say something, but those words turned around in her throat several times, and not a single one could be spoken. She stole a glance at Chen Zhuo only to see his profile, facing Zhang Lei, his mouth moving, saying something, and she could vaguely hear words like a fierce attack, Lu Tao, and so on. But she quickly adjusted her expression. It's still unclear now, we are all still young, so there's no rush. Young? Come on, we are already 21, we can get our marriage certificates. Zhao Mengqi was momentarily choked by the words marriage certificate and took a sip of her drink. Li Cici sensed that something was off. She knew the true relationship between Chen Zhuo and Zhao Mengqi. If the topic continued to slide towards marriage and certificates, Zhao Mengqi would eventually be unable to handle it. All right. Li Cici put down her chopsticks. You all should stop asking Mengqi. It's inappropriate to ask such things of a girl. The implication was understood by everyone present. If you want to ask, go ask Chen Zhuo. All eyes turned towards Chen Zhuo, who was eating peanuts, chewed a couple, swallowed, and looked up to find everyone's gaze fixed on him. Why are you all looking at me? He asked. Lin Xiaoyu supported her chin with her hands, and the 2 shallow dimples on her round face reappeared, making the good look more G00D. Girls who like GOD check in. She said in a tone that implied, isn't this a question you already know the answer to? I just wanted to ask when you and Mengqi are getting married. Chen Zhuo's chopsticks paused for a moment. His gaze inadvertently swept over Zhao Mengqi. She had her head lowered, fiddling with the few grains of rice in her bowl. Her eyelashes hung low, almost covering her entire eyes, making it impossible to discern her expression. A faint pink hue spread from her earlobes to the contours of her ears. Chen Zhuo shifted his gaze from Zhao Mengqi to Li Cici. She was leaning back in her chair, arms crossed over her chest with a hint of a meaningful smile at the corners of her mouth. Chen Zhuo returned his gaze, picked up a piece of tofu, and chewed it a couple of times. Let's talk about it when all my wishes are fulfilled. After he finished speaking, he cast a thoughtful glance at Li Cici. All wishes. Li Cici was unaware of all of Chen Zhuo's wishes, but she knew one of them was related to herself. Li Cici's face flushed red, and she angrily turned her head towards the window, leaving Chen Zhuo with a tense back of his neck and an ear that felt like it was on fire. Upon seeing Li Cici's reaction, the others glanced at the barely perceptible smile on Chen Zhuo's lips, and various speculations sprang to mind. But no one dared to ask, as Chen Zhuo had already raised his wine glass, deftly steering the conversation away. The atmosphere in the private room returned to normal, with the sounds of clinking glasses and the clatter of chopsticks and bowls once again becoming the dominant melody of the space. Soon the meal came to an end. People trickled out of the restaurant in groups, gathering by the parking lot. The evening breeze of June blew and, carrying the warmth of the day and the coolness of night, fluttering the girls' skirts and the boys' baggy shorts, dispersing the lingering aroma of food in the air. The black Cadillac gleamed with a matte sheen under the streetlights, its massive body quietly parked in the most prominent position. Beside it stood a middle-aged man in a dark blue suit, white shirt, and tie, wearing white gloves, standing straight, with hands clasped in front. He was the driver from the Hilton Hotel in Jiangqing. Chen Zhuo had called beforehand to have the hotel arrange it. The Hilton's concierge service included a dedicated driver for pickup and drop-off, which guests in the presidential suite could use for free. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm here to take you back to the hotel." The driver's tone was warm and professional as he slightly bowed and opened the rear door. Chen Zhuo nodded. Li Cici stood beside Zhao Mengqi, one hand resting on her arm. "Mengqi, aren't you coming back to the—" Zhao Mengqi shook her head, a faint blush on her cheeks, the light from the street lamp casting a deeper hue on her face. "I still need to help Zhuo Gu review." Li Cici looked at Zhao Mengqi's face, noticing the blush, and quietly mocked her in her heart. "Is this review serious?" But she didn't say it out loud. She released Zhao Mengqi's arm and took a step back, watching Zhao Mengqi turn and walk towards the black Cadillac. Watching the driver shield her head with his palm as she got into the back seat. Watching Chen Zhuo enter the car from the other side. Watching the door close. The Cadillac's taillights lit up the red glow, trailing long paths in the night like two strokes of rich ink painting across a black canvas. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot, merging into the flow of traffic in Jiangqing at night. Li Cici stood in place, watching the black SUV grow further away, its taillights shrinking until it became one of the countless red dots in the distance, indistinguishable from the rest. Zhao Mengqi looked stunning today. That deep blue silk dress, the rose gold bracelet on her wrist, the necklace around her neck, and the Chanel bag in her hand. While waiting for the car at the restaurant entrance, several passers-by glanced back at her, their eyes filled with awe, envy, and an incredulous "how can she be so beautiful?" Zhao Mengqi had been pretty before, but her previous beauty was like a wildflower blooming by the roadside. You know it's beautiful, but you wouldn't stop to look, because there are too many wildflowers along the way. Today was different. Today's beauty resembled a rose that had been picked, placed in an exquisite vase, and displayed in the center of a showcase. Its beauty was enhanced by the lighting, complemented by the background, magnified by every meticulously designed detail, so striking that you couldn't ignore it, so captivating that you would stop to take a second glance. Li Cici lowered her head and glanced at herself. The Li Cici, clad in budget clothing, appeared like two people from different worlds when standing next to Zhao Mengqi, who wore a deep blue silk dress adorned with Cartier jewelry, holding a Chanel bag. Like a seller's showcase versus a buyer's review, like a retouched photo versus an unedited one, like a 5-star review image in the comments section juxtaposed against a blurry 2-star rating. Li Cici suddenly felt as if something within her was slowly and irreversibly shifting. She felt a twinge. She stood in the June evening breeze of Jiangqing, clutching her phone. Everyone had dispersed, and the silhouettes of groups grew longer under the streetlights, their voices fading away. Li Cici stood still for a long time, so long that everyone around had left. Time swiftly passed, and another week had gone by. On June 25th, Jiangqing was about to enter the hottest time of the year. The leaves of the phoenix trees wilted in the sun, the asphalt roads softened under the heat, and walking on it made the soles of your shoes feel sticky. Water droplets from the air conditioning units dripped from above, leaving damp circles on the ground, quickly evaporated by the sun. There weren't many subjects for the third-year students, and the final exams were basically completed in just 2 days, on the 23rd and 24th. On the night of the 24th, Chen Zhuo indulged himself at the hotel. This event won't be elaborated on, or just know that stockings and high heels were scattered across the carpet with black lace trim. Stuffed under the pillow, and the trash bin was full. At 9 in the morning, sunlight squeezed through the cracks of the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a slender beam of light on the dark bed sheets. Outside, Jiangqing slowly awakened in the morning light. Suddenly, Chen Zhuo's phone rang. Groggily, he reached out to fumble on the bedside table, several times, his fingers brushing against a smuff box, a bracelet, and his phone finally grabbing the phone. "Who is it?" He muttered irritably, his voice raspy, as if he had just swallowed sandpaper, his throat dry and burning. His gaze lingered for a moment on the scattered clothes on the carpet. His mind wasn't completely alert, but the moment the name Chen Rugia came into view, he felt as if he had been pulled from ice water, instantly awake. The phone screen displayed video call request. Chen Zhuo abruptly bounced up from the bed. He glanced at the person beside him, as Zhao Mengqi was still asleep, undisturbed by the ringing phone, perhaps truly exhausted. Chen Zhuo looked down at himself, bare-chested, with several red marks left by nails on his chest, not too deep, but clearly visible in the morning light. His gaze swept across the carpet again. If Chen Zhuo saw this scene. Chen Zhuo quickly rolled out of bed, bare feet touching the carpet. His movements were as swift as a military drill. Chen Zhuo dashed into the bathroom with the fastest speed of his life, shutting the door behind him. The bathroom was spacious, well-lit, and the mirror reflected a man with hair as messy as a bird's nest and dark circles under his eyes. I must activate the Huaxin bond quickly. He took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Chen Zhuo's face quickly appeared on the phone screen. The moment her face appeared, the entire image seemed to brighten. She wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt with a small strawberry pattern at the collar, her hair tied in a high ponytail with a few strands falling down her forehead, which accentuated the delicate shape of her face. The background featured her bedroom's pink curtains and a giant rabbit plush toy with morning light streaming through the window onto her face, her skin nearly translucent. Brother, why did you take 2 minutes and 32 seconds to answer my call today? Her voice came through the phone speaker, crisp and slightly annoyed, with a rising tone at the end, like she was pouting or accusing him, her lips slightly pursed and brow furrowed. Chen Zhuo leaned against the bathroom wall, adjusting his breathing to make his voice sound more normal. His expression shifted to one that was slightly tired but not guilty, the kind of look a normal person would have when just waking up, still dazed, disrupted by a phone call. Auntie, I just finished my final exams yesterday. Is it okay to sleep in today? I've been studying hard and am exhausted. Chen Zhuo stared at him on the screen for 2 seconds, her gaze seeming to penetrate through the screen, through time, piercing through all the excuses he fabricated. Don't you know what day it is today? Chen Zhuo pondered. Today was neither his parents' birthday nor his sister's, and it wasn't a public holiday. There were no significant traditional holidays at the end of June. I don't know. Chen Zhuo's lips pouted slightly, her voice soft, carrying a tone of being let down by the whole world. Brother, I just knew you didn't care about me at all. Today is the day my college entrance examination results are released. Chen Zhuo was stunned. He suddenly slapped his forehead hard, making a loud noise, leaving a small red mark on his forehead. Look at my memory, he said repeatedly. How could I forget this? How did Ruer do on the exam? Chen Zhuo's expression shifted from grievance to anger, carrying a proud tone of, it's too late for you to ask. I don't want to tell you anymore. All right, Ruer, I admit my mistake. Chen Zhuo pressed his palms together in a pleading gesture, resting his forehead on his joined fingertips, his attitude sincere and humble. I want listen, old tortoise reciting scriptures. Chen Zhuo's little head shook like a rattle, her ponytail swaying back and forth, displaying a girl's unique, unreasonable stubbornness. Well, then I'll just go back to sleep. Chen Zhuo yawned, leaning against the bathroom wall, pretending to truly hang up and go. You dare? Chen Zhuo's voice instantly rose by 8 degrees. Chen Zhuo's hand froze in midair, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He realized one thing. This person on the other end was his little sister, not Zhao Mingqi. He could use such a half-threatening tone with Zhao Mingqi, but with Chen Zhuo, it was like pouring gasoline on a fire. Chen Zhuo withdrew his nonchalant expression and put on the mask of a good brother again. Then tell Brother Ruer, how many points did you score? His voice softened a bit, carrying a unique gentleness used to coax children. So I can prepare a gift for your school admission. Chen Zhuo looked at his fawning expression, the corners of her mouth slightly relaxing, but still holding her ground. I scored 672. Chen Zhuo was taken aback, his pupils slightly dilated, his mouth forming a small curve. That's great, Ruer. His voice was noticeably louder than before, filled with genuine surprise. With 672 points, you can get into Daida University or Huaqing University. How could he not be excited? His sister was getting into Daida University. This was the closest he had ever been to a prestigious school in his life. Even though he wasn't the one who got in, it felt just as good as if he had. Chen Zhuo's expression changed. Her lips slowly dropped, the curve of her eyes straightened, and her demeanor shifted from that of a girl to that of a small cat that might explode at any moment. Brother, do you want me to go far away? Are you tired of me? Do you have other wild sisters outside? Where did all the love you used to show me go? Don't you think the books I write are good anymore? Do you have other wild authors outside? Chen Zhuo was caught off guard by this rapid-fire questioning, unsure how to respond. Aren't I happy for you? There's no point in thinking about Daida University or Huaqing University. Last year's minimum acceptance score was 607 typo, and I chose not to accept adjustments. Not accepting adjustments. Why? I don't like the major, or I'd rather not go. Chen Zhuo fell silent. He understood Chen Zhuo's character. Once she made a decision, no one could change it. It had always been this way. Whatever she wanted to do, no one could stop her, and whatever she didn't want to do, no one could persuade her. Then Jiangxing University should be fine, right? Chen Zhuo tentatively asked. Chen Zhuo's lips curled slightly, her chin lifted with a little curve. Chen Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief. Although it couldn't compare to Daida University and Huaqing University, Jiangxing University was also a top-ranking comprehensive university in the country. By the way, brother, when are you coming home? Chen Zhuo's tone shifted from anger to urgency. I just finished my final exams. I'm not sure yet. June 28th is my graduation banquet. Chen Zhuo's tone carried a sense of finality. You better be back before then, or you're in big trouble. Preview what kind of sparks will fly between the sickly sister and the dramatically Cece. Plot discussion: will the cold Jing become a sharp knife as the sister's devoted servant striking at Zhao Mengqi? She waved her small fist, which was not large, but had distinct knuckles adorned with a layer of transparent nail polish that shimmered under the fluorescent light. All right, I got it. Chen Zhuo raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I promise to come back early. By the way, brother, I will transfer your living expenses for next month to you. Chen Zhuo's lips moved slightly, wanting to say, no need, but that thought lingered in his mind for just a fleeting moment before vanishing. He currently had over 3 million in his account, and the interest from his hedge fund was still coming in normally. By the end of this month, his total assets would approach 4 million. He didn't need that little bit of living expenses. It wasn't even a rounding error. However, there was no reasonable source of income for this money he had now. Chen Zhuo nodded. Then goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Ruin. The call was hung up. At the moment the screen went dark, Chen Zhuo leaned against the bathroom wall, deeply exhaling towards the ceiling. The mirror reflected a young man with a faintly bitter smile at the corners of his mouth. He glanced down at the transfer information, 1,500. That was 500 less than last month. Chen Zhuo stared at that number, feeling somewhat speechless. Since Chen Zhuo started college, he didn't know what his parents were thinking, but they always transferred the living expenses and pocket money of both siblings to Chen Rujia, and every month Chen Rujia would timely transfer him the next month's living expenses. The amount of the transfers fluctuated wildly, ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 with such great volatility that his financial planning was rendered useless. The only deciding factor for the amount was his performance from the previous month. If he upset Chen Rujia, money would be deducted, and if she was unhappy, money would be deducted until he learned his lesson. Otherwise, why would he write novels? As a student majoring in software engineering, he started writing online literature in his freshman year, and while his passion was a small part of the reason, more was due to life's pressures. Little did Chen Zhuo know his parents had always set the standard for his living expenses at 3,000 a month. On the other, after hanging up the phone, Chen Rujia lay on her bed, her small feet swaying in the air, her toenails painted a light pink, shimmering in the fragmented sunlight that seeped through the curtain. Her phone was placed in front of her, the screen showing the WeChat transfer interface, where she had already input 2,000 in the amount field. She stared at that number for a while. Her brother had recently rented a place and had spent quite a bit of money. It seemed he hadn't written any new novels since that one was taken down, cutting off his source of income. He was out on his own, and with rent, meals, and daily expenses, 2,000 a month should probably not be enough, right? She moved her finger to the amount field, deleted 2,000, and changed it to 3,000. Her thumb hovered above the transfer button but did not press it. Suddenly she thought of something, and Chen Rujia's finger moved away from the transfer button. She deleted the 3,000 in the amount field and changed it to 1,500 before pressing the transfer button. She then switched the page to her WeChat wallet. Balance 43,925. Payment platform 76,500. She opened the balance page, took a glance at her balance, and transferred 1,500 from her balance to the payment platform. The balance changed from 43,925 to 42,425. The payment platform balance changed from 76,500 to 78,000. She looked at these two numbers and flipped her phone over, placing it on the bed. Her two swaying feet also came to a stop, her toes curling slightly. Chen Rujia lay on her pillow, turning her face sideways, burying her cheek into the pillow. When Chen Zhuo came out of the bathroom, Zhao Mengqi was already awake. Awake? Zhao Mengqi nodded. Do you have something to do? My sister's college entrance examination results came out, and the family is going to hold a celebration. How did she do? Not well, it seems she can only go to Jiangxing University. Chen Zhuo's tone was exactly the same as when Chen Rujia told him this. Zhao Mengqi's lips twitched slightly. It sounded like something that was not human. Seeing Chen Zhuo looking as if he were the one who got accepted, she found it amusing. Indeed, men remain boys until death. When are you going back? Tomorrow. I won't stay here today. Zhao Mengqi felt a slight heaviness in her heart. She had already guessed a bit. Chen Zhuo had gone out twice before returning with the scent of other women. A woman's sense of smell is often more sensitive than her eyes. But she didn't show it, and simply nodded. Then I will go back to the dormitory. Aren't you moving from the apartment to the dormitory in these days? I plan to share a rental with CC. I haven't had time to look at places recently. Chen Zhuo realized that Zhao Mengqi had indeed been with him for the past 2 weeks and hadn't had time. Then you can stay. Zhao Mengqi felt a surge of joy. After staying in a presidential suite for 2 weeks, going back to the dormitory was indeed a bit of a letdown. All right, I'll do as you say. She paused. Brother Zhuo, can I ask CC to keep me company while you're not here? Chen Zhuo was slightly taken aback. Zhao Mengqi looked at him with a smile. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Zhao Mengqi thought that since Chen Zhuo had someone outside, he must have thoughts about her friend. It would be better to let Li CC join in and keep each other company rather than being alone. Chen Zhuo thought about how there were still unfulfilled desires regarding Li CC. Of course you can, he said. They'll go to the front desk later to deposit some room fees. Meals can go on account. The hotel has a special car service. Just call, and someone will bring you. Then I'm leaving. Chen Zhuo got dressed, and Zhao Mengqi helped him straighten his collar. He left the room, deposited 100,000 at the front desk, then drove the Cadillac toward the Platinum Joy Mansion. When Chen Zhuo returned to the Platinum Joy Mansion, as soon as he opened the door, Little Orange came rushing over like a small cannonball, her short legs running swiftly, the slippers making a pattering sound on the floor. She ran up to Chen Zhuo, looking up at him, mouth open, the word brother almost escaping her lips, but suddenly remembering her mother's reminder, she swallowed that word back. Her little head spun quickly, and then shyly called out, "Uncle." Chen Zhuo squatted down and picked up Little Orange. She felt a bit heavier than before, her small face had filled out a bit, not as skinny as when they first met. Chen Zhuo bounced her up and down, and Little Orange giggled a couple of times, wrapping her small hands around his neck. "Orange, tell Uncle, has Mommy been obedient these days?" Chen Zhuo asked. Little Orange looked at Wang Xinya, then at Chen Zhuo, and then at Wang Xinya. After hesitating for about 3 seconds, she still chose to sell out her mother. "Yes," Little Orange nodded. "Mommy has been cleaning upstairs for the past 2 days, if she has to go for a long time every day. From the 6th to today, a continuous 7 days of updates until today, and it will still maintain an update of 6,000 words going forward. If you think the writing is not bad, I would appreciate a good review, thank you." Chenzi. Wang Xinya stood at the kitchen doorway, still holding a cleaning rag, her face instantly flushing. She had nurtured this little treasure for so long, yet he'd surrendered himself without even haggling over the price. Chen Zhuo suppressed a smile and pressed on, "Little Qingzi, what should we do if Mama disobeys?" Little Qingzi tilted her head thoughtfully. "We should spank her bottom," she declared earnestly. "When Qingzi misbehaves, Mama also spanks Qingzi's bottom." Little Qingzi is absolutely right." Chen Zhuo nodded, then turned his gaze toward Wang Xinya with an air of quiet resignation, as if to say, "Even Qingzi understands better than you do. I told you not to work, just rest properly. Why won't you listen? I can manage those small tasks just fine, and idleness makes me uneasy. I don't want to become useless." Chen Zhuo looked at her, paused in thought, then nodded. "All right, but do take care not to overexert yourself." He shifted topics. "Qingzi, have you seen the new room upstairs?" Little Qingzi's eyes lit up instantly. She wriggled restlessly in Chen Zhuo's arms, kicking her short legs twice and gesturing animatedly with her tiny hands. "Is it that pink room? The one that's so beautiful?" "Yes, that's the one." Chen Zhuo had transformed the secondary bedroom upstairs into a princess-themed room. He hadn't undertaken a full renovation, only applied soft pink wallpaper, choosing a delicate pattern scattered with tiny blossoms. The princess bed was white, its headboard carved with graceful arched motifs resembling castle windows. For slender posts rose from each corner, draped with 2 gauzy white curtains. A creamy beige shag carpet covered the floor, so plush it felt like stepping onto clouds, and Chen Zhuo had placed a set of child's-sized furniture beside the window. "Qingzi loves that room so much," she rubbed her palms together. "It's pink, the bed is big and beautiful, so comfortable to lie on, and you can even roll around on the floor." Qingzi rolled around on it yesterday, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. She counted solemnly, holding up 5 fingers. 5 rolls. Chen Zhuo melted at her adorable earnestness. "So, will Qingzi live in that room from now on?" Little Qingzi paused, then asked, "Can Mama sleep there with Qingzi too?" "Qingzi is already a big girl now," Chen Zhuo coaxed gently. "Soon you'll start elementary school. You can't share a bed with—" Her brows knitted tightly. A dilemma of monumental gravity, rivaling an adult's agonizing choice between a poised mature woman and a delicate young girl. Her frown deepened further, her lips pouting slightly. She glanced at Mama, then at Chen Zhuo, then back again at Mama. "If Qingzi sleeps alone, does that mean Mama will sleep with Uncle?" Wang Xinya's face could no longer be described merely as red. Her cheeks burned hot enough to fry an egg, flush spreading from her nape all the way to her ear tips, even tinting her collarbones with a faint rosy hue. She tried to utter something, like, "Don't speak nonsense, child," but her mouth opened and closed soundlessly. After all, Qingzi had spoken nothing but the truth. "Yes." Little Qingzi nodded gravely, her expression solemn and serious, like an adult delivering final instructions. Mama worked so hard caring for Qingzi, waking up extremely early every day to cook, taking Qingzi to kindergarten, washing clothes late into the night. Qingzi saw it all. Her voice grew subdued, then she lifted her gaze to Chen Zhuo, speaking with the weight of entrusting him with something sacred. "Uncle must take good care of Mama." "Of course." He held Qingzi close, his eyes glancing past her small shoulder toward Wang Xinya. Wang Xinya's eyes shimmered faintly, yet she refused to let the moisture gather into tears. Swiftly, she brushed the corner of one eye with the back of her hand before turning and retreating into the kitchen. Chen Zhuo set Qingzi down on the sofa and switched on the television, tuning it to an animation channel. Then he strolled to the kitchen doorway and leaned against the frame. "I'll be heading back tomorrow." Wang Xinya was wiping the stove. Her hands never paused, though their rhythm slowed slightly. "How long will you be gone?" "About a week. My younger sister will likely accompany me when I return." Wang Xinya nodded. After finishing the stove, she rinsed and wrung out the rag, hung it neatly, dried her hands, and turned to face Chen Zhuo. Her complexion had returned to its usual fair, softly luminous tone. "Everything upstairs is ready. You can move in any time." A delicate blush bloomed across her cheeks once more. Chen Zhuo understood her meaning perfectly. With words having reached this point, there was only one inevitable decisive course of action. Packing took over an hour. Wang Xinyao went upstairs to arrange the bedding in the master bedroom, while Chen Zhuo toddled after her clutching a plush rabbit toy larger than her own head. Chen Zhuo packed his clothes and daily essentials into a suitcase on the 8th floor. The 9th floor's layout differed entirely from the 8th. Spanning over 190 square meters, it was designed as a 3-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom residence. The south-facing living room offering a far more expansive view than the 8th floor. The dining table was crafted from solid wood, a long, elegant surface draped with a beige-white tablecloth. At its center rested a modest bouquet of daisies Wang Xinyao had bought from a florist arranged in a transparent glass vase. At 10 o'clock that evening, the newly formed family of 3 had all finished bathing. Wang Xinyao emerged from the master bedroom and said to Chen Zhuo, who sat reclining on the living room sofa, "The bed is made." Where's Chen Zhuo?" "In her room, watching cartoons." Wang Xinyao nodded and turned toward Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo followed a few steps behind, pausing in the hallway to watch Wang Xinyao lift Chen Zhuo onto the bed, kneel beside it to tuck the blanket snugly around her, and press a gentle kiss to her forehead, whispering, "Good night." Chen Zhuo was already drowsy, her eyes half open, half closed. As she murmured, "Mama, good night," her small hand emerging from beneath the covers to stroke her mother's cheek before slipping back under. Wang Xinyao switched off the overhead light, leaving only the soft glow of the nightlight. Its pink radiance bloomed gently upon the ceiling, casting a tender circular halo. Chen Zhuo rolled onto her side, hugging the plush rabbit, tightly burying her face in its soft belly, and drifted swiftly into slumber. Wang Xinyao stepped quietly out of the room and closed the door with a soft click. Only one hallway lamp remained lit, its dim glow casting long, intimate shadows. Chen Zhuo stood before the master bedroom door. Wang Xinyao approached and halted before him. She spoke no word, only stood there, head bowed, her lashes lowered in quiet vulnerability. Chen Zhuo reached out, his fingertips brushing hers. Wang Xinyao's fingers instinctively curled, but then relaxed, allowing his to slowly interlace with hers. The door of the master bedroom gently closed behind him. The sound of the latch clicking into the door frame was soft, like a low, melancholic sigh. The lamp on the bedside was lit, casting a warm orange glow on the light gray sheets. The curtains were drawn tightly, blocking out the night scene outside. Wang Xinyao stood by the bed, her hands instinctively clasped in front of her abdomen, her fingers intertwined. She had changed into a simple white cotton nightgown with a round neck, long sleeves, and a hem that fell just below her knees. Chen Zhuo walked over, standing before her, and reached out to turn off the lamp. The room fell into darkness, but it wasn't the kind of black where one couldn't see their own hand. A sliver of city light leaked through the gap of the curtains, outlining the contours of the furniture and the silhouettes of the 2 people standing. In the darkness, Chen Zhuo reached out, his fingers brushing against her face, gliding from her cheekbone to her chin. Wang Xinyao did not flinch or retreat. She stood there, eyes closed, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Chen Zhuo's lips touched her forehead, then her nose, and finally landed on her lips. Her entire body tensed up, but this rigidity lasted only a moment before gradually relaxing. Her arms slowly rose from her sides, tentatively climbing up to his back, her fingers gently gripping the fabric of it. She knew what was about to happen. She had known before she came, known while packing her bags, and known the moment she stepped into this. She was not an ignorant little girl, she was a 25-year-old woman. But knowing was one thing, being kissed by him was another. Chen Zhuo's fingers found the first button of her nightgown. 1, 2, 3. Wang Xinyao crossed her arms over her chest, making a gesture of protection. Chen Zhuo grasped her hands, prying her fingers apart one by one, their 10 fingers interlocking. "Goodness, it's still a case of Palace 1,000,000. Wang Xinyao cried. "How could you?" Chen Zhuo pretended not to know. They'll talk to you tomorrow." "All right." The next day, after having breakfast with the mother and daughter, Chen Zhuo left behind 20,000 yuan and departed. At first, Wang Xinyao was reluctant to accept it, but finally she agreed when Chen Zhuo mentioned Xiao Qingzi. In fact, Xiao Qingzi should accurately be called Aunt Wang Xinyao, as both Wang Xinyao and Xiao Qingzi's father were orphans. Her brother dropped out of school early to learn renovation skills from a master and raised Wang Xinyao on his own. Life was not too bad. He built a house in the countryside and got married. But the good times did not last long. Just as Wang Xinyao was about to take her college entrance exams, her brother had an accident while renovating, and the boss ran away. In the end, out of humanitarian concern, the client compensated 30,000 yuan. At that time, Xiao Qingzi's mother, Wang Xinya's sister-in-law, was 6 months pregnant. Upon hearing this news, she fell into a deep sadness. After Xiao Qingzi was a month old, she drank pesticide and died. Wang Xinyao missed her college entrance exams due to her brother's accident and now had to take care of this little one. The money from her brother's savings and the compensation was nearly spent on the funeral. Without a diploma, Wang Xinyao took Xiao Qingzi out to make a living and later met Chen Zhuo. After hearing this, Chen Zhuo felt deep sympathy for Wang Xinyao and Xiao Qingzi's plight and admired this kind, pitiful, yet resilient girl even more. There are many ungrateful people nowadays. Not long ago, Chen Zhuo saw a girl who was raised by her brother, who even paid 20,000 yuan as dowry for her marriage. When her brother developed leukemia and needed a bone marrow transplant, the sister was initially a match, but after agreeing, she later claimed it would harm her health, demanding 20,000 yuan for nutrition fees from her sister-in-law. The family was nearly drained of resources for treatment, and the sister-in-law could not provide it. The sister ran away to travel alone, and when she returned her brother was already gone. She even went to find a lawyer claiming her sister-in-law was harassing her life, asking if she could sue her. Chen Zhuo was infuriated, scolding such a person in the novel several times, truly a beast. It was precisely because of this that Wang Xinya's qualities became even more precious. Chen Zhuo first went to the mall to buy a few items to put in the trunk, then drove towards the dormitory of Jiangxing University in the West District. The car stopped for a while at the school entrance. It wasn't long before he saw Leng Jing walking out from the dormitory building. She stood at the entrance, squinting her eyes and looking around as if searching for someone. She was wearing a loose black tank top with a modest neckline, and on her lower half, she wore a pair of light blue denim shorts, the hem frayed. Her long straight legs were almost blindingly white under the sunlight. Chen Zhuo honked the horn. Leng Jing's gaze was drawn to the black vehicle, and as the window slowly rolled down, Chen Zhuo leaned out from the driver's seat, saying, "Jing, why are you still standing there? Get in, it's boiling hot." She jogged over, opened the passenger door, and sat down swiftly, tucking her long legs into the car like a great. Leaning back in her seat, she surveyed the interior, pressed her hand against the leather seat to feel its elasticity, and then looked up at the suede ceiling, giving it an evaluation. "This van looks pretty good." Chen Zhuo swallowed the prepared words. He had originally prepared a complete watertight explanation to handle Leng Jing's inquiries, but her single comment about the van saved all the build-up. "Yeah," he followed her statement, "the current car sales data isn't great, so manufacturers are starting to get flashy with." Leng Jing nodded, tapping her fingers on the center console. "So how much did you pay for this car?" Chen Zhuo thought for a moment and quoted a figure he considered relatively safe. "It was about 100,000 after taxes." "Where did you get that money?" "Didn't I tell you? I sold some copyright." "How much did you sell the copyright for?" Leng Jing turned to look at him. Chen Zhuo did not answer immediately. He started the car, and the cool air from the air conditioning dispersed the lingering warmth left in the cabin by the sun. "You seem very concerned about how much I sold it for." As the car slowly pulled out of the parking space, there was a hint of teasing in his tone. "You aren't still thinking about our childhood engagement, are you?" Leng Jing's face flushed slightly, the redness coming quickly and leaving just as fast. All right, Chen Zhuo, you old grudge holder, huh? You don't want to say? I wouldn't care to ask anyway." She turned her face toward the window, watching the trees along the roadside whiz by. "I bought it for 200,000. So this car cost half that. Pretty much." As the car turned out from the shade of the phoenix trees at the school gate, Chen Zhuo's phone rang. A name, Yang Fan, popped up on the car's screen. Chen Zhuo glanced at it, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. Yang Fan grew up in the same courtyard as them, a year older than Chen Zhuo and Leng Jing, and had always been the leader. When Chen Zhuo was bullied as a child, Yang Fan was the first to charge in, with Leng Jing handing him bricks. Although the bricks were never thrown, that spirit of "I'll help you if you want to fight" had formed a bond among the three since childhood. Chen Zhuo pressed the answer button on the steering wheel. "Xiao Zhuiyu and Jingjing are on the way, right?" Yang Fan's voice came through the car speakers, as cheerful as ever. "Yeah, Fan Go, we should arrive in about an hour." "Perfect timing. After you arrive, call Xiao. We'll meet at our usual." "Fan Go, what about sister-in-law?" Yang Fan paused for a moment. "Isn't summer vacation approaching? Your sister-in-law is busy doing research for the teachers. She's tied up." "Don't you have time to eat?" Chen Zhuo asked. "We have to attend Zaira's graduation banquet tomorrow, right? If both your sister-in-law and I are absent for 2 days, the teachers at the institute would probably go crazy." Yang Fan paused again and added, "The summer classes are starting soon with hundreds of kids scheduled." Chen Zhuo intentionally elongated his tone, saying, "Fan Go, why not stick to your well-arranged job at home instead of opening a training institute? You must have earned less in these years of struggle than what you would have made in your previous job's provident fund. Don't stand there speaking without feeling any pain." Yang Fan retorted, annoyed. "Chen Shu has spoiled you and Xiao since childhood. How would you know what my life was like? If you had a dad in the education bureau and a mom who was the director of a key high school, you would be overwhelmed too. I certainly don't want my future children to be like me." Chen Zhuo chuckled but remained silent. Yang Fan was speaking. His dad worked at the education bureau, and his mom taught at a key high school, raising him with strict standards. After they got into fights, while Chen Zhuo's parents would ask him if he was hurt or injured, Leng Jing's dad would only ask if they had won the fight, while Yang Fan would always get hit again, win or lose. On the night they filled out their college applications, his dad reviewed the application form 3 times, analyzing the major he chose from beginning to end. The next day, Yang Fan secretly changed his application to a major that had nothing to do with his parents' expectations. By the time his parents found out, the admission notice had already arrived. Looking back now, that was probably his first act of rebellion against the predestined life. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo's parents had a more laid-back approach to raising children. His dad was a retired military officer assigned to the city's agricultural and rural bureau, but the soldier's spirit made him unable to sit idle in the office. Given that Huayin City was a small 4th-tier city, his dad would frequently run to the county's rural areas, either inspecting farmland renovations or researching agricultural product sales. His mom worked at the Civil Affairs Bureau with a 9-to-5 schedule. The couple would leave in the morning and return home at night, with only 2 requirements for their 2 children. Don't break the law and don't start dating early. Chen Zhuo was mature for her age, managing her pocket money since the 3rd grade and keeping accounts clearer than the adults. She helped manage the family's daily expenses. The couple enjoyed their leisurely life. Thinking of this, Chen Zhuo laughed. Can you be worse off than Jingjing? Lung Jing, who was drinking water beside him, almost choked at this remark. She shot him a glare, wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue, and spoke in a calm, yet clearly threatening tone. You two have had enough. Yang Fan laughed, even louder on the other end of the phone. Meanwhile, at the train station in Bailing City. Unfamiliar with bailing, she recalled the line from a poem. In the spring of the 4th year of Qinglei, Tung Zijing was demoted to guard bailing. As Jiang Yu walked out of the exit, the scorching June sun beat down on the concrete square, and the heat waves rose from the ground, distorting the distant scenery. She shifted the woven bag to her other shoulder and squinted her eyes, scanning the vehicles and people in the square. Several business vehicles were parked at the train station entrance, their doors wide open, and drivers stood beside them. Xingqing 100 leaving soon. There are 3 spots left to Ingdu at a discount 30 hurry. Zhouling return trip ticket 50 get on and go. Jiang Yu slowed her pace. Her originally planned route was to take the bus to Bailing City bus station for 2 yuan, then take a long-distance bus to Zhouling bus station for 12 yuan, and finally take a rural passenger bus to Huangxiku for 4 yuan, walking about 3 kilometers to get home. Yes, you read that right. Zhouling City is city. There is no train station. She had taken this route when she came to Jiangsheng for college, walking it for 2 semesters. But it was too hot today. The sun bleached the concrete ground, and the scant shade at the bus stop was insufficient. She glanced down at her flat shoes, worn almost to the soles, feeling the heat seeping into her feet from the scorching ground. The 5,000 yuan in cash in her woven bag was wrapped in 3 layers of plastic bags tucked deep inside, and she had to check it every once in a while to make sure it was still there. Taking a business vehicle back should be fine, right? Jiang Yu stepped forward to the business vehicle marked Zhouling. The window was open, and the driver sat in the driver's seat, one hand resting on the window ledge, smoking a cigarette. Sir, are you going to Huangxiku in Zhouling? The driver turned to glance at her, his gaze lingering on her face for half a second. Sure. The driver extinguished his cigarette outside the window, flicked the ash, but the road there is a bit bumpy and uneven. It's an extra 10 yuan. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and nodded. All right. She opened the back door of the business vehicle and climbed in. The leather seats were already torn in several places, exposing the yellowed sponge inside, but at least it was better than the hard plastic seats of the rural passenger bus. After an hour of driving, the scenery outside the window transformed from city to suburb to farmland, and from farmland to scattered villages. The rice fields in June were a lush green, stretching as far as the eye could see, and occasionally a farmer wearing a straw hat could be seen bending over to work along the ridges. The sound of cicadas filtered through the car window, coming in waves. By the time the business vehicle stopped at the village entrance, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. She walked along the village path. Most of the houses on either side were brick and tiled bungalows, their walls painted with white lime, some already chipped and peeling. At the doorsteps of a few households, electric tricycles were parked with hose and bags of fertilizer in the cargo area. At the first house by the village entrance, Grandma Wang sat on a bamboo chair at the door, fanning herself with a palm frond. She squinted as she recognized Jiang Yu approaching, taking a moment before realizing who it was. Is that you, yeah? Grandma Wang's voice carried a strong local accent. You're back. I'm back, Grandma Wang. Jiang Yu replied with a smile, bending slightly. How have you been? Good. Your mother is at home, and your second aunt is keeping her company. Grandma Wang waved her hand. Hurry back to see your mother. As she walked a few steps, she bumped into Aunt Li, who was collecting the dried clothes at the door. Aunt Li looked at Jiang Yu in surprise, before smiling, revealing a silver-capped tooth. Yaya is back? You've lost weight. Aren't you eating well at school? I ate well, Aunt Li. It might just be the hot weather, Jiang Yu explained with a smile. Further ahead, a group of children squatted on the ground, playing marbles. The oldest seemed about 7 or 8 years old, while the youngest was still in split pants, his face smeared with runny nose, watching the older boys play with wide, unblinking eyes. As Jiang Yu walked by them, a little boy glanced up at her before lowering his head and continuing to play marbles. These children's parents worked in other places, coming back only once or twice a year. The village no longer had any young people. Those who remained were mostly elderly and children. Only during the new year did the young workers return, dragging their suitcases into the village, making it lively for a few days. After the new year, they all left again, and the village returned to its quiet state. A few years ago, many who had made money from crayfish farming returned with tens of thousands of yuan earned from labor. They did this both to be with their children and to earn money to build houses for their families. They learned the skills, dug the ponds, bought the fry, and worked hard for a year. The following year, the shrimp traders only paid 2.5 yuan per pound, causing them to lose everything they had earned through hard labor. Such situations were not uncommon in Jiang Yu's part of the village. Eventually, this batch of people, still holding on to a hint of attachment to their hometown, found themselves back on the path of working away from home. Jiang Yu's home was at the innermost part of the village. She stood at the door looking at the house where she had lived for over a decade. It was a bungalow made of red bricks, with the lower half of the walls painted green and the upper half white lime. The green paint was applied over a decade ago when her parents got married, and it had begun to peel, revealing the dark gray brick seams underneath. A few tiles on the roof had broken, allowing glimpses of the sky. The ground was made of cement, which had been smooth and slippery when first laid, allowing Jiang Yu to run barefoot across it in her childhood. Years later, the cement floor had cracked in several places, resembling a dry earth map, with dust embedded in the cracks that could not be cleaned. When her father was still alive, he said he would repave the floor with shiny tiles like the ones in the city once he saved. Jiang Yu pushed the door open. The room inside was somewhat dim. Her eyes adjusted to the light, revealing her mother lying on the bed by the window, her leg in a cast, the blanket covering her to the chest. She looked thinner than during their last video call, her cheekbones more pronounced, her eye sockets deeper, but her mental state seemed fine. Air sat on a stool by the bed, shelling peas, a plastic basin already half full of shelled peas. Mom, Jiang Yu's mother turned her head to see her daughter enter, first smiling, then her eyes reddened. She tried to sit up, but the leg in a cast made it difficult as she propped herself up a bit, but fell back down. Air quickly set down the peas and helped her lean against the headboard. You girl, didn't I tell you not to come back? Did you finish your exams? I finished, Jiang Yu replied, squatting down beside the bed and holding her mother's hand. That hand was rough, unlike that of a woman in her 40s with short nails and thick knuckles, the calluses on her palm hard like sandpaper. Looking at her daughter's face, Jiang Yu's mother noticed her slightly thinner chin and the faint dark circles under her eyes. Tears finally rolled down her cheeks, and she quickly wiped them away with the back of her hand. It's all my fault, her voice trembled. This useless leg of mine has caused you trouble. You must be about to pay your tuition, right? With my fall, the family is in debt again. Mom, I have money. Jiang Yu interrupted her mother's words. She took out an envelope wrapped in 3 layers of plastic from the compartment of her canvas bag, opened it, and pulled out a 5,000 yuan bright red in the dim room. Air stopped shelling peas. Jiang Yu's mother's eyes widened. Yeah, where did this money come from? Jiang Yu's mother's tone changed from surprise to wariness. Jiang Yu had already prepared her answer. It's a scholarship from school. She placed the money on the small table by her mother's bed. A scholarship can be this much. Air remarked from the side, her tone a mix of surprise and envy. Jiang Yu nodded. I got the special scholarship. Only one person per class receives it. The special scholarship indeed had 5,000, so she wasn't lying as she just didn't get it. Her GPA was sufficient, and her comprehensive assessment score was also adequate. The application form was submitted, and the homeroom teacher signed it. What she didn't know was that during the submission process, that application form was pulled out from a stack of materials and thrown. How many grants and scholarships have not reached the students who truly need them? It's all related to the school and the counselor. When we were in college, there were 15 spots in the class, but the counselor directly blocked it. Those who applied for grants had to move from a 4-person apartment to an 8-person dorm. Because of this, there ended up being 7 extra spots. Yaya has really made something of herself. Air's voice pulled Jiang Yu back to reality. Huijin, you're going to enjoy life now. Air turned to Jiang Yu's mother. Jiang Yu's mother said nothing. She looked at the stack of money on the table and then at Jiang Yu's face. Huayin City is only 100 kilometers away from Jiang City, just a little over an hour's drive. The roadside sign reads Huayin City Center 3 kilometers, a distance Chen Zhuo is very familiar with. He has traveled this road for over 10 years before university. The Aerospace Garden is located on the eastern side of Huayin City, an old community that has been around for 23 years, the same age as Chen Zhuo. Back then, most residents of this community were employees of government and public institutions in Huayin City. Chen Zhuo's father's workplace allocated a house here, as did Leng Jing's and Yang Fan's. The 3 children grew up in the same community, attending the same kindergarten, elementary school, and middle school. Chen Zhuo remembers when they would ride their bicycles recklessly around the community with the security guard chasing after them, scolding them, and they would just laugh and run faster. Now the security guard has long retired and the bicycles have been replaced by a Cadillac, but the name of the community remains unchanged. The old locust tree at the entrance still stands, its canopy larger than it was in their childhood, its branches spreading out like a giant umbrella, casting shade over most of the entrance. The community looks a bit worn, the exterior paint has faded, and the concrete steps of several buildings have rounded edges from wear. The roadside greenery is filled with unnamed flowers and plants that seem to have been left unattended, yet they grow freely. Chen Zhuo parked the car at the entrance of the community and did not drive in. The roads inside are narrow, and this car's width would barely fit without the side mirrors grazing the electric bikes parked along the roadside. He took out his phone and called Chen Rugia. The phone rang once before being picked up. Hello brother, are you here? Chen Rujia's voice came through the receiver, filled with a barely contained joy. Yes, I'm at the entrance of the community in a black van. Did you buy a car, brother? Where did you get the money? I sold some. Then I'll come down right away. Just now, the fan called me. Chen Rugia said before hanging up, quick and decisive without a word. Chen Zhuo placed his phone on the center console and turned his head to glance at the entrance of the community. The fan, as mentioned by Chen Rugia, is Yang Fan. Chen Zhuo does not know why, but since childhood Chen Rugia has never called Yang Fan brother. Logically, all 3 of them are older than her. She calls Leng Jing Jia and Chen Zhuo brother, but she has never called Yang Fan brother. Yang Fan is 4 years older than her. When she was little, she called him Yang Fan directly, but later for some reason it changed to De Fan, and it has remained that way ever since. Yang Fan does not mind, he always chuckles when called to Fan. This made Chen Zhuo suspect for a time that his sister might have a crush on Yang Fan, which is why she wouldn't call him brother. So although they are good buddies, Chen Zhuo is wary of Yang Fan around his sister, especially since Yang Fan recently got engaged to his girlfriend. Not long after, a white figure dashed out from the entrance of the community. Chen Zhuo was wearing a simple white dress today with a round neckline, short sleeves, and a fitted waist, the hem reaching just above her knees. The white hem of her dress fluttered gently with her running motion, and on her feet were a pair of white canvas shoes revealing a section of white cotton knee-high socks, the cuffs adorned with a delicate lace trim perfectly resting just below her knees. She wore no makeup, her face fresh and natural, but her skin was fair and delicate, her eyebrows well-defined, her eyelashes long and curled, and her eyes large and bright. As she ran over, her ponytail bounced behind her, and her cheeks were slightly flushed from the exertion, resembling a light blush. When Lung Jing saw Chen Zhuo, her eyes noticeably brightened. It was a reaction that came instinctively from the heart. Lung Jing's eyes sparkled, her pupils slightly dilated. Her body had already begun to move, her hand pressed on the car door handle, pushing it down, causing the door to open slightly. Her leg was already extending out, half her body leaning out of the car door. Chen Zhuo reached out and firmly grabbed Lung Jing's wrist, not using much force, but with a resolute attitude. You stay put and don't move. Lung Jing was pulled back by him. She turned her head to look at Chen Zhuo's expression, which was as cautious as if he were guarding against a thief. Feeling unusually guilty, she averted her gaze, pretending to admire the scenery outside, her fingers fidgeting awkwardly on her knee. Chen Zhuo ran to the front of the car, slowing her pace. She circled around to the passenger side, first glancing at Lung Jing with a sweet smile, then her gaze fell on Chen Zhuo, looking at the passenger seat with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Jingjingjia. Her voice was crisp and sweet. Xiao, you're here. Chen Zhuo nodded and pointed to the passenger seat. Jingjingjia, can I sit in the front seat? I haven't sat in my brother's front seat before. Of course, no problem. Lung Jing replied straightforwardly, unbuckling her seatbelt, opening the door, and vacating the passenger seat. Thank you, Jingjingjia. Chen Zhuo's eyes curved into crescent moons, the arc, just right. Chen Zhuo settled into the passenger seat, leaning back against the seat. As she sat down, the white hem of her dress slid up slightly, revealing a section of her thigh with the white knee-high socks, and the hem of the dress separated by a small patch of fair skin, the corduroy sock cuffs resting just above her knees. Chen Zhuo cast a quick glance, frowning slightly. He didn't say much. His sister has grown up, and what she wears is her choice. Chen Zhuo turned to the side, leaning toward Chen Zhuo, wrapping her arms around his. Her movement was utterly natural. Brother, I miss you so much. Her arms swayed gently in front of her chest. Chen Zhuo's body stiffened slightly. This hug was too close enough for him to smell the fruity shampoo on her hair, a sweet scent reminiscent of fruit candy. He gently pushed her away with his other hand, not much force, but enough to create some distance between them. Ruer, those boxes in the back seat are a fruit gift pack for your promotion. Chen Zhuo pointed at the items placed on the back seat. Chen Zhuo followed his hand to look. Thank you, brother. Just as Chen Zhuo was about to start the car, Chen Zhuo's left hand reached over from the passenger seat, palm up, her 5 fingers fair and slender. What's this for? Didn't I prepare a promotion gift for you? What else do you want? Brother, how much did you sell the copyright for? Chen Zhuo hesitated for a moment, remembering that Lung Jing was still in the back seat. 200,000. What about this car? More than 100,000. Chen Zhuo nodded. Then how much money do you have left? Chen Zhuo thought for a moment and reported a number he considered safe. About 50,000 left. This is the truth, the leftover balance in his card. He currently has over 3,450,000 in his account. Chen Zhuo blinked her large eyes, her lashes fluttering twice. Brother, can you leave the zeros and transfer the remaining 50,000 to me? Chen Zhuo opened his mouth, only to find that his throat felt blocked by something. Brother, what kind of expression is that? Chen Zhuo tilted her head to look at him, her tone carrying an innocent confusion. I am your sister, not an outsider. You wouldn't want some things to be known by mom and dad, right? She was back at it again. Since she was 10, this tactic, every time it was this line, every time this expression, her big eyes blinking, an innocent look, a naive tone, as if she were talking about something completely non-threatening. Chen Zhuo knew this was a routine, a tactic she had used since childhood, unchanged after hundreds of times. He knew it, but he was helpless. Chen Zhuo sighed and compromised. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, entered the amount, and confirmed the transfer. 50,000 yuan was deducted from his card, changing the figure from 3,450,000 to 3,400,000. Chen Zhuo's phone vibrated. She glanced at the transfer information, the curve of her lips, unchanged, but the light in her eyes brightened another level. Brother, don't worry. She put her phone away, leaned back into her seat, her tone serious, as if she were doing something very important. I will help you save this money well for when you need it to marry a wife. Why are you so concerned about me marrying a wife? Chen Zhuo started the car and casually asked, his tone indifferent. He felt something was off. When Chen Zhuo said this, her expression was fine, but something felt wrong. Chen Zhuo did not answer him. The moment the car started, the dashboard lit up with a warning light for the unfastened seatbelt, the beeping sound echoing somewhat harshly in the quiet cabin. Ruer, please fasten your seatbelt. Chen Zhuo looked down and fumbled with the seatbelt, tugging for a long time, but couldn't get it to move. She raised her head looking at Chen Zhuo shaking her head innocently. Brother, I can't do it. Help me fasten it. Chen Zhuo didn't think much and turned to take the seatbelt from her hand, pulling it over and inserting it into the buckle. With a click, the car moved forward, driving out of the tree-lined road at the entrance of the aerospace garden. The June sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow inside the cabin. As soon as the car started, Chen Zhuo placed her feet clad in socks on the center console, swaying them back and forth. Ruer, put your feet down. Chen Zhuo's tone was not harsh, but he was not joking either. I want. Chen Zhuo's feet swayed even more. The car continued driving, and Chen Zhuo's gaze shifted from the rearview mirror to the center console, then back to the rearview mirror. Brother, are you in a relationship? Chen Zhuo suddenly asked. Chen Zhuo tightened his grip on the steering wheel slightly. Why do you ask that? Because online it says that before a brother is in a relationship, the passenger seat belongs to the sister. Chen Zhuo's tone was slow. I'm just resting my feet here, and you make a face as if you dislike me. You are disliking me. No. Yes, you are. Chen Zhuo's voice carried a hint of grievance. I just saw disdain in your eyes. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and 2 tears squeezed out from the corners. Alright, let's say I was wrong, okay? What do you mean, let's say you were wrong? You were clearly wrong. For an outsider, you've started to dislike your precious sister. I'm going to tell Mom and Dad about what you did when you were little. Chen Zhuo turned the steering wheel to the right, and the Cadillac came to a steady stop by the roadside. With one hand, he covered Chen Zhuo's mouth, leaning slightly forward, his eyes filled with curiosity. What did he do when he was little? Lung Jing's voice came from the back seat. Chen Zhuo was covered, her eyes turned into 2 crescent moons, the curve carrying a sense of triumph. Alright, my dear lady, I know I was wrong. Whatever you say goes, okay. After Chen Zhuo said this, he released his hand. Chen Zhuo, now free, did not continue her unfinished threat. Her eyes darted around like a mischievous Jerry. Brother, if you were wrong, you should be punished, right? Chen Zhuo looked at her innocent face and nodded helplessly. He didn't want the secrets he had kept for so many years to be Then I punish you to tell me a story tonight until I fall asleep. Fine, whatever you say. Chen Zhuo restarted the car, and the Cadillac returned to the main road. The car continued on, and Chen Zhuo raised her little feet again, placing them on the center console, swaying back and forth between the center screen and the air conditioning vents. Chen Zhuo's gaze was fixed on the road ahead, but his peripheral vision was filled with Chen Zhuo's. She swayed rhythmically inward and outward like 2 little people dancing. The car turned through the winding streets of the old city, passing through a narrow alley that could only fit 1 car, and stopped beneath a residential building. This was a restaurant called Yaozi Restaurant, located on the ground floor of a residential building in the old city. There was no sign, no light box, just a handwritten wooden board at the entrance with the words, Yaozi, written crookedly. Those who knew about this place didn't need a sign, those who didn't wouldn't enter even if they saw it. Chen Zhuo found an empty space and parked the car, and a few people got out. As soon as they walked into the restaurant, they saw Yang Fan already there. He was sitting at a table by the window, a teapot in front of him, slowly sipping from his cup. When he saw them come in, he smiled and waved. Yang Fan was wearing a polo shirt today, the collar crisp, paired with khaki casual pants and brown loafers. His hair was cut short, and he looked energetic and sharp. He started his own business during university, opening 2 training institutions in Huayin City, specializing in tutoring for primary and secondary school subjects. Although he hadn't made much money over the years, he had grown as a person, speaking and acting with a maturity that was not typical for someone his age. Fan Gu. Chen Zhuo walked over. Fan Gu. Lung Jing followed behind and called out too. De Fan, Chen Zhuo called him. Come sit down, sit down. Yang Fan pulled open the chair next to him, inviting them to take a seat, while pushing the menu over. This meal is on me, come on, order something. Chen Zhuo and Lung Jing spoke at the same time, their voices almost overlapping. The usual 4 dishes. After saying that, they exchanged a glance, and Lung Jing's lips curled into a rare smile, while Chen Zhuo chuckled. Haha, alright, the usual 4 dishes. Yang Fan turned to shout towards the kitchen. Boss, the usual 4 dishes. A crisp and clear, got it, came from the kitchen, followed by the sound of the fire roaring up. While waiting for the dishes, Yang Fan and Chen Zhuo began to chat. Their conversation was nothing more than recent happenings, Chen Zhuo's studies and Yang Fan's training business. Lung Jing listened from the side, occasionally chiming in. Chen Zhuo sat next to Chen Zhuo, quietly listening for a while before speaking up. Brother, I left something in the car. Chen Zhuo put down his teacup. I'll go with you to get it. No need, you rarely see Yang Fan, just chat with him. Her hand reached out, fingers spread palm, facing up, her fair wrist bare and clean. Just give me the key. Chen Zhuo didn't think much and took out the car key from his pocket to hand it to her. This big one, just press the door and it will open. MHM. Chen Zhuo took the key, turned, and walked out. Chen Zhuo and Yang Fan continued their conversation, the fan in the shop creaking and turning, dispersing the steam rising from the teapot on the table. Chen Zhuo walked to the side of the car, first taking a photo of it, then pressed the unlock button, and the lights of the Cadillac flashed twice. She opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, not in a hurry to take anything, but leaning back against the seat, pulling out her phone to open the browser for image scanning. The moment the search results appeared, Chen Zhuo's pupils slightly constricted. The black behemoth in the image looked exactly like the car she had been riding in. The latest 2025 model, equipped with a 6. 2LV8 supercharged engine with a market price of over 2 million. Chen Zhuo placed her phone on her lap, leaning back in her seat, staring at the sun-bleached cement ground in the parking lot, remaining silent for a long time. Her expression was calm, so calm that no emotion could be discerned, but the knuckles gripping her phone turned slightly pale. Over 2 million. Brother just said over 100,000. Chen Zhuo flipped her phone over to light the screen again and looked at that line of numbers once more. Her body leaned forward slightly as she reached to open the glove compartment in front of the passenger seat, rummaging through it, but finding nothing. She then opened the center armrest box, which held a few packs of tissues, a sealed bottle of mineral water, and a box of 001 blue pills. Her fingers grazed something hard at the very bottom of the armrest box. Pulling it out, she found it was a green vehicle. She opened the green book. In the section for everyone, in black and white ink, one name was clearly printed: Zhao. Chen Zhuo stared at those 3 characters for a long time. In the description from the book, her brother had before the words "white moonlight" had been like a thorn embedded in her heart for a long time. After that incident, she thought their relationship had ended. But for that name to appear here in the owner section of this car valued at over 2 million was no trivial matter, and then there was that box of blue pills. Chen Zhuo's small fist clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking, turning pale as her nails dug into her palm, leaving crescent-shaped red marks. Why was it her again? She recalled the beginning of that book, remembered those 3 words, white moonlight, and the delicate, almost silky descriptions her brother had poured into that girl named Zhao. She had read through the entire book page by page, tagging every mention of Zhao Mingqi. She closed the green book and placed it back at the bottom of the armrest box, pressing the mineral water back on top, putting the blue pills back and shutting the armrest box, and pulling out the car key. She didn't get out of the car immediately, but sat there for a while longer. Her lips moved slightly, the sound too soft for anyone but herself to hear. Brother, are you being kept? Brother, how is your will so corrupted by money? Her head lowered slightly, making it hard to see her expression. Only her lips could be seen moving gently and silently. If you need money, you can tell Rugia. Rugia has money. Did I do something wrong? I shouldn't have been so strict with your fine. Her voice trembled slightly on the last 2 words. Sitting in the driver's seat, her hands crossed on her lap, her back straight, like a sapling bent by the wind, but not yet broken. When Chen Zhuo raised her head, there were no tear stains. Her expression had already been adjusted, as if nothing had. She pushed open the car door and walked back to the restaurant at a steady pace. For dishes were already set on the table. The fragrant beef was served in a black clay pot, bubbling in rich red oil, the broth thick and aromatic with chili and pepper floating on the surface, the scent aggressively invading the nostrils. Around the pot was a circle of cut flaky pancakes, half already soaked in the broth, absorbing the beef's flavor, while the other half remained crispy and golden. Stir-fried fish fillets were sliced thin and uniform, cooked to a snowy whiteness and tenderness with barely any bones. The fish was stir-fried with cucumbers, their crisp and sweet flavor balancing any potential greasiness from the fish. The dry pot duck feet used boneless duck feet, which were cleaned thoroughly, providing a pure gelatinous and elastic texture when bitten. The broth, made from pickled peppers and bamboo shoots, was rich, enveloping each duck foot in flavor. The dry pot hand-shredded chicken was heavily seasoned with cumin, making it dry and flavorful. The 4 dishes, the usual 4, had been eaten for over a decade with their taste unchanged, portions unaltered, and even the plates for serving had not been swapped. Rugia, why did you take so long? Chen Zhuo asked, using chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish fillet. Chen Zhuo sat down between her and Chen Zhuo, her demeanor natural. I just made a phone call. Who did you call it? I suddenly remembered the promotion banquet tomorrow and forgot to invite someone. Chen Zhuo picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of flaky pancake. Yang Fan's face lit up with a smile. It's not a male classmate, is it? Chen Zhuo's movement to grab the pancake paused. The tips of her chopsticks trembled slightly. She glanced at Chen Zhuo, then lowered her head, her voice softer. MHM. Chen Zhuo's chopsticks stopped. It wasn't a slow stop, but a complete halt, as if something had pinned him in midair. Chen Zhuo. Oh no. There's a guy with yellow hair. Is there anyone wanting to guest star as the guy with yellow hair? Today this book officially enters the recommendation period, which is crucial, so the little author will be coding words every day except for eating and sleeping. For the next 7 days, if there are 8 good reviews daily, there will still be updates. If there are 5, there will be 8,000 words, and if there are none, it will remain at 6,000. Thank you for your support. More is better, please. What does your family do? He set down his chopsticks and leaned forward slightly. They run a supermarket. The Huayin supermarket in our city belongs to them. When Chen Zhuo said that, she looked straight into Chen Zhuo's eyes. Her gaze was calm and intent, missing not a single subtle change on his face. Chen Zhuo fell silent. His brows twitched, his lips pressed together, and his Adam's apple bobbed once. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, set it down, and let his fingers turn aimlessly along the rim twice. Then he nodded. The motion was slight, as if a quiet confirmation to himself. His sister was already 18, an adult. Inviting a male classmate to her celebration dinner was her prerogative. He did not stop her, nor should he. Those terms are rather favorable, Chen Zhuo said. Chen Zhuo watched his reaction, committing every detail to memory. She lowered her head to eat. Her chopsticks reached for the dry pot shredded chicken. She took a small strip and chewed slowly as the cumin-scented meat unfurled across her palate. She chewed slowly as if savoring the dish, and as if chewing over something else. It seems that's only the beginning, far from enough, she thought to herself. She picked up a second piece of chicken. Chen Zhuo bit the thread of meat, and kept chewing for several seconds without swallowing. The meal lasted more than an hour. The 4 dishes on the table were eaten clean, even the onions stuck to the bottom of the dry pot had been picked free. When the bill came, Yang Fan insisted on paying. Chen Zhuo tried to return the favor, but he refused outright. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Zhuo drove, taking Lung Jing and Chen Zhuo, toward Hangtian-Huayuan. The roads in the old district were narrow and winding. The Kalide's massive frame looked ungainly threading through those lanes, but Chen Zhuo drove slowly, so it posed no real problem. The car stopped in an open-air parking lot near Hangtian-Huayuan. The lot sat outside the complex's east gate, a patch paved with grass bricks and lacking marked spaces. Cars were parked haphazardly, the gaps between them uneven. Chen Zhuo found a relatively roomy spot and parked, shut off the engine, and hauled the buckets of assorted fruit out from them. The 3 of them walked into the complex together. At the entrance to Building 4, Lung Jing showed no sign of stopping. She kept walking. Chen Zhuo stopped, turned, and put out a hand to block her path. Lung Jing looked at him in puzzlement. Chen Zhuo pointed to the nearby unit door, where a metal number plate was fixed and indicated that she lived in Building 4. Ill-tempered, yet matter-of-fact, she said she would come in to visit his family. We haven't seen uncle and aunt in a long time. Can't I just say hello? No need to sit, Chen Zhuo replied calmly. Tomorrow is Rujia's celebration dinner. Our household will be busy, and if you go, you'll only make things worse. Fine, mister. Chen Lung Jing snapped with a touch of anger. So you turn your back on people, do you? Mark my words, don't ever beg me for help again. Chen Zhuo considered this. If another task like the previous one appeared, he already had Zhao Mengqi, Wang Xinya, and Li Sisi. He would have no need to rely on Lung Jing. He had his own little retinue now. Thinking of that, Chen Zhuo straightened and hardened his tone. I would sooner starve and jump from here than. Pervert. Lung Jing spat, not letting him finish. She cursed and ran before he could complete his sentence. Chen Zhuo watched her figure vanish into the stairwell, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. It was not that he was heartless. He feared that with one careless moment his sister might be taken advantage of by Lung Jing. He could allow himself to take liberties with Lung Jing, but he would never permit her to take liberties with his sister. Building 7 was a 6-story slab block. Chen Zhuo and Chen Zhuo climbed to the 3rd floor. Zhuo took a key from her pocket, slipped it into the lock, turned twice, and the door swung open. The living room was small, some 20 square meters, furnished with a fabric sofa, a glass coffee table, and a TV console. On the TV console sat a childhood photograph of Chen Zhuo and Chen Zhuo wearing matching red sweaters. Chen Zhuo had his arm around his sister's shoulder, and both smiled joyfully, gap-toothed. A plate of fruit wrapped in cling film lay on the coffee table beside a dish of sunflower seeds and peanuts. The floor tiles were the old-fashioned cream-colored polished kind. It was a typical working-class living room. Not luxurious, not delicate, yet every corner was kept clean and every item placed where it belonged. Chen Zhuo set the fruit buckets on the shoe cabinet, turned to change his shoes, and spoke. Zhuo, I want to discuss something with you. Bent over tying her shoes, she looked up when she heard him. Go ahead, she said. About my buying a car, don't tell mom and dad for now. Her hand paused on the lace, and her gaze dropped. The green vehicle registration certificate flashed through her mind, the name neatly printed on that page. Why? Isn't buying a car a good thing? She asked with just the right degree of puzzled innocence. Chen Zhuo had his answer ready. I'm just worried mom and dad will say I squandered money, he said. Chen Zhuo bowed her head, using the act of changing shoes to hide the bitter curve at the corner of her mouth. You're afraid they'll think you're living off someone else, she thought silently, but did not say aloud. Okay, brother, I understand. Her tone was light. Chen Zhuo came over, ruffled the top of her head twice, then turned and walked toward his room. Last night had been exhausting. Taking a novice onto the expressway requires constant mental tension, even if not physically demanding. Coupled with an early morning drowsiness rose over him like a tide. Chen Zhuo's room lay at the end of the corridor. Chen Zhuo's was opposite. The 2 rooms had not always been laid out this way. When they were children, one was large, and one small, one facing south, and the other north. To be fair, after Zhuo started primary school, their father had hired workmen to tear down the non-load-bearing wall between the spare room and the study and replan the layout. The south room with a balcony was given to Chen Zhuo, the north room to Chen Zhuo. Both were identical in size with matching furniture, a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. Chen Zhuo pushed the door open. The sheets and duvet were made neatly, the blanket folded into a tidy block, the pillow placed on the midline, even the spaces on either side symmetric. The desk held nothing but a pen cup with a few pens standing tip up. It was his room, yet he had never been the one to tie. All the cleaning of the room was done by Chen Zhuo. Every weekend, she would come in to sweep and wipe the desk. Many of the clothes he wore from childhood to adulthood were washed by Chen Zhuo. On the first day he moved into the Buyue mansion, he ordered housekeeping services not because he was particular, but because he had never bothered with such matters. Chen Zhuo pressed the air conditioning remote, and with a soft sound the air conditioner began to blow cold air, gradually dispersing the stuffiness in the room. He took off his t-shirt and threw it on the back of a chair, kicked his pants aside, and lay down on the bed in just his underwear. Just then the door opened. There was no knock. The doorknob was turned directly. Chen Zhuo stood at the door and immediately saw Chen Zhuo's back. Some red marks had already formed thin scabs, but the edges were still a bit red, resembling the traces left by a dried-up river on a map. Beside them were a few finer scratch marks, some faded to a light brown, while others were still dark, indicating they were new. Old and new injuries intertwined, resembling a map that was difficult to decipher. Chen Zhuo heard the sound of the door and turned his head slightly to glance at the entrance. He had yet to realize that the marks on his back were fully exposed. "Ruer, why didn't you knock before coming in?" Chen Zhuo's gaze returned from the scratches. "I just came in to check on you." She walked in and stood by the bed. Chen Zhuo was already struggling to keep his eyes open. "I'm a bit tired and plan to take a nap. Well, remember to wake me up when Mom and Dad are back." MMM. Chen Zhuo nodded, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment, as if confirming whether he was truly just tired. "Brother, are you thirsty? I'll get you some water." Before Chen Zhuo could respond, she had already turned to leave. Footsteps echoed in the hallway for a few seconds, followed by the gurgling sound of the water dispenser in the kitchen. After a short while, Chen Zhuo returned holding a cup of water. The cup contained warm water, neither hot nor cold. She handed the cup to Chen Zhuo, holding it with both hands. "Brother, it's hot, you should drink more water." Chen Zhuo nodded and took a few sips from the cup. The water was warm and slightly sweet, as if something had been added, or perhaps it was just an illusion caused by his thirst. He placed the cup on the bedside table, lay back down, pulled the blanket up to his chest, and closed his eyes. There was a faint scent of candy on the pillow. His consciousness began to blur. The fragrance grew stronger, spreading from his nostrils to his throat, and from his throat to his chest like a gentle hand, covering his brain, gradually pressing down all his thoughts. Chen Zhuo fell asleep. Not the kind of sleep that comes slowly after closing his eyes, but rather a complete submersion, like someone had pressed the shutdown button, his consciousness sinking from existence to nothingness in mere seconds. His breathing became even and prolonged, his body completely relaxed, with the tail end of an unfinished sentence still lingering on his lips. Chen Zhuo stood by the bed, quietly waiting for a moment. "Brother," she called softly. No response. She reached out and gently pushed Chen Zhuo's shoulder. Still no response. She pushed again, this time with a bit more force. His body shook, but he did not wake. Chen Zhuo's courage grew. She reached for the soft flesh at Chen Zhuo's waist and pinched it firmly. He did not react at all. Chen Zhuo pinched again, this time with even more strength in the same spot, and after finishing, her fingers trembled slightly. She waited a few seconds, confirming he truly would not wake up, then took a deep breath, grasped Chen Zhuo's shoulders with both hands, and turned him over with force. He shifted from lying on his side to lying face down. Chen Zhuo looked at the overlapping scars, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She did not wipe them away, letting them flow and dampen her collar. "That Zhao Mingqi is truly twisted, hitting my brother like this. I must avenge him in the future." Her voice was muffled, tinged with nasal tones, as if she were talking to herself or reporting to someone non-existent. Chen Zhuo turned and retrieved the medicine box from the living room, opened it, and took out iodine and cotton swabs. She opened the iodine bottle cap, dipped a cotton swab in it, and carefully applied it to each scratch on Chen Zhuo's back, moving gently to avoid hurting him. When the iodine contacted the damaged skin, his muscles twitched slightly, but he did not wake. She paused for a moment, and then continued applying. After finishing the new wounds, she examined other areas on his back, finding a few spots that had scabbed over, but were not fully healed, and applied iodine to them as well. Then she took out a tube of ointment from the medicine box, squeezed a little onto her fingertips, and evenly applied it to the disinfected wounds. Finally, after the ointment dried, she turned Chen Zhuo back over, so he was lying on his back, pulled the blanket up to cover his chest, and tucked in the corners. Chen Zhuo closed the medicine box and placed it on the floor, sitting down by the bed. "Brother, this soft meal isn't..." She looked at Chen Zhuo's sleeping face, her voice very soft, almost like she was speaking to herself. "Don't worry, I will definitely bring you back." "If I can't bring you back..." Her gaze shifted to the open medicine box on the bedside table. The box was open, its lid flipped to one side with neatly arranged gauze tape, iodine cotton swabs, and a pair of medical scissors inside. The silver stainless steel scissors reflected a cold light under the lamp, their blades closed, the sharp edges outlined by a thin white line in the light. Chen Zhuo's gaze lingered on the scissors for a long time before returning to Chen Zhuo's face. Chen Zhuo slept particularly deeply during this nap, with no dreams and no memory of turning over, his consciousness sinking like a stone into deep water, quietly resting at the dark bottom for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside the curtains had completely darkened, and the air conditioner's indicator light glowed with a small blue dot in the darkness. He reached for his phone and glanced at it. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. He had slept for nearly 6 hours. He turned over, wanting to sit up, when a sudden sharp pain shot through his side. "Damn, I'm only 21. Oh, is this it?" He rubbed his waist and glanced at a message from Wang Xinya on his phone, saying she had found a tutoring class for Xiao Qingzi and had sent a photo of him rolling on the carpet in his new room. He replied to the message and then opened the school's academic system, entered his student ID and password, and logged in. The page prominently displayed the words, "No grades available." He refreshed the page, but it still showed the same 4 words. "Teachers, could you please hurry up with the grading? Time is money, time is life." Chen Zhuo silently shouted in his heart. He tucked his phone into his pocket, climbed out of bed, and looked for clothes. The clothes were neatly folded at the head of the bed. He got dressed and walked out of the room. The living room lights were on, the television was playing, and the volume was turned low. Chen Huaijing sat at the far left of the sofa, holding the remote control with the channel fixed on the news station, broadcasting some international headlines. He wore a dark gray polo shirt, appeared to be 43, but looked younger than his actual age, his posture upright, and his back straight. Lin Wanrong sat in the middle of the sofa, peeling an orange. She wore a light purple short-sleeved home shirt with a white lace trim at the neckline. Her hair was casually pinned up with a wooden hairpin, with a few strands falling down from her forehead. She was already 40, but looked only 37 or 38 with fair and delicate skin. There were a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes, but they were hardly noticeable unless observed closely. "Dad, Mom." Chen Zhuo walked out from the hallway and called out. Lin Wanrong looked up to see her son placing the orange down, a near instinctive smile appearing on her face. "Hey kid, are you hungry?" Chen Zhuo nodded. Chen Rujia stood up and walked towards the kitchen. "Brother, you haven't been back for a long time. Sit and chat with Mom and Dad for a bit, I'll go heat up the food. The dishes are all ready, just need to be warmed up." "Thank you, Ruer." Chen Zhuo sat down on the single sofa next to Chen. Lin Wanrong handed over the orange, and Chen Zhuo took it, breaking it open. The juice burst from his fingertips, filling the air with a sweet and tangy scent. "Are you eating well at school, eh?" Lin Wanrong asked. "Pretty good. Why do you look thinner?" "I haven't lost weight, I've actually gained 2 pounds. Your dark circles have come out, and you haven't lost weight." Lin Wanrong's tone was not quite an interrogation, more of concern. "Have you been staying up late again? How many times have I told you to sleep early? Look at your complexion, it's so pale." Chen Zhuo recalled that he indeed hadn't slept much last night, but it wasn't due to staying up late playing games. However, this reason was clearly not suitable for discussion in front of his parents. "It's just that it's the final exam period, and I've been studying late." He found a perfectly legitimate excuse. Lin Wanrong clearly had no rebuttal to this excuse. Studying for finals was a given. Chen Huaijing turned down the television volume a bit, glancing at Chen Zhuo. "How did your final exams go?" "Don't worry, Dad." Chen Zhuo leaned back into the sofa, a smile on his lips. "I should be able to score above 80 in all subjects this time." "You wouldn't be lying to me, would you?" Chen Weisheng's gaze paused on his face, his eyes filled with scrutiny. "I remember you failed 2 subjects last semester." Chen Zhuo was not embarrassed by being called out. Instead, he felt justified. "Last semester was last semester. This semester is this semester. I've been studying diligently this semester, sacrificing sleep and food." "You and your diligent studying." Lin Wanrong interjected, her voice not loud, but taking over Chen Weisheng's point. "I believe in my son. Look at him, he has lost weight and has dark circles under his eyes. It shows he is really studying hard." Chen Weisheng's lips moved as if to refute something, but looking at Lin Wanrong's expression, he swallowed the question. "Son, how long do you plan to stay at home this time?" Lin Wanrong asked. Chen Zhuo thought for a moment. "Early Cici was about a week, I guess." Lin Wanrong had already raised her hand to grab another orange, but it paused in midair. "Why are you only staying such a short time this time? Mom, weren't you always annoyed by me lounging around at home?" "Don't say that. Haven't I missed you since I haven't seen you?" Chen Zhuo looked into her eyes. Those eyes were as gentle as he remembered from his childhood, but today beneath that layer of gentleness, there seemed to be something else pressing down, a thin layer that was hard to see through. "Mom, something feels off with you." Lin Wanrong was slightly taken aback. "Not at all." Chen Zhuo's gaze shifted back and forth between Chen Huaijing and Lin Wanrong. Chen Weisheng's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on the television screen, but his finger pressed the remote several times, switching the channel from the news station to the sports channel and back to the news station. "Mom, something really feels off with you and Dad too." Chen Zhuo emphasized his tone. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, one that made him sit up straight. "Mom, you aren't planning to divorce Dad, are you?" Chen Weisheng's fingers paused on the remote control. Chen Zhuo didn't give him time to respond and had already turned his head toward Chen Huaijing. "Dad, come clean. Are you keeping a mistress behind Mom's back? Confess honestly or face the consequences. As long as you haven't caused any fatalities outside, I will persuade Mom to forgive you." Chen Huaijing put down the remote, extended his right hand, and lightly tapped Chen Zhuo's head with his bent index, and that light knock on the head made a crisp sound. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal?" "Ouch." Chen Zhuo wrapped his hands around his head, rubbing the spot that was tapped, still smiling. "This feels just right. You both looked like you were about to divorce, asking me who I was like. You scared me to death." Lin Wanrong put the orange back into the fruit bowl, slowly picking up a tissue from the coffee table to wipe her hands. "You little rascal." Her tone was about the same as usual, but she paused for a moment. "You and Ruer are both adults now, there's no one to compare with. Mom, you still say you're not planning to divorce Dad. Look, you've already done your homework on this in advance." Suddenly he caught a glimpse of Chen Huaijing standing up. "Hey Dad, what are you doing with that belt? Aren't you too old for this and should be embarrassed?" "I'm just stretching my legs." "Oh no. Oh no. Dad, what are you doing? I thought we agreed on a loving father-son relationship." The sound of the belt cracking echoed in the living room, sharp and crisp. "Oh no, Lao Chen, are you serious? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Dad, if you beat me to death, who will take care of you when you're old? I have Ruer as a daughter, and that's enough." Chen Zhuo sprang up from the sofa, covering his buttocks as he ran in circles around the living room. You little rascal, take your hands away. I want. If I take them away, you're definitely going to hit me harder. Chen Huaijing followed behind the belt swinging in his hand, but the swing wasn't very big. Mom, you have to stop this. If you don't, your precious son will be beaten to death. Chen Zhuo ran behind Lin Wanrong, bending down and using her as a human shield. Lin Wanrong swayed left a bit from his push, then right a bit, and reached out to pat his arm. All right, stop messing around. Chen Huaijing snorted, putting the belt back through his waistband, fastening it, and sitting back down on the sofa. His expression remained unchanged from before, still that inscrutable demeanor, but the slight curvature at the corners of his mouth betrayed him. Chen Rujia walked out of the kitchen holding a bowl of freshly heated soup, which she placed in front of Chen Zhuo. She glanced at Chen Zhuo, who was rubbing his arms, and a faint smile curved her lips. All right, brother, the food is ready, come and eat. Chen Zhuo sat down at the dining table. There were 4 dishes on the table: stir-fried pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised Kirshenkarp, and a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. Ruer is still better than mom. Chen Zhuo picked up a piece of stir-fried pork and put it into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and made a face at Chen Huaijing. Chen Huaijing ignored him. Lin Wanrong looked at the 2 children at the dining table. Chen Rujia sat opposite Chen Zhuo holding chopsticks and placed a piece of meat into Chen Zhuo's bowl, then another piece, and then one more. Chen Zhuo's bowl was piled high like a small mountain, completely covering the rice. Chen Huaijing and Lin Wanrong watched this scene, their expressions complex, a mix of relief and concern crossing their faces. Chen Huaijing stood up. Rooters were your mom, and I will head back to our room to sleep. We need to entertain relatives tomorrow, so you 2 should rest early. Chen Huaijing turned and walked towards the master bedroom, with Lin Wanrong following him. Once the door to the master bedroom closed, the hallway fell silent. The only sounds remaining at the dining table were the clinking of bowls and chopsticks, and the sound of Chen Zhuo chewing his food. Chen Rujia put down her chopsticks, resting her chin on her hands, propping her face up. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Chen Zhuo's chopsticks paused for a moment. He stopped moving for less than a second before continuing to put the piece of meat into his mouth, chewing a couple of times before swallowing. He thought for a moment and nodded. Chen Rujia's expression didn't change, as she still held her chin in her hands, her eyes fixed on him. Is she pretty? Chen Zhuo nodded again. Brother, then tell me, compared to her, who looks better, Ruer or her? Chen Zhuo put down his chopsticks and raised his head, looking seriously at Chen Rujia. The light from the living room fell on her face, illuminating her fair skin, graceful brows, straight nose, and those eyes that were slightly widened in anticipation of an answer. Based on Chen Rujia's looks, she would definitely score at least 90 points. But he was her brother, having watched her face grow from the wrinkled newborn stage to what it is now. Under the influence of this sibling filter, even the most beautiful face would automatically be categorized as my sister. It's about the same, each has their own beauty, Chen Zhuo said. Chen Rujia pouted, clearly dissatisfied with this Does she cook for you? Does she wash your clothes? Chen Zhuo thought of Wang Xinya. Cooking. Yes. Washing clothes. Yes. He nodded again. Chen Rujia's brows furrowed slightly. A girl who could afford a luxury car worth over 2 million would actually cook and do laundry for her brother. That didn't align with her perception of such a family. Moreover, those scars on his back, if they were in a normal relationship, how could there be so many even if it were accidental? And those old wounds hadn't healed yet. She was filled with doubts, but didn't ask directly. Brother, I'm going back to my room to sleep. Just put the bowls and chopsticks in the sink when you're done. Chen Rujia stood up, the chair lightly scraping against the floor. Chen Zhuo looked up. No story today. Let's leave it for later. I have to get up early tomorrow. Chen Rujia walked to the corridor, stopped, turned back to look at him. I'll make it up when we go to Jiangchen. Chen Zhuo nodded. The door to Chen Rujia's room closed. In the master bedroom, the bedside lamp cast a warm orange light. Chen Huaijing leaned against the headboard, wearing pajamas, holding a book, but not turning the pages, his gaze fixated on a line of text he had been staring at for several minutes. Lin Wanrong leaned on the other side, her hair spilling down from the wooden hairpin onto her shoulders, with a face mask on the white mask paper, making her features stand out more clearly under the light. Is she really coming tomorrow? Lin Wanrong's voice came out muffled from behind the mask. Chen Huaijing nodded. Yes. Lin Wanrong pouted, the edges of the masked paper slightly curling up. After so many years, why suddenly come to see Zhuo? After all, Zhuo is her biological son, though she must have her reasons. Lin Wanrong said discontentedly. What reasons could there be? We raised Zhuo all these years from such a tiny thing. She gestured with her hand, indicating a height approximately that of a newborn, and raised him to what he is now, and she says she comes to see him. She just wants to take a look. It's not like she's trying to take our son away. Take our son. She would need to be able to take him first. Lin Wanrong's voice carried a hint of provocation. Zhuo is raised by my own hands. Chen Weizhang's lips curled slightly. Of course. Since you aren't worried, then what is there to be angry about? Lin Wanrong fell silent for a moment, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on the mask. I'm just angry that she suddenly said she wanted to come without giving us any time to prepare. And why does she think she can come whenever she wants? Zhuo is my son now. Chen Huaijing glanced at her, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something, but didn't. Lin Wanrong noticed his expression and turned to look at him. What is really going on? Just say it if you have something to say. Chen Huaijing paused. This is actually related to Ruer. Lin Wanrong took off the mask and folded it, placing it on the bedside table, turning to face him. With the white mask paper removed, her expression was clearly exposed under the light. How is this related to Ruer? Since Zhuo went to university, Ruer has only transferred him 1,005 to 2,000 each month, and there was one time when it was 1,000. What? Lin Wanrong's voice rose a little. Aren't we giving Zhuo 3,000 for living expenses every month? Sometimes we even give 5,000. What has Ruer been spending her brother's living expenses on? Her tone carried anger. Actually, she hasn't done anything. Is she just saved it all up? Lin Wanrong was taken aback. What is she saving money for? Aren't our finances theirs? Chen Huijing didn't answer directly, but remained silent for a moment, as if considering whether to say the next sentence. Have you noticed anything strange between Ruer and Zhuo? Lin Wanrong's eyes narrowed slightly. What strange thing? It's the way Ruer looks at Zhuo. Lin Wanrong's brows furrowed as she began to search her mind for those daily moments, which suddenly felt activated, surfacing from the depths of her memory. Impossible. Lin Wanrong's voice was small but firm. Absolutely impossible. They are siblings. But they aren't biological siblings. Moreover, according to the agreement between Xiao Feng and me before his death, Ruer was supposed to. Don't give me that, Lin Wanrong interrupted him. You used to even arrange a marriage between your child and Lung Jing's father. That was just drunken nonsense. It doesn't count. Regardless, it's impossible. Lin Wanrong's tone left no room for negotiation. Don't even think about it. I'd rather Zhuo marry that girl from the Lung family. But no buts. Readers who like this can give a good review. Over the next 6 days, I will update with 5 8,000-word chapters daily, and more than 8 chapters will be released. Yesterday, the data slightly dropped. Today is the second day of the official recommendation period. Please help me out. If the data can improve, I will try to make the 100-word updates a norm. Chen Huijing looked at his wife's undeniable face and swallowed the words he was about to say. All right. A few seconds later, Lin Wanrong spoke again. So she came to see Zhuo this time because Ruer cut Zhuo's living expenses, which made Zhuo live poorly, and she couldn't stand it anymore. So she came to confront us. It's not really a confrontation, just a simple visit to check on things. Is the old man coming? Lin Wanrong asked. Chen Huijing shook his head. That's not acceptable. If the old man doesn't come, who can control that crazy woman? Don't worry, the old man has instructed that she should only watch from a distance and won't be allowed to get close. Hearing this, Lin Wanrong's facial lines relaxed slightly. She leaned back against the headboard, pulled the blanket up a bit, and her gaze fell on the ceiling light that hadn't been turned on. No, that's not right. She suddenly sat up straight. I need to talk to Ruer. How can she bully her brother like this? Chen Huijing reached out to press down on her arm. We shouldn't interfere in the matters between the two kids. Ruer knows her limits. Lin Wanrong glanced at him and slowly leaned back. Make sure to give Zhuo some money when he leaves this time. He's about to enter his senior year. As a young man, having money gives him confidence wherever he goes. Got it. The bedroom fell silent. The cool air from the air conditioner blew out, and the curtains fluttered slightly before settling back into calm. About 10 minutes later, Lin Wanrong's voice broke the silence of the darkness. Old Chen, are you asleep? Not. If you're not asleep, then don't sleep yet. I'm feeling a bit unsettled. Lin Wanrong kicked Chen Huijing lightly. Shall I keep you company for a while? No, let's not talk anymore. Lin Wanrong turned over, lying on her side with her back to him, her voice muffled. Just pay the grain tax for next week. Chen Huijing. Aren't you turning around? Just like this, hurry up. The Qiankuan Grand Hotel stood by the main road of Huayin City, its gray exterior walls weathered and mottled after years of rain and wind, yet the gilded sign above still maintained its dignity in this small fourth-tier city. For Chen Huijing and Lin Wanrong's status, it was a perfect fit, dignified yet unobtrusive. The Hanlin Courtyard was located on the 3rd floor of the hotel, a banquet hall that could accommodate 40 tables, primarily hosting wedding banquets and graduation parties. The large LED screen on stage displayed a red background with the words, Gold List Fame. Chen Zhuo and his family of 4 arrived early. Today, Chen Huijing wore a deep navy suit jacket over a white shirt without a tie, with one button of his collar undone. His hair was neatly combed and fixed with gel, making him look much more spirited, though there was a faint hint of blue under. Lin Wanrong stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, linking arms with him, wearing a light pink cheongsam that fell just below her knees with a low slit that only revealed a hint of her calf when she walked. The cheongsam was made of real silk with subtle patterns that shimmered under the lights. Her hair was styled up and secured with a jade hairpin, and she wore small pearl earrings, having applied light makeup. She radiated beauty like a rose drenched in rain, vibrant and full of life, far more spirited than. Chen Zhuo stood beside Lin Wanrong. Today she wore a pink plaid cardigan over an embroidered Chinese top, with exquisite embroidery on the collar and cuffs, paired with a red double-layered ruffled skirt that reached just to her knees. On her feet were white lace-trimmed stockings and a pair of red strap shoes adorned with a small bow on the upper. Her hair was braided into 2 twists with pink hair accessories at the ends, and her bangs tucked behind her ears, revealing a fair and delicate face. Standing under the crystal chandelier in the hotel lobby, she looked sweet and lovely. Chen Zhuo was also dressed quite smartly in a white shirt that Chen Zhuo had prepared for him, paired with dark gray casual pants and a brown belt. The shirt was neatly ironed, the pants had straight creases, and the belt buckle shone brightly. On him, it looked quite fitting, though at that moment, he was not behaving properly. He leaned against the table, one hand resting on the edge while the other was picking his nose. You little brat, can't you pay attention to your image? You're not a kid anymore picking your nose in public. Chen Huaijing said irritably. Chen Zhuo pulled his finger from his nose and wiped it on a tissue from the table. Dad, I just thought I'd clean it out now to avoid embarrassing myself in front of relatives later. And what's wrong with picking my nose? Don't you pick your nose. You little brat, don't make me hit you. Chen Weizhang's hand moved to his waist, but he found nothing. He wasn't wearing a belt today. Chen Zhuo feigned fear, hiding behind Lin Wanrong, peeking out with half his head. Mom, look at Dad, always ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. How did you even fall for him back then? Lin Wanrong turned around and gently tapped Chen Zhuo's forehead with her finger, not using much strength. You at your age still so playful like a child. Mom, it's because you're here. Chen Zhuo stepped out from behind Lin Wanrong, grinning. You'll just stay a child for life. You're about to enter your senior year. You can't always stay by your mom's side, right? You will get married and have a wife someday. Lin Wanrong said this casually, but her gaze lingered on Chen Zhuo's face for a moment. Chen Zhuo pouted. That doesn't conflict with anything. When the time comes, I'll just marry 10 or 8 women, and they can take care of you at home, raising a soccer team to keep you company. Lin Wanrong raised her hand and gently patted his arm. You little brat, the more you talk, the more absurd you become. 10 or 8 women. Have you forgotten that your mom works at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Chen Zhuo scratched his head. Isn't it fine if we don't get a marriage certificate? Lin Wanrong shot him a glance, but didn't respond. Instead, she took his arm and walked a few steps into the banquet hall, heading toward the table for receiving gifts. The table was covered with a red tablecloth with a red gift book and a pin placed on top. Today your dad and I will be hosting relatives, and Ruer is the main character today, so the task of collecting gifts will be up to you. Lin Wanrong said. Chen Zhuo patted his chest. Don't worry, Mom, I promise to complete the task. Not a penny will be. Lin Wanrong smiled, without letting go of his arm, instead pulling him slightly further away from Chen Huaijing. Zhuo, there's something I need to tell you. Don't get upset. Chen Zhuo looked at Lin Wanrong's expression, frowning slightly. Mom, you're not really going to divorce Dad, are you? He nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Dad can be quite fierce at times. That might be better if you divorced. Don't worry, Mom, I will definitely support you. You little rascal. Lin Wanrong raised her hand and patted Chen Zhuo's arm, her strength a bit greater than before. What I meant to say is that throughout these 3 years of university, our monthly allowance for you has actually been 3,000, sometimes 5,000. Chen Zhuo's expression shifted from a cheeky grin to confusion, from confusion to disbelief, and finally from disbelief to anger. What the hell? Chen Rujia, you little brat. Chen Zhuo abruptly turned to look at the pink figure at the entrance of the banquet hall, appearing as if he wanted to confront her. Lin Wanrong reached out and grabbed his arm, her grip, not strong, but sufficient to pull him back. All right, it's all in the past now. What can you do about Ruer? Chen Zhuo thought for a moment, and it seemed that was indeed the case. He couldn't hit her, nor could he argue back. The moment his voice raised even slightly, Chen Rujia would cry, and he had never won against her throughout their childhood. He resignedly slumped his shoulders and lowered his head. Lin Wanrong looked at his dejected appearance, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This time the monetary gifts for Ruer's graduation party will all be for her, she said. Then she gave Chen Zhuo a smile, one that carried an unspoken hint. Chen Zhuo was not foolish. This was his mother giving him the chance to take advantage of Chen Rujia. The gifts would all be for Chen Rujia, but he would be the one receiving them. Whoever handled it, whoever intercepted it, how to record it on paper, and how well it was done. All of these were areas with room for maneuvering. A smile slowly spread across his face uncontrollably as he rubbed his hands together, letting out a laugh that was completely out of place for the moment. Hee. Mom, you're the best. Lin Wanrong reached out and pinched his cheek. All right, go on, don't let Ruer. Don't worry, Mom. Chen Zhuo straightened his back, his previously gloomy mood instantly lifted. It wasn't that he lacked this money. He currently had 3.5 million in his account, earning 100,000 in interest every day. The total monetary gifts for the graduation party would max out at around 100,000, which was nothing to him. But he had been oppressed by Chen Rujia for so many years, and now he finally had the chance to fight back. This was not just about the money. Soon guests began to arrive one after another. Chen Huaijing stood at the far left of the banquet hall entrance, shaking hands with every relative and friend who entered. Lin Wanrong stood beside him, greeting the female guests, while Chen Rujia stood next to Lin Wanrong, obediently, standing there smiling and greeting every elder. Chen Zhuo sat beside the gift reception table at the entrance of Hanlin Courtyard. A red tablecloth covered the table, the gift ledger opened to the first page with a pen cap removed and placed beside it, the pen tip facing up. Next to him on the ground lay a row of gift bags, neatly stacked red tote bags, each containing a gift box. The red hard paper boxes were printed with the golden words "Gold List Success," and the box lids were tied with red ribbons. Chen Zhuo had opened one gift box before for a glance. A fountain pen with a black body, a golden clip, and the words "Gold List Success" engraved on the cap, along with 2 pieces of candy wrapped in red paper, the wrappers printed with the words "Bright Future Ahead." A notebook, a mug, an umbrella, a USB drive of 32 gigabytes, and a wireless mouse. Additionally, there was a pack of 1916 and a pack of soft candy. The value of this set of gifts alone was not less than 200 yuan, and with the cost of food, drinks, and venue decoration, the total expenses for this graduation party were roughly around 100,000. In this fourth-tier small city, where the average monthly income is 3,000 to 4,000, this was quite a lavish arrangement. Not long after, the crowd at the elevator began to grow. Clusters of relatives and friends emerged from the elevator, starting to greet each other, and soon the hallway was bustling with activity. Chen Zhuo flipped the gift ledger to the first page, removed the pen cap, and set it aside, cleared his throat, and adjusted his sitting posture. The first to approach was his second uncle. His second uncle's surname was Sun, working at the Power Bureau with a plump figure and thinning hair on top, walking with big steady strides, reaching out his hand towards Chen Zhuo from a distance. "Zhuozi, long time no see, you've grown taller." Chen Zhuo stood up and shook hands with his second uncle. "Hello, second uncle, welcome, please come inside." His second uncle pulled a red envelope from his pocket, not large, but plump. Chen Zhuo took the envelope with both hands, showing proper etiquette, then placed the envelope on the table, opened it, picked up the pen, and flipped open the gift ledger. "Second uncle, I've recorded it." His second uncle nodded, and Chen Zhuo first wrote down his second uncle's name, then in the amount column, he wrote 2,000 neatly. After finishing, he turned around and took a gift from the bag behind him, presenting it with both hands. "Second uncle, here's a gift for you." His second uncle took it and glanced at it, smiling. 1916, soft candy or so. He walked away, holding the bag into the banquet hall. Chen Zhuo watched his second uncle walk away, then picked up the cash on the table, counted it to confirm it was correct, then divided the money into two portions, slipping 1,000 into his right pocket and placing another 1,000 into the gift box. The second guest was his third aunt. Her surname was Huang, and she sold dried goods at the market with a loud voice and a hearty laugh. Before she even reached the table, her voice preceded her. "Zhuozi, where's your mom?" "Hello, third aunt." Chen Zhuo stood up and greeted with a smile. "My mom is welcoming guests." His third aunt pulled out a slightly wrinkled red envelope from her bag. Lowering her voice, she said, "Zhuozi, this is a little something from your aunt. Please make a note of it." "Okay, third aunt, don't worry." Chen Zhuo took the envelope, wrote his third aunt's name in the ledger, and inquired about it. His third aunt made a 6 gesture with her hand, and Chen Zhuo wrote 600 in the amount column. After finishing, he handed her the gift, and his third aunt left with the bag. Chen Zhuo opened the envelope, finding 600 yuan inside, splitting 300 into his left pocket and 300 into the gift box. The third guest was his uncle, who had brought his cousin along. His uncle's surname was Zhou, and he owned a building materials store, appearing quite slick. His cousin was in her first year of high school, sporting a ponytail, plain-faced, following behind her uncle. "Hello, Uncle, Yiming has grown prettier." Chen Zhuo stood up to greet. "Not at all, she's not as pretty as Ruer." The little girl hadn't fully matured and was a bit shy, so Chen Zhuo didn't tease her further. His uncle handed over a stack of money, saying, "Zhuozi, this is a little something from your uncle, wishing Ruer success in her studies." "Thank you, Uncle." Chen Zhuo took it, counted it, recorded it in the ledger, and wrote 3,000 in the amount column. His uncle accepted the gift and went inside with his cousin. Chen Zhuo again slipped another 1,000 into his pocket. The fourth individual is Lung Qing's father, Lung Zhengwo. He is wearing a light gray t-shirt, while Lung Qing walks beside him dressed in a floral dress that makes her look more feminine than usual. Lung Qing's mother follows behind, sporting curly hair and a dark red coat, scanning the surroundings as soon as she enters. "Hello, Uncle Lung." "Hello, Auntie." Chen Zhuo stood up, then looked at Lung Qing, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Qing." Lung Qing shot him a glare and said nothing. Lung Zhengwo took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Chen Zhuo. "Zhuozi, this is a small token of my appreciation, wishing Ruer a bright future." "Thank you, Uncle Lung." Chen Zhuo replied, accepting the red envelope and writing Lung Zhengwo's name in the gift record. Lung Zhengwo made a hand gesture and wrote 2,000 in the amount column. He then carried the bag and walked into the banquet hall with his wife and Lung Qing. The fifth individual is Yang Fan. He stepped out of the elevator wearing a light blue shirt, his hair neatly combed. Beside him is his girlfriend Shen Jingyi, with a round face, wearing glasses and 2 shallow dimples appearing when she smiles. During college, she worked part-time as an English teacher at a training institution, and she and Yang Fan graduated together. After graduation, they returned to Huayin City, started a business together, and built the training institution from the ground up. Fange's sister-in-law, Chen Zhuo, stood up. Yang Fan handed over a red envelope, saying, "Ruer's promotion banquet must be properly attended," while Shen Jingyi nodded and smiled beside him. Chen Zhuo accepted the red envelope and recorded it. Yang Fan made a hand gesture with 3 fingers and wrote 3,000 in the amount column. He handed over a gift, and Yang Fan took it. "Fan, have Uncle and Auntie arrived?" Chen Zhuo asked. "They are behind and will be here soon," Yang Fan replied as he and Shen Jingyi entered. Before long, Yang Fan's parents walked out of the elevator. His father, Yang Jun, worked at the Education Bureau, dressed in a dark jacket with graying hair and a serious expression, walking with a straight back. Yang Fan's mother, Wang Lihua, is the academic director at a key high school, wearing a deep blue coat with short curled hair and gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze sharp. "Hello, Uncle Yang." "Hello, Auntie." Chen Zhuo's tone was more polite than before. Yang Zhengwo nodded and took out a red envelope to hand over without saying a word. Wang Lihua spoke up beside him. "Zhuozi, it's been a while. How are your parents doing?" They're doing well, thank you for your concern. Chen Zhuo accepted the red envelope and recorded it. Yang Jingwo made a hand gesture and wrote 1,000 in the amount column. After handing over the gift, Wang Lihua took it and said, "This child is really considerate," then linked arms with Yang Jingwo and walked into the banquet hall. Chen Zhuo opened the red envelope, finding 1,000 yuan inside, took out 500, and adjusted the weight. Relatives, cousins, aunts, and uncles. Chen Zhuo called out each one, registered them, and opened the envelopes one. His smile remained on his face as he collected, recorded, opened, sorted, packed, and handed out gifts. This process became increasingly familiar to the point where he no longer needed to think about it. It became muscle memory. His right pocket was full, so he redistributed some of the contents to his left pocket. The left pocket became full as well. He reached into his pockets and felt around. Both were bulging with the edges of bills peeking out. Seizing a moment, he pulled out the money to count, totaling about 25,000. The cash box was also considerably heavy. After neatly stacking the bills, he secured them with a rubber band and stuffed them back into his pocket. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of water, which was cold. Before he could put the cup down, the elevator door opened again. At that moment, the elevator door opened once more. This time, it wasn't just a few scattered guests, but a large group of people. Over a dozen students, both boys and girls, chattering as they poured out of the elevator like a flock of birds set free from a cage. Leading the pack was a boy about 1.80 meters tall, dressed in a white suit jacket over a black shirt with one button of his collar undone, revealing a moderately thick collarbone. His hair was slicked back with gel so shiny that even a fly would find it hard to land on. He held a large bouquet of red roses so big that it covered half of his chest, with dewdrops still on the petals, clearly freshly picked from the flower shop. Chen Zhuo looked at the boy at the front, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity and disgust rising within him. This feeling was all too familiar. Yes, it was that annoying Zhou Yifei. The expression, posture, and attire of the boy in front of him bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhou Yifei, almost like they were cast from the same mold. Yes, he's just as annoying as Zhou Yifei. Chen Zhuo cursed inwardly, his gaze drifting past the boy to the entrance of the banquet hall. Chen Rujia was standing next to Lin Wanrong, her gaze also turning in this direction. She spotted the group of classmates and the boy at the front. A smile then appeared on her face as she jogged out from the entrance, her dress fluttering lightly as she ran, two braids swinging behind her. Damn, no way. Chen Zhuo stood up from his chair, the legs scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. How can I let my sister be harmed by such an annoying guy? His eyes quickly scanned the crowd until he found a target, Lung Qing. She was standing at the side of the banquet hall entrance holding a glass of orange juice, also looking towards Chen Rujia. Chen Zhuo strode over, grabbing Lung Qing's wrist and pulling her out of the crowd. Lung Qing stumbled slightly from the pull, nearly spilling her orange juice. She steadied the cup with her other hand, her expression shifting from curiosity to offended anger. Chen Zhuo, what the hell are you doing? You help me collect money here, I'm going to deal with that blonde. Chen Zhuo spoke quickly, a look of "Are you up to something?" appeared on Lung Qing's face, her lips curving slightly as she made a gesture of encouragement towards Chen Zhuo before sitting down at the table for collecting gifts. She placed the orange juice on the table, picked up a pen, and opened the gift record book, glancing at Chen Zhuo's entries, nodding with an expression of "I can handle it." He Qinghao stood at the elevator entrance watching his goddess jog towards him, his heart pounding like a drum in his. He nervously swallowed, rubbing his palms on his pants, which were soaked with sweat. Yesterday afternoon, he received a message from Chen Rujia. The message was simple, inviting him to the promotion banquet scheduled for today at noon at the Hanlin Garden on the 3rd floor of the Qingquan Hotel. After finishing, he sprang up from the bed, excited to the point of hardly sleeping all night. He got up at 6 in the morning to take a shower, blow-dry his hair, and style it. He picked up the pre-ordered red roses from the flower shop and practiced the blessing he had rehearsed in front of the mirror no less than 20 times. Chen Rujia ran up to He Qinghao and stopped, slightly out of breath, still wearing the smile from earlier. You all came welcome to my graduation banquet. He Qinghao looked at the person in front of him. Today she wore a pink plaid cardigan, an embroidered Chinese-style top, a red double-layered ruffled skirt, white lace-trimmed stockings, and red strapped leather shoes, with 2 braids tied with pink hair accessories. The light from the crystal chandelier fell upon her, making her look as if she had walked out from a painting. He instinctively swallowed, his lips parted, and the rehearsed blessing hovered at the tip of his tongue. Rujia, you look truly beautiful today. This bouquet is for you, wishing you. His words were left unfinished as a hand reached over slowly and deliberately, fingers spread wide, firmly taking the bouquet from his arms. He Qinghao's words hung in the air, his hands were suddenly empty. He stared blankly at his hand, and then raised his head to look at the man who had suddenly appeared before him. About the same height, dressed in a white shirt and dark gray casual pants, his face wearing a mildly indifferent expression. Who are you? He Qinghao's voice came out drier than he had expected. Chen Zhuo sized him up. White suit, black shirt, hair gel, red roses. Every pore of his body exuded an aura of "my family is wealthy. Just as detestable as Joey. I am her elder brother." He Qinghao's mind raced. Elder brother, future brother-in-law. He had to leave a good impression. A smile instantly appeared on his face, the most appropriate and sincere one he could muster to win over his future. Hello brother, I am Rujia's classmate. Chen Zhuo did not give him a chance to continue making small talk. Who the hell are you to call yourself my brother? It doesn't matter, he interrupted directly. I believe this bouquet should be given to someone else, not to Ruer. Others around had already noticed the commotion. Several relatives stopped to look. A few of Chen Rujia's classmates turned their heads, and even Lin Wanrong at the entrance of the banquet hall peeked out. Chen Zhuo's voice was not loud, but in this semi-quiet corridor it was enough for everyone around to hear what he said. Today is Chen Rujia's graduation banquet, but I believe this bouquet should be given to our mother. After finishing his words, Chen Zhuo turned and walked away, but suddenly stopped after taking a few steps, as if remembering something important. He freed one hand to reach into his pants pocket, pulled out a thick wad of cash, and took out 3 red bills from it, stuffing them into He Qinghao's hands. He Qinghao looked down at the 3 bills in his hand, frozen in place, as if subjected to a paralysis spell. Our family has strict upbringing. Chen Zhuo's tone remained as flat as before, but the content carried an undeniable parental certainty. During her college years, we do not allow Rujia to date. Consider this bouquet as our purchase of borrowed flower to present to the Buddha. After saying this, he walked up to Chen Rujia, nodding his chin toward the direction of the banquet hall. Let's go, come inside with me. They'll handle your classmates later. Chen Rujia obediently nodded, following behind Chen Zhuo like a little tail. He Qinghao stood there clutching 300 yuan, his mouth agape, watching the large and small figures disappear into the crowd at the entrance of the banquet hall. Nearby classmates exchanged glances, some trying to stifle laughter, some looking down at their phones pretending to see nothing, and others patted his shoulder with a look that seemed to say, "Brother, keep it up." Chen Zhuo walked into the banquet hall with the flowers, heading straight for Lin Wanrong, with Chen Rujia following behind. The siblings stood side by side and spoke in unison, "Mom, you've worked hard over the years." Their voices overlapped, and Chen Zhuo presented the bouquet of red roses to Lin Wanrong, which glowed like a flame under the light with dewdrops sparkling on the petals. Lin Wanrong accepted the bouquet, holding it close, gazing at her 2 children in front of her. Her eyes reddened, tears silently welling up, sliding down her cheeks and dropping onto the red petals. She switched the bouquet to her left hand and stretched out her arms, embracing both Chen Zhuo and Chen Rujia at the same time. The family of 3 held each other, and the fragrance of roses wafted between them. Good. It was unclear who shouted first, but then applause erupted from all around. Lin Wanrong released her 2 children, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye with the pad of her finger, which picked up a bit of mascara. She lifted her head, her gaze crossing over Chen Zhuo's shoulder over the heads of the crowd, landing on a table in the far corner of the banquet hall. That table was on the side of the stage, poorly lit in a secluded spot occupied by only one person, a woman in a dark dress, her hair flowing down with delicate and soft facial features in profile. She sat there motionless, her gaze fixed on this side. Lin Wanrong's lips curved into a slight smile. The woman appeared to be around 35 or 36 years old, but noticeably exuded a more refined aura than her peers. Not the ostentatious kind of wealth, but an inherent grace that emanated from her very being. Her fair skin and exquisite features made her look like a painting hung in the wrong place in that corner. Chen Zhuo followed Lin Wanrong's gaze. His eyes met that of the woman in the air. He had seen those eyes before. In the mirror, he saw them every day. The same shape, the same slight upward curve at the corners. This woman looks quite... Chen Zhuo stared at her face for about 2 seconds. Of vague and indescribable feelings surged in his heart, as if someone far away was calling his name. Suddenly, he slapped the back of his head. "You damn system, it's definitely because of you that I now feel familiar whenever I see a beautiful woman. However, that big sister is indeed quite beautiful. I wonder if she has a husband." Chen Zhuo withdrew his gaze and turned to greet those classmates still standing in the corridor. What he did not see was that at the moment he turned his head, the woman's long-suppressed tears finally broke free, flowing silently down her cheeks and dripping onto the back of her hand resting on her lap. She pulled out a tissue from her bag, pressed it to her eyes, and it quickly became soaked. She stood up. Her knee bumped against the edge of the table, making a sound that wasn't too soft, but no one noticed. She took a step forward, and before her second step landed, a hand had already stopped her. The hand was large with thick knuckles, and an old scar was visible on the wrist beneath the suit sleeve. At the table sat 2 men in dark suits without ties who had remained silent and motionless since the banquet began, not eating or drinking, their gaze fixed in this direction. The hand that stopped her belonged to the man on the left. His expression showed no change, his lips moved slightly, and his voice was low, barely audible to her. "Miss," the old man said, "you can only watch from a distance." Her footsteps halted there. She stood beside that secluded table at the boundary of light and shadow, a step away, half of her body illuminated by light, the other half hidden in darkness like a portrait cut in half. She gazed at Chen Zhuo's back, watching him greet his classmates, smiling as he talked to others, observing the curve of his mouth as it lifted and the corner of his shirt slightly fluttering as he turned. Her hand hung by her side, fingers slightly curled, nails digging into her palm. The woman stood at the boundary of light and shadow, unmoving for a long time. Her gaze followed him from this table to that one from the entrance to the stage. "Miss, it's time to leave." She withdrew her gaze and turned to walk toward the side door. The side door of the Qianquan Grand Hotel opened at the corner of the first floor where a car was parked. The vehicle was a deep Weinard with a cascading grille, and the chrome trim glimmered in the light like a flowing line of mercury. It was a Hongqi Jin Kuehua, a national gift. There were hardly a few of these cars in the country. Those who could ride in this car needed no other proof, as the car itself was a testament. What drew even more attention was the license plate, starting with the character MO followed by a series of consecutive numbers. She sat in the back seat, and the sound of the door closing was heavy and muffled. The driver shifted gears, and the car silently drove out of the side door, merging into the flow of traffic in Huayin City on a sunny afternoon. She took out her phone and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before it connected, and a girl's voice, cool and clear, came through. "Hello, Mom. Chingy, your college entrance examination results are out, right?" "Yes." "Which school did you apply for?" "D Capital Guanghua." That's not bad. But you probably can't go to D Capital Guanghua anymore." Her tone was flat, as if stating something that had already been decided. There was a moment of silence on the other end. "Okay, you'll follow your arrangements. Go tell Uncle Zeng to transfer you to Jiangqing University." "Jiangqing University? What's the problem?" "None. He'll go tell Uncle Zeng now. What you need to do after you go to Jiangqing University, we'll have someone inform you." "Got it, Mom." The call ended. She placed her phone on her lap, leaned back in her seat, and closed her eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and something glimmered in the corner of her eye under the fluorescent light. Jiangqing. In front of the revolving door of the Hilton Hotel, a Mercedes-Benz S350 slowly came to. The car was black, impeccably clean, and the paint shone like a mirror under the afternoon sun, reflecting the crystal chandelier of the hotel lobby and the bellboy's sharply pressed uniform. This was the Hilton Hotel's dedicated vehicle, providing pickup and drop-off services for guests in the presidential suite. The driver, dressed in a dark blue suit and wearing white gloves, stepped down from the driver's seat at a leisurely pace. The rear doors opened on both sides, and two legs emerged from the car, both belonging to women, one in light blue jeans and the other in a black short skirt. Then two graceful figures stepped out of the car, standing on the red carpet at the hotel entrance. The two were Zhao Mengqi and Li Sisi, who had just moved out of their school dormitory. The driver retrieved two suitcases from the trunk, one black belonging to Zhao Mengqi and one pink belonging. Staff from the concierge department had already come to assist, taking the suitcases with both hands. "Miss Zhao, the concierge will deliver your and your friend's luggage to your room shortly." "All right, thank you." Zhao Mengqi nodded, linking arms with Li Sisi as they entered the hotel lobby. Li Sisi walked beside her, her gaze sweeping over the crystal chandelier and the marble floor of the lobby. "Sisi, are you hungry?" Zhao Mengqi's voice pulled her back from her thoughts. "A little." "Then let me take you to eat." Zhao Mengqi linked her arm as they headed toward the restaurant, stopping after 2 steps to turn her head and look at her. "What do you want to eat?" "There's a Western restaurant upstairs, a Chinese restaurant on the 2nd floor, or we could order room service and eat in the room." "Anything is fine." Li Sisi thought for a moment and replied. "Then let's go to the upstairs Western restaurant. Their steak is good." The Western restaurant was on the right side of the 7th floor, its facade not large, but once inside it revealed a deep interior with considerable spacing between the seats. They chose a window-side table to sit down. Zhao Mengqi ordered steak salad and a glass of orange juice, and Li Sisi followed suit with the same order. After finishing their meal, the two took the elevator upstairs. Li Sisi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the vast city outside. "What's wrong?" "The car Chen Zhuo bought for you, is it registered in your name?" Li Sisi already knew but wanted to confirm once more. Zhao Mengqi hesitated for a moment. "Yes." "Does it really cost over 2 million?" "Yes." Li Sisi fell silent for a moment, the Yangtze River outside bent at the skyline, the angle sharp. Her shadow was cast on the window, blurred and indistinct. The city outside was vast, large enough to hold the dreams of tens of millions. The living room of this presidential suite was also spacious, making her feel like a butterfly trapped in a glass jar as she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. "What about me?" Her voice was soft, so soft it felt like she was talking to herself. Zhao Mengqi did not respond. She came over and stood beside Li Sisi, their shadows side by side on the window, both blurred and indistinct. Zhao Mengqi extended her hand, holding Li Sisi's, her hand smaller and her fingers thinner. "He promised you," Zhao Mengqi's voice was low but assured, 50,000 a month, it won't be less." "Yes, 50,000 a month." Li Sisi glanced at the gray river outside the corner of her mouth, curving slightly, unsure whether it was a smile or a sigh. "That's 3,000 more than me." "Mengqi, does it hurt?" "A little. But it gets easier with time." "Is he demanding it frequently?" "Not too bad. If we are together, it should be him who can't handle it." Recently, a few inexplicable negative reviews have popped up, like the male lead being a sycophant, not spending money on family, buying a car for Zhao, and being criticized for the plot twists. "It's tiring to keep updating, and I've gotten too lazy to waste time explaining. Instead of that, I might as well write more words." As usual, 5 days left. If there are more than 5 positive reviews, an update of 8000 words. If there are more than 8 positive reviews, an update of 10000 words. The name is too vulgar to utter, so let's just consider it a lesson learned. Upon returning to the aerospace garden, the sun had already begun to set. The first thing Chen Zhuo did upon entering was to throw himself onto the sofa, sinking into the cushions with his limbs sprawled out. Chen Huaijing followed him in his movements to change shoes noticeably slower than usual. He placed his leather shoes in the shoe cabinet, slipped into his slippers, leaned against the wall for a couple of steps, paused briefly in the middle of the living room, his gaze lingering on the door to his bedroom before saying, "I'm going to my room to sleep first." Chen Zhuo lifted half his head from the sofa. "Old Chen, you can't be serious. Didn't you boast to me about how you could march all night without catching your breath during your time in the army? How did you get so worn out just from a graduation banquet?" Chen Huaijing stopped in his tracks, turned his head to look at him, his lips moving slightly. Lin Wanrong interjected, "All right, enough of that. Your dad is already 43. He can't be compared to when he was young. But Huang Zhong is 60 and can still go into battle." Chen Zhuo's words trailed off. His peripheral vision caught Chen Weizhang's actions. Instead of heading to the bedroom, he walked towards the balcony, where a feather duster was placed. The Chen family had an unwritten rule: using a leather belt was a fake punishment, loud, but with little real impact, serving as a deterrent. The feather duster, however, was a genuine tool of discipline, making quite a racket. Since childhood, Chen Zhuo understood the distinction between the two, and thus his mouth completed the process of closing in a fraction of a second. He obediently laid back on the sofa, hands neatly placed at his sides. Chen Huaijing picked up the feather duster from the balcony, weighed it in his hand, and glanced at his suddenly obedient son on the sofa. With a cold snort, he returned the feather duster to its original place and walked into the bedroom. The door to the master bedroom closed. Chen Huaijing leaned against the door panel, exhaling a long breath like a balloon that had been deflated. Last night, he thought simply handing over the grain for the next week would suffice, but Lin Wanrong had collected it for the... At 4-3, his body felt the labor intensity of someone in their 20s, an intensity that was mismatched. In the living room, Chen Rujia sat cross-legged on the sofa, her skirt wrinkled from her sitting. A thick stack of cash lay across her knees, red bills neatly aligned, and stacked 100 bills tied together with a rubber band, her feet moving restlessly at the edge of the sofa. Lin Wanrong emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 cups of milk, placing one on the tea table beside Chen Rujia, and handing the other to Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo took a sip of the warm, perfectly sweetened milk. Lin Wanrong looked at the 2 children on the sofa, one counting money, and smiled slightly before returning to her room. The door to the master bedroom closed again, locking. The living room fell silent, only the hum of the air conditioning vent and the soft rustling of cash being counted by Chen Rujia echoed. She tied the last stack of money with a rubber band, neatly arranging 8 bundles in front of her. Chen Zhuo glanced over 8,000 yuan. The cash gift for the graduation banquet, a total of 80,000. He had handled about 20,000 of it, and the remaining went into the gift box. He thought to himself how unfortunate all because of that little yellow-haired kid costing him over 20,000. What a loss. Chen Rujia looked up, her gaze shifting from the 8 stacks of money to Chen Zhuo's face, then to the bulging pockets on either side of his pants. The pockets were bulging with corners of red bills peeking out. "Brother, why won't you let me date during college?" Her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Chen Zhuo leaned back on the sofa, tapping his fingers on his knee. "I just think that guy doesn't seem like a good person today." "What's wrong with him? He looks fine and comes from a wealthy family," Chen Rujia retorted intentionally, trying to argue against him. "And he's pursued me for 3 whole years, you know. So what if he has money?" Chen Zhuo's voice rose slightly. "Chen Rujia, I tell you, stay away from these rich second-generation kids in the future. They're not good news." "Why not, brother? Isn't having money a good thing?" Chen Rujia tilted her head, looking at him. Chen Zhuo smirked. "Because men change for the worse when they have money. So, brother, will you change for the worse when you become rich?" Chen Rujia blinked her big eyes at him, her eyes slightly. Chen Zhuo paused for a moment. It seemed he had indeed changed. Or perhaps he had always been this way, stifled for too long due to lack of money, causing a rebound. This is the mindset of a nouveau riche. When poor one thinks, when I have money I will do this and that. But once they really have money, those intentions burst forth like a beast released from a cage. He reached out and rubbed Chen Rujia's little head, his palms sliding from the top of her head to the tips of her braids, the pink hairpin brushing against his fingers. Who can predict what will happen in the future? But one thing will never change. What is it? I will always be your brother. That will never change. Will it never change? Chen Rujia's voice was small, barely squeezing out from her throat. What? Chen Zhuo didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Chen Rujia shook her head and then revealed a smile to him. That smile was a bit different from usual, the curve of her lips, not as pronounced, her eyes not as arched, as if something was being suppressed beneath that layer of laughter. She lowered her head, extended both hands, and pushed all 8 stacks of money in front of Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo looked at the 8 stacks of money before him, then glanced at Chen Rujia. What are you doing? If you want to save money, you'll go with you tomorrow, he said. Chen Rujia shook her head, pointing at the bulging pockets on either side of Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo scratched his head awkwardly. The money that had been siphoned off from the gift now lay innocently in his pants pockets, warmed by his body heat. Brother, you should keep this money. Chen Rujia's voice was soft, her tone different from usual, lacking the usual coquetry. Chen Zhuo looked at her. Brother, I saw the injury on your back. Her voice started to tremble. And the green book in the car. Chen Zhuo's pupils slightly constricted. Chen Rujia's tears fell drop by drop. She sat on the sofa, her hands resting on her knees, back straight, her expression resembling that of a child who had done something wrong, awaiting judgment. Brother, I'm sorry. Hey, why are you crying again? Chen Zhuo had always been unable to stand it. When Chen Ruijia cried, he panicked whenever she did. He quickly pulled out a tissue from the coffee table and handed it over, then felt it was insufficient, so he moved around to the other side of the sofa, sat down beside her, and pressed the tissue against her face in a flurry, smearing it across half of her face. Chen Ruijia took the tissue and pressed it against her eyes, her voice muffled and filled with heavy nasal tones. Brother, it's all my fault. If I hadn't cut your living expenses, you wouldn't have walked this path. Chen Zhuo's hand froze in midair. What path? The path of a wealthy god. He was utterly bewildered, looking at her face, mostly obscured by the tissue. Ru, why do you need so much money at such a young age? Chen Ruijia took the tissue down from her eyes red. I just saved up to help brother marry a wife. Chen Zhuo remained silent for a moment, gazing at her tearful eyes. So how much have you saved for me? Over 70,000. Chen Ruijia's voice grew softer. Plus the 50,000 I transferred to you yesterday, that means you've saved over 20,000, right? On average, that's just 500 to 800 deducted from him each month, which is barely acceptable. Chen Ruijia shook her head. Not counting that 50,000. Chen Zhuo's brain took about 2 seconds to process this information. Over 70,000, not counting the 50,000 transferred yesterday. His mind dissected, analyzed, and concluded this information in about 3 seconds. Then he sprang up from the sofa. Damn it, Chen Ruijia, you grandmas. Zhou Paopi isn't as good at stripping as you are. He stood in the middle of the living room, arms outstretched like a boxer unsure of where to exert his strength. He turned in place twice, then stopped in front of the coffee table, looking at the 8 bundles of money, and then at Chen Ruijia's red eyes, which were now shedding new tears. Whoa, brother, I'm sorry. Chen Ruijia cried, even louder. Chen Zhuo stood in the middle of the living room. She sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her cheeks, dripping onto her red double-layered ruffled skirt, creating small dark spots on the fabric. He took a deep breath, exhaled, and let his hands drop from his waist to his sides. He sat down beside Chen Ruijia. He wanted to give Chen Ruijia a good scolding, but the hand he had raised fell back down. After all, she was his only sister, and he now had a system. Though life in college was somewhat tight, he wouldn't starve. All right, just keep saving this money for me. He looked at her swollen red eyes. He couldn't bring himself to be harsh with his. Chen Ruijia sniffled and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. But brother, you have no money, you're eating soft rice. Who told you I'm eating soft rice? Chen Zhuo's voice rose slightly. Then how do you explain the injuries on your back? And that Cadillac worth over 2 million? Chen Zhuo finally realized. She combined these 2 pieces of information and concluded that he was being kept by a woman. He saw the complex emotions of pain and disappointment in her gaze. He wanted to explain, opening and closing his mouth, struggling to find words. What could he say? You know that system, the golden shovel red face bonding system. I've bound several people, and they help me complete tasks so I can earn money. Could he say those injuries were caused by different women, not just one? Could he say, that car was bought for Zhao Mingqi because I wanted to use the system's money for free? He couldn't speak any of it. Each statement would only worsen the situation. Chen Ruijia thought he was being kept by a woman, while in reality, he was supporting several, and those women were aware of each other's existence. It's not what you think. They'll explain it to you once we get to Jiangxing. Chen Ruijia looked at him, her gaze lingering on his face for a long time. After a moment of thought, she nodded. She slightly leaned forward, using both hands to push the 8 bundles of money a bit further. Chen Zhuo looked at the 8 bundles. He didn't lack money. He had over 340,000 in his account, with an additional 100,000 coming in daily. He was deducting money from Chen Ruijia just to vent his frustration, not realizing that she had directly given him the gifts for her graduation banquet. He felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. But this was his sister's goodwill. He thought for a moment, then reached out to gather the money, stacking it one pile upon another, reducing the 8 bundles to 2. All right, I'll keep this for now, Chen Zhuo said. Let me know when you need it. Chen Ruijia nodded. The air from the air conditioning vent blew over, and a layer of fine water droplets condensed on the milk cup's wall on the coffee table, a droplet sliding down the wall and spreading into a small circle of water on the coaster. Chen Ruijia leaned against the sofa, her feet resting on the edge of the coffee table, the white, lace-trimmed stockings less dazzling in the dim light. Her eyes were still red, but she had stopped crying. The following days passed quickly, so quickly that Chen Zhuo hadn't even realized the calendar had flipped to July. Ever since he started writing novels, he had become reclusive, and during these days at home, he had fully embodied the essence of being a recluse. The grades had yet to come out. He refreshed the academic system countless times, each time seeing no grades of it. That's how university works. Grades aren't just finalized. They also consider performance grades, assignments, and lab reports for a comprehensive assessment, and then the class grades must be reported to the college, which will review and enter them into the system. They can't fail too many students. The college can't afford that. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. On the night of July 2nd, Chen Zhuo was lying in bed scrolling through his phone when a notification popped up from the academic system. Grades have been released. His thumb paused on the notification bar before clicking in. 5 subjects. Each subject was followed by a number, the highest being 87, the lowest 81, all above 80. Chen Zhuo stared at those numbers for a few seconds, unable to suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. He sat up in bed, clenched his fists tightly in excitement. Nice, I must reward Zhao Mingqi heavily when I get back. The system notification chimed in as expected. Ding! The host has passed all subjects in the final exam with scores exceeding 80 grades. Are valid task completed. Reward red face position 1. On the system panel, he saw the number in the red face position section change from 3 to 4. One more slot was added. System bind Wang Xinhua for me. Binding Wang Xinhua successful. Updating bonds. Current bonds. Hui Xin 11. Lucky Star 11. Lala 11. Student 33. Scheming Girl 11. Reality 11. The activation effect of the Hui Xin bond is a 100% increase in recovery speed. Previously, he had only seen this effect on Wang Xinhua's panel, knowing it was powerful, but had never experienced it firsthand. Now at the moment of completion of the binding, a warm current surged from deep within his body, like warm water flowing slowly through his veins. He felt it. He felt terrifyingly strong now. Struggling without a test subject, Chen Zhuo locked the door and planned to indulge himself. However, this experiment ultimately failed. He did not detect where his limits lay. It was mainly due to being accustomed to meat. Watching others eat while he nibbled on steamed buns was tolerable for 1 or 2, but he had no idea how long he had been in the room, and when he finally gave up and glanced at his phone, nearly 4 hours had passed. He leaned wearily against the headboard, sweat trickling down his neck, but that warm current was still at work. He could feel his stamina gradually recovering like a phone plugged into fast charging. At midnight, the long silent system task notification sound echoed in his mind once more. System task is being issued. Please choose one of the following tasks to complete. Task 1. Engage in friendly communication with a blue attribute opposite gender 10 times. Reward secret hot pot base recipe 1. Task 2. Engage in friendly communication with a purple attribute opposite gender 10 times. Reward QQ Nene T recipe 10. Task 3. Engage in friendly communication with an orange attribute opposite gender 10 times. Reward universal soul seasoning recipe 1. Note: once friendly communication begins, do not change the His gaze swept back and forth between task 1 and task 3, skipping task 2 directly. What kind of 8th level name was QQ Nene T? It sounded unreliable. Task 3's universal soul seasoning recipe sounded impressive. However, the only orange attribute he knew was Jiangyu. He had only met Jiangyu once, not even counting his friends. For task 1, both Zhao Mingqi and Li Sisi fulfilled the blue attribute. The reward of the secret hot pot base recipe sounded much more practical. Yes, it had nothing to do with Li Sisi mainly, because Chen Zhuo particularly liked hot pot. I choose task 1. He made a decision in his heart. The next day afternoon, Lin Wanrong returned from the Civil Affairs Bureau after an early shift around 4 o'clock. She busied herself in the kitchen for over 2 hours with the stove fire, never extinguished, the roar of the range hood blending with the sound of the spatula clashing against the iron pot. Chen Rujia assisted in the kitchen, washing and chopping vegetables with swift motions. Chen Huaijing sat on the sofa, watching TV, flipping channels between the news and sports. Chen Zhuo lay on the sofa, occupying 2/3 of its length, 1 foot resting on the armrest, his head supported by a cushion, his phone raised in front of his face. The graduation banquet for his sister was over. The red envelope was secured. Wang Xinhua was also bound, and they would return to Jiang City tomorrow. Everything was progressing according to plan. When the dishes were served, Chen Zhuo smelled the caramel aroma of the braised pork and the fresh scent of crucian carp soup wafting from the kitchen, merging into a complex yet warm fragrance. He sat up and stuffed a piece of braised pork into his mouth. The fatty part melted in his mouth. The lean part was soft and tender, pleasantly salty and sweet. His mother's braised pork still tasted the same, something he had eaten since childhood. It had never changed. Lin Wanrong wiped her hands on her apron and sat down across from him, not touching her chopsticks, watching him eat for a while. Sure, you are about to be a senior. Do you have any plans? Chen Zhuo chewed the meat. His chopsticks paused in midair as he thought for a moment. He planned to wait until that author account was secured before deciding. He bought that account for 200,000 from an author who had stopped updating for a year. That person had been somewhat famous before, earning over 300,000 in monthly royalties at their peak, but had stopped due to health issues, leaving the account idle. Even after a year of inactivity, it could still generate around 6,000 in royalties each month. Chen Zhuo planned to acquire this account. In this way, he would have a sufficient and reasonable explanation for his source of income. Copyright fees and royalties combined with this set of reasoning, no one would doubt a suddenly wealthy web fiction author. Not sure yet, I'll decide after the graduation defense. Chen Zhuo said. Lin Wanrong nodded. It's okay, no rush, the family can support you. Thank you, Mom. Chen Zhuo. Lin Wanrong's gaze shifted from him to Chen Rujia. Ruer, why don't you go after school starts? You can go to your brother's place, he still needs to take care of you. Chen Rujia muttered in dissatisfaction. Mom, who's taking care of whom, is yet to be seen. She picked up a piece of fish and chewed it before continuing. Besides, I'm just going early to familiarize myself. What's there to familiarize? Our place is close to Jiang City. We've been taking you and your brother there since you were little. Chen Rujia put down her chopsticks, propping her hands on the table, leaning slightly forward. No, I want to go. Besides, my brother is dating you. I need to help keep an eye on things. Lin Wanrong's head turned. Sure, are you dating? Chen Zhuo nodded. Chen Weisheng's lips moved slightly, wanting to say something, but Lin Wanrong shot him a look, silencing him. Where's her home? Lin Wanrong asked. Xiangfan. What do her parents do? My father drives fresh produce. How many children are in the family? 2. She has a younger brother. Chen Zhuo could answer all these questions. Not because he had prepared in advance, but because he had learned all of Zhao Menqi's basic information while being a simp. Lin Wanrong didn't ask any further. She reached for the plate of stir-fried vegetables, picked up a few pieces, and placed them in Chen Zhuo's bowl, then added some to Chen Rujia's. Eat more vegetables. Upon hearing that Chen Zhuo already had a girlfriend, her heart felt slightly relieved. Chen Rujia lowered her head, scooping rice, her bowl blocking half of her face, making it hard to see her expression. After dinner, the family sat together on the sofa, a rare occasion. Chen Huaijing sat on the far left holding the remote control. The channel stopped on the news station, where the anchor was reporting a trivial piece of livelihood news. His gaze was on the screen, but no one could tell if he was really watching. Lin Wanrong sat next to him, a plate of cut fruit on her lap, with toothpicks stuck into the apple pieces. Chen Zhuo occupied the other end of the sofa, reclining against the cushion, one foot on the edge of the coffee table, the other foot on the floor. Chen Rujia sat between him and Lin Wanrong, sitting very straight, her hands placed neatly on her knees. The kitchen lights had been turned off, the stove wiped clean, and the dishes drying on the rack. After the roar of the range had ceased, the house fell into a much quieter state, with only the host's voice from the television and the hum of the air conditioning vent remaining. Lin Wanrong picked up a piece of apple and handed it to Chen Rujia, who accepted it with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Mom." Lin Wanrong then took another piece and offered it to Chen Zhuo, who opened his mouth and directly bit into it, his teeth brushing against Lin Wanrong's fingers. Lin Wanrong gave him a light pat on the back of his hand, saying, "How old are you, still acting like a child?" Chen Zhuo chewed on the apple and mumbled, "In front of you, I'll always be a child." After chatting for a while, Lin Wanrong finally relented and agreed to let Chen Rujia go to Chen Zhuo's place. Leaving her alone at home would be stifling. At least in Jiang City, there would be someone to keep her company. However, she repeatedly emphasized to Chen Rujia not to bully her brother. Chen Rujia nodded her head like a chick pecking at grain, saying got it, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Once everything was settled, Lin Wanrong stood up and called for Chen Huaijing, who was still watching television, to return to the room. Chen Rujia jumped up from the sofa, saying, "Brother, I'm going to pack my luggage," and then she hopped excitedly toward her room. The door to her room closed, and the sounds of a suitcase opening and the wardrobe doors sliding could be heard from within. Feeling bored, Chen Zhuo leaned back on the sofa and began to watch live streams. He had recently developed a new habit of browsing beautiful female streamers, hoping to stumble upon a rare card or a powerful purple card. He scrolled for an hour, moving from the beauty section to the dance section, then to the music section, and back to the beauty section. Well, no luck after all. How could one expect to find gold in Dong? If one really wanted to strike gold, they would need to go to He turned off his phone and took a shower, cranking the faucet to maximum. The hot water cascaded over his skin, and soon the bathroom was filled with a white mist of steam. Tomorrow would bring another tough battle. He needed to complete the task of engaging in friendly conversations with the blue attribute for 10 times before noon the day after, so he could have an extra day to tackle new tasks. Time was tight, and the tasks were heavy. In the master bedroom, the lights had been turned off, leaving only a small night lamp at the bedside, glowing softly, casting a warm orange light that illuminated a small area in the room while the curtains were tightly drawn. Lin Wanrong leaned against the headboard, her hair cascading down after being released from the wooden hairpin. She wore a light-colored silk nightgown with a delicate lace trim around the collar. She sighed softly, her voice was not loud, but particularly clear in the quiet room. "What's wrong, dear?" Chen Huaijing turned his head to look at her. "It's that crazy woman again. I have a feeling this matter won't end so simply." Lin Wanrong's gaze fell on the ceiling light that had not been turned on. Chen Huaijing comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, it won't. That's the advantage of having a useless son." Lin Wanrong instantly became furious, her fist striking Chen Huaijing's arm. With considerable force, her voice muffled. "Your son is the useless one." After her outburst, her expression changed, shifting from anger to disappointment, and then to a deeper, indescribable emotion. Lin Wanrong was unaware that she had misspoken, and Chen Huaijing did not correct her. "My son is smart. But what's wrong with being ordinary?" After a moment, he spoke again. "Our family of 4 is safe and sound. How wonderful." Lin Wanrong remained silent for a long time. She sensed the underlying message in her husband's words. "All right, Zhuo has a girlfriend now, so don't entertain any chaotic thoughts." Her tone returned to its usual. Chen Huaijing nodded, unsure of which part he was responding to. Lin Wanrong changed the subject. "By the way, Zhuo is coming back to Jiang City tomorrow. He has a girlfriend now. Today's girls are quite realistic. Remember to transfer some pocket money to Zhuo tomorrow." "How much should I transfer?" Chen Huaijing asked. Lin Wanrong pondered for a moment. "Transfer 50,000. Dating nowadays costs quite a bit, and with Ruer going over, it won't be convenient for the young couple. They might need to book a hotel from time to time." "All right, I'll transfer it to him tomorrow. Time to sleep." Lin Wanrong pulled up the blanket and lay down. Chen Huaijing finally sighed in relief, reaching for the bedside lamp switch. Before his fingers could touch the knob, Lin Wanrong sat up again. "What's wrong, dear?" "I'm a bit angry." "What are you angry? I'm upset with those 2 ungrateful kids." Lin Wanrong's gaze fell on the bedroom door. "One just got home a few days ago and is already thinking about going back to be with his girlfriend." And the other just graduated a couple of days ago and is already thinking of running away. That's true, but it's quite ungrateful, Chen Huaijing agreed. Lin Wanrong fell silent, reaching for the wooden hairpin on the nightstand. Biting one end of the rubber band with her teeth, she wrapped it around her fingers a few times and began to retwist her scattered hair. The wooden hairpin was secured into her hair, holding it in place, and a few strands fell down from her forehead. She moved quickly, so quickly that Chen Huaijing didn't even realize what had happened before it was done. Seeing his wife tying her hair, a sense of dread arose in Chen Weisheng's heart. Dear, why are you tying your hair? I'm feeling a bit unhappy and need to vent. If you want to vent, I can go call Ruer and Zhuo to the living room right now, and you can take a feather duster and give them each a whack. No way, Zhuo and Ruer are both my precious darlings. Ew, I can't bear to do that. No. Dear. Really? Do you still have any love to spare? Today's rations should be submitted. Dear, your rations have already been received for the week after next. Chen Weisheng's voice carried a hint of panic. Lin Wanrong glanced at him, her lips curling slightly. Reset at the beginning of each month. Love to spare resets at midnight every day? You can do it 3 times a day, or just don't use them all at once, leaving it in an awkward state. But we don't have any Smurfs at home anymore. That's all right, these 2 ungrateful ones have left home, so we can have another little one. But dear, we're already of a certain age. Chen Huaijing, are you saying I'm getting old? Are you thinking of finding someone younger outside? Dear readers, do you think my book isn't good enough? No, dear, you'll always be 18 age. Dear readers, you will always be 18, not by age. Today there are 6 5-star reviews bringing you 8,000 words. For the next 4 days, continue with 5 or more positive reviews for 8,000 words and 8 or more for 10,000 words. Some readers gave good reviews, but didn't type anything. Those won't count because I can't see them in the back end. If you really don't know what to write, just say supermarketly CC, and that will do. Don't rush to leave, there are still 2 chapters left. The next day, when Chen Zhuo woke up, it was already 9 o'clock. He reached for his phone and saw a WeChat transfer notification for 50,000 yuan sent by his father Chen Huaizhang. Chen Zhuo stared at the transfer for a few seconds, his thumb hovering over the screen, before he finally pressed the confirm button. With 50,000 yuan added to his balance, and the hedge fund yielding him 100,000 every day, Chen Zhuo's balance had now surpassed 4 million. It wasn't that he lacked the 5,000 yuan, it was more about how a son suddenly telling his parents, I have money you don't need to give me, and he would only make them think, is he involved in something illegal? Especially for parents like his who were still within the system. He needed to maintain this ordinary university student persona for now, so that when he returned next time, he could have his own reasons. Mom, I've earned quite a bit from my writing recently. Mom, I sold another piece of copyright. Dad, I partnered up to open a hot pot restaurant last time, and the business is doing well. He had already rehearsed these reasons in his mind several times, waiting for the right moment to bring them up. At that time, he planned to buy a larger house for the family, replace his father's old Peugeot that had been running for over 10 years, and buy his mother some jewelry and clothes. Chen Zhuo replied to Chen Huaizhang with a message, thanks Dad, got it. He added a grinning emoji at the end. After sending it, he climbed out of bed, put on a pair of shorts, and left the room. The scene in the living room stunned him for a moment. There were 2 suitcases side by side at the entrance, one pink and one dark gray, with a backpack standing next to them topped with a travel bag. These bags occupied the small transitional area between the entrance and the living room. Ruo, have you emptied the whole? Chen Zhuo leaned against the corridor wall, arms crossed. Chen Rojia was checking if the zippers on the suitcases were properly closed, not lifting her head upon hearing his voice. Yo, leave some clothes at your place and take some to school when the semester starts. Are you planning to stay at my place long term? Chen Zhuo's voice carried a hint of caution he wasn't even aware of. Chen Rojia finally looked up at him. She didn't say a word, but her expression said it all, a kind of how could you refuse me grievance. With her lips, slightly pursed brows furrowed, and her big eyes reflecting the light from the window, they sparkled like water ready to overflow. Brother, isn't your home my home too? On weekends, all my university roommates are out dating, and you won't let me date either. It's so lonely for Ruer to be alone in the dorm. Chen Zhuo thought about it for a moment and realized she had a point. During the week, there were morning and evening self-study sessions, as well as dorm inspections. Thus, the weekends became a hunting ground for those wanting to pursue. He didn't want his sister to be taken advantage of right after entering university. All right, you win, he said. Chen Rojia's grievance expression switched to a smile in 3 seconds, the smoothness of the transition rivaling that of silk. Chen Zhuo said nothing further, turning to change his clothes. Downstairs, he walked to the outdoor parking lot, where the Cadillac lay quietly in its designated spot, covered by a thin layer of dust. He pressed the unlock button, the headlights flashing twice, and the trunk slowly opened. Then he began to move the luggage, one suitcase, another suitcase, a backpack, and a travel bag. From the 3rd floor to the 1st, and from the 1st to the parking lot, he made 3 trips back and forth. He realized his breathing was steady, his heartbeat normal, and his calves showed no signs of fatigue, even feeling that this level of exercise barely qualified as a warm-up. The Hui Xian bond truly was remarkable. His BOTUS recovery speed had increased by 100% along with an overall enhancement in physical capacity. Chen Rojia emerged from the building carrying a paper bag filled with snacks and 3 bottles of water. She wore a white short-sleeve t-shirt and light blue denim shorts with a pair of white flats that revealed a section of white. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, and she wore no makeup, just a layer of lip balm. Chen Zhuo opened the front passenger door and sat inside, while Lung Jing had already sat in the back seat, while Chen Zhuo was moving the luggage. The Cadillac drove out of the aerospace garden, merging into the morning traffic of Huayin City. Chen Zhuo held the steering wheel with one hand relaxed in posture, gazing straight ahead as the sign for the highway entrance drew nearer. The navigation voice came from his phone announcing, in 300 meters, turn right to enter Jiangqing Expressway. Around 11:30, the Cadillac entered the underground parking lot of the Platinum Joy Mansion. Chen Zhuo parked the car in the designated spot, turned off the engine, and pulled out the key. The sound of the trunk popping open echoed through the underground garage. The three of them got out of the car, each carrying something. Chen Zhuo had one suitcase in each hand. Lung Jing carried a backpack and a travel bag, while Chen Zhuo held a paper bag and a bag of unfinished snacks from the road. The elevator ascended from the basement to the 8th floor. When the door opened, Chen Zhuo entered the password, and the lock emitted a soft click as he pushed the door open, stepping aside to let Chen Zhuo go in first. Next to the shoe cabinet were 3 pairs of new slippers ranging from size 36 to 38. Slippers generally run one size larger. Chen Zhuo took off her shoes and slipped into the smallest pair of light blue slippers. The fit was just right. She stepped on the floor, then walked into the living room, her gaze sweeping from the ceiling to the floor, from the floor-to-ceiling windows, to the open kitchen, from the stairs, to the half-open bedroom on the 2nd floor, taking in everything. Brother, it's not bad at all. Chen Zhuo didn't respond, instead bringing the suitcase inside from the entrance and placing it next to the stairs. Lung Jing followed behind, still carrying the backpack and travel bag. Chen Zhuo had already scampered up the stairs in her slippers, preparing to take her suitcase upstairs. Lung Jing, worried she couldn't handle it alone, put her bags on the sofa and followed her. Lung Jing helped Chen Zhuo carry the dark gray suitcase up to the 2nd floor. Chen Zhuo opened the suitcase and began hanging her clothes in the wardrobe. The wardrobe was empty with only a few hangers on the rod. Lung Jing assisted by sorting the folded clothes into drawers, placing underwear in one section and socks in another. Downstairs, Chen Zhuo leaned back on the sofa and took out his phone to order takeout. He ordered, as per the last meal he had with Lung Jing, a round of king crab, Australian lobster, a 5 Wagyu beef black truffle risotto, and added 2 seafood dishes, Spanish red shrimp and salt, and pepper mantis shrimp, opting for the large size. After finishing the main course order, he browsed through the snack section, adding braised beef, spicy chicken feet, cold seaweed salad, and smashed cucumber, each receiving an order. He initially intended to order some drinks, but with Chen Zhuo present, Chen Zhuo added 3 cups of milk tea, 1 cup of taro bubble tea, 1 cup of mango sago, and 1 cup of cheese grape. When the takeaway arrived, the luggage on the 2nd floor was already packed. Chen Zhuo and Lung Jing walked down the stairs, catching the enticing aroma of seafood and marinated delicacies in the air. Chen Zhuo had already arranged the takeout boxes on the dining table, with the largest box containing the king crab placed in the center, surrounded by other dishes like stars around the moon. Chen Zhuo and Lung Jing sat down at the dining table. Lung Jing sat next to Chen Zhuo, while Chen Zhuo sat opposite them, starting to open the crab legs. Lung Jing picked up a crab leg, clamped it with the crab pliers, and used her fingertips to peel off the shell piece by piece. The entire crab leg slid out intact, and she placed the complete crab meat into Chen Zhuo's bowl. Chen Zhuo said, "Thank you," and then used her chopsticks to pick up the crab meat, placing it into Chen Zhuo's bowl. Chen Zhuo looked down at the intact crab leg in his bowl, before raising his gaze to Lung Jing. She was peeling the 2nd crab leg, the crab meat sliding out whole again, which she placed into Chen Zhuo's bowl. Chen Zhuo turned back, while Lung Jing peeled one, and Chen Zhuo turned another. Lung Jing had peeled 4 crab legs, all of which went into Chen Zhuo's bowl. Her hands were smeared with crab shell fragments and juice. She didn't wipe her hands, and continued to peel the 5th crab leg. Chen Zhuo watched her peel shrimp and crab beside him, feeling a bit sorry for her. She had worked hard for half the day, and all the meat ended up in his bowl. Chen Zhuo hesitated over whether to peel some for her as well, but after hesitating for 2 seconds, he completely dismissed the plan of peeling shrimp for Lung Jing. Fortunately, Chen Zhuo wasn't entirely neglectful of Lung Jing. She also peeled a few mantis shrimps for her, much to Lung Jing's delight. The 3 of them ate for nearly 2 hours. The shells of shrimp and crab piled up into a small mountain. After finishing the meal, Chen Zhuo took the initiative to clean the dishes. She stacked the takeout boxes and stuffed them into a garbage bag, wiped the table with a cloth, and swept the crab and shrimp shells into the trash can. After cleaning up, the 3 of them sat on the sofa with Chen Zhuo in the middle, Chen Zhuo on the left, and Lung Jing on the right. The air conditioning blew down from the vents, dispersing the lingering seafood scent in the air. Lung Jing spoke first. "There are no partitions between your 2 rooms upstairs. How do you plan to live?" Chen Zhuo's gaze shifted to Chen Zhuo. "It's indeed inconvenient, so I won't be staying here tonight," Chen Zhuo replied. Chen Zhuo's pupils slightly widened before returning to normal. "Brother, are you going to your girlfriend's place?" Her tone seemed to casually inquire. Chen Zhuo nodded. Chen Zhuo's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. "Brother, you said last time at home that you'd tell me when you arrived in Jiangqing. You and her." Chen Zhuo leaned back on the sofa, tapping his fingers on his knee. He had already thought out his explanation, having started to formulate it the night he told Chen Zhuo, "I'll explain once I arrive." "Actually, I've written novels under more than one account over the years," Chen Zhuo said. Chen Rujia's brows twitched slightly, and Lung Qing's brows also moved. Both of them looked at him simultaneously. Chen Zhuo continued, the novel I wrote under my other account became a hit. A hit? How much of a hit? Lung Qing asked. About 50,000 average subscriptions. Lung Qing's eyes widened. As an avid reader of web literature for many years, she knew what that number implied. Most web novels that reach completion have around 10,000 average subscriptions, while 50,000 is data typical of top-tier authors. 50,000 average subscriptions. Your royalties must exceed 10 million, right? Lung Qing's tone carried a hint of uncertain calculation. Chen Zhuo scratched his head. Not that much. I've only written 200,000 words, and with subscription income plus half a year's bonus, it's about 3,112,000. There are a few audiobook rights and short drama rights, and in the end I took home about 4 million. I don't believe it. Lung Qing's voice was short and crisp, her expression more direct than her words, every line on her face screaming you're lying. Chen Rujia's expression wasn't as intense as Lung Qing's, but her eyes also held a thin veil of skepticism. Chen Zhuo took out his phone, opened the banking app, and the balance page displayed that string of numbers. 4 million plus, not 400, not 4,000, not 40,000, but over 4 million. Lung Qing's gaze moved away from that string of numbers, then back again, then away, as if looking at the numbers one more time would make them decrease. Chen Rujia stared at that string of numbers, remaining silent for a long time. Brother, are you sure this is what you earned from writing novels? Yes. Then what is the name of that novel? Chen Zhuo hesitated. The book was titled Surviving as a Beast in the Huan Sect. The content of the book was highly consistent with its title, featuring a protagonist cultivating in a sect famous for dual cultivation techniques, surrounded entirely by female cultivators, with the male lead being the only male. This book had more female characters than his previous harem novel, with even greater density and extent of intimate descriptions. In the comments section of this book, there was a frequently mentioned phrase, I ran out of nutrient drinks. Saying this title in front of my sister made him feel like he might want to find a crevice to hide in. It's not convenient to say. His voice trailed off. Then you're lying. I'm calling mom and dad right now. Chen Rujia reached for her phone. Losing face in front of her sister was far better than losing face in front of their parents. Alright, I'll say it. Chen Zhuo took a deep breath. The book is called Surviving as a Beast in the Huan Sect. The moment he spoke that title, he felt the temperature of his face rise by at least 5 degrees. Lung Qing's lips twitched, but quickly suppressed it. Chen Rujia did not laugh, did not blush, and made no comments. She picked up her phone and began to search. She typed those 9 characters into the search engine, and the moment the search results appeared, she saw the cover of the book. An ancient-style woman reclined beneath a peach blossom tree, her clothes half undone. The area below her collarbone was obscured by the book title, but it wasn't completely covered. She clicked into the book's detail page, which showed over 300,000 total collections. Chen Rujia looked up at Chen Zhuo, her gaze flashing with something she couldn't quite articulate. Do you want to see the back end too? Lung Qing and Chen Rujia both nodded. Chen Zhuo opened the author assistant, and the back-end data for that account was far more luxurious than his failed account. Subscription income, tips, income, revenue sharing, channel income, each number followed by several zeros. Lung Qing did the math and matched it with the numbers Chen Zhuo had just mentioned. They were quite close. She closed the page and returned the phone to Chen Zhuo. Seeing you making money makes me feel worse than if you killed me, Lung Qing said with a glum face. Once again, I would like to thank Tianyu and that rogue. Tomorrow we will enter the plot everyone is currently looking for. Shout it out loud. Chen Zhuo looked at Chen Rujia, her expression softened significantly compared to before as the layer of doubt cracked open, revealing her softer side. Now do you believe me, your brother, he asked. Chen Rujia nodded, her voice muffled. Brother, I misjudged you, you are truly— It's fine. Am I leaving now? Chen Zhuo stood up. Lung Jing and Chen Rujia did not speak. One leaned back on the sofa, while the other sat at the edge, both in a posture of neither obstructing nor seeing him off. Chen Zhuo took 2 steps, stopped, and turned to look at Lung Jing. Why aren't you leaving? Lung Jing leaned on the sofa, her arms crossed over her chest, speaking with a tone of righteous defiance. I'm staying here to keep Sharo company. No. Chen Zhuo shook his head vigorously. It's Zyra's first day here. If you run off, won't she be scared alone in an unfamiliar environment? Lung Jing's tone carried a moral reproach of, are you really her brother? Chen Zhuo thought for a moment it was indeed possible that Chen Rujia would be scared spending her first night in an unfamiliar city and house. Having Lung Jing stay with her was a good thing from a safety perspective. However, that was under the premise of there being danger. When there was none, Lung Jing was the biggest danger. What about your girlfriend? He changed the angle of the conversation. We broke up. When did that happen? Right now. Lung Jing pulled out her phone from her pocket, scrolled through her contacts to find Su Yuning's name, and dialed. The phone rang twice before being answered. Su Yuning, we broke up. Lung Jing's voice was crisp and decisive. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Why, baby? Su Yuning's voice came through the receiver, tinged with confusion and a hint of sleepiness. Because I love sweet tofu pudding and you love salty tofu pudding, we are in a match. After saying this, Lung Jing did not give the other party any chance to respond and hung up directly. Her movements were swift and decisive. After hanging up, she tucked her phone back into her pocket and looked up at Chen Zhuo, her expression seeming to say, "See, it's done." Chen Zhuo stood in the middle of the living room looking at Lung Jing's assertive face, utterly speechless. What the hell was with sweet tofu pudding and salty tofu pudding? He thought for a moment it was good for Chen Zhuo to have someone with her. But Lung Jing shouldn't take advantage of it. He took out paper and a pen from the drawer and drew a simple stick figure with a circle representing the head and several lines representing the limbs. Then he used the pen to shade everything except the hands, feet, and face in black. Lung Jing looked at the paper, observing the stick figure with only the face and hands and feet exposed. No touching the shaded areas. "Did you hear me?" Chen Zhuo held the paper in front of Lung Jing, his tone serious, like a judge reading out legal statutes. Lung Jing's lips moved slightly, displaying a hint of reluctance on her face, but after glancing at Chen Zhuo and then at the paper, she nodded in agreement. Chen Zhuo turned to Chen Zhuo, his tone shifting from stern to gentle. "Ruer girls need to protect themselves too, do you want?" Chen Zhuo nodded. "Don't worry, brother, no one can touch the shaded areas you drew." Chen Zhuo took his phone and car keys, changed his shoes, and left the house. The sound of the door closing echoed in the hallway, followed by the sound of the elevator door opening and closing, and then everything returned to silence. Chen Zhuo looked down at the light blue slippers on her feet, the little cat pattern on the slippers lying on her foot, she silently told herself one thing, excluding her brother. After Chen Zhuo went downstairs, he drove the Cadillac directly out of the underground parking lot of the Buyue Mansion. The destination on the navigation was already set, Hilton Hotel. The drive from Buyue Mansion to Hilton Hotel took about 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, Chen Zhuo's fingers lightly tapped on the steering wheel. There was no music, no radio, just the low hum of the engine and the faint sound of airflow from the air conditioning vents. He was calculating how to complete this task before midnight the day after tomorrow. The Cadillac stopped in front of the revolving door of the Hilton Hotel, and a bellboy hurriedly approached. Chen Zhuo tossed him the car keys and strode into the lobby. The elevator ascended quickly, the floor numbers jumping from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, climbing one by one. The door to the presidential suite was slightly ajar. When he swiped his card, the door lock made a soft sound. He pushed the door open, and the lights in the entrance and living room were on. The television was on with the volume low, broadcasting a variety show, and the audience's laughter flowed out in waves from the speakers, but sounded a bit thin in the spacious living room. On the coffee table were 2 cups of water, half a plate of cut fruit, a bag of open potato chips, and 2 rolled-up yoga mats. His gaze moved past the coffee table, landing on the carpet in the center of the living room. 2 girls were practicing yoga dressed in yoga attire. Chen Zhuo had never realized how goodly Cici's figure was. His first reaction upon entering was not, "Why are you practicing yoga?" but rather, "How did this figure get hidden away?" Both were wearing tight-fitting yoga clothes, black tops and black pants, the material clinging closely to their skin, clearly outlining every contour of their bodies. Zhao Mingqi was performing a standing pose, one leg straight on the ground while the other was bent, and raised the foot pressed against the inner thigh, her hands pressed together in front of her chest. Her figure was of the slender and proportionate type, with a small frame, good proportions, a slim waist and long legs, but her curves were not exaggerated. She had flesh where it should be and slimness where it should be, giving an overall refreshing impression. Li Cici was in a forward bend pose, her waist bending down with her hands supporting her on the ground, her head naturally drooping. This pose fully exposed her bodice curves to Chen Zhuo's view. She was 1.69 meters tall, considered tall among girls with a larger frame than Zhao Mingqi, but with even better proportions. Her waist-to-hip ratio was astonishing. Her figure was not of the slender and proportionate type, like Zhao Mingqi. Her bosom was not full, her waist was slender, her hips not round, and her thighs were firm and elastic. The fabric of the yoga clothes stretched against her, creating several curves. An 86-point figure was indeed not a fluke. The system's scanning score had never been wrong. Chen Zhuo stood at the entrance for about 2 seconds, not admiring, but technically assessing, thinking, "I need to confirm the physical conditions of my next 10 friendly interactions." Then he changed his shoes and walked over on the carpet. The carpet was thick and made no sound underfoot, but the people in the living room heard the sound of the door lock. Li Cici lifted her head, her gaze meeting Chen Zhuo's in the air. Her body tensed slightly, unable to maintain the forward-leaning posture. She straightened up, her hands awkwardly hanging at her sides, fingers curled slightly. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, spreading from her cheekbones to her earlobes. Zhao Mingqi's reaction was entirely. Her posture remained unyielding, but her body had already turned, leaving a crease on the yoga mat beneath her feet. She walked briskly towards Chen Zhuo, wrapping her arms around his waist, her face pressed against his chest, then lifted her head and kissed him on the cheek. "Zhuo, you're back." Her voice was soft, barely above a whisper. Chen Zhuo nodded. "Have you been comfortable these past?" "Everything's great. The food, accommodation, and clothing are all top-notch. Oh, what's there to be uncomfortable about?" Her tone carried a sense of satisfaction, along with a hint of something else. Chen Zhuo's gaze drifted over Zhao Mingqi's shoulder, looking at Li Cici, who still stood beside the yoga mat. Her face remained red, her hands awkwardly clasped in front of her abdomen, fingers intertwined. "Cici, what about you?" Li Cici nodded. "Everything's fine." Her voice was quieter than Zhao Mingqi's, as if squeezed out from her throat. Chen Zhuo released Zhao Mingqi as she stepped back from his embrace, but didn't move far, standing slightly behind him. She glanced at Li Cici, her look conveying encouragement. Zhao Menqi's lips moved slightly, but no sound came out, the shape of her mouth clearly saying, keep going. Li Sisi received the signal, her fingers tightening even more. All right, let's head back to the room directly. Chen Zhuo's tone was calm, as if arranging a routine task. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the hallway. Li Sisi stood frozen in place, her body swaying slightly like a tree blown by the wind. Her toes curled and relaxed on the yoga mat. Zhao Mengqi walked up to Li Sisi, taking her hand, which was smaller and more delicate than Li Sisi's, with a thin layer of sweat in her palm. She squeezed tightly for a moment, then let go and took a step back. Li Sisi took a deep breath and followed Chen Zhuo. The door to the master bedroom closed. Zhao Mengqi stood in the living room, watching the door that had just shut. The variety show on the television continued with waves of laughter from the audience. She sat on the sofa, picking the last apple from the fruit plate on the coffee table, taking a bite and chewing it twice before swallowing. Then she heard a brief sound from the master bedroom, muffled, as if something was being stifled. Zhao Mengqi's hand trembled slightly, the apple slipping from her fingers onto the carpet. She did not pick it up, just sat there staring at the closed door. Not sure how much time had passed. Perhaps 40 minutes, perhaps an hour. Her phone screen lit up several times. Each time, she only glanced at it before putting it down. The door opened. Chen Zhuo emerged from the master bedroom, wearing pajama bottoms and bare-chested, his hair slightly disheveled, with faint red marks on his shoulders fresh. He approached the coffee table, bending down to pick up the remaining fruit plate, then walked to the fridge, opened it, and took out a bottle of mineral water and a box of chocolate, wedging them under his arm, while holding the fruit plate with one hand, turning back to the master bedroom. The door to the master bedroom closed again. Zhao Mengqi watched the door as it shut once more, noticing a white towel draped over the doorknob left by Chen Zhuo when he came out, fluttering slightly in the air conditioning. It was already past 5:30 in the afternoon. The sky outside began to darken, shifting from bright white to light gray, then to deep gray. The living room lights were off. The dim light from the television became the only source of illumination as the hosts on screen changed again, and advertisements played in rounds. The two pieces of apple that had fallen on the floor still lay there, their white flesh oxidizing to a brown color. Zhao Mengqi sat motionless on the sofa, curling her legs up, her chin resting on her knees. The master bedroom door opened again. This time Chen Zhuo did not come out. He only poked half his body out, telling Zhao Mengqi, "Order us some takeout, get plenty something light. I'm hungry." His voice was low, but his tone carried that particular hoarseness and relaxation of a post-event. Zhao Mengqi nodded, picked up her phone, and opened the takeout app. Her fingers swiped across the screen, ordering congee soup, dumplings, wontons, and a few side dishes. After placing the order and making the payment, she set her phone down on the coffee table and continued to watch the door. The hotel staff delivered the takeout to the door. Zhao Mengqi went to the door to collect the meal, knocking on the master bedroom door. It opened a crack, and Chen Zhuo's hand reached out from the gap to take the 2 bags she offered. The door closed. Zhao Mengqi returned to the sofa, opened her portion of congee. The century egg and lean meat congee had cooled a bit as she scooped a spoonful into her mouth, the pieces of century egg dissolving on her tongue. After chewing a couple of times and swallowing, she scooped another spoonful. The door did not open again. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. The living room lights were still off, with only the glow from the television casting flickering shadows on the wall. Zhao Mengqi leaned back on the sofa, covered by a thin blanket, her phone already charged twice. Around 2 in the morning, she finally couldn't hold on any longer, closed her eyes, and fell asleep on the sofa. When she woke up, sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling window, blinding her eyes. Squinting, she glanced at her phone. It was 9 in the morning. The door at the end of the hallway was still closed. She went to the bathroom to wash up, had breakfast in the dining room, and sent a message to Li Sisi, but received no reply. She sent another message, but still received no response. Around noon, she heard a faint sound from the master bedroom, like someone crying or perhaps sighing. Finally, around 3 in the afternoon, the master bedroom door opened. Chen Zhuo stepped out, dressed neatly in a white shirt and dark gray casual pants, his hair damp from a wash. Li Sisi was being supported by him, wearing Zhao Mengqi's robe, her hair disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes carrying an indescribable weariness. Zhao Mengqi watched the two of them walk down the hallway, her gaze flickering between them. She said nothing, poured them some water, then picked up the phone to order food. When Li Sisi sat down on the sofa, her movements were slower than usual. She supported her waist with her hand, while bending down, her legs still trembling slightly. Zhao Mengqi noticed her movement and silently counted in her heart. From yesterday afternoon until now, nearly 24 hours. That 50000 isn't so easy to get. Zhao Mengqi thought it was over. From yesterday afternoon to this afternoon, nearly 24 hours had passed, with only a brief pause to pick up takeout. 24 hours, that number should be enough. Chen Zhuo was not the kind of person who would be greedy in this regard. At 6 in the evening, after dinner, Zhao Mengqi was tidying up the garbage. Chen Zhuo glanced at Li Sisi, and Li Sisi caught that look, lowered her eyelids, her lashes fluttering. Without hesitation, she stood up and followed him into the corridor. The door to the master bedroom closed once again. Zhao Mengqi looked at that door and walked to the living room to sit on the coffee table was the half-eaten bowl of red bean soup dumplings that Li Sisi had left behind. The dumplings had cooled, and the skin had become soft, sticking to the sides of the bowl. She picked up the remote control and turned up the volume of the television. A matchmaking show was being aired with male and female guests sizing each other up on stage reciting pre-written lines while the audience applauded below. Zhao Mengqi's gaze fell on the screen, but she was not listening. Time passed slowly. Outside, the sky changed from the evening's orangered to deep blue, then to gray-black. The streetlights turned on, casting orange patches of light on the carpet through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhao Mengqi's phone screen lit up several times with group messages and public account notifications. At 11 o'clock at night, the master bedroom door finally opened. Zhao Mengqi stood up from the sofa too quickly. Her knee bumped against the edge of the coffee table, causing her to gasp in pain. She did not look down, and her gaze remained fixed on the direction of the corridor. Chen Zhuo walked out from the end of the corridor, his steps much slower than usual, as if he were walking on cotton, taking deep and shallow steps. His face was pale, his lips devoid of color, and dark circles were evident under his eyes. One hand leaned against the wall for support, while the other rested on his waist. He walked into the living room and sat down on the sofa opposite Zhao Mengqi, his body sinking into the sofa, creating a deep indentation in the cushion. He smiled weakly, a hint of relief in his expression. So the limit is 10 times within 32 hours, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. Zhao Mengqi stood frozen, hearing that number, feeling as if she were pinned down by something. He had completed 10 times from yesterday afternoon to tonight. Her gaze shifted from his face to his hands, which were still trembling slightly. When he picked up the cup from the sofa, the water inside sloshed, and he had to hold it with both hands to drink. I'm going to check on Cici, Zhao Mengqi said. Chen Zhuo nodded, and after Zhao Mengqi dashed into the room, Chen Zhuo's consciousness entered the system space. Yes, it was just at the moment the task was completed, along with the hot pot base recipe. Congratulations to the host for completing the task successfully, engaging in friendly communication with a blue attribute opposite gender. 10 times reward, secret hot pot base recipe. 1 detected that the host does not have a system space. Activating system space. Activation successful. Reward has been issued to system space. Chen Zhuo looked at the approximately 1 cubic meter of system space, approached the water cabinet, and with a thought, the water did not react at all. Chen Zhuo picked up a bottle of water and then reconnected to the system space. Soon the water in his hand disappeared, appearing in the system space. Chen Zhuo repeated the experiment several times until all the water in the cabinet was transferred to the system space before he stopped. Then he took out the secret hot pot base recipe from the system space. It read: fat portion, prepare 5 pounds of pure beef tallow, 1.5 pounds of cooked rapeseed oil, and 1 pound of chicken fat. Beef tallow serves as the backbone. Rapeseed oil reduces greasiness, and chicken fat enhances freshness. Spices and peppers: use a mixture of 3 kinds of peppers totaling 2 pounds. Among them, 8 tails of Yijing Tiao are responsible for enhancing aroma, 6 tails of bullet head for color enhancement, and 6 tails of new generation chili for spiciness. Spices: 25 grams of star anise, 20 grams of cinnamon, 15 grams of diced grass fruit, 15 grams of mountain ginger, 5 grams of cloves, 20 grams of fennel, 15 grams of white cardamom, and 10 grams of bay leaves. In the master bedroom. The room was dimly lit with only the small night light by the bed glowing. There was a familiar scent in the air, a mix of salty sweat and the sweet fragrance of the shower gel Li Cici used, along with an indescribably more elusive aura. The curtains were drawn tightly, blocking any light from outside. The air conditioning was on, giving her goosebumps on her. Li Cici lay in bed, the blanket pulled up to her chest, exposing only a section of her collarbone and pale shoulder. Her hair sprawled across the pillow like a black satin blown by the wind, with a few strands sticking to her cheek, dampened by sweat. There were remnants of tears at the corners of her eyes, trailing from the corners to her temples. Her lips were somewhat dry, with an imprint made by her teeth on the lower lip that had yet to fade. Her gaze was fixed on the ceiling, unfocused, her pupils scattered like a still pond. The body beneath the blanket was very still, so still that Zhao Mengqi momentarily wondered if she had already fallen asleep. But her eyes were open, just not looking at anything. Zhao Mengqi's eyes suddenly turned red. She quickly walked to the side of the bed, sat down on the edge, and stretched her arms to lift Li Cici's upper body from the blanket, holding her tightly in her embrace. Li Cici's head rested on her shoulder, her hair brushing against her neck, cold to the touch. Cici. Zhao Mengqi's voice trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto Li Cici's shoulder. Li Cici's body stiffened slightly in her embrace, then slowly and gradually relaxed. Her gaze shifted from the ceiling to Zhao Mengqi's face. Those eyes, previously unfocused and scattered, slowly converged like a camera being refocused. Zhao Mengqi's tear-streaked face became clearer in her pupils. Mengqi, how did you get in? Li Cici's voice was weak and hoarse, as if she had to exert great effort to squeeze out those few words. She paused, then asked a second question: where is Zhuo Ge? Where did Zhuo Ge go? Zhao Mengqi's arms around Li Cici. She released Li Cici, stepped back slightly, and looked at her face. She thought Li Cici would cry, would curse Chen Zhuo as a bastard, would say, I never want to see him again. She thought Li Cici would need comfort, would need a hug, would need someone to listen to her grievances from the past 2 days. She had waited outside for nearly 30 hours, preparing countless comforting words in her mind. She did not expect the first question Li Cici asked would be, where did Zhuo Ge go? That bastard bullied you to this extent, and you're still asking about him. Zhao Menqi's voice carried a complex emotion that was hard to describe, a mix of heartache and anger. Li Cici's lips curled slightly when she heard the words bastard and bullied. The arc was subtle, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. Her previously dull and lifeless eyes slowly began to shine like a lamp that had been reignited. Light emanated from the depths of her pupils, initially faint and flickering, then growing brighter and steadier until it transformed into a glow that Zhao Mengqi had never seen in Li Cici's eyes, an almost obsessive brilliance. "Cici, are you alright?" Zhao Mengqi reached out to touch her face. The skin felt cool, but it was better than before at least. Li Cici rested her head on Zhao Mengqi's shoulder, her eyes half closed. "So nice," she murmured softly as if speaking in her dreams. "What's so nice?" "Zhuogu is so nice." Zhao Mengqi's hand lingered on Li Cici's cheek, motionless. She gazed at the expression on Li Cici's face, something she had never seen before. Not satisfaction, not exhaustion, but an emotion she couldn't quite name. Suddenly she recalled that first year in college when Li Cici returned from a bar for the first time. That night she had her first drink, her face flushed, her eyes bright, as if ignited by something. She had grabbed Zhao Mengqi's hand and said, "Mengqi, do you know what it feels like to drink? It's that feeling when you swallow, your throat burns, your stomach burns, your whole body burns, but you don't want to stop. You want to drink and drink until you want nothing more." Li Cici's expression at that moment resembled that night, yet it was entirely different. "Because he is the first and the only man who makes me tremble." Zhao Mengqi embraced Li Cici, her fingers gently combing through her hair once and again. Li Cici's breathing gradually steadied, her eyes completely closed, her eyelashes casting a small fan-shaped shadow on her eyelids. Zhao Mengqi gently placed her head back on the pillow, pulled the blanket up to cover her shoulders, and tucked in the corners. Chen Zhuo leaned against the head of the empty room's bed, reviewing the secret hot pot base formula from the system space from beginning to end. The ingredient list was extensive, detailing everything from spices to chili peppers, oils to seasoning powders, each item measured precisely in grams. Chen Zhuo committed every word of the formula to memory. Not because of good recall, but due to a buff that increased his learning ability by 50%, making everything feel as if it was etched in his mind. He planned to buy some ingredients soon to try it out, to stir-fry a pot of base and taste the flavor. He was already quite tired. Every cell in his body was signaling the need for rest. Pain began to throb in his side again. The wisdom of his heart continued to work diligently, warm currents flowing through his body, gradually washing away lactic acid and fatigue, but it was not fast enough to cover the toll of the day and night. He leaned against the headboard and closed his eyes, yet did not sleep. He was waiting for midnight. At 12 o'clock, the familiar system notification chimed in his mind. "Task refreshing. Please choose one of the following 3 tasks to complete. Task 1, open a hot pot restaurant and achieve revenue of over 1,000 yuan on the opening day. Reward lucky dice 1. Task 2, open a hot pot restaurant and achieve revenue of over 3,000 yuan on the opening day. Reward lucky dice 2. Task 3, open a hot pot restaurant and achieve revenue of over 5,000 yuan on the opening day. Reward lucky dice 3. Note: lucky dice. Rewards based on the total points rolled. Chen Zhuo reviewed these 3 options in his mind 3 times. What fun is it to play gold shovel without gambling or greed? I choose task 3. After selecting the task, he turned over and pulled the blanket over his shoulder. He was indeed heavily overdrawn after this day and night. He covered his head with the blanket, his consciousness sinking like a stone into deep water. This sleep was particularly deep, without dreams, without tossing and turning, without any signs of conscious activity, like a machine that had been unplugged, completely shut down. Uncertain of how long he had slept, he felt something in the midst of confusion. It was an itch starting from the tip of his nose, spreading to the bridge from the upper lip to the lower lip. The itch was persistent and unending. He wrinkled his nose, trying to cover his face with the blanket, but the blanket was pinned down by something and wouldn't budge. He wrinkled his nose again, the itch not dissipating. He reached out his hand to wave in front of his face, hitting a soft object that recoiled, and then reached out again after a moment. His consciousness slowly floated up from the depths like a fish swimming from the dark sea towards the bright surface. He opened his eyes. The curtains were drawn, obscuring the view outside. The lamp by the bed was on the light, stinging his eyes as he squinted. A soft, warm black mass was pressed against his chest, moving. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, he looked down and saw a black head. Hair spilled across his chest, brushing against his chin and neck, tickling him. The head rubbed against his chest like a cat searching for a comfortable sleeping position. "Cici." The head lifted. Li Cici's face appeared in his view, carrying a lazy and satisfied look, as if just awakened from a dream. Her hair was disheveled, some strands sticking to her cheeks, others falling to his neck. Her cheeks were rosy, not pale like yesterday. Her lips tinted with color. The mark left by her teeth on her lower lip had faded, restored to a plump and moist appearance. She wore no makeup. Her bare face was in great condition, fair with a hint of redness resembling a freshly shelled egg. Her eyes sparkled with something that made one reluctant to look away. "Zhuogu, I woke up and didn't see you. I missed you." Her voice was soft and sticky like freshly made glutinous rice balls, sweet and tender. Chen Zhuo gazed at her. She was smiling, her eyes crescent-shaped, the corners of her lips curved, every line of her face uplifted. "How much did you miss me?" he asked. Li Sisi buried her head in his neck, her voice muffled. I missed you so much that I felt like the sorrow could flow back into a river. Chen Zhuo paused for a moment. He responded with a look and tone reminiscent of Hong Shixian. Li Sisi lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. There was no discomfort on her face from his words. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. Who sang of the east wind last night when the moon was full? As autumn became cool, suddenly encountering her in the Red Mansion. From the moment we met, I sighed. Waking is Sisi. Dreaming is also Sisi. Before was Sisi. After is still Sisi. Above is Sisi. Below is Sisi. When the two of them stepped out of the room again, it was already dark outside. The hallway lights were off, the living room lights were off, only the glow from the television cast flickering shadows on the wall. Zhao Mengqi sat alone on the sofa, 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls placed in front of her, the dishes already turned cold. Chen Zhuo was also somewhat puzzled. Why was Li Sisi so clingy? She wasn't like this when they chatted on WeChat, nor was she like this when they met at school. Previously, she had an aura that demanded space, walking with confidence, and speaking with sharpness, often indifferent when conversing with others. Now she resembled a piece of toffee melted by the sun, sticking to him, and impossible to shake off. Even during meals, Zhao Mengqi found it hard to watch. Li Sisi insisted on Chen Zhuo feeding her. Chen Zhuo picked up a garlic chicken wing and brought it to her mouth. She opened wide and bit down, then picked up a piece of rib from her bowl and offered it to Chen Zhuo. Watching him chew, her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. She picked up a shrimp, peeled it, dipped it in sauce, and held it to Chen. Chen Zhuo ate it. She peeled another shrimp, dipped it in sauce, and offered it to him again. Zhao Mengqi observed from the side, noting that there were 8 salty shrimp in total, and Li Sisi had peeled 7, all of which ended up in Chen Zhuo's mouth. Zhao Mengqi picked up one for herself, but the garlic crust on the shrimp was already cold and soft, unlike the crispy texture it had when freshly cooked. After taking a bite and chewing twice, she found it tasteless. Zhao Mengqi sighed, inwardly realizing that she hadn't found a helper, but instead brought back a vixen. Li Sisi sat very close to Chen Zhuo, her arm touching his, her shoulder brushing against his. When she smiled, her body leaned slightly forward and her neckline opened a bit, drawing Chen Zhuo's gaze. Zhao Mengqi noticed and clenched her teeth tighter. What happened to their sisterhood? Just a short while ago they were hesitant and coy, now she had turned into a clingy girl. The meal ended in such an atmosphere. Chen Zhuo and Li Sisi were both quite happy except for Zhao Mengqi. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Zhuo wiped his mouth with a napkin. Do you usually eat hot pot? Li Sisi nodded vigorously. Yes, I love hot pot. Her eyes lit up like a bulb that had just been turned on. Zhuo, are you taking me for hot pot tomorrow? She added, I want to try the turkey-flavored pot. Chen Zhuo. No, I plan to open a hot pot restaurant. Zhao Mengqi put down her chopsticks. Isn't the physical dining industry not doing well these days? Li Sisi agreed. Many physical dining establishments have closed down. Without good management, service, and flavor, it's hard to sustain. You don't need to worry about those, Chen Zhuo said confidently. I'm very confident about the flavor. Indeed, he was confident products from the system were guaranteed to be top-notch. The recipe detailed the precise ratios of spices, types of chili, and oil content, all meticulously calculated clearly, not just randomly jotted down. What he was considering now was another question: where to open it? Do you have any suggested locations? Li Sisi tilted her head and pondered for a moment. Zhuo, I'm not knowledgeable in this area, she said, but I know that it wouldn't be suitable near our school. Although hot pot tends to cater to a younger market around here, we only have this university. The rest are residential areas. The customer flow is insufficient and the frequency of consumption is low. If you really plan to open one, I suggest checking out the university town in Jiangcheng district. There are over a dozen universities there with more than 1 million students, and Jiangxing University of Technology alone has over 30,000 students. Chen Zhuo nodded. That makes sense. He'll go check it out tomorrow. Zhao Mengqi moved her lips about to say he'll go with, but Li Sisi spoke first. Zhuo, will accompany you tomorrow. Her voice was cheerful, as if this plan had already been settled. She leaned slightly forward, resting her arm on Chen Zhuo's. Chen Zhuo thought for a moment and nodded. Li Sisi was a local from Jiangxing, more familiar with the geography than he and Zhao Mengqi. She should have been to the university town at least more than they had. Having her along would make finding a place more convenient. Zhao Mengqi moved her lips again, this time making a sound. He'll go with you guys too. Chen Zhuo nodded. The 3 of them going together would make things easier. When it came to looking at storefronts, the 2 girls understood decoration and ambience better than he did, knowing what styles young people liked or what styles girls preferred. After all, when boys gather for a meal, they often choose places with a more rustic atmosphere. Thus the decision was made. Zhao Mengqi picked up her bowl and finished the last sip of soup. The soup had cooled down, losing some of its deliciousness, leaving only a salty taste and a hint of sweetness. Li Sisi stood up from her chair, walked behind Chen Zhuo, and placed her hands on his shoulders. Chen Zhuo turned his head to glance at her. Li Sisi turned his face back to her, lowered her head, and kissed his forehead. Zhao Mengqi still held her bowl, her fingers pinching the edge. Li Sisi tugged at Chen Zhuo's hand, pulling him up. Chen Zhuo did not refuse and followed her toward the hallway. The door to the master bedroom closed. Sisi, oh Sisi, how much do I miss you? Original translation: I repeatedly think of you, the yearning is driving me mad. Xiong shower version: Li Sisi again. Li Sisi, just thinking of Chen Zhuo makes me infatuated. The next day, Li Sisi woke up before Chen Zhuo again. What a little glutton. Seeing Li Sisi trying so hard to please him, Chen Zhuo felt he needed to offer some form of recompense. However, since Li Sisi hadn't bound his system, he had to pay for everything himself. Suddenly, he thought of something. The 5,000 he transferred to Jiangyu was returned in full, which meant that transfers could also be refunded. If so, wouldn't it mean that continuously transferring money to the bound object and receiving cashback would directly make him the richest person in the world? Although that money wouldn't be under his name, many tycoons have their assets under their wives' lovers or children's names, right? As he was contemplating the feasibility of this idea, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has discovered a system bug. System bug is being repaired. Damn system, you son of a. System bug repair completed. Supplementary note: blue attribute red face, monthly transfer cashback limit of 1 million Xia country dollars. Purple attribute red face, monthly transfer cashback limit of 3 million Xia country dollars. Orange attribute red face, monthly transfer cashback limit of 5 million Xia country dollars. Note: if the bound object betrays the host, all cashback amounts will be reclaimed. Yesterday, there were nearly 25-star reviews with a 1000-word update delivered. You all are Chen Zhuo stared silently at those lines for a long time. All cashback amounts would be reclaimed, meaning if he transferred 1 million yuan to Zhao Mengqi, and she fled with it, he himself would have to repay the system 1 million yuan. This clause imposed a strict limitation. Such a plotline would never occur in this story, deliberately preventing the protagonist from recklessly spending money on his bonded partner. This provision effectively sealed off any scheme to exploit his bonded partner for financial gain. After all, human nature is not immune to temptation. Be it 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million yuan, everything ultimately has its price. Just as Chen Zhuo prepared to curse the system, once more another prompt chimed within his mind. Ding. System bug fix gift package distributed. Lulu's flower pot has been placed into system storage. Lulu's flower pot effect: primal growth. Any plant placed inside grows 3 times faster and yields unforeseen benefits. The longer it is cultivated, the more profound these effects become. Chen Zhuo exhaled softly upon seeing the word beneficial, relieved that he would not mutate into something grotesque, but rather experience a positive side defect-free enhancement. He glanced at the flower pot in his system space, an ordinary earthenware pot roughly 30 centimeters in diameter and over 20 centimeters tall, unadorned by any pattern or embellishment. At that moment, Li Sisi emerged from beneath the covers, her hair tousled, cheeks flushed, eyes hazy, and pressed herself against him. Chen Zhuo gently pushed her away. Go brush your teeth first. She huffed in protest, reluctantly threw back the blanket and padded barefoot across the carpet into the bathroom. The bathroom light flickered on, a water gushed from the faucet, followed by the low hum of an electric toothbrush echoing faintly through the door. Leaning against the headboard, Chen Zhuo began contemplating the flower pot. What should I grow? For beauty and vitality. For physical fortitude. After all, the body is the foundation of all endeavor. He searched online which medicinal plants nourish the kidneys and invigorate yang. He compiled a short list: goji berries. 3-year cultivation cycle, biannual harvest yielding 2 to 4 kilograms per plant. Cistanche. Also 3 years, annual harvest yielding 0.75 kilograms per plant. Morinda officinalis. 3-year cycle, annual harvest yielding 0.5 to 1 kilogram per plant. Chen Zhuo reasoned that purchasing seeds would be impractical. He'd have to wait at least a year. So he'd acquire mature specimens, instead transplant them directly, and simply await full maturation. Among the options, goji berries stood out clearly: highest yield, shortest remaining growth period, roughly 3 months, and if planted now, they'd ripen in about 1 month. Having settled on his decision, he ordered 3 mature red goji berry shrubs online. Later, the 3 shared breakfast at the hotel restaurant before boarding the car. Li Sisi lunged for the front passenger seat, hand already grasping the door handle, when Zhao Mengqi hurried up from behind, pressed her palm firmly over the same handle, and smoothly edged Li Sisi aside. Her hand rested lightly atop Li Sisi's, neither forceful nor aggressive, yet unmistakably resolute. Li Sisi glanced at her. Zhao Mengqi's expression remained calm, devoid of overt hostility or territorial claim. She simply stood there, hand resting on the door handle, gaze level and unwavering. Li Sisi withdrew her hand and stepped back. After all, the vehicle was registered under Zhao Mengqi's name. She was its owner, its mistress. To seize the front seat would be profoundly ill-mannered. Li Sisi cast a wounded glance toward Chen Zhuo, lips pouting slightly, eyes widening just enough for a shimmer of moisture to gather at their rims. Chen Zhuo did not notice. She opened the rear door and slipped inside. Zhao Mengqi took the front passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. The Cadillac Escalade glided out of the underground garage and merged into Jiangqing's morning traffic. Chen Zhuo steered with one hand, the other resting casually on Zhao Mengqi's thigh. Zhao Mengqi wore a black miniskirt, its hem hovering just above her knees, his palm resting atop the thin fabric, sensed the gentle warmth radiating from her leg. From the rear seat, Li Sisi watched his hand on Zhao Mengqi's thigh. Her lower lip jutted forward like a tiny hook. Brother Zhuo, her voice drifted forward, soft and syrupy. Zhao Mengqi inwardly cursed at the cloying title, that insufferable coquette. Chen Zhuo glanced into the rearview mirror. What is it? Mengqi gets her own little car. I want one too. Li Sisi's voice grew even more saccharine, elongating the final syllable with a series of delicate winding inflections. Foxy seductress. Zhao Mengqi pinched her own knee in silent frustration. If Li Sisi had previously desired a car solely for wealth, now her wish was less about the vehicle itself, and far more about claiming the front passenger seat. She longed to sit beside Chen Zhuo to feel his hand rest upon her thigh, and then, so long as the car remained registered under Zhao Mengqi's name, so long as Zhao Mengqi occupied the front seat each time they departed, Li Sisi would forever remain the one relegated to the back. Chen Zhuo tapped his index finger twice against the steering wheel. Can you drive? Yes. Yes. Li Sisi nodded vigorously, her ponytail swinging behind her. I got my license right after graduating high school, but I haven't driven much since then. Still, I can drive. Chen Zhuo considered it rewarding her wouldn't be unreasonable. Her conduct over the past 2 days had exceeded his expectations, both in frequency and sincerity of friendly interaction. One cannot demand labor without offering sustenance. Using Zhao Mengqi's monthly cashback allowance, up to 1 million yuan, to purchase a car for Li Sisi seemed perfectly justified. Zhao Mengqi's allowance would otherwise go unused. What kind of car do you want? Chen Zhuo asked. Li Sisi smiled. A sports car, 2-seater. With only 2 seats, Zhao Mengqi would have no place in the front as she and brother Zhuo could savor true intimacy on the road. The more she imagined it, the more brilliant the idea seemed. I want a sports car. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. A faint crease appeared between Chen Zhuo's brows. Had Li Sisi grown brazen, demanding a sports car outright? He intended to reward her, but rewards had limits. Granting every desire would invite escalating demands. Next, a mansion, a villa. His brow furrowed for several seconds, then relaxed. Which model? A Porsche 718, she replied in ice plum pink. Her voice brimmed with hopeful eagerness as she held his gaze steadily through the rearview mirror. Chen Zhuo's frown vanished. The Porsche 718, a gateway-level sports car, with an on-road price of roughly 600 to 700. Ice plum pink, a signature promotional hue for the 718, carried a cool-toned pink elegance, neither cloying nor saccharine, ensuring high visibility on city streets, yet remaining an accessible entry point among sports cars, especially favored by young women seeking their first performance vehicle.